One day, monstrous creatures emerged across the globe. Soon after, a mysterious structure appeared alongside them. Aerial footage near Cheonghaedong captured the structure, dormant and silent. Yet, the government and military warned of potential new monster outbreaks. The structure drew growing scrutiny. With supernatural incidents mounting, public unease deepened. People questioned what this meant for humanity's future. It marked the first clash between mankind and the enigmatic training tower. At regular intervals, the tower forcibly summoned individuals from every corner of the world. For years, it subjected them to brutal trials, heedless of their physical state. Only 20% of ordinary people survived its ordeals. These survivors became hunters, wielding extraordinary abilities, emerging as humanity's trusted protectors. 12 years after the tower's discovery, hunters rose to prominence. They became role models, with even average hunters gaining celebrity-like fame. Nations couldn't overlook their formidable power. Ordinary citizens dreamed of joining their ranks. A new era dawned as some hunters broke from state control, forming guilds to demand higher pay and shield themselves from government interference. A show titled Find Out the Hunter launched, hosted by Lee Hae-young. She announced that this week's episode would cover the latest hunter news gripping the public's interest. Joining her were the leaders of Korea's top guilds, Han So-kwon of the Goguryeo Guild, Lee So-yeon of the Aaron Guild, and Kim Sure-hyun of the Seoul Guild. The program capitalized on last week's success, fueled by audience votes, with a 36% rating cementing its widespread appeal. Lee Hae-young noted they were at their final question. She read it aloud, sourced from the internet. The question asked about a rumored experienced player living in the training tower. Who was he? Lee Hae-young mentioned hearing scattered tales about this skilled figure, asking if the guests knew him. Han So-kwon shared that recent rumors indicated the experienced player was alive and faring well. Lee So-yeon added that hardly anyone was unaware of him now. As the first hunter, his presence lingered in the training tower. The audience was stunned to learn the first hunter remained in the tower after 12 years. Kim Sure-hyun wondered if it wasn't a curse, noting that when the tower was cleared, he didn't exit like others but descended to its depths. The guild leaders confirmed his identity, the hunter who stayed, defending the tower for 12 years. When the host asked if they deemed him the first hunter, all three replied in unison, yes. Since the tower's inception, it was said that hunters left after mastering their basic abilities, except for magic. If he cleared the tower repeatedly for 12 years, how likely was it that he'd become an extraordinarily powerful hunter? Recent guild members who exited the tower claimed he cleared it from the first to the 100th floor in a single day. In basic abilities, excluding magic, he surpassed all hunters. Even after others left, he reportedly kept defending the tower relentlessly. On the training tower's 100th floor, facing the final boss Balok, he told another hunter that escaping the tower would likely rank him above A class. Guild leader Seo Yun insisted he was at least S rank. But what trials in the tower could forge such strength? An S rank could effortlessly demolish a mountain. A B rank hunter recalled seeing him 2 years ago, clearing a dungeon when their rooms overlapped. His name was Bayon. On the 72nd floor, 2 werewolves appeared, but he dispatched them alone. The hunter swore he was inhuman. Another hunter, entering a dungeon a year ago, confirmed his skill. When he struck a first-floor monster, it soared 10 floors. Was this even possible? He seemed like a mythical hero. Having defeated Balok, he pondered what challenge awaited next. Over the past 12 years, the time required for aspiring hunters to clear the training tower has steadily decreased. Training towers worldwide shared near-identical designs. No changes to the tower's challenges were reported. As a result, each new group of hunters who succeeded added to a global pool of clearing knowledge. In many nations, hunters shared strategies with civilians to enhance survival skills while scouting for exceptional talent to recruit. Yet, no matter how skilled the candidates or how widely knowledge spread, only a rare few conquered the training tower. At the 99th floor, countless well-trained aspirants perished in the final trial. The cause, Balok, the tower's master. Of 95 challengers, 70 fell to this fearsome beast, claiming over half of would-be hunters' lives. Facing Balok, the hunter mused this would be his 1,349th clear. He yearned to return home. Before the portal, he heard the familiar words, "Welcome to the training tower." His 1,350th clear began. He collapsed, laughing hysterically, pleading to be sent home. He checked his status window. No ability remained for him to improve, even after another clear. 12 years ago, they were told the training tower was fully cleared. Overwhelmed with joy, they believed they'd return home. The group credited Hyun-woo Kim for their survival, begging him not to act like strangers once he was outside. Chuckling, Hyun-woo Kim assured them he wouldn't. He thought they were being a bit dramatic, but urged them to stay connected, no matter where they ended up. At the entrance, a voice greeted him, "Welcome to the training tower." He was alone, back on the first floor. Hyun-woo Kim was fated to clear the tower again with the next batch. The tower's curse had trapped him. Checking the status board too late confirmed his plight. After a brief flare of anger and denial, he began seeking a way to break the curse. Determined, he vowed to clear the tower solo from start to finish. Was it even feasible? He pushed himself to the edge. He cleared it 10 more times, boosting his physical strength beyond limits. Stone pillars now crumbled under his blows. Yet nothing worked. After 5 years of testing countless methods, he found no escape. Beyond desperate to break the curse, Hyun-woo Kim, half resigned, found a strange comfort in his predicament. Facing newcomers, he announced a task for them. On his 433rd cycle, he acted as a non-player character, guiding the novices. By the 512th cycle, he became a military instructor, training hunters. He explained his role was to expose players' weaknesses, break them down, and ensure their survival. He could only maintain this approach briefly, unable to bear leading groups who would leave the tower and share tales of the outside world. He kept clearing the tower, simply because there was nothing else to do. 13 years passed. Checking the status window again showed no change. Then, suddenly, he saw it. The loop was broken. The next playthrough would free him from the game. He pounded the ground in ecstasy, overwhelmed with joy, knowing he'd soon return home. Lee Hae-young announced that the record for clearing the training tower was 10 months. She asked if Group 18 could beat it. The team said it was hard to predict. Aaron Guild leader Lee So-yeon noted that hunter numbers vary across groups, with teams' strength hinging on numerous factors. Seoul Guild leader Kim Hyun emphasized the importance of matching techniques to each individual's abilities. Han Seo-kwon, Goguryeo Guild leader, warned that the toughest challenges emerge past the tower's halfway point. From floor 51, a high-level boss appears every 10 floors. By the 60th floor, luck alone falls short. Furious, the hunter roared that he was done with it all. In a rage, he stormed through levels without pause. The 99th floor loomed once more, and Balok, its master, appeared again. Roaring that he'd make it home no matter what, the hunter vanquished him yet again. Cheonghaedong, Gangdong District, Training Tower Access Control Center, Korea Hunters Association Supervisory Office. The staff saw the tower activate again. They buzzed, declaring it a new record. A man barked for a participant list to be prepared. As the hunter emerged, the man rushed over, congratulating him on clearing the training tower. He praised the hunter's remarkable feat, doubting his ears. The hunter asked again, was he truly out? Kim Hyun-woo had finally returned. Checking the list, the man saw he wasn't with Group 18. He was baffled. Who was this? His eyes widened in disbelief. This was Kim Hyun-woo, the legendary first hunter, the experienced player who tackled the tower from the start. Kim Hyun-woo, first group training tower hunter, had officially escaped after 12 years. 1 week later, the host welcomed the audience to find out the hunter. She announced she was at the Korean Training Center, where Group 18 would face testing. Group 18 had stunned the world, breaking the tower-clearing record by 2 weeks, now reveling in global fame. But another story stole the spotlight. The experienced player was among them. She promised swift updates. At the training center's VIP reception, Lee So-yeon hurried in, asking if she was late. A man teased that a punctual Lee So-yeon was yet to be seen. She pressed, was it true the hunter had returned? Kim Sure-hyun confirmed, per records, it was him, the only Kim Hyun-woo who entered the tower in 2006. If they reunited, he'd look unchanged. In the tower, hunger and sleep didn't exist, and aging halted. Han So-kwon, thrilled, mused that after 12 years, he must be a monster now, eager for their meeting. An announcement called Novice Hunters. Testing would start in 5 minutes. They were to keep their issued gear and prepare calmly. Kim Hyun-woo stood, devouring food, finally feeling alive. Glancing at the others, he asked about their equipment. One replied it was handed out that morning. Hadn't he gotten his? Failing the test, without it would be tough. They wondered if he'd overslept. A training center alert instructed new hunters to leave the waiting room and head to the testing area. At the Seoul Training Center's test labyrinth, a man greeted the group, introducing himself as their examiner. Named David, an A-rank hunter, he announced testing would begin immediately and wished them luck. David reminded them that the world was watching, but urged them not to stress. This test was a breeze compared to the tower. He expected them to fully display the skills and abilities honed in the training tower. David introduced the first challenge, a labyrinth packed with obstacles hunters must overcome. The maze, as expected, was laced with traps. Though he called it simple, he advised giving it their all. They were to use every skill to navigate the labyrinth. Testing would start in 30 seconds. Once David signaled the start, the group surged into the maze. Observing, he noted their impressive discipline. He wondered if this group would deliver strong results, their focus reminding him of his own first test. Above all, Hunter's safety was paramount. Kim Hyun-woo approached, asking if he just needed to find a way out. David eyed him, puzzled. Who was this guy? A newbie? Where was his gear, and why was he so casual? Did he really think he could pass like this? Was this how a rookie should act? David confirmed it was as he'd explained. Frowning at the hunter, he asked if this was a joke to him. Kim Hyun-woo retorted that the examiner should focus on others. David snapped that the guy was awfully cocky. Hyun-woo grinned, saying he was bold. Care to settle it with a spar? David challenged. Could he clear the maze in 20 seconds? He'd pay $1 million if he did. Kim Hyun-woo scoffed, telling him not to spout nonsense. Hyun-woo teased that David didn't need to bet if he was scared. David upped the ante, 10 million won, his combined regular and testing income. Kim Hyun-woo dashed to the wall, shouting that it was a deal, and David better not back out. He doubted the 10 million claim, skeptical of such earnings. Sure, hunters were government employees, but did they really get such bonuses? Being a hunter was undeniably awesome. David watched, baffled by his actions. Channeling all his strength into a fist, Kim Hyun-woo struck the wall with full force. The structure collapsed entirely. Turning to David, he declared he'd cleared the maze, albeit by brute force. Spectators gaped via cameras, stunned that he'd simply smashed through the labyrinth's wall. It was a spectacle worth noting. Hyun-woo chanted, 10 million won, 10 million won, then paused, suddenly worrying they might make him pay for the damage. 24 hours before the hunter testing, a man asked Jin Sung if she'd reviewed the participant list. She confirmed she had. He asked if she expected strong sales this month. She wondered if he thought so because of rumors about the experienced player. He admitted it was true, but noted how hard it was to dig up details about him. Was it because he entered the tower so long ago? She asked if there was a similar newcomer that she could pay attention to. The man said that there is, and, pointing his finger, he repeated, he is a beginner strong in traditional martial arts and physical training for hunters. Jin Sung replied, since tomorrow this player may lose popularity, they should be prepared for this. Leshka Hyun. He wanted to become a star. He had enough of everything, talent, skills, even luck followed him. Therefore, he was not at all afraid of death. Teacher Lee Hyun-woo, 4th level Kendo. Many victories at the international convention. The best hunter of this group, Lee Kong-hyun. If he attracts attention to his debut, he will only be successful. He thought, before he met this bastard. After all, this guy took all the glory that he should have gotten. Present time, testing day. Due to safety concerns, the first labyrinth testing discipline was canceled. They were told to return to the waiting room and wait for the new testing time to be announced. Room for journalists at the testing site. They didn't understand what it was now. We were looking for a normal camera. Everything happened too quickly. They tried to find something clear from this. Of the normal ones, there are only shots with Lee Kong-hyun. They didn't understand who would pay attention to a guy in slippers. Someone shouted loudly that a star was born. In the waiting room, the participants discussed what had happened. Did anyone actually see the explosion? And anyway, he did this? And at this time, the guy was sleeping peacefully. Have they heard journalists call him an experienced player? They wondered, is he the one? Looking at all this with angry eyes and listening, the guy thought that it was not too late. His plan to gain fame is still in motion. Announcement from the committee leadership. The order of disciplines for today's testing has changed. Starts in 15 minutes. Let them take the circumstances into account and prepare for the test. There is no way the guy will lose to this experienced player. They will see his strength yet. Testing the flow of monsters. Hologram monsters were created by combining the latest technology and monster combinations. And this is a discipline in which they compete in the number of monsters that the hunter has dealt with in a certain time. Everyone was surprised. The hunter after the tower had just used lightning. A new genius has appeared for them. Time is over. 33 hunter Lee Kong-hyun killed 78 monsters. At the moment, this was the best result. Everyone began to discuss how good the guy was. He had a fighting spirit and even used magic. The guy is clearly a strong candidate for the title of leader of this group. If only it weren't for an experienced player, he would have been in first place before. The next 34th participant, Hunter Kim Hyun-woo. Right after the genius comes the experienced player. The guys decided to see how his fighting technique had changed during this time. Discipline influx of monsters. He has 120 seconds, exactly 2 minutes. Time passed, and he still stood with his hands in his pockets. Testing will begin in 10 seconds. The man asked, do they see it? Are they filming it? The hunter has disappeared, and the monsters' heads explode on their own. They wondered if this guy also used magic. Plus, there's a new spell. Han So-kwon said that it doesn't look like magic. Did they see him move? The girl replied that she caught a glimpse of something. He simply ran up to the monster, hit it, then found the next target and did the same. This is not some incredible technique. He's just very fast, which is why it seemed like the heads were exploding on their own. That was incredible. The girl asked, does he say these are the movements of a person who does not use magic? What did he even learn in the tower alone? Sometimes he did what the rumors said about him. And so, he actually became an experienced player. They announced that time was up. And so, the 34th participant, Hunter Kim Hyun-woo, killed 248 monsters. Nobody expected such a result. How long had he been preparing? He went hunting over and over again, trying to kill at least one more while the others were resting. He is even willing to be hit with a fatal blow, working hard to increase his rank, while at the same time trying every way to gain glory. The girl handed him the list. He asked what it was. She replied that this was a list of guilds that wanted to meet with him. She runs the information department at the Korea Hunters Association. The girl introduced herself and said that her name was Alice. She congratulated him on his return after 12 years. Everything was already announced to him before testing, but a lot has changed since the tower appeared. Dungeons, labyrinths, threats from monsters. Compensation is also expected. Hunter guilds are interested in always hiring the best, in order to overcome dangers together and receive huge rewards for it. And he thought that he was hungry. Calling Kim Hyun-woo, the girl said that he looked like he was very confused and didn't know what to do. The guy asked if she was telling him this because it was the job of the association's information department. Alice replied that she came to him on a personal matter. I wanted to personally meet with an experienced player who had the whole world on their ears, and I also wanted to convey this to him. Aries Guild, a copy of the contract on the rights and obligations of an association member. The girl said that she should first look at the clause about payment. Immediately after successfully signing the contract, he will be able to receive a lump sum payment. He didn't expect to see such numbers. 10 billion won for signing a contract? Alice asked how was he. After signing the contract, he will receive 10 million won. He looked at her suspiciously. Kim Hyun-woo asked, did the currency from the country accidentally fall in value? Did the same thing happen to her as happened to Zimbabwean dollars? She replied that the prices had of course changed a little because of the monsters. But fortunately, there was no economic crisis. Instead, land prices have risen noticeably. She showed him how, for example, the price of land had changed and what it was initially. He was surprised, from 300 million to 1 billion, 300 million, but he doesn't have to worry about high housing prices or anything else. After all, he will be paid in full 10 billion for the contract. And if he wants, then perhaps, after the expiration of the contract, he will be able to re-enter the contract with the Aries Guild and receive an amount twice as much as indicated. He decided to ask again if twice as much, then 20 billion. She replied that, of course, he would have to give the guild a certain part of the magic stones from the labyrinth and loot from the dungeon, but if all this is correlated, then he will get much more than he thinks. Kim Hyun-woo asked, is this the job of the information department? The girl once again replied that she came on a personal matter, since the Aries hunters asked her to convey this. He thought that, if he was not mistaken, signing contracts with hunters before they left the dorm was prohibited. Alice said that if he was worried, he might not rush to make a decision. Has he already decided? He replied that he had no intention of joining the guild from the very beginning. She clearly did not expect such an answer. Regardless, Kim Hyun-woo had no intention of joining the guild. Laughing, the girl said that the guy was scared of her by his joke, but he replied that he was not joking at all. He says that he does not want to be a member of the guild. The world works on the principle of give and take. They offer him 10 billion for a reason. If he takes them, then in any case he will drown in things he doesn't want to do. But he doesn't need this. He just wants to live calmly, without rushing anywhere, doing only what he himself wants. Alice asked, he says he doesn't want to be a hunter? The guy replied that no, that's not true. He had already heard many times that you can be a hunter alone without a guild. Is he talking about free hunters? So these are hunters who were once in the guild and gain enough experience. An ordinary, inexperienced hunter will not be able to explore the maze alone. He replied that he thought he could. The girl called him arrogant and replied that in reality, not everything is so simple. Most importantly, if he suddenly changes his mind, let him call her at the number on the business card she gave him. If he had known about the free hunters a little earlier, he could have left the training area and slept longer. Thinking about this, he gets angry and cannot sleep. Well, since there is nothing else to do, maybe read. List of guilds that make a meeting with him. They're trying in vain. In 5 days, the day the hunters were released from the hostel, the best Japanese restaurant in Mokdong. He couldn't get used to it. There's So Kwon, So Yun, and Shirhyun, right? The guy asked how many more times will he ask this? Seo Kwon was definitely his age, but now he looked like an old man. High school student Shirhyun, who was always crying, has become handsome. And little So Yun, who was in middle school. He asked, this is Kim Shirhyun, the one who, before the battle with the level 50 boss, always before he could finish speaking, the guy shouted out, why does he still remember this? And she saw a spirit on the 14th floor, and the girl said that if she just tried to continue, she would not forgive him for this. Still, they have changed a lot, and the sushi is really incredibly tasty. How could he live 12 years without them? Kim Si-hyun asked if he didn't remember. When they caught Merman on the 70th floor, he sang a song every day about how he wanted sushi. As a result, he borrowed a knife from So Kwon and prepared a dish of raw fish with additives, cutting off the tail of the merman. As soon as So Yun told about it, he remembered too. They already came to the idea that legends would be told about him outside the tower. From them, one might initially think that he lives well. He asked what legends. The guys replied that he was famous. They even showed on TV what he did there. He didn't expect his concept to be shown on TV. And which one? Maybe that naked stripping? Or the one when he cosplayed as Gollum? She thinks the most popular story is the one where he cleared floors and caught bosses by dancing strangely, and the one when he destroyed the ceiling with his foot and jumped immediately from the 1st to the 10th floor. Kim Hyun-woo replied that yes, it was all him. They were really wondering what else he learned there in the tower. Are they talking about clearing the tower while dancing? He just wanted to try it, in case he could get out of the tower by doing it. And the way he destroyed the ceiling up to the 10th floor, he was just very sad, and he just jumped as hard as he could. Hanso Kwon said that even during testing, he thought that the guy had become a monster, but after hearing all this from him personally, he was only convinced of it. Kim Hyun-woo said that let them try to get stuck there, then they too would be able to cope with anything. He then remembered that his follower had already left too. He doesn't remember which group it was, but at the time he lived for some time between the 50th and 60th floors. There was one guy who lagged behind the rest. The monster said that he felt his soul and asked if a weak person wants to survive. He said that he would guide him. Then he was still foolish, saying that he was creating his own martial art. He developed him by dedicating him to his pupils. The guys said that they didn't expect this, but it happens in manhwa or novels that when the main character is imprisoned somewhere, the truth is revealed to him, and this helps him escape. So he thought that he should try the same thing. If he drops it, it'll be dead to him. He can't even destroy such a pillar. Let him focus a little more on his stomach and open his chakras. But all the guy could do was catch him when he ran away and scold him. Therefore, Kim Hyun-woo feels guilty towards him. He is also torn by his conscience because of his unbearable character. Isn't this considered violence? It's good that he wore a mask. Under no circumstances should they meet. He decided to ask what was happening in the world during all these 12 years. The guys told him what had been happening all this time. Calling up the status window, he saw that the phrase "you have reached the limit," which stood next to the abilities, had disappeared. And the number 36, which was next to the age, disappeared. 24 remained in place. 12 years really seemed to have disappeared. From now on, he will be able to earn enough and do whatever his heart desires until his death. But he didn't understand why the words were broken and still hanging. By clicking on this phrase, a task appeared before his eyes. To get to the next stage, he needs to clear 3 dungeons and kill their bosses. Then someone knocked on the door. Opening it, he asked the man what happened. He replied that someone wants to see him. It seems it is someone from the Aries Guild. Kim Hyun-woo told the man to inform them that he would not be coming. But the man said that he would call him. The problem is not in the guild. Please let him put himself in his position. Apparently, they will continue to pester him if he does not explain everything to them. He replied that it was good. He would meet them once. Where should he go? He replied that they were waiting for him in the reception area on the 1st floor. A man was sitting in front of him. He asked, "Is this guy Hunter Kim Hyun-woo?" The guy replied that it seemed he had already said that he was not going to join the guild. He is Kang Byung-ho, the head of the Aries Guild's HR department. The man asked if he had really thought through everything. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about. If Kim Hyun-woo doesn't join their guild, does he think he can develop properly? If he joins their guild, he will not have to overcome these unnecessary difficulties. Leaning forward a little, Kim Hyun-woo asked if the man had crawled there at such an hour to threaten him. He said they only wanted to know his final decision. He probably didn't realize that their guild was Aries. Kim Hyun-woo replied that he knows they're a garbage dump that uses more than half of the dungeons and abuses their power, while calling themselves a company. The guy asked, "Is this a ticket to the dungeon?" "What are dungeons? An amusement park?" Kim Sure-hyun revealed that the Aries Guild owns 66% of their country's dungeons. Lee So-yun added that they mainly capture D-rank dungeons, which are for beginners, and A-rank dungeons, which are good for farming. Even though this is foreign capital, they waste money left and right. Some newcomers gain experience, earn a living, and then buy expensive tickets from Aries and join them. They push you to choose one of the two. Kang Byung-ho said that it would be better for him if he watched his language in the association. The guy asked if he thought their people were there. He decided to keep it simple. Whether the guy wants it or not, he will have to take this proposal seriously. Hitting the table with his fist, the man asked. Apparently the guy doesn't understand the current situation. The hunter standing directly behind him received an A rank for basic skills. The guy thinks he can beat him? Grinning, he said that he knew that they were scum. People like them are disgusting to hit with your hands, so he will do it with a slipper. Angry, the man began to run towards him, saying that he would kill him, but with the help of that same slipper, The guy hit him so hard that he simply flew into the wall. Let them try to tell him something again. The man realized that this was the same experienced player from the rumors. He is clearly stronger than Kang Byung-ho thought. But even so, he is just a frog at the bottom of the well. The man did not plan to give up. Now he thinks that he is the strongest. But what will happen when he sees real power? Power and influence gathered by the Aries Guild. This will make him kneel. It had to be this way. And really, how did things go wrong? Not knowing how to use magic. He does this? This is impossible. Simply impossible. Kim Hyun-woo asked the man if he knew what the guy hates the most. What he hates most is being threatened. Kim Si-hyun asked, and that's why he ruined everything? The guy replied that they were the first to start. But he also does not know the limits. People from Aries are very cruel. Kim Hyun-woo clarified what is so cruel about them. The guy said that no one bothers them because they take terribly revenge. They may not allow him to join another guild, or grab it in the labyrinth and quietly. The guy looked at him blankly. What do you mean? He told him that they could kill him, because in a labyrinth there are no witnesses. Kim Hyun-woo said that the world has become cruel. Judging by what the guy sees, he has also become more cruel. By the way, he could just join Kim Soo-hyun's guild. He said that he didn't want to join the guild, and wants to live freely. He'll have to put that idea aside for now. The guy asked what happened to him this time. He said that some things had come up. Have you by any chance heard about the Aduron Research Center? These 12 years, he was always interested. Why couldn't he be the only one to get out of there? He had so much doubt and anger built up inside him. Who even created this tower? And why exactly was he imprisoned for 12 years? If only he knew the secret of the tower and found its creators. Kim Soo-hyun asked why the guy is suddenly interested. So he doesn't know? He would have done the same to him. Aduron Research Center. It's located in Wjeongbu, so it's an S-rank dungeon. He had heard that this dungeon was suitable for developing beginners. Kim Si-hyun asked why he needed it. The guy replied that he had to do something there. It seems he won't be able to get in there. He asked what he mean. He already said that the Aries Guild appropriates dungeons for itself, and Aduron is one of them. Kim Hyun-woo asked why they're doing this. Where's the government looking? The guy said that the government and politicians don't care about hunters because they don't influence elections. How many people went to the tower to become hunters? That is, he says that people are even killed in the dungeon. This is a crime. The police are not investigating because it is dangerous there. They just write it off as an accident. From the outside, Aries is a new company with high-yielding shares that regularly pays taxes. And the affairs of hunters is a difficult topic to get into from the outside. He wondered what would happen if he secretly got there. Kim Soo-hyun said that people from Aries guard the entrance around the clock. Well, then he will get there in another way. Looking at him, the guy asked, is it really him? Before he could finish speaking, Kim Hyun-woo replied that he would break through the entrance. As he sees, the restrictions of the Petty Guild were stronger than they thought. Therefore, they will have to briefly delay the advance of the Aries Guild in China. The guy asked how long does the man think this will last? He replied that for at least 5 months. What about Russia and Japan? He said that Russia will take at least 8 months, and Japan 7 months. S-rank hunter Hyung Sung-woo replied that okay, and that's not bad. No matter how long it takes, the most important thing is that they must do it before everyone else. The guy said it's not like when farming is dangerous. There's no need to run faster than the boss. You just need to be faster than the person running next to him. Hyung Sung-woo asked what's next. The man handed him the papers. This is the table of Kim Hyun-woo's skills that he asked for last time. Based on Kim Hyun-woo's video from the training area, they created a table using the analytical technologies they introduced this time, and a skills analysis developed on a prototype. The guy asked, did this department make a mistake? The man replied no. He also had his doubts, but based on the analysis, any mistake could only be within rank 1. Head of the HR department of the Korean branch of Aries, Yoo Byung-wook. Hyung Sung-woo asked, is it true then? Did they hire him? Yoo Byung-wook replied that boss Kang Byung-ho tried, but the man asked, okay, you didn't hire him? He replied that it was okay. It was even good that they didn't hire him. He knows that the man is not a fool, so he doesn't have to pretend. If they hired him, the guild affairs would improve. With such skills, he would definitely develop well, sweeping away labyrinths and dungeons. and it would be beneficial for them too. But this cannot but become a threat to his place. This is called a shipped apple. It is delicious, but he will be poisoned if he eats it. If they take it, the man will be poisoned. Does he understand what he's talking about? Hyuk-sun Woo trusts the management department guys, so let him try his best. Then a guy runs up to Chief Yu. The man asked what happened. He replied that it was bad. Changbasan Mountain, Wujongbu. At the entrance to the S-rank dungeon is the Aduron Research Center. The man replied that no. He told him he couldn't do it without a ticket. Aries Guild checkpoint. She has nowhere else to hunt except there. The man replied that then let him go into the labyrinth. You can catch low-level monsters there, and it's free. Do you want to live in peace without having skills or money? This will not work. The man replied that Appa is a principled person, but seeing her makes his heart weaken. The guy said that he would forgive her if she gave him her number. Then Kim Hyun-woo stood in front of him. Seeing him, Appa said that there is no toilet here. Let him go to the forest and do his business there. The guy replied that he didn't need a toilet, but a dungeon. Appa replied that this is not a place for games, but a dungeon. Understand? There are monsters there. Kim Hyun-woo said that he came because he knows it. Why doesn't he understand? The guy has to do something here. That's why he came. Appa asked, is he a sick idiot? What's he doing there? Taking off his slipper, Kim Hyun-woo said that this would not do. The guy said that he doesn't understand in a good way. Let him come to him. Appa shouted that this idiot is really sick. Before he could finish speaking, he received his slipper. He flew straight into the fence. Kim Hyun-woo thought that he needed to calculate the strength, but it didn't work out a bit. Looking at the second guy, he told him to give him his shoes. Doesn't he hear? Should he do the same thing to him as he did to that guy? After putting them on, he said that they looked like a piece of iron, but were so light. Looking at them, the guy remembered that he paid 5 million won for them and even cast a lightweight spell. He's not such a bad person. Throwing the slippers at him, Kim Hyun-woo invited the guy to take them, and meanwhile walked towards the gate. Lee So-yun asked, did he just send the guy there? Seong Nading, Seoul Guild headquarters. The guy replied that he didn't send anyone, he just took it and went. So what should they do now? The guy said that his eardrums would burst from her scream. The girl asked, does he think she will calm down? Kim Sher-hyun asked if Hyun-woo was her boyfriend. She replied that that's not the point. He knows how crazy these Aries are. He had already told her what the guy could do when he stood his ground and told him not to worry. She thinks Hyun-woo can be stopped. She sees that she herself is not sure of this. The girl asked, he has now become an enemy of their guild, right? The guy replied that from what he said, yes. He himself did not know all the details. When he is calm, he does not create any problems. But when he was at enmity with someone, his terrible temper appeared in full and affected his enemy. Well, he understands why the guy is like this. But it seems they really should worry. He doesn't think they really need to worry. If what he said was true, the girl asked what he was talking about. Kim Sher-hyun said that yesterday they had a conversation with the Aries Guild. They talked about this and that, and the guy talked about his abilities. The man asked where his study material was. Without it, he cannot continue his research. He needs more samples, more materials. S-rank dungeon boss, Aduron Research Center, Aduron. The boss appears there. It seems true that Aries does not touch Aduron because he does not bring money. The guy asked what they should do. Will they catch him? They even paid a bribe to get there. They need to catch him. The girl asked if their skills were good enough. Usually guilds catch bosses. Before coming there, the guys saw that Aduron had strong defense, but weak attack. So if they take their time a little, they can do it. They decided to go and catch the boss and improve their skills. Only if it would be dangerous immediately. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Kim Hyun-woo. The girl asked who it was. They didn't think it was a hunter. New material has arrived. Where should he start? Eyes, heart, or maybe a spine? Let him say where he wants to start. He will still probe him well. 12 years ago, they learned about what Hyun-woo had to experience when he was little. Borum Orphanage. Let him not be nervous and show that he is an orphan. And let him listen to the teacher. And let him not say anything unnecessary. His parents died in a car accident. His cousin took away his inheritance and sent him to an orphanage. He has given up on people, so he is usually normal, but when someone tries to manipulate him or becomes his enemy, He unleashes the remnants of his problematic character without limiting himself to one opponent. Kim Hyun-woo shouted to him that enough was enough. He killed him with his attack. Finally, this idiot doesn't move his legs. Looking at the window, he saw that one task had already been completed. The next was a forest village. The guys recognized him. The girl asked, wasn't he in first place in trends? Judging by the suit and hairstyle, this is an experienced player. They didn't expect to see him in person. Basement 5th floor of the Aries Guild. Administrative Department. Woo Chung-myung, head of the Administrative Department of the Korean branch of Aries. He asked the man why he came there. Yoo Byung-wook said that Chief Hyuk Sung-woo said that he would tell him personally, but it seems he hasn't heard yet. The man replied that he had heard, but had not yet received information. Looking at the papers, the man asked to rank skills. Does a newcomer who just left the tower have such characteristics? He asked, is this accurate? Yoo Byung-wook replied that it is not 100%. This is a temporary analysis. Woo Chung-myung said that even so, he is strong. No, if he has such skills, then he must be a monster. He asked if it was okay if they killed him. He replied that the head said just to harm him, but if he did this, he would not have any problems. And Yoo Byung-wook doesn't want this? He replied that from what he heard, this guy brazenly entered their dungeon without permission, and because of him, they're hunters guarding the dungeon. Before he could finish speaking, the man replied that he knew everything. Their reputation may suffer. The man replied that is true. Woo Chung-myung told him not to worry. If he has such skills, it will be difficult for them to harm him. It will be good if the head does not interfere with them, and they will slowly cope with this. The man replied that he already has a lot of worries because of promotion in China. Do they assign staff there too? He replied that yes, because of the PETA Guild. This is a new guild in China. It was created just 2 years ago, but has already absorbed 52% of China's dungeons. Even though the head of the guild left the tower 4 years ago, she made a monster out of her, and absolutely all of her followers have incredibly high skills. But what is most surprising is that the head of this guild took 5th place among S-rank hunters worldwide, and her identity remains anonymous. Woo Young-myung told him not to worry about it, anyway Kim Hyun-woo. Since they are enemies of this guild, they can't waste their resources just to harm him. They will send the most special specialist, and they will do it carefully. No one will even know anything. Kim Hyun-woo admired the endless progress of the world because it really went beyond all limits. Kim Si-hyun asked, so much so that he is so delighted? And anyway, why is he photographing him? He simply admired the quality of the photography. He said that this is really a game for the phone. The guy bought him a phone so he could stay in touch, but he's been stuck on it for 3 hours already. Kim Sher-hyun said that the dungeon, forest village he was talking about belongs to his soul guild. But the boss probably won't be like that. Kim Hyun-woo asked why there won't be a boss. The guy said that he was caught a few weeks ago. He said that it was a little different from what was in the tower. Monsters appeared there every day, both regular and bosses. But the dungeons in their world are different. Regular monsters appear again and again endlessly. And the boss, after they are killed, takes some time to recover. Kim Hyun-woo asked how much. He replied that it depends on the dungeon. In a forest village, it takes about a month. So he will have to wait a whole month? Kim Sher-hyun replied that no, he would not have to wait a month. He was killed about 4 weeks ago. So in 2 to 3 days, the recovery period in the forest village would end. Kim Hyun-woo asked what about the visible swamp he also asked about. The guy said that since it is under the control of the Aries Guild, he knows nothing about it. But if you search hard enough, you can probably find information about him too. He replied that no, he would only bother to catch one monster. The guy asked, when will I register his rank in the association? Kim Hyun-woo asked, what is this? Does he need to do this? Kim Sher-hyun replied that it would be nice. He will be able to cooperate with the association and receive equipment as well as money. He can only get a rank equipment. The guy immediately asked how much. He replied that not really. He would need to be retested every 2 to 3 months. B rank gets 130,000 won, a rank 250,000, and S rank gets much more. Personally, he receives 700,000 won. Kim Hyun-woo was very surprised. He jumped up and wanted to go right away, but the guy stopped him. said that they were closed now. He said that then they would go tomorrow. Place where Hunter's abilities change. The man asked if he came to register. Let him say his name. The guy replied to Kim Hyun-woo. The man asked Kim Hyun-woo, "Is it really the one who returned after 12 years?" The guy answered yes. He realized that this was the guy. Today, people who came to registration asked about him like that. Looking at him, the man thought that he was just a chick with nothing special about him. But rumors spread about him only because he passed the test with flying colors. Handing him the box, he said that he had checked the information about him. Now he needs to take it. Seeker's Eye. And next to the status window, a hologram will appear that will show his rank. He took the box in his hand. The man mentally thought that he most likely had a B rank, although if he was so famous, then perhaps a B+. He clearly did not expect to see this. Even Kim Hyun-woo himself was amazed by his facial expression, and the man began to shout, "How is this possible?" People commented that the employee was quite upset because he was shouting, "That's it. Is this even possible?" Kim Hyun-woo was surprised. The test had just passed, and they already knew everything. The guy told him that it was nothing special because at the moment he was a celebrity. Due to the fact that he went into the Ares dungeon and turned everything around there, different people will be closely watching him. Of course he doesn't care, but surely the Ares Guild has already collected all the information about him. And, of course, about today's check too. Because they will not leave alone a person who has entered their territory. Let it be careful in the future. Ares really are very dangerous people. Kim Sher-hyun asked if the guy even listens to him. He asked Kim Hyun-woo if something was wrong. The guy answered no. Showing him something on the phone, he said that the guy had 8th grader syndrome. The guy said that this is a loading in the game, and since yesterday, it appears every time he completes a dungeon. Laughing, he asked what kind of moronic pose was this, and what kind of stupid aura effect was that. Hunters are truly versatile. Kim Sher-hyun turned to Hyun-woo and said that it was him. After a short silence, he asked the guy if he was doing anything at all. The guy asked where he got it from. He said that So Kwon and So Yun seem busy, but he seems to have plenty of time. He replied that he was also the leader of the guild. How could he not be busy? Even now, he found it difficult to find time to spend with him. Ares Guild Administration Office. Everything is a rank. He's a monster. Now, the man understands why the head wants to deal with him. Woo Chung-myung asked what the man was thinking about so much. Don't worry, they will remove it without any problems. He called Shin Chong-gun. The man asked the same hunter from China. He replied that he was the same as Kim Hyun-woo. So, there are no hunters there? This is his guild's dungeon. Forest Village. The boss will appear right now. Looking back, Kim Hyun-woo asked his friend who it was. The guy said hello and said that his name was Park Jae-moon. Kim Sher-hyun said that he is an investigator. Came to collect additional items. Here they can get money if they catch the boss. Depending on the situation, somewhere between 20 to 35 million won. The guy asked what to spend so much on. He replied that no one goes around dressed like him. Additional items are used to create weapons and equipment. Park Jae-moon asked to take a video of the guy because he was dressed strangely for such a place. Kim Sher-hyun handed him the paper. He said that the forest village is like a labyrinth. It's a little annoying to wander around. After looking at the paper, he simply took it and threw it away. Approaching a large tree, he turned to the guy and asked him to take good pictures of everything. He gathered all his strength into a fist and hit the tree, thereby clearing his way. The boss of the forest village, the two-headed orc, appeared in front of him. Park Jae-moon managed to film everything. OK shouted that the guy was simply unreal. Kim Hyun-woo dealt with the orc very quickly. The second task was over. But not far from him, they were being watched. Ares Guild Administration Office. Woo Chung-myung asked if Shin Chong-gun checked everything. The man replied that yes, he looked through everything well. He said that the guy really is such a monster, as they said about him. He has pure abilities without magic, only physical strength. This surprised him very much, but it's extremely easy for him to find out what Kim Hyun-woo can't handle. He will come to their dungeon tomorrow. It's called a visible swamp. The man replied that great, then let him go there early and get ready. Entrance to a visible swamp. Looking around, Kim Hyun-woo thought that it was more likely because of the atmosphere that he had a bad feeling. Lee So-yun wrote him a message telling him not to forget their conversation yesterday. He thought that first Hyun, now she. Why are they so worried about him? He headed towards what seemed like a visible swamp. Looking in his direction, he thought, Aries, not Aries. He didn't care at all. So Yun asked the guy why he was even going to the dungeon, which belongs to the Aries Guild. Kim Hyun-woo told her he had business there. The girl asked what else was going on. He replied that he would tell her when the time came. He's not going there to annoy them, is he? Laughing, the guy replied that only if a little. She knows she doesn't need to worry. His abilities that Hyun spoke about. Yes, in a video of its passage on the internet. He knows that he is strong, but still. So Yun asked him to act quickly in any case in order not to get caught by the people from Aries. Visible swamp, rank a dungeon. This is pretty good, and probably if he goes on the day the boss appears there, Aries will conduct a raid there. He answered the girl that it's good, don't worry, but a man appeared in front of him and asked if he knew what he was doing now. He is now becoming an enemy of the Aries Guild. He remembered the girl's words about not being seen by Aries people. Kim Hyun-woo replied that it was so exhausting. The man didn't understand what he was talking about. The guy asked if they had changed their repertoire yet. Every time they neglect everything and try to beat him. And when they have problems, they try to hide behind the name of the guild. Aren't they all the same? Calling him a scumbag, the man with a sword in his hands began to attack, but Kim Hyun-woo quickly dealt with him. He went inside. Walking a little further, he began to feel that the ground was so soft that his legs sank. Then he emerged from the water, the boss of the visible swamp, the mega alligator. He again remembered the words Lee So-yun said, that his skin is tough and strong, plus the resistance spell is in effect. That's why it's very expensive, and so are the teeth. Smiling, Kim Hyun-woo decided to quickly deal with him and remove all his skin. The alligator tried to escape, but the guy didn't let him do it. But as it turned out, it is not so simple. Turning his face to the guy, he wanted to attack. Shin Chong-gun was following him. The guy said, okay, last round. Then he felt a chain on his feet. The man said that now Kim Hyun-woo is dead. Looking at his feet, Kim Hyun-woo didn't understand what it was. The man replied that they are called magic chains. They definitely suit him. The guy asked who he was. Jumping down, the man said that he would introduce himself now. He is a magnificent man who was personally sent to him by Aries. Is he the killer sent by Aries? He replied that the guy thinks quickly, and also quite strong. Shin Chong-gang saw how he was now circling the mega alligator. This shocked him, and I also saw how he killed a two-headed orb with one blow. The man understands that he is very strong, but can he be so calm, being bound by chains? Kim Hyun-woo asked about this, what happened to them? And then he realized that they were not torn. The man said that these are not simple chains, but magical ones. He needs magic to get out of them. That's what it means. Moreover, she must be higher than his rank. He only recently left the tower and does not have any magic. Now he understands that he can't get out? Kim Hyun-woo asked again. So now he can't get out of this situation? The man said that everyone he worked with was all the same. They pretend to be calm, but in reality they are racking their brains and trying to escape in primitive ways. The man killed guys like him. Shin Chong-gun began to use deadly poisons and explosion, but saw that nothing even touched the guy. The guy asked what he did. He realized that his attack didn't hit the guy at all, but he didn't understand why. Suddenly, there was nothing left of his chains. Kim Hyun-woo said that if he wanted to catch him, he had to tie his entire body so that he couldn't move at all. The guy sees that he was really scared that Hyun-woo was normal. The chains have loosened. Couldn't do your job? If he came to kill someone, he must be prepared for the fact that they could kill him too. He threw the tree into the river where the alligator lived. He also had no living space left. He completed the task to confirm his abilities. An update appeared in his status window. The administrative department of the Aries Guild. Woo Chung-myung asked the girl if Shin Chong-gang was dead. She replied yes. It is assumed that the tree on which the corpse was located is already deep in the swamp. But this is probably not the case when you can check the corpse. The man replied that the monsters from the swamp had probably already eaten him. Shin Chong-gun has 2 S-rank abilities and 7 achievements. The guy was lying on his bed at home when he suddenly remembered the status window. He saw that something had changed, but did not understand what it was. He realized that he could find out information about the tower, but what did the invitation from his system mean? Soap time is enough until 12. Then Kim Hyun returned and asked if the guy was free early today, as he already had dinner. He asked the guy to stand still for a while. This is his new achievement, but it turned out to be unavailable since he has a lower title. Hyun-woo got angry. He didn't understand what the hell, and they still want him to use this garbage. Sure, Hyun asked what did he say. The guy replied that it was him to himself. Looking at the time, he thought, even though it's rubbish, something has definitely changed. By accepting an invitation from the system, he will most likely be able to find out something about the tower. Then it was as if he began to fall into some kind of portal. He didn't understand what kind of place this was. A beautiful girl was sitting in front of him. Having greeted him, the girl said that it was nice to meet you. She is now his assistant. Her name is AV. They will see him often now, so he can call her that. He thought that finally there was someone who would tell him why he was imprisoned in the tower for 12 years. Kim Hyun-woo asked if she wasn't going to explain anything to him. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. He got angry. They didn't call him because they wanted to tell him something. The girl lowered her head and said that she could only answer him. Hyun-woo didn't understand in what sense. That is, if he asks a question that interests him, she will answer it. Of ansvaret yes. He said okay. Then he asks. He was interested in only one question: who imprisoned him in the training tower? AV replied that this information is not available to low ranks. So for the right to information, he must raise his rank to find out. She replied that everything was correct. First in the status window, now here. He's starting to get tired of this. Then if he picks it up, he can find out who did it. AV again replied that this is information that is not available to a low rank. He asked the question again. Then can he find out what the training tower is? But the answer was the same. Then question after question followed again, but the answer did not change. Kim Hyun-woo got angry and asked if she was making fun of him. He didn't understand what nonsense. Why did they even call him? He won't be able to find out anything. They didn't invite the guy there because of that bullshit. AV shouted that she could not do anything because she could not answer such questions. But there is something she can still tell. She replied that the guard should protect. AV seems unable to answer questions that are important to him. The girl can tell you what the guard should do next. This is what she can do. AV will not talk about what interests him, but he will talk about what needs to be said. She said that at the moment he is a temporary guard, but if he becomes an official guard, he will be able to find out about everything that interests him. Kim Hyun-woo asked, and how should he do it? AV said that in 5 days a glacial crack will appear where he lives. In its deepest place, there will be a key that can raise his rank. He will become a real guard if he finds it. That's all she could tell him. He must improve his skills first. So AV brought him back. Kim Hyun-woo realized that he would be able to find out everything once he became a real guardian. Therefore, the guy decided to go to the end. The guys unanimously repeated, glacial crack? Hyun-woo replied yes. He asked what it was. Sure, Hyun clarified why he suddenly asked about this. Looking at him intently, the guy said that the glacial crack is, one might say, a disaster. Hyung Sung-woo didn't understand what to do. They sent the best man in their department, but Kim Hyun-woo simply killed him. You won't want anything anymore. He doesn't blame them for anything. The point is that he's strong, the man asked. Woo Jong-myung replied that they were very sorry. Turning to you, Byung-wook, the man ordered him if they find his place, they should kill him right away. He said that he would pay for everything. Let her find several people stronger than the one she hired earlier. Let them bury him. Do they understand everything? The man replied yes. And then let them take care of the Petty Guild. The man said that it seemed they were putting together a secret force, something like an army, to take out their people. Looking at the ring, Kim Hyun-woo asked, is it worth 2 billion? Han So-kwon said that he can get this if he goes into the labyrinth. The guy was wondering what the difference is between a labyrinth and a dungeon. A friend told him that they contain different artifacts. This ring is also an artifact. Kim Hyun added that dungeons have special resources, such as magic stones and ingredients from monsters. And in the labyrinths, you can get artifacts from the treasury. They initially have good abilities. Han So-kwon said that this is an enchantment. The guy asked if it was like in games. He replied that it was true. Aren't enchanted artifacts better than regular ones? A window has opened in front of him. He can look thanks to the skills of the right to information. He knew it was useless trash. He must go to the labyrinth when he is done with all this. The guy decided to ask again. So it's worth 2 billion? So Quan replied yes. Looking at the menu, he asked to bring him 1 portion of each dish. The guys were surprised. They asked, can he even eat it all? He asked what they know about the glacial crevasse. It suddenly appears in the ground, and monsters come out of it nonstop. Li So-yun added that Germany and China, where she appeared, are called the gates of hell. The guy thought about it, because according to AV, he thought it was some kind of trifle. He decided to ask, what would happen if she appeared in their country? Kim Sure-hyun said that even if they were able to stop it, and it was the lowest S-rank crack, everything there would be destroyed. Other Korean guilds would join them, but Ares would definitely break. So Quan added that they will send some rabble and eventually say that they stopped it together. He called them scum. Looking straight at the guys, he warned them to eat and then rest for these 4 days. Soon everyone will find out there is something. At the airport, people sensed something was wrong. It seemed to the girl that the earth was shaking. They didn't believe it was an earthquake in Seoul. As Avenue said, a glacial crack appeared. Approaching the man, the woman said that level 9 had come to its senses. He asked if he was fully awake. She replied no, but we don't have to wait long. She thinks he will definitely be ready soon. The man replied that this was not bad, and he didn't know what he was really capable of. Urgent news. Due to the sudden appearance of a glacial crack, an emergency evacuation of citizens living within a radius of 5 kilometers from Kimpo Airport is being carried out. Kimpo International Airport is urgently closed. Hunters from the association are at the airport, but monsters continued to crawl out of the crack. The situation around gradually worsened. Monsters were already everywhere. Some hunters met them for the first time and trembled with fear. They were much larger than a man. There were too few hunters. Unfortunately, this struggle will most likely end in defeat. One of the hunters saw that the guy was incredibly scared. He shouted to him not to be afraid. He would be finished if he was such a coward. Seeing that the guy was not reacting to him at all, he ran to his aid. Using the oppression skill, he quickly dealt with the monster. Seeing this, the guy thanked the leader. He replied that he would thank him later, but now let him get ready and get up. Looking around, the leader saw that there were too many of them. He wondered when reinforcements would arrive. He understood that things had become bad. No matter how much they killed them, there were more and more of them. They ran nonstop to the airport. He didn't know what to do with the place where the crack appeared. Then a giant skeleton appeared in front of them. One of the hunters shouted that this was the same A-rank monster. They didn't understand what he was doing there. Now, they're definitely finished. They clearly won't be able to deal with him. The leader shouted for them all to run urgently. Protecting everyone, he decided to fight him himself. With one blow, the giant skeleton caused Ho Young to fly to the side and hit the car directly. The skeleton began to approach him. One of the hunters shouted for him to wake up, but the guy did not react at all. He begged him to come to his senses, while the monster was already swinging. I asked him to get up, but the guy did not react. Then Kim Hyun-woo appeared. At some point, only bones remained from the monster. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. The hunters stood with their mouths open. They recognized him, this guy in a black suit. To them, he was unknown. One of the hunters shouted that it was him. This is the same experienced player they heard about. This is Kim Hyun-woo. Looking at the window, it was written that last time he passed confirmation of his abilities, but that was just the beginning. So they will test it in the deepest part of the glacial crevasse, where the key is kept. The guy was surprised. Should he also go to the airport? Looking to the side, he saw hunters. They discussed that he killed the skeleton with one blow. It was incredible even for an experienced player. He didn't understand what those people were doing there, so he decided to ask them personally what they were doing there. There are monsters coming from behind. Looking at all this, he said that there really are a hell of a lot of them. The guys said they would come, and he would like to finish quickly. Taking in his hands a stick with which the skeleton attacked, he thought about the question, can they help him? The hunters did not understand what the guy was going to do. They didn't understand how he picked up what was in the skeleton's hands. They admired this man. Having accelerated, he threw it with great force and shouted that these creatures should receive it. With one blow, He killed quite a few monsters. Looking at him, the guy realized that thanks to this most experienced player, they could do anything. He shouted that they could hold out until help arrived. They had hope. Let everyone gather around an experienced player. Hearing this, the guy decided to quickly run away, because he had his own task that he must do. Let them figure it out for themselves. He really just up and left. The guy decided that nothing could be done. They would try to deal with the remaining ones. The guy thought that if the experienced players stayed a little longer. But unfortunately, it can't get any worse. They fought as best they could. The leader spoke about the remaining ones, but there was no end to them at all. He realized that there was no end to the trouble. He realized that the monsters had already outnumbered the people a long time ago. The leader was afraid that they would not be able to cope. He shouted that no, if they surrender now, they will most likely die. They need to hold on, let them endure a little longer. The leader shouted to the guys that help would come soon, when suddenly a monster appeared behind him and was ready to attack. Guild Leader Soul appeared in front of them. Kim Shi-hun, looking at everything that was happening, he said that it seemed he had arrived on time. The entire Soul Guild came. The hunters were incredibly happy about this, because finally they would be able to cope with all the monsters. Then the monsters began to fly out from the other side. Lee So-yun asked, "Is this what they call on time? Don't they see what's going on there?" The hunters were even more pleased to see how the Aaron Guild also came to help. They didn't believe their eyes. This couldn't have happened. They saw Han So-kwan from the Goguryeo Guild who came to their aid. The leader rejoiced that they were finally saved. Looking around, So-yun said that they told Hyun-woo to leave early. She looked for him with her eyes. The guy said that if it was about an experienced player, then he went to the center of the crack. Sure, Hyun said that they came quickly anyway. They all gathered in one place. Now, with the help of all three guilds, they will be able to defeat all the monsters. They began to fight monsters. Everything was done amicably and together. The hunters clearly did not have enough such help. The guilds coped well with Kim Hyun-woo's request. Lee So-yun killed all the monsters with her lightning. The guy hoped that the guys outside would handle it. In the meantime, it seems he must go downstairs to get the key. He didn't understand how he could do this. He saw that at the other end, there was a path along which the monsters were climbing. He began to look around to find at least something suitable. When he saw the car, he thought, what if he used it? He grabbed the car doors in his hands, jumped down, and shouted loudly that it was time to clean it up. Kim Hyun-woo began to deal with all the monsters on his way. Looking down, he saw the very monsters he had thrown off. And this was the very bottom of the crack. Looking to the side, he saw a monster. It was a climber, the Crimson Horse Archer. This was the very key he needed. Did he put it there so that it would be easier for him to take it? Kim Hyun-woo thought it would be quite easy. He tried to hit the monster, but it dodged. The guy didn't understand how it happened. Turning around, the Crimson Horse Archer struck the guy back, after which he flew to the side. Kim Hyun-woo couldn't understand it, but he knew that it was some kind of terrible nonsense. They struck each other again and again. No matter how strong the guy was, this monster was in no way inferior to him. He was much stronger than Kim Hyun-woo thought. It was very different from those in the tower. He will have to do this after all this time. Rising to his feet, the guy told the monsters that he would now come to an end. He wouldn't want to use this technique again. When Kim Hyun-woo was still imprisoned in the training tower, that novella said that he was able to come out when he created his martial arts and learned the truth. Then he realized that this was the way out. Why was he only now able to think of this? Well, that's it. This time he will definitely be able to get out. At that moment, he stubbornly walked toward his goal. I tried everything possible, and thus he began to create his own martial art. But for martial arts, he only knew incredible things that he saw in webtoons and films. But that didn't bother him at all. It was important for him to hope that everything was possible if he became a master. He used the fake tricks that came to his mind first. He struck, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, he was able to overcome it. Skills he has earned. By clearing the tower 100 times, we were able to make these techniques real. He didn't want to remember his dark past again. He thought it was good that there was no one there. Otherwise, they would have heard him shouting the name of the technician. Embarrassing habits from his dark past. This is not something that can be demonstrated. Holding the key in his hands, he said that now he would finally receive normal answers from AV. Looking up, he saw a drone. And they say it's a rank? The girl said that this time she did not bring him an analysis from their analytics department. And those are the results of the official skills test from the association. Even after this video, he didn't understand. Does this guy only have a rank skills? Without magic and without any objects, in an ordinary tracksuit. Hyuk Sung-woo thought it was incredible power. The man asked Yu Byung-wook if he had collected the material. The man replied that he did everything he could. There is something that can hinder even such a force. He told them to take action as soon as they were ready. The next day, the Hunters Association awarded it in recognition of his efforts to stop the glacial crevasse. A crazy daredevil, the audacity of an A-rank rookie. Isn't that S-rank? The man looked at him from head to toe. He said that it seemed that he had to buy clothes for Kim Hyun-woo. The guy replied that he should not pay attention to him. He asked through gritted teeth, where are the guy's manners? Kim Hyun-woo asked if he could go now. He turned around and ran away. The man didn't understand what this guy was allowing himself to do. Beijing, China. Peta Guild headquarters. Looking at the screen, the girl could not believe her eyes. She recognized the pose and appearance. Pointing her finger at him, she asked what his name was. The girl replied that this was a hunter who had recently left the tower, Kim Hyun-woo. The girl ordered to find out about him. Let him find everything about him, from A to Z. Since the past, everything he has done. The guy entered and bowed, saying that he had come to tell about the seizure of the Wei Yin Guild. They managed to capture all the dungeons located in the south. He continued to say that in the process a conflict arose with Ares. It seems they have kidnapped one of their representatives. The girl said that a representative who can be beaten even by fools like Ares is pathetic. If he can't come back alive, he doesn't belong there. Let him increase the speed of capturing guilds. When a territory is captured, let there not be a single dungeon left. This is for her oath. This is all for her promise. Lee So-yun asked the guy, does he know that he is very popular now? The guy asked, really? The guy's answered that yes, he's just a celebrity. So famous that all the headlines are about him. He didn't understand why journalists do the same thing. What 12 years ago, what now? The girl said that he couldn't just leave after receiving the award. The journalists saw everything, and he thinks they will remain silent about it. Kim Si-hyun added that he was also wearing sports striped sneakers. He won't even meet these people again. Why should he worry about this every day? He will live the way he wants. Getting up, the guy said that he would go out for a minute. The guys asked, where is he? Kim Hyun-woo said he was going to a meeting. So-yun is very worried about him. Ha-seo Kwon asked why should she worry when he has such abilities? The guy said that not only did Ares become an enemy, but he also drove everyone crazy. He just recently left the tower, and he has already done so many things. Everyone was downcast. The girl didn't understand why he was doing this. Seo Kwon told him not to worry so much. He clearly has something on his mind. The guy met with AV again. The girl saw him and said that she was glad to meet him. He replied that too. He asked if his status, or whatever it was called, had risen. She replied that yes, by killing Archer, his right to information skill rose from the lowest rank to the lowest. He got angry. How low is that? Is she bullying him now? AV asked him to wait. She says that she was taught. Let him calm down. Kim Hyun-woo asked which idiot taught her this. The girl replied that it was a system. Now she can hardly tell him anything. But soon everything will be. He has now become a guard. She can tell him what he should do. If he succeeds, he will be able to find out whatever he wants. Since he was appointed as a guardian, he must now fight the Ascenders. Kim Hyun-woo asked, who else are they? AV replied that those who climb the tower. The guy said that he lived in the tower for a long time, but this is the first time he's heard about such things. AV was not talking about a training tower at all, but about one that consists of 12 floors, including the ground. She will tell him about her. She repeated that guard Kim Hyun-woo must now guard 9 of the 12 floors. That is the ground. He clearly didn't expect to hear this. He will have to stop Ascenders ascending to the 9th floor. But he just wanted to find out who got him stuck in the tower. He began to shout why everything was so complicated and confusing. Why are there more and more tasks every time? AV added that if he doesn't stop them, the 9th floor will be destroyed. And in this case, he will disappear along with the planet on which he lives. He asked if he should shut up because he would have to do it anyway. Is this what she meant? AV replied that not at all. That's not what she wanted to say. Kim Hyun-woo asked what then. That is, she didn't tell him to shut up. The guy enragedly ordered her to speak if she had anything to say. Why is she mumbling? AV thought about it. She is one of the leaders of the 9th floor, and she shouldn't be so depressed. Roughly calling him by name, she suddenly remembered that this was not possible. They chose him to be the guardian of the earth for his own good. They want to help him. AV said that there would also be a reward, and it will be better with each new feat and defeated ascendant. Kim Hyun will only ask one thing. How high must his rank be before he can find out information about who created the training tower and who locked him there? AV replied that this requires at least the highest rank. He decided to ask, will his rank rise if he catches those rising? The girl answered yes. Kim Hyun-woo was wondering how many of them would need to be caught. It was difficult for her to say the exact number because ascenders are also divided into levels. Simply put, the top 5 ascenders. That's about how much he'll need to sweat for the highest level. He wondered what level was that red goblin he caught. AV asked, is he talking about the Crimson Horse Archer? The girl replied that as far as she knows, this is the lowest level. Kim Hyun-woo replied that it was good. He seemed to understand everything. He looked at the window and decided that he would stop thinking about this incomprehensible nonsense, about whether the Earth is included in the tower, and about whether he needs to save it. The guy can't live with a headache, but he needs to find out who locked him in the tower. Therefore, he will destroy these ascendants. This is all he thinks about. Then his phone showed an incoming call from Lee So-yeon. Picking up the phone, the guy asked why she was suddenly calling him. The girl screamed into the phone for him to urgently go watch the news. Kim Hyun-woo didn't understand what happened, but he turned on the TV. There was shocking news that a guy killed a hunter from the Ares Guild. He didn't understand what this bullshit was. The presenter said that information had appeared that Kim Hyun-woo, who took an active part in suppressing the glacial fissure, killed one of the hunters of the Ares Guild. Han So-kwan's house. The phones were just burning with incoming calls. So-yeon told the guy that he left the tower after 12 years. Doesn't he realize that because of this he is now a famous person? In addition, a few days ago he single-handedly dealt with a glacier crevasse, and because of this, even other countries are watching him. And now everyone is talking about murder. No wonder she had been worried about his run-ins with Ares from the very beginning. Kim Hyun-woo asked the girl not to worry. There was nothing like that there. And then she became angry at his words. Does he think everything is like in the tower? He just lay there and wondered what it was like to feel like his wife was dripping on his brains. Although what kind of wife can we talk about when he has never even had a girlfriend? The guy asked her, is she so worried about him? So Yun asked a question in response. Isn't it obvious? Without thinking twice, Kim Hyun-woo decided to ask her a not modest question. What does she like about him? This is exactly the question that took the girl by surprise. She asked if the guy was joking now. One more question like that, and she'll fry him with her lightning. The guy agreed with her because she is really capable of this, so it would be better not to continue this. Turning to Hyun-woo, sure Hyun showed him his phone. He's never had so many missed goals. He's in first place again. The guy was happy that he came in first place for the first time. Han So-kwan replied that he had actually been there before. The guy decided to read the article. Murder suspect Kim Hyun-woo and his friends, the leaders of the 3 major guilds, are similar in character. Another proof from the Ares Guild. Hyun-woo asked Sure Hyun why he was looking at him like that. The guy replied that they hid it. Now society will trample them. He hoped that there was at least a modicum of decency in him. The guy told him to just turn off the phone like him. Looking at Han So-kwan, he asked when the press conference will start. He replied that there were about 30 minutes left. Sure Hyun asked, did they call journalists? Lee So-yeon also asked what they were going to do now. Kim Hyun-woo asked, what do you mean? Do they think he would call journalists without preparing? As if it wasn't like him. He's not going to beat up journalists and announce that he will destroy Ares, is he? Yoo Byung-wook said that everything is going strictly according to plan. They made a big deal as soon as they made it public. He said that almost every news channel was talking about this last night, and even special meetings were scheduled to discuss this topic. As expected, the internet is abuzz with criticism towards Kim Hyun-woo. The man was wondering how they were doing now. They organized a press conference today at 2 o'clock. But judging by the mood of society, the guy will have a hard time. Hyuk Sung-woo thought that yes, in order to win, you need to attack first. It's too late to resist. In the fight against Kim Hyun-woo, you need to be one step ahead of him. This is the only way to win. His absurd actions played into their hands. He asked the man, will the conference be live? Yoo Byung-wook replied that yes, but just in case, they sent several people there. Therefore, Kim Hyun-woo should not mess with him. Mokdong. Press conference. Journalists ask questions. Is what they are saying about him now true? Why did he attack Aries? How does he feel about the Aries Guild? And many other tricky questions. The guy replied that they would start with the fact that he doesn't know how press conferences are held. So he'll just be himself. The guy asked what their question was. The reporter asked if Kim Hyun-woo is feeling well now. He replied that it was just crap. He pointed to one of the reporters who raised his hand. The journalist asked, is it true that he killed the hunter from Aries? Hyun-woo replied yes. They all immediately began to discuss it with each other, because they did not expect that Kim Hyun-woo would tell everything so quickly. But the guy will be grateful to all of them if they listen to him first and only then draw conclusions. To be honest, he doesn't know why the Aries Guild did this to him. Although there was one time when he refused their touts. He didn't know then that they were so rude. Having said all this, Kim Hyun-woo turned on the recording on his phone. This was a recording from the very day when the guy walked into that very swamp. The man asked permission to introduce himself. He is a magnificent man who was personally sent to him by Aries. He is an assassin sent by Aries. Journalists began to discuss that this was a recording from a voice recorder. Everyone was surprised. Did he just say killer? Could he be so capable while bound in chains? The guy said that if he's talking about these, then what's wrong with them? Everyone he worked with, they were all the same. They pretend to be calm, but in reality they are racking their brains and trying to escape in primitive ways. The man killed guys like him. At this point, Kim Hyun-woo stopped recording. One of the reporters asked where this was recorded. The guy replied that Aries must have already told them about this place. This is the same swamp where he killed this hunter named Shin Chong-gun. He went there in order to catch the boss, but something happened that he did not expect at all. And now, this is very interestingly told in the news. It's like the victim's Aries. The reporter asked, so he means that the accusations from the Aries Guild are false? Kim Sher-hyun asked, according to them, this is not so? The man asked how he would prove the authenticity of this recording. In fact, he would be upset if he didn't hear this question. The guy thinks it will be enough if he just shows them when this recording was made. But since they insist so much, Kim Hyun-woo asked if they knew what it was and pointed to the phone in his hands. He said that this was the phone number of the one who was going to kill him. Kim Hyun-woo said that since he is blocked, he will not be able to confirm his words. But if the police or security guards take it, it will become possible. He brought it just to show them. So what happened to this killer? After all, he was just a newbie who came out of the tower back then, so he could only resist. Just fought to stay alive. But, unfortunately for that man, during their battle, he fell into the mouth of the boss of the dungeon, a mega alligator, and it killed him. One of the reporters shouted that Kim Hyun-woo himself had just said that he killed him. He replied that it could be said that way. In any case, during the battle with him, you cannot relax. He had heard many times about how amazing Aries was, and that's why I wanted to leave everything as it was and remain silent. But he didn't think at all that it would go this far. Well, really, this isn't the first time they've gotten him. Did you think they could just get away with it? Yoo Byung-wook was incredibly angry because everything was turned upside down because of such a small thing as a recording. Woo Chung-myung said that this is a chance for journalists to get a hold of Aries. They won't miss him for anything. Moreover, this is a little more interesting than one dead hunter. The man thought that Kim Hyun-woo was a naive boy who only had strength. But they must now be vigilant. Sher-hyun asked Hyun-woo how he thought of recording the conversation, as if he knew something would happen. Seo-kwon was also surprised when he watched the broadcast, even taking Shin Chong-gun's phone with him. The girl didn't know that he was so prudent. Kim Hyun-woo said that it was all a lie. He's talking about the phone, if anything. The guys listened with their mouths open. They began to ask, was what he said at the press conference all a lie? Taking the phone in his hands, he said that it was the wrong killer. and the recording is real. They told him so much about Ares being dangerous that it occurred to him to record their conversation. But he didn't think he needed either. He said that he took this phone from the pile of phones that was lying in Kim Soo-hyun's room. He really changes phones often. So Hyun said that he would get in trouble if his phone was checked. They will find out everything. Why did he lie? The guy replied that no one would know. The guys asked why he was so confident. He replied that the police would not have time to pick him up because Ares would find him faster. They will definitely try to negotiate with him. Then the guys laughed sharply. Hyun-woo didn't even understand what was going on. And so Hyun asked if they think she's stupid because she's angry. The guy finally suggested that everyone should eat together instead of worrying. And then he went into his thoughts. The Ares Guild is called a large guild because their main headquarters is located in America, and they have dungeons in different parts of the world. Among them, they took the most dungeons in Korea. He didn't know what would happen next. He does not care. Will they slander him, or will they want to reach an agreement? Because they have something to lose, but Kim Hyun-woo does not. Standing in the parking lot, the guy told Soo-hyun to go home alone while he took a short walk. The guy didn't understand why he was doing this, but he hopes that everything will be fine with him. He went into some alley. He said they arrived faster than he expected. There were already a lot of guards around him. Kim Hyun-woo said that he was wondering what would happen if he was left alone. And they're already here. The man stood in front of him and said that there was a person who wanted to see him. Let him follow them. Laughing, the guy asked why they were so fashionable. Are they medieval killers? The man looked at him angrily. So they say some big shot from Ares wants to see him? The man replied that he would find out when he went with them. Kim Hyun-woo asked what would happen if he didn't want to go with them. He replied that then they would force him. They know that it became quite popular after the glacial fissure. They must be very confident to say such things, knowing him. He turned and picked a couple of onions. Pointing his finger at the man, he asked him to come to him. The man ran up and started shouting so that Kim Hyun would not dare to underestimate them. Let him not think that they're the same as Shin Chong-gun. He wanted to say that they were as strong as he was, but he didn't have time. The guy quickly dealt with him. Seeing this, they began to shout to the leader. Seeing that he did not answer, one of them ordered an attack. Everyone had their swords pointed towards Kim Hyun-woo, but something went wrong. They couldn't believe it. Why don't their blows go through? Looking at them, Kim Hyun-woo asked, have they already done everything they wanted? The guy dealt with everyone very quickly. The guy grabbed the man by the collar and held him. He, in turn, asked to spare him. He replied that it was good. He would leave him. But in return, he will introduce him to someone who wanted to see him so badly. Otherwise, he will face the same fate as his friends. Underground bunker. The men stood and discussed that they could not believe that their guild had spent all the money on this. The man replied not to say that. Thanks to this place, the hunter-killers can work happily. The second one answered that exactly. He asked, it seems that today the first team of the administrative department will bring a celebrity there. Experienced player Kim Hyun-woo. He often appears on television and seems to be quite fearless. But when he thinks about what will happen to him when he is beaten by their guys, they will probably try everything in the bunker today so that the authorities don't get angry. Then something suddenly fell in front of them. Looking at the guy in his hand, Kim Hyun-woo asked, is it there? Crossing his hands in front of him, he replied that yes, that's right. The men wondered where the first team was. Is he really the only one left? They clearly didn't expect this. In the bunker, the man wondered what that noise was. The hunter replied that there seemed to be some trouble upstairs. This is from the elevator. Someone is definitely coming down there. Let everyone get ready. Then the elevator doors fly open, and their man falls right in front of them. Upon entering, Kim Hyun-woo said that everything was interesting there. Do they really have that much money to build these things underground? The man began to ask who he was and how he got there. The guy replied that he was the angel of death who had come to take their lives. The girl was sitting in some room. Judging by what was around her and the way her body looked, it was clear that she was being held hostage. Hyuk Sung-woo asked, maybe you already tell? She still doesn't realize that the Peta Guild abandoned her. The girl looked at him silently. If they continue, she will definitely die. It's better to tell them the secrets and vulnerabilities of the guild, and they will give her everything she wants. He ordered a pull again. So she really wants to die. One of the men asked if they could really kill her. Sun Woo said he doesn't care. She still doesn't want to say anything, so they can break it. Looking at everything that was happening, the man simply stood there with his mouth open. At this time, one of the hunters was attacking Kim Hyun-woo, but he dealt with him without even taking his hands out of his pocket. Turning to the man, the guy said that he came at their invitation, but why are they so harsh? He asked if they could fight him. The man was thinking and was sure that Kim Hyun-woo was not a rank. Hunters from rank B+ work in this bunker, and killers from A+S rank. They selected those closest to S rank among them and sent them to Kim Hyun-woo. They don't have anyone who can handle it. True, he dealt with the glacial crevasse himself. He would like to say that the boss's level was low. But Kim Hyun-woo is worthy of S rank. He is not just S rank, but is most likely the best among them. The man is in the middle of the ranking, but if he goes against him. The guy called him and asked if he was deaf. Let him decide quickly. He wants him to beat him or still talk to him. To be beaten. He decided to talk to him anyway. He needs to be careful until he knows exactly how strong he is. He definitely needs to keep an eye on him. Kim Hyun-woo said that then perhaps we should start by talking about compensation. Hyuk Sung-woo asked about compensation. The guy replied that he seemed to be deaf. Yes, about compensation. He wants to be compensated for the damage that was done to him. From trying to kill him to how they created problems for him with the help of the press. Did they think Kim Hyun-woo would forgive them for this? The man asked what he wanted. He said he wanted 10 billion won. And on top of that, several of their entry-level dungeons. The man, unable to bear it, shouted, "Does he even understand how much he demands?" Kim Hyun-woo asked what's wrong with that. He thought this was normal enough. It's not that much for them. Sun-woo realized that this bastard knows everything. Okay, 10 billion won. It will take a little time, but it is possible. But he asks for entry-level dungeon rights. There is no way a novice hunter can take them away from them. The guy asked why he was stalling for time. Then now add another 5 billion. The man asked to wait. Turning to Kim Hyun-woo, he said that it was bad that there was such tension between them. He asked why the guy refused their good offer, since he needed money. He wants to have power and the right to dungeons. Sun-woo said that it doesn't matter what else he wants. If he joins their guild, he will get everything he wants. He promises him this. Wouldn't it be smarter to benefit than to be the enemy of a major guild? Looking at him, the guy said that they were so pathetic. Why is he talking nonsense when Kim Hyun-woo is talking about compensation? RN said that he would also take that tied-up girl. He asked why they were all so similar. They consider themselves cool, and it's always the same thing, Aries and Aries. But what will happen if their power simply does not work on him? Hyuk Sun-woo said that the guy is so confident in himself. The guy replied to stop pulling and told him, will he accept his terms, or will he die? Kim Hyun-woo said that 11 billion won and the rights to 4 low-ranking dungeons. Hyun asked if he received all this as compensation, right? He replied yes. The guy asked how he managed to take all this from the power-hungry Hyuk Sun-woo. He replied that he had no choice if he wanted to live. How did he even take her with him? Hyun-woo replied that he was a hostage. He said that he would like to ask her. The guy was wondering what his friend wanted to ask her about. He replied that this is a personal matter, so don't worry about it. Hyun said that he will go anyway. Today is the day when all the bosses will recover, so he needs to clear them out. The guy wished him good luck. Looking at her hand, he saw a tattoo that was very similar to something. He began to remember. True emptiness comes from abandoning oneself. That's exactly what he told himself as he cut out the mask. And the fact that this tattoo was so similar to his mask, could it all be just a coincidence? An information window about the girl appeared in front of him. After looking and reading everything, he thought that there was nothing unusual there. He thought that he hardly knew her, and decided that it would be better to ask her personally when she woke up. His notification window appeared in front of him. It was said there that the Ascendant is rising to the 9th floor. The guy didn't understand why so suddenly. An invitation, and only 5 seconds left. He again moved to the room where AV was. He asked the girl why she called him so easily. Addressing the guy by name, she shouted that he was already on his way. Kim Hyun-woo asked who she was talking about. AV replied that she was talking about the next Ascendant. The guy asked who he was and when he would come. Hitting her on the head again, he asked if she had decided to say that she had nothing more to say to him. Everything is displayed in the notification, right? The girl replied that she had already told him about this many times. There's nothing you can do. His access level is too low. Is she making fun of him? If he can't even find out when this ascendant will arrive, then what is the point of this notification? Why the hell did she call him? To say the same thing as in the notification. AV shouted that this was not so at all. She invited him to warn him. She said that this ascendant is stronger than other creatures. He is not like those he has met before. And before he comes, he needs to prepare. The girl said that he must awaken his magical abilities as soon as possible, or he may be in danger. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "Is this ascendant dangerous? Is he high-ranking?" She replied no. If such a person comes there, magical skills alone will not be enough. The real apocalypse will begin, and without magic, he will not be able to resist even mid-ranking ascenders. The guy asked if he could find out where the ascendant will appear. Will there be another crack? AV replied that she couldn't tell. Maybe a crack will appear, or maybe something else entirely. The form that the ascendant takes is determined by his abilities and achievements. Hyun-woo can already sum it up. The mid-ranking ascendant goes there, but she won't tell him a damn thing, and will just watch him struggle. That's what she told him, right? His fist was ready again. The girl asked why he always takes out his anger on her. Didn't his parents teach him that he shouldn't hit girls? Looking her straight in the eyes, he replied that his parents died in a car accident when he was very young. AV began to say that she was very sorry. That's not what she meant at all. Kim Hyun-woo replied that it's okay. It doesn't matter, so there's nothing to be sorry about. Looking closely at the guy, she thought that, contrary to her beliefs, he was still a good guy. Headquarters of the Aaron Guild. Kim Hyun shouted that everything was going wrong from the very beginning. It seems that the magic circle is also a hoax. She said that he would feel mana as soon as he stepped on it. The guy shouted that it was all screwed. So Yun shouted at him not to dare break this thing. This magic circle costs almost 5 trillion won. Kim Hyun-woo asked if it could be that he is the kind of person who has no mana at all. She replied that she couldn't. The girl had never heard of such hunters. And she hasn't heard about those who can't unlock their mana either. Even with the help of a mage like her and a mana concentration circle. The guy asked what she was carrying. Is this possible or not? The girl asked him to wait a little. Approaching them, Hyun asked why they were both so depressed. Just don't let him say that he still hasn't unlocked it after 4 days. The guy asked if he came to make fun of him. The guy replied that not only. He also brought a letter that was addressed to him. Hyun asked, did the guy found a guild? He replied that once he had the dungeon, he thought he might try a couple of things. The girl asked, is the guild called a guardian? He replied that the one who protects is cool. He asked his friend if the girl he brought had not woken up yet. Hyun replied that nothing has changed. Kim Hyun-woo asked, this can't be brain death? A friend told him that no. His sister said it was just a shock. Then all they have to do is wait. Besides, are they sure that he will get mana just by sitting in a circle all day long? He absolutely did not understand what kind of feeling they were talking about. The girl asked, why don't they ask someone who can inhale mana? Hyun asked, does she mean Agaki Yasumi? The girl answered yes. Inhale mana. The guy had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. They told him about the head of the guild, Inazumi, has special and unique skills. It's called mana inspiration. He had heard that she knew right through the mana paths of hunters who could not use mana correctly to raise their rank. Kim Hyun-woo asked, is this true? Did such a cool method exist? Looking at his phone, he asked if he would have to fly to Japan to meet her. The guys answered that it was true. The guy started shouting that he was too lazy for that. Something happened to the circle. He began to tell Yun to calm down. He will pay for everything. In front of the middle dungeon in the Sujinami area, Tokyo, Japan, someone shouted to Nakawaga, asking the head to save him. Nagakawa Yasumi, head of the Izanami Guild. She shouted for everyone to duck down. She starts attacking again. There was a strong blow, for which the girl simply flew to the side. She saw someone approaching her. Yasumi asked what the hell is he? He replied that maybe she was lucky, since she dodged his blade, she would answer. But no matter what name he should tell her, people on her floor called him differently. Some are Ascendant and others are Destroyer. He was also called the Devil or the God of Lightning, but his name is Chongma. Swinging his sword, he left the girl no chance. Kim Hyun-woo received a notification that the Ascendant had reached the 9th floor through the passage. The location was Sujinami, Tokyo, Japan. The guy was surprised. Rising in Japan? He asked Hyun to prepare transport for him, and quickly. He read the news and realized that there was already a big mess there because of this Ascendant. He still hadn't learned how to use mana and was worried whether everything would be okay. Hyun told the guy that he knows he is always unpredictable, but why did he suddenly head to Japan? He was just saying that he was too lazy to try this method. The guy answered his friend that some things had come up. Maybe he'd tell him on the way. Looking at the guy, Hyun asked Hyun-woo if he had a passport. He didn't think about this at all. What should he do? He must reach this Ascendant. Meeting room for security guards of the Japanese Association. The man asked Nagakawa why she was still alive. He heard from the news that she died yesterday in the battle with Songma. The girl replied that she was able to resurrect herself with an artifact. The man asked, "Is Youngma that strong?" She answered yes. He said that since her death, as the main S-rank hunter, was shown live all over the world, none of the hunters are willing to help them. Even if Nakawaga died there without being able to do anything, they would still be in the same position as now, even if the 3 of them attacked him. And there are no takers. None of the hunters sent to stop him succeeded. In addition, there are also a lot of casualties among the civilian population. This means that all they have to do is watch. Kim Hyun-woo appeared in front of Youngma. The guy told him that he couldn't believe it. He wanted to check the information, but apparently this doesn't work for Ascenders. The guy asked, isn't the principle of the Ascendant itself now outdated? Kim Hyun-woo asked what he is. The Ascendant began to swing his sword, but the guy quickly stopped him, saying that he shouldn't do this, and it would be better to let him answer. The man said that he would answer him, since the guy was able to dodge his blow. His name is Chongma. At the same time, he swung his sword again. Kim Hyun-woo managed to dodge. He thought that the Ascendant was fast, but apparently not enough, since he was able to dodge. At first glance, it looked like one hit, but these were dozens of swings in one. If he hits it, he will cut it into thousands of pieces. He thought that a too close fight would be much beneficial for him, so that Freak won't be able to swing his sword. Under no circumstances should he allow him to increase the distance. Chongma thought that this was quite interesting even for him, and entered the battle again. The man asked who the guy is. On the last floor and on the floor before him, no one could stop him. Kim Si-hyun asked at 2 o'clock. The girl replied that yes, they were waiting for reinforcements. Everything has changed so quickly, they still don't know how to change these forces. He thought about it. Kim Hyun-woo disappeared as soon as the plane landed. The guy was interested in why he was standing there. Could he really know where the fault would appear? He asked Chongma what other skills were these. The man asked what he thought were skills. The combined blows he was launching at him, the aura of lightning that surrounded him, and that divinely demonic sword that would cut him open. Nothing he uses comes from the power of an uncivilized system called skill. Kim Hyun-woo thought he needed to dodge. He thought that he could retreat, but then the distance would increase. He even used the power of the Lord. Kim Hyun-woo thought that he had succeeded, but unfortunately, this was not the case. Youngma said to let him take back his words. The guy is not just interesting, but outstanding. Made him use all the techniques he hadn't used since he became an Ascendant. Now, let the defender try to dodge this. Kim Hyun-woo thought that he should close the distance again. The man said that this is why he was nicknamed the god of lightning and the sky. Lightning sword, Raiden Divine Blade. The man used everything possible just to deal with the guy. Kim Hyun called him an incredible monster in his mind. The objects that the sword touched disappeared without a single sword. Chongma said that the guy has a keen eye. I grabbed him by the cloak as he swung and turned his body. However, it seemed like he still couldn't completely dodge. Then the guy suddenly felt a flow of electricity. It flowed through his entire body. Then he realized something. It was that same feeling. He unlocked his mana. The man was very curious if Hyun would lead a second time. The guy thought it was amazing. For abilities that have been honed independently without the help of a skill system. He repeated the name Chong-ma in his head. He wondered if this was the same Chong-ma who was mentioned in the countless martial arts books he had read. Then he was the one who rose to the top of the martial arts. He is the strongest fighter. He asked if the guy still wanted to confront him. After seeing the riding blade, it was amazing. Kim Hyun-woo asked if he thought it scared him. The man replied that he was proud. Still doesn't understand that he can't defeat him. The guy replied that he was right. With the powers available to him, he cannot be defeated now. But on the other hand, it seems that his lightning pierced his mana paths. He trained in all types of martial arts while locked in the tower. There was one technique that eluded him no matter how hard he tried. Demonic magic. Divine demonic art of combat. A technique that helped those who studied it as a special art of combat. The one and only technique. Back then, he was inexperienced and did not know how mana flows to create a certain technique. All he did was follow Chong-ma's path in the many books he had read, blindly copying the movements. So he decided to put aside his regrets. The guy said 10 seconds. For 10 seconds, he was his master. Chong-ma clearly did not understand what was going on. Kim Hyun-woo said that since he learned something from him, he would immediately show all his cards. The guy decided to act smart, collect all the mana at one point, and explode it in one hit. Chong-ma decided to use something. The guy asked, is this a skill? Kim Hyun-woo just managed to pronounce the divine kick of the Lord. He was able to successfully defeat the Ascendant, for which he again received points. Imperial Palace. The girl watched everything that was happening. She was sure that this was the man. This man is her teacher. She said that she couldn't stand it anymore. This is how she will die. It was a long time ago. But she saw that the monsters were defeated. The man who taught her to fight. The first person she served as someone above her. She asked the man what zones were left. He replied that only the Eastern Dungeon remained, belonging to the Vayan Guild. If they occupy it, then all zones will belong to the Imperial Guild. They will resolve this issue in a month. The girl told the guys that this time she would go with them. She promised her teacher that when he went out into the world, she would prepare a place that would suit him. She needs to hurry to meet her master. It was thanks to him that she learned the fighting technique, and it was thanks to him that she is now alive. Coming out of the airport, the guys were met by a bunch of reporters. They began to ask questions. What was the name of the technique that he used in the fight with Songma? Everyone thought that he had no mana. Was he hiding it? Did he know in advance that the rift would appear in Japan? How did he get there so quickly? Sure, Hyun thought about it, because he himself would not mind finding out the answers to all those questions. Hyun-woo pointed his finger at the guy and said that he would answer all the questions, since he was with him all this time. When he came home, he took off his shoes, having said that in their time, there were so many curious people. Sure, Hyun needs to deal with this. Then she appeared in front of him, the same girl he had saved. Bowing, she said that she would like to thank him again for saving her. The girl he saved from the Ares Guild is named Hong Ling. She is the envoy of the Peta Guild. She was kidnapped by the Ares Guild after they tried to appropriate the dungeon owned by the Peta Guild, and the girl defended it. That's why she was tortured. But he was not at all interested in this. He asked the girl what kind of tattoo she had on her shoulder. She replied that the tattoo means the envoy of the Pado Guild. The guild leader told her that it symbolizes that they are under the sky. This is exactly what the head told her when she personally recruited him. Nothing in the world can be higher than it. There is only one, that is the sky. Everything else should remain lower. Kim Hyun-woo got angry and asked him to stop. The girl got scared and asked, did she do something wrong? The guy said no, it's not about her. The guy realized that he had made a mistake in the past. He didn't understand why the nonsense he said back then inside the tower, which he was desperately trying to forget, came out of this girl's lips. A long time ago, when he thought that he could leave the tower if he achieved enlightenment in martial arts. And even then he suffered from 8th grader syndrome. He believed and followed things that were described in comics and anime. He didn't understand what kind of bastard did this. What kind of idiot is spreading his dark history through the meaning of tattoo? He decided it was that bastard. This is the person he saved who became a member of that guild. He couldn't believe it himself. Turning to the girl, he said that when she returns to the Pado Guild, let her tell her head not to look for him, ever. A few days later, after Hong Ling departed for China, The guy decided to participate in the show Find Out the Hunter. The girl asked, they should all know who their guest is today, right? This is the center of everyone's attention, Hunter Kim Hyun-woo. The guys didn't understand why their friend Hyun-woo decided to appear there. The guy replied that he said that he had something to tell. He didn't know either. Kim Hyun-woo said that he actually came there to promote something. He said that he created his own guild, so he is looking for participants. So if they want to enter their name, he is waiting. Sure, Hyun asked the guy if he really needed to come on TV looking for new guild members. The guy asked, does he think he knew that so many requests would come? Kim Hyun, looking at this huge number of requests, asked the guy, he knows that the guy won't help him? Hyun-woo replied yes. The guys asked if they helped him with this. Would he let them use his starting dungeons too? Kim Hyun-woo replied that he said it was possible. He is probably the only one who asks the guild heads for help in such matters. Smiling, the girl said that she had already talked about this. So Kwon asked the guy why he was creating a guild, by the way. It will be very tiring for him. He will have to monitor many factors. Kim Hyun-woo replied that he just wanted to make some money. He earns a lot of money by clearing dungeons on his own. And since you got your own, if you do everything right, won't it bring even more money from the very beginning? Sure, Hyun asked for the sake of money. Hasn't he earned enough yet? So Hyun said that maybe he had a difficult childhood without money, and he is trying to compensate for this. At the interview, Kim Hyun-woo refused the man. He began to shout that he had the most experience among all S-rank hunters. He asked if the man had read his resume carefully. The guy replied that he read it, but he didn't like it. Let him quickly leave the office. After he left the office, people began to discuss whether this was not a hunter famous for clearing S-rank dungeons. They didn't think they would refuse him. Looking at the information window, the guy thought that it didn't matter that all his abilities were D-rank. He simply cannot choose someone with a selfish character. He found his new skills quite useful. AV congratulated him on his victory over the Ascendant. This time she invited him to improve his skills. Kim Hyun-woo said that instead of raising his level of information as he requested, and he also asked what it means to pump, AV wants to offer him an option regarding the skill of accessing information. In addition, she said that notification performance has been improved. Kim Hyun-woo asked, is this an identity check? He asked what he should do with such an upgrade. That's what he said, but he didn't expect it right away in this interview. He had access to information about the person. Looking at everything, he didn't understand whether this was good or bad. Looking to the side, he thought about them. Kim Hyun-woo thought that finally, one of them is a sacrificial person, and the other is a person based on friendship. The guy said that all three of them were accepted, as long as they do their work on time. Since he is very lazy, he thought that everything was fine. That would be enough. Sure, Hyun asked, is he sure everything is fine? What kind of guild interview only lasts an hour and a half? Kim Hyun-woo said that he chose guys who would not carry money behind their backs and accepted them into the guild. He said it was more than enough. Sure, Hyun asked if he chose them after testing their abilities. He replied that they didn't have to be strong. He would do all the fighting himself. Just let him think. There was not a single S rank among those interested. A friend told him that this rank is rare. There are only about 5,000 of them around the world. He asked, is this not enough? And what place is he in? The guy said that he is in 163rd place in this quarter. Han So-kwon is in 175, and Lee So-yeon is in 161. The guy asked, is this not that high? Sure, Hyun told him that if you enter the top 200, everyone will recognize him, and everyone will want to take him in. He wondered, were those guys at this level? The last time he saw the list of S-rank hunters by generation, there were many names in the middle that had disappeared. He asked what happened to them. He said that they died. Hyun-woo asked, is an S-rank strong? Why did so many of them die? The guy added that they died trying to contain an artifact of the Saint Plus class. There is a limit to which each hunter can raise his abilities. If his strength was C after he left the tower, such a hunter's strength would not increase above A. Usually you can't level up more than 3 ranks. In order to forcibly reduce the gap, you need to take possession of an artifact of level Saint Plus, located in the depths of the labyrinth. Hyun-woo asked if the labyrinth is a graveyard for S-rank hunters. The guy replied something like that. There are hunters who received a SD plus an artifact outside the labyrinth. Since many hunters already own them, they simply take them away. Then either he will kill or he will be killed. So they become hunter killers, and they are expelled. If this happens, his name will be removed from the official S rank lists. And those guys who then came to him from the Ares Guild, he wondered, were they like that? The guy replied that it was true. He realized that they had used all the dirty tricks. One of the initial dungeons, taken from the Ares Guild, that same visible swamp. They say this dungeon belongs to him now. He told Hyun to go ahead while he beat the recovered boss, and let him look after the area until the guy returns. If it really makes money, then you need to milk it faster. Opening the door, the guy saw him and shouted his name. The guy replied that there's no need to walk around and shout names like that. Wasn't it enough for them to be beaten with slippers? He said that he was entering the dungeon. Since it was now his, there shouldn't be a problem with that, right? Walking through the swamp, he thought that he had not been there for a long time. Looking to the side, he saw a man there. Grinning, he said that he was pleased to meet Kim Hyun-woo. The guy began to ask who he was. Was it really the Ares Guild again? He said that yes, the Ares Guild sent him, but he was not at one with them. Has the guy ever heard of a group of hunter-killers, Pandemonium? Those who know their name and history can only shake in fear. This is a group of mercenaries, former hunters, ranked in the top 100s rank. These are people who carry out their orders with a 100% guarantee if they are paid generously. They are recognized as legendary figures even in the world of hunter-killers. Gunner Jack, former S rank, 72nd place. Bloodwind UCO, former S rank, 68th place. Master Aslan, former S rank, 91st place. Surrounding Anya, former S rank, 52nd place. If targeted by these veterans, they will make sure you don't survive. The guy said that if she is in 52nd place, does this mean outstanding abilities as a magician? The girl replied that she heard words from him that were only worthy of laughter. He's a hunter and says he doesn't know her. The best hunter mage? He asked because he doesn't know. Let him stop boasting. She said that S-rank hunters from the first 50 died at their hands. Why does he think this happened? This was done by her, the debuff goddess surrounding Anya. The girl cast mana binding. Kim Hyun-woo asked, does this mean that she can also draw magic circles? The girl replied that there was no time to ask such obvious questions. He still doesn't understand what situation he's in. The guy replied that this is what he is doing right now. He asked to understand whether to kill them all or not, but they can't stand it. Someone shouted for everyone to kill him. Let them make sure he doesn't open his mouth anymore. Xi'an, China, the underground city of the Young Guild. Demon Yuzura Li Du Zhong S rank 52 places. The girl said that she had high expectations, since she was told that this is the key location of the Young Guild. But she's disappointed. The man replied that she was arrogant. The girl replied that she was done here. Her help was already on its way there. Does he think he can handle them alone? He tried to attack, but she dodged. She said that despite the fact that someone like him is not worthy of using this technique, it seems that she has no choice since he wants to see as soon as possible. The girl dealt with him very quickly. She kept repeating what a good and wonderful day it was today. The girl saved by the guy conveyed to her the words spoken by Kim Hyun-woo. He asked her not to look for him ever. Hong Ling, it just so happens that this child met the master earlier than her. Although she is offended, she is happy. The teacher is also waiting for him. She kept repeating his words. He said not to look for him, meaning not to look for him until he fulfilled all his vows. She needs this for her teacher, to prepare a place for her teacher. She would do everything she can, as quickly as she can. Gwangjin District, Aaron Guild. Kim Hyun-woo said that he brought someone who can fix her magic circle. Looking at the girl, he asked whether she could do it or not. The girl kept repeating what she could. She asked if he did this, would he let her go? Kim Hyun-woo replied that based on how well she does, let him start quickly. So Yun asked the guy, isn't this girl surrounding Anya? Former S rank, 52nd place. She seems to have been known as a hunter mage. The girl thought that she had stooped to killing hunters. She asked what happened for him to bring the criminal there. Hyun-woo said that the Aries Guild sent people again. He sent her comrade to the grave and brought her here. So Yun asked if Pandemonium had really come for him, and he dealt with them. She asked the guy to wait. His characteristics were definitely not at that level for him to be able to undress with Pandemonium. The guy replied that he thought his characteristics were a little strange. But what can he do? This is what the information screen shows. Even if he asks AV, she will most likely answer him again that he again does not have enough rights. In any case, don't worry about her. If a girl intimidates her a little, she will do a good job. She is one of those who will do anything to save life. She begged for mercy. She said that she could create objects and draw magic circles of all kinds. So she said that the main thing for her was to survive. She said she could fix the circle without gunpowder, right? The girl replied that yes, she can do it without using basic skills. Then let him take it. It belongs to her, but she can take it. Staff S+ rank and robe S+ rank. Kim Hyun-woo said that he would go somewhere, so let the girl keep an eye on her. So Yun asked where is he going? The guy replied that since he received a gift, it means he can answer him in kind. He needs to give gifts in return. He entered the Aries Guild. Everyone immediately took their positions and told him to leave, because it was forbidden to enter there if you were not a member of the guild. The guy asked, Hyuk-sun-woo is there, right? He came there with a gift for him. Just don't tell him that there are people out there who will complain about him after he beats them with it. The girls discussed what was happening before their eyes. They were worried that they too might be beaten with a toy hammer. Kim Hyun-woo asked if they had any courage left. They continued to stand there and block his passage while watching the show. He looked at them holding the same toy hammer in his hands. I asked that they do this because they are ready to leave for another world. Someone has already informed Hyuk-sun-woo that CEO Kim Hyun-woo is in the office with a toy hammer. The man thought that the guy was a sick bastard. His madness is already crossing all boundaries. Just think, he attacked them with a toy hammer. He thought that if news of this broke out beyond the walls of the guild, Aries would not soon be able to clear his name. What should he do? Call the main office and ask for reinforcements? No, you cannot. If he does this, they will question his abilities. They will think that the problem is with the Korean leadership. Then what the hell should he do? At this moment, the door to his office is knocked down. Walking inside with a hammer on his shoulder, the guy told Hyuk-sun-woo that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how he was doing. Swinging, Kim Hyun-woo said that first they would start after hitting him once and hit him straight in the face with a hammer. The toy hammer sent Sun-woo flying to the side. Hyun-woo asked how long ago they discussed this whole topic of compensation for damages. And after that, he sends something to those pandas. The guy asked him, is he completely tired of living? He thought, even Pandemonium is no match for Kim Hyun-woo. Hyuk-sun-woo asked, does he want something again as compensation? The guy said it's good that he agrees to cooperate. Let him get ready to pay him. About 20 billion won this time. He thought it was crazy, but in response he said that he would prepare them. Hyun-woo also added that he doesn't care how many more people will be sent after him. But every time he does this, first let him think about how much he will have to pay for it. When leaving, the guy turned and said to quickly call an ambulance. Otherwise, he would wait for his subordinates to die. Hitting the ground with his fist, he repeated the guy's name over his head, saying that he would kill him. But even Pandemonium could not cope with this. He must now think about a completely different league to get rid of this son of a bitch. Unfortunately, he cannot ask for support from the main office. But he has the right solution. He goes to China, brought one person from there. 5th in the world list of S rank, Dragon Emperor. The girl said that the last defender lost. As she promised, she will capture the last city. The man began to shout that nothing was finished yet. He will still be able to continue fighting. She began to take steps. I read up to 5. It was all over in 5 steps. She said that if this continues, it will be called destruction in 5 steps, not 10. Turning to her monsters, calling them guys, she invited them to have some fun on the next floor. Kim Hyun-woo lay and read the news. Everyone was heatedly discussing what was happening in the Aries Guild. People even discussed handing over the dungeons to Kim Hyun-woo. Approaching the guy, Kim Hyun asked him, did he know that 47 ambulances arrived at the guild building? The guy replied that he had just read it in the news. Sure, Hyun told him that if Aries pressed charges, he would immediately be sent to detention. Didn't he think about that? The guy asked again, will they press charges? They were the first to threaten his life. It was simply self-defense. And he beat them with a toy hammer. Why would they decide to act so seriously? The guy asked how many people he sent to the next world with that toy. Kim Hyun-woo said everything was fine. Nothing like that should happen, so don't worry at all. The guy asked why he reacted this way. Hyun-woo replied that it was time for his lectures. He said that it would be a shame if they cut his salary for being late. Sure, Hyun asked, lectures? Does he mean that beginner's lecture that Japan requested? He thought the guy was too lazy for this. Kim Hyun-woo said that they pay him 50 million won for them. If properly motivated, he will find the desire to do anything. The guy received a new notification that a new ascendant began to pass through the 9th floor. It will be delivered by invitation as soon as the time has expired. During the lecture, the guy thought, another ascendant? The girl asked Mr. Kim Hyun-woo if everything was okay. The guy replied that everything was fine, and he continued to say that now he would show them how to catch the monster boss with his bare hands, so let them not lag behind. Hyun-woo asked why the ascendant appears again so soon. She didn't even increase his knowledge of information after he dealt with Chong-ma, and is already giving him a new task. The girl replied that, of course, her knowledge of information had not improved, but there was a slight relaxation. He asked, is this true? The girl replied that yes, so she wants to provide him with information about this ascendant in advance. AV told him that this time the ascendant is not alone. He goes along with many comrades. Does she mean like that monster from the rift he saw at the beginning? The girl said it was a little different. Low-level ascendants like Han-ma summon monsters from the rift. The system creates monsters to support the low-level ones and help them destroy the world. However, the monsters that appear with such an ascendant can be called comrades. The guy said that this means this ascendant is at least medium and maybe high level. AV said that this is a mid-level ascendant. It is also slightly stronger than the previous one. Hyun-woo asked, is he stronger than Young-ma? She answered yes. The guy said, great. Then he can improve his knowledge of information if he takes care of him. Right? She replied that probably. Aaron Guild. He opened the door with his foot. Upon entering, he asked how the magic circle lives there. So Yun started screaming. How many times should she tell him not to open the door with his foot? Does he want to break her too? After asking for forgiveness, the guy said that he did it automatically. The girl asked why he came there. The guy answered to check how well it works. Anya replied that she had almost finished repairing the magic circle. He will be better than before, and it will last longer. Hyun-woo asked, is this true? He decided to do something else. She said that her special skill is teleportation. Let him draw a magic circle of teleportation. So Yun was surprised to hear that her special skill is teleportation. If she had that much power, why didn't she just run away? She said that this is because she cannot activate the skill with her own mana. She needs the help of a magic circle to use it. Here Hyun-woo got an information window. There was a notification that the ascender had reached the 9th floor. The location was in Germany. The girl asked her friend where he wanted to go with the help of her teleportation. The guy replied that he was going to Germany. Leipzig, Central Germany. Shavazer, the head of the guild, shouted to the monster to surrender. If he does this, they will spare him. The girl replied that she would have mercy. Don't let her be made fun of. That's too self-confident. The man asked, can't she see how many there are? She asked, is their confidence based only on numbers? She said it was very funny. It's good that they fight shoulder to shoulder with their comrades, because she will also fight with her friends. So won't blame them. First, let her introduce herself. She is their long-forgotten fears and fantasies. Master of everything they feared in the dark. The personification of the fear that swallowed their courage. She is the leader of the night parade of hundreds of demons, the mystical god of chaos. Kim Hyun-woo looked at the average flight time from South Korea to Germany. It is 11 hours and 10 minutes. He asked Anya how long should he wait for the completion of the magic circle. The girl replied that she had about 5 more hours to draw. Looking at her phone, so Yun read the news. She shouted to Kim Hyun-woo that a fault had appeared in Germany. The guy replied that he knew. She also added that they said they sent him a support request. This is broadcast all over the news. He replied that yes, he's just looking right now. He didn't understand why all the headlines of the material were exactly like that. So Yun asked, will he stop the rift this time? The guy answered yes. The girl was wondering if Kim Hyun-woo always has the desire to help everyone. This time the guys saw very interesting news that the source of the fault had made a strange proposal. She invited them to argue. The rules will be very simple. She will be in this city for 24 hours. And during this time, if someone manages to defeat her, she will leave her campaign and calmly retreat. But if they cannot stop her, she will continue to destroy the next city. She said she would wait. Christian Bergel, branch of the German Association. The man did not understand what was happening. He himself did not expect this. He was told that they had requested evacuation, but more than 20,000 casualties were reported. The disaster has not yet passed, so the damage will only increase. He asked what happened to the hunters they sent. The man said that 32 S-rank hunters and 68 A-rank hunters were completely destroyed. The situation is even more dangerous than the Japanese fault. They tried to request support from the 5 strongest S-rank hunters associated with the International Association, but were unable to contact any of them. The man was angry because they pay taxes. Then a man's phone rang and Christian Bergel shouted for him to pick up. Having answered the call, he said that he was busy now. Let them get down to business quickly. Here he clearly could not believe the words spoken. He told the man that help was already on the way. That hunter from Korea, Kim Hyun-woo, who killed Young Ma in Japan. So he arrived. This magical thing seemed very convenient to him. You could go straight to Germany. Approaching, he shouted to the monster that he would stop creaking and called him a piece of clay. He asked what kind of weaklings these are. Weren't they the ones who called him? Grabbing the monster by the thong, he asked where that girl was. He was already looking forward to meeting her. The news was already all over the fact that Kim Hyun-woo had arrived in Germany. Seeing him, she asked, is he the first opponent? He replied that she was very young and already spoke in such dialects. Is it really only her mouth that has aged? The girl said that he talks a lot. Kim Hyun-woo told her that if she was going to appear, she could have done it more quietly. But she turned the city into ruins. Will she take responsibility for this? The girl asked again, responsibility? She can't figure out whether he's brave or stupid. It's funny. She thinks it's up to her whether he's funny or stupid. The girl usually takes her time with her first opponent, but the stupid defender crossed the line. I decided to check if he is so good, since he allows himself so much. She said that the dragon lasted 5 steps, and that arrogant guy, who claimed that he was the strongest in the world, lasted 7. She decided to check and find out how many steps he could withstand. I've already taken 1 step, then 2. Kim Hyun-woo noticed that something strange was happening with the energy in the area. It was her mana energy. This energy of her mana expands and destroys the area. At this time, she had already taken step 3. The guy realized that these 3 steps are the problem. He must stop it. The 4th and 5th steps have already begun. He decided to counter with his strongest attack. She kept walking. She has already walked 7 steps. Kim Hyun-woo realized that he could not control his mana at all. Mentally calling her a bastard, he thought that she was not only putting pressure on his mana, but also expanding it. He felt as if his whole body was about to be torn to pieces. But that doesn't mean he can't. She said that he is better than the strongest man in the world from the previous floor. The girl has already taken 9 steps. He tried to stop her. The girl congratulated Hyun-woo and replied that he almost managed to stop her 9th step. But it seems to her that he will not be able to stop her 10th step. Having taken my 10th step, everything around me exploded. It was as if all the mana was asking to come out of him. He thought that he was being torn apart. The girl said it was incredible. She used all 10 steps of destruction, and he was able to survive and can even stand on his feet. That was incredible. Thanks to the fact that he could survive, this place was not completely destroyed. At the last stage, the entire city was erased in 5 steps. This is terrible, the guy said. AV told him that she was definitely stronger than Chungma. She hit him painfully. But he didn't expect such power. The mystic god of chaos asked what he was going to do now. Although he stopped her attack, It seems he can no longer fight. She asked, will he beg for mercy? Or keep their honor and fight to the death? Turning to her, Kim Hyun-woo said that she forgot another option. How he destroys it. Laughing, she said that was good. He seems to be very different from the rest of the fools. If so, she will also remain polite. And give it your all. This is all the mana she can use as a mystical chaos god and leader of the night parade of 100 demons. He felt that it was a completely different attack, which became many times more powerful. He was in incredible pain again. He stopped the endless expansion of mana. His durability level has been increased. His durability level was S rank. Thanks to this, he was able to withstand this terrifying damage. If his durability has become even stronger, then he will survive the next attack. The mana in his body awakened again. The rank increased again. The same thing that happened in the fight with Chongma. He needs to calm down. He thought that he could come up with something similar to what he turned with Chongma. While he was in the tower, he mastered tens of thousands of fighting styles. They were from manga, anime, and the like. For a normal person, they were just fictional characters connected by amazing fantasies. But for him, they were all teachers. One of the techniques that was passed down to him, the technique that Azura used to stop the demon god in the myths. She couldn't believe it. I didn't understand what it was. It looked dangerous. She had to finish this quickly. She only had to take one step. But her legs were in his hands. She thought that it had just happened behind her back. The girl began calling him names and asking how dare he touch her feet. She still has time. There are 8 more steps. Destruction in 10 steps is an increasingly powerful skill. One misstep will not weaken it. It is stupidity. She might just build up the power again. The guy shouted that this would not happen, but she continued to try. She thought that she would not allow him to stop her in such a strange way. The power of his destruction does not increase over 10 steps. The girl asked how dare he stop her? Having taken a step, he saw that now he too began to walk like that. She asked him a question about how he could destroy the power of her 10 steps. The feeling that they're all focused on him. Let him try to feel it until he dies. She was amazed to see him right in front of her. He replied that it didn't hurt at all. Before this, it was more painful. Kim Hyun-woo said it was his turn now. He used the fighting style and the nullification fist. The guy defeated the mystical god of chaos. AV appeared in front of Kim Hyun-woo. She congratulated Mr. Defender and thanked him for his contribution in destroying the mystical god of chaos. She said that as a result of this battle, his information skills rose from low to medium low. She invited him to warn him about what kind of information would be given to him in view of his promotion. Kim Hyun-woo noticed that she called him like this for the first time after defeating the Ascendant. The girl replied that she was glad and also wanted to warn as soon as possible. He said it was great. The sooner he said it, the better. The guy noticed that to begin with, the room seemed to become larger. AV said that every time a defender defeats an Ascendant and increases his authority, this room also changes. She said that there are a lot of things that have changed since he got a medium-low level of information proficiency. Handing him the remote control, AV said that this was one of them, and handed him the remote control. Now I can decorate the system room. Now, he can imagine the interior and press a button. This place will turn into what he imagined. He first imagined the first floor of the training tower, then an ordinary room. AV was incredibly surprised by this. Kim Hyun-woo asked why this is. The girl said that she only knew how to use the button, but could not use it herself. She also sees a human room on the 9th floor for the first time. The guy asked in surprise, is she always there? AV replied that she was there from the very beginning, as soon as she was created. Kim Hyun-woo thought, in this cramped room? Let him not say that she also sleeps there. She replied that yes, when she feels tired, she lies down on the table and sleeps. He suddenly felt sorry for her. He replied that it was okay, and asked besides this what else was there. His information and notification skills have been updated. He also has a new login skill. Without her invitation, as soon as the protector wishes, he can enter this place once a day. The guy replied that it was good. It's convenient to ask questions when there is something to ask. Since his knowledge of the information had increased, he asked permission to ask a question. Calling up his information window, He told the girl that there seemed to be something wrong with this screen. In addition, the characteristics increased after stopping the God of Chaos. He had the feeling that his abilities were much higher than those indicated there. Can she say why this is so? She replied that since he had a medium-low rank, she could say with confidence. He thought that finally. AV said that the blocking was imposed by the creator of the tower so that no one would become too strong inside it. So his characteristics cannot rise above a certain level. But this blocking only applies to the system. This is how this difference was formed in his real characteristics and those shown. She continued to say that unlike the information that was blocked, the defender's body continued to improve. Kim Hyun-woo was surprised. The answer is so simple. He asked, then what is the difference between his characteristics and the real ones? AV again could not answer him. His level of knowledge of information was too low. Hyun-woo asked, anything else? If there's a reason why he is stuck in the tower, let him say it. The girl could not say anything. Her level of knowledge was still too low. He was wondering when a strong ascendant comes. He would like to improve his knowledge of information faster. She answered Mr. Defender that it would destroy the world. Wyong Guild Building, Shanghai, China. S rank 17th place, Hongmu Hong Chun. The girl told him that she thought he would interest her. He is also an important member of the Wyong Guild. Turning to Young-yun, she asked if everything was ready. He replied yes. Photos of Mr. Kim Hyun-woo next to the German fault, as she requested. He prepared everything. She was incredibly happy. Her teacher, as always, exceeded her expectations. The girl ordered to report to her about the situation of the guild in all territories, including the one they had just captured. Chong-yin replied that it was true. Thanks to the capture of that place, the Pado Guild now owns 92% of all dungeons. The remaining 8% belongs to people loyal to the guild, so technically, the dungeon takeover in China is over. She said that the time had finally come to fulfill her vows. The girl remembered how she promised the teacher that when he left the tower, she would try to create a place that would suit him. She stood and repeated that now her time had come. I decided that it was time for her to meet with my teacher. So Yun asked the guy where he was staring. The guy replied that it says that this is a list of awards that Germany sent him. In short, they invited him to live in Germany. Kim Si-hyun asked what is written there. Apart from the money and items left behind by the mystical god of chaos, the rest is about the complete abolition of taxes. In Germany, a house, car, and guild office will be provided free of charge. Han So-kwon added that this is even more unconventional than the awards he received from Japan that time. He asked what happened to the Chongma sword that the guy received. Sure Hyun revealed that Hyun-woo gave it to him. The girl immediately asked what about her. Hyun-woo replied that she received a new and improved magic circle, and that item from the hunter-killer is also hers. She asked, if we put aside the dropped items, why does he stop the rifts all over the world? Sure Hyun added that he is also interested in the reasons for this. And Han So asked, did he decide to quit his business and go to Japan and now Germany? It's not like he has any reason to. To describe it in words, apparently it's his hobby to beat up people who show up and think they're strong. He stood and thought that the training tower appeared along with the monsters and called people. He was also among the first to be forcibly conscripted, arrive in captivity for 12 years. From the first floor to the 100th, he destroyed it again and again, thousands of times. While his comrades with whom he got there had long since left the tower, he was returned to the first floor thousands of times. He must understand why the tower held him for so long. 3 rifts, his information proficiency rose from low to medium-low. Although it is terribly slow, there's progress. The guys asked why he was standing there. Maybe something was bothering him? It's time to go home already. He replied that they should not worry about it. Nothing important. 10 days after defeating the mystical god of chaos, Lee Hae-young greeted everyone on the show Find Out the Hunter. She was glad to see everyone live. This week, their only guest is Hunter Kim Hyun-woo in the studio. Turning to him, the girl reminded him that at their previous press conference, he had said something amazing. The guy replied that he was just telling the truth. Addressing the television audience, she presented the episode that was now being so hotly discussed. She suggested taking a look at the video recording. And one last question for him. Could he briefly describe the unique skill he has? Kim Hyun-woo replied that he did not have such a thing. In truth, he doesn't even have ordinary skills. What he uses are the martial arts he created in the tower. The girl said that that was the whole recording. Thanks to this, they say, the martial arts community, which had been forgotten, has become popular again. For this reason, they invited martial artists to get some advice. Kim Hyun-woo thought, just look at those guys. Their school of Blue Dragon Blade Mastery ensures that he can reach the level if he trains by sensing the chi of nature. They continue to talk about the skill of training. He thought, are these idiots selling his face to make money? He told them to wait because the people had misunderstood the situation. We need to clarify this. It seems like lately the people who are selling his name and talking about him are winning. But do they really think that rogues who haven't heard of martial arts will become stronger by learning them? He is strong because he is strong, meaning that martial arts is not the reason why he is a strong hunter. So let him demonstrate. The old man realized that this was the blue dragon striking stance he had just demonstrated. Let him look carefully. This is how the sword should be used. Come to think of it, he recently read a similar web novel. Now, make sure they understand everything. He's the strong one here, not them. So they better not try to enrich themselves at the expense of his name. Things will end badly. Upon entering the office, he said that he barely recognized her after she changed her style. Working in a guild would clearly not be a problem for her. Former member of Pandemonium, surrounding Anya. He asked if the work was normal. The girl replied that yes, quite normal. The guy has already said this, but he really doesn't like his enemies. However, he decided to keep her alive because she was a bargain. She said that of course she understood everything. Explains as clearly as possible. He will treat her like an ordinary hunter. Doesn't she like it? The surrounding Anya replied that she was satisfied with everything. She just needs to continue working in the same spirit and not betray him. But what if she suddenly tries to escape? The girl thought, 10 days have already passed since she was hired as an accountant in the office of this guild. Actually, life there isn't that bad. The work is not too demanding, no night shifts. The salary is okay, but she no longer needs to be on the run. But she wondered if this life was right for her. At the same time, Incheon Airport, the man shouted to the branch manager to wait. He approached and asked if he was going to submit a request to the Petty Guild. It's too dangerous. He took the dungeon and all this money for himself. The man told him to take a drag. He has to realize they screwed up, right? He was right about something. Having lost his monopoly over the dungeons, Hyuk-sung-woo lost his authority. It looked like he would soon end up where all the people he dealt with ended up. Turning to the head of the case, he said that he did everything in his power to finish off that bastard. He seems to be thinking about giving up everything, but it's pointless, because he won't let him. They are already in the same boat. This man, he really planned to see this through. His monopoly collapsed. Yes, they still have dungeons, but that didn't matter anymore. He had already put everything he could on the line. Dungeons, money, shares, artifacts. He will give them everything to interest them. And he'll make sure that son of a bitch dies. New York. The founder of the Ares Guild, Martin Brand, asked what the man said. He revealed that the Korean branch had transferred some of their dungeons to another guild. From the analysis of the situation, it turns out that the manager of the Korean branch, Hyuk-sung-woo, made a mistake while trying to settle some matter. The man replied that anyone can make mistakes. The point is that the word error can only be approved if the error has been corrected. And he should use this word only when he reports that everything is normal. Since Hyuk-sung-woo told him this without understanding the situation, he should define it as a failure. The guy asked for forgiveness. Martin Brand said that he is not the one who should apologize. That guy, he failed. And people who allow failures are not needed by the guild. The guy asked if he should take care of this. Martin replied that it was true. Let him do everything carefully. While he works on these, they will return the dungeons that were transferred. They will also take care of the consequences of failure. Let him come to the main replacement, because he wants to see the face of the one who made the request. He asked why all this. He thinks Woo Myung signed a contract. Was the request to the Pado Guild, which is the enemy of the Ares Guild, so dangerous? As long as there is the slightest chance to get rid of Kim Hyun-woo, then he is a dead man. He thought that this was the place where the head of the Pedo Guild, who was called the Imperial Dragon, Mi Ryung, was located. Going inside, he saw a girl. The head of the Pedo Guild is a little girl. After greeting her, he introduced himself, saying that he was the manager of the Korean branch of the Aries Guild, Hyuk Sung-woo. Si Ryong said that she heard him make a request to the Pedo Guild. Remove someone, right? He replied that yes, that's true. She asked what this man's name was. He just thought about saying the name, but he felt something was wrong. He suddenly felt as if he shouldn't say this. No, if he returned empty-handed, only death would await him. He cannot go back on his words. The guy began to say that he was not sure if she knew him. This is the hunter who stopped the god of chaos, Kim Hyun-woo. If she helps them get rid of this man, he will hand over 20% of the dungeons owned by Aries Korean branch and pay her an additional 80 trillion won. The girl said okay. She understood everything. He actually said that. Remove Kim Hyun-woo. He said yes. Rising from her chair, she said that the guy had just asked him to kill her teacher. From her blow, Hyuk Sung-woo flew to the side and asked what the hell. He came there to ask them to kill Kim Hyun-woo. But the guy didn't understand why the head of the Pedo Guild, who has almost all of China under his thumb, reacts like this. If he heard correctly, she said something about a teacher. He asked her to wait a little, saying that he thought the head of the Pedo Guild was confusing something. Did the head just say that Kim Hyun-woo is her teacher? Then maybe he could ask where the head of the guild met her teacher. The girl replied that they met in the tower. Here it is. He had no idea why the head of the Pedo Guild confused Kim Hyun-woo with his teacher, but this was his chance to survive. Hyuk Sun-woo asked if the girl was from Korea. She replied no. This means there is a high probability that Kim Hyun-woo is not her teacher. Mi Ryung asked why he thinks so. He said that she should know that there are only 158 towers on Earth. Each of them is assigned to its own region. So, the tower in Korea calls only Korean residents. 15 towers in America call people, dividing the USA into parts. Thus, if the guild leader is Chinese, there is no way she could have met Hyun-woo, who was stuck in the Korean tower for 12 years. Mi Ryung asked if he finished speaking, after which he replied that yes. A strong blow followed again. The girl asked him who allowed him to pass out. She kept wondering how the cockroach, who decided to encroach on the life of her teacher, would get out of this situation. But all he had the brains to do was say that she was confusing someone with her teacher. Hyuk Sung-woo didn't understand why. She told him that of course he was right. Each tower is tied to its region. It understands its confusion. But, unfortunately for him, she was training in the Korean tower. She was deeply offended then. She was drawn into the tower after following her father's advice to go to Korea. But everything got better when she met the teacher. The guy said that she couldn't say so confidently that Kim Hyun-woo was the same person she met in the tower. Doesn't believe in her teacher, even on the verge of death. It looks like he is not aware of this situation. What he just said denies her in the same way. Because now she was what her teacher wanted to see in her. This is the official Chi Pao. Waist-length hair down, teacher's mark on her back. Write down her name, Mi Ryung. What he just said denies her life. And he, an insect, how dare he hope for a peaceful death? He tried to kill her teacher, denied her when he denied him, trying to save his own skin. She personally wanted to tell him how serious the sins he had committed were. Meanwhile, in AV's room, Kim Hyun-woo asked how she liked the TV, better than staring into space at the table. She said it was very cool. At first, she could not understand why all this, but over time she became very interested. Plus, she can watch TV shows with just a little button pushing. Turning to the guy, she asked if she could ask him for something. This is a PlayStation. He didn't immediately understand what was wrong with her. AV said she saw her on TV the other day, and it looked fun. She'd like to try it. Kim Hyun-woo asked if she couldn't do it herself. It exists only as a help system for the Guardian. So she can't do it herself. She simply doesn't have access. Seeing the PlayStation, she began to thank and hug the guard. Now, she could try the things she wanted. It's like he's not even married yet. So why does he already feel like he already has a daughter? And yet, she needs to tell him something. There's a possibility that she is of course mistaken, but just in case she will say it anyway. He asked what was there. Sitting at the table, he simply froze. The guys called out to him and asked if he was going to eat it all. Why was he staring into space? AV told him that the Ascendant could be present on the 9th floor, that is, on the one where the guard is now located. Of course, this is just speculation and not reliable information. The guy asked what brought her to this idea. She said that before the guard left the tower, 3 faults appeared. Usually, the rifts disappear after defeating the Ascendant, but 2 of the 3 rifts are still in place. She's not sure, but there's reason to be wary. Turning to Hyun-woo. Han, so Kwon asked when he was going to Germany? The guy replied that in about 3 days. He asked if he could join then. He won't leave Germany the moment he finishes everything. The guy replied that he was actually going back straight away. Does he really not even want to see the sights? When he was going to Germany, they wanted to go with him to see the local beauty. He replied that all of Germany was now shaking, since the city was almost wiped off the face of the earth. Do they think they can travel safely? So Yun said that all this damage will be quickly repaired. This is why hunter magicians exist, like her and Anya. If there are magicians there who can draw magic circles, it will be quickly restored. It is possible to speed up a process that would normally take 10 years to 1 year. That's why another city hasn't turned into a wasteland when there are so many monsters and rifts around. So Yun said that all this was thanks to the hunter magicians. The guy asked why they chose Germany, because there are a lot of other countries. The girl replied that 3 days after he receives the award, an auction will be held in Germany. Kim Hyun-woo asked what kind of auction. Sure, Hyun volunteered to explain. In general, it turns out that the auction is being organized by the International Association of Hunters. This time it will be held in Germany, and it has not been postponed, despite the destruction of Leipzig. So, they just teleport to the auction in Germany and then return, without any need for planes? Hyun-woo replied that they can do that if the guys want it. The guy said that he would also be interested. The International Association of Hunters supplies only the highest quality items. When he asked, it turned out that the association believed that the number of open crevices directly depended on the ranks of the hunters. If AV's prediction is correct, at the moment there are 2 ascenders on the 9th floor. Since he can't see information about the ascenders, if he checks everyone in the auction, he will most likely be able to find them. This requires a lot of work. He has something else to do. He should become much stronger. Over the last 2 fights, he has definitely become stronger than before. But those 2 were mid-ranking ascendants. What if a top-rank ascender appears? He said that he needed to get ready. So Yun asked again. She didn't think that he would wait so long for the auction. And then he realized that he had said it out loud. The girl replied that this was all because the guy was in the clouds again. If you're going to prepare, then let him hurry. 3 days can fly by. The auction was declared open. 5 days later, at the auction house of the German branch of the International Hunting Association, setting fire to some papers. Woo Chun-myung thought that at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a man was called to the main palace of the guild. And so Hyuk Sung-woo went to personally meet with the head. But the fact that he still hasn't returned can only mean one thing: something definitely happened to him. It looks like the members of the force have dealt with Hyuk Sung-woo, which means he needs to get out quickly. The money collected should be enough to live on. In any case, he thought that they would only be interested in Sun-woo. He is only the right hand. Even as a witness, they will not use him. He didn't even have time to finish. The man asked for forgiveness, saying that he wanted to kill him right away, but something didn't work out. Woo-chan realized that the guy was from the Order of Hunter Killers belonging to the main office. They were all once among the top 40 hunters. The man realized he couldn't escape. He asked why the order was there. The man replied that he himself understood perfectly well. Woo Chun-myung began to beg for mercy. It is obvious that all traitors to Ares must be destroyed. Coming out of the office, he was asked if he had already done it. Was it worth sticking around for? He asked if the guy dealt with Hyuk Sun-woo. He replied that he was kept in the guild by force, and they will most likely have to wait until he is released. The hunter didn't even know he himself was interested. After that guy entered the palace, terrifying magic poured out. He is most likely no longer a tenant. If not, they will deal with it later. Shouldn't they bring the head of the guild? He replied that no, for other guys would do this. It was he who dealt with the disaster. Then it's clear why since he has such a high level. Although, no matter how strong he was, the rating of their chapter was also thanks to the artifacts The guy told the eighth to watch his language. He knows that their internal ratings are top secret. They don't have anything else to do anyway. The hunt has most likely already begun. Han, so Quan asked the guy when he will finally take off his sports uniform. He asked why everyone was repeating this to him. Is it really necessary to change it? Of course, he understands that it's everyone's choice, but doesn't it seem to him that wearing something like this in public is not very good? He didn't understand why, because these are also clothes. It covers everything you need. What's the problem? Sure, Hyun replied that most likely everyone probably thinks so. Looking at the sheet given out, so Hyun noticed that there seemed to be no S+ rank items there. The warning window appeared in front of him again. This seems to be also S+ level. He received it in a ceremony, the essence of the goddess Hakiyako. Despite the level, there were no modifications or skills. So Hyun realized that the distinguishing feature of S+ rank items is the price. He thought that even if he put it up for sale, he wouldn't win much. It's also too small to be used as a weapon, and he doesn't have enough level to fully read the description. And that's why I want to know even more what's there. He needed to look at other things first. Someone said 1 billion. The girl heard 1 billion. She asked if there would be more bets. Sold. Magatama received participant number 32. Kim Hyun-woo decided to just look at the descriptions of various items. The next lot was Aslan's spear. He saw that the information was again unavailable. The guy thought, again, this is a limitation of information. Why couldn't everything be explained properly? Sure, Hyun asked where he was going. Hyun-woo replied that he would go outside, let them call when it was all over. As soon as he stepped outside, he was immediately attacked. He asked, who else is this? In response, he heard a question, is he Kim Hyun-woo? They are from the order, they came to destroy him. Each of them is included in the top 30 S ranks. He said it was mortal boredom. He said that the same thing awaits them. There were rumors that he didn't know how to fight and was about to run away. We will have to prove by their example that this is not so. Martin Brand asked the man, so they couldn't kill Hyuk Sung-woo? He replied that judging by the report of the fifth, then yes. He ordered him to tell him that he would not tolerate any mistake. The man asked what was wrong with that guy. He said that they had already started about now. Perhaps they will win. But will everything really work out? He is the one who prevented 2 disasters. The man doubts the order's abilities? Martin Brand asked who was sent to capture Kim Hyun-woo. He answered that the 4th, 7th, 9th, and 10th. He said that this was definitely all, because he did not think that 4 from the order would be able to defeat him. The man asked what he meant. He said that this was a kind of experiment. He was very interested in how much the guy would understand the essence of his artifact. He wants to check something. The man asked his subordinate how it went. He replied that 2 climbers had been stopped. He asked who went up to the 9th floor. The man replied that the Demon King and Goddess Hyaki Yaku. He said that it was definitely easy for climbers. Apparently, this is not so. He asked who will go there next. The man replied that nothing had been decided yet. That's how it means an unpredictable obstacle has appeared. Grinning, he said that the taste of anticipation is indeed sweet. Looking at the guy, Sure Hyun asked him what it was. He replied that these were trophies. The guy didn't expect it. He asked, does the guy even understand how scared they were of finding him among all those corpses? Fortunately, the video surveillance systems captured everything. Sure Hyun asked the guy who those people were. He said that he didn't succeed. They died immediately when he started asking them. He asked, by the way, will the cameras be able to film the opening of the camera like that? They use some kind of magic that allows them to adapt to the situation. A friend asked him why he tore their heads off. He replied that there was a fight. How could he control his strength? In fact, the reason is most likely that he failed to verify their information. If you think about it like that, it looks like he just killed those people, doesn't it? He was actually a little embarrassed by their fight, but it allowed him to experiment a little, and he quickly figured it out. Well, in any case, he thinks it will be difficult to identify them. They use magic to hide their faces. Even viewing data from cameras will not yield anything. Kim Hyun-woo asked the guy where he was going. He said that he would like to buy souvenirs before leaving. The guy asked who. The friend answered that there is someone. Looking at the bag, he decided to pour everything out of it. Having picked up the deadly spear of Bjorg, who has the skill of collecting information. He has the rights to reveal hidden information. He thought that all the items of those unidentified people had similar names. Faker F-199. I thought it was strange to call magical artifacts that way. Moreover, these descriptions and names do not make sense. He wondered what if they were created artificially. He wondered if this was possible. Whatever one may say, he can't find information about their origin. It seems there was something hidden behind this. He decided to try to figure it out. Yesterday's unidentified. Their skills are much higher than those of other hunters he has met before. They also knew in advance where he would be and prepared. So there are two possible options. They either work for Ares or are mercenaries. But apart from the first ones, he didn't seem to be in conflict with anyone. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the second one. He thought that, okay, maybe this is true, but what is it? He thought that it doesn't matter. Why should he care? I just decided to sell. This was not the main thing now. What was more important was who sent those unidentified people. In advance, Hyuk-sun Woo doesn't seem to understand the first time. Well, now he won't get away so quickly. After dealing with many, he asked where Hyuk-sun Woo was. The man replied that at the moment he was not there, he was away. Kim Hyun-woo asked what kind of idiot he is. He understood this from the office himself. Let him name a specific place. Frightened, he began to say that he would tell everything he knew. The man said that Mr. Hyuk-sun Woo left for 4 days, but did not say where exactly he was going. The guy said he needed a place. He replied that he himself did not know for sure. Then he shouted out that China. He mentioned that he would go there, straight to Beijing. He remembered that Mr. Hyuk-sun Woo was going to meet with the head of the force. The guy didn't expect to hear this. That evening at Shur Hyun's house, while watching TV, the guy asked his friend if he knew anything about the Strength Guild. He replied that in general terms. He said that he had heard that they had raised all the dungeons of China. Kim Hyun-woo was surprised. He had only heard about 50%. The guy added that they recently captured the rest. Of course not. He must go through all the procedures, and besides, a mutual agreement is needed. However, in China, this is difficult to do by force. The guy thought this is how it is. In a word, the law of the jungle. In fact, this was not always the case in China. Once upon a time, all dungeons belonged to the state, and the procedure for transferring dungeons seemed much more complicated. Kim Hyun-woo asked, when did everything change? He said that the changes happened about 3 to 4 years ago, unexpectedly. Rumor has it that the person behind all this is the head of the guild force. The time is coming. As soon as the law changed, a guild of power appeared and began to spread its influence. Kim Hyun-woo asked, so their head is a very influential person in China? He recalled whether he had ever talked to her about the outside world. But if you remember that conversation they had, she asked who he takes her for. Kim Hyun-woo said that she is now his student. Therefore, I must make 3 bows in honor of the teacher. The girl asked what he was carrying. She just needed to get out of there. The man said that she was very noisy. Turning to the teacher, she asked to save her because she did not want to die. He asked who told her that she would die, calling her his precious student, his pride. Can't go to the next world. He won't allow it. Looking at the teacher, she almost cried. He asked her just not to be offended. Let him go, he taught her everything. The girl said that there was still so much left. He said that she had nothing more to learn from him. She's no longer that meek girl, and therefore, he will not allow anyone to push him around. So let him go. And he does not forget his words there in the outside world. No one can be higher than him, with the exception of God alone. Her teacher. Everything else should be under it. Remembering this, he understands what nonsense he was talking about. Did he remember what she said there? Surely those are still pretentious speeches. Maybe he was just too lazy to listen. He didn't remember anything at all. The guy asked what else was there. Shur Hyun said that they say they are a rather unusual guild, like some kind of empire. He himself didn't know anymore. He is not that interested in foreign associations. Kim Hyun-woo said that he then left. Shur Hyun asked where. The guy replied that he was going to China, or rather to Beijing, the main palace of the Strength Guild. Perrin, China. Even though 3 whole years have passed, she still remembers everything clearly. Seeing that tower was a turning point for her. She knew that nothing could be solved there with money, and he realized his hopeless state. When she completely plunged into despair, she met the master. According to her father, for her, a spoiled child accustomed to the life of a gentle doll, he showed what the true path is. The master, unlike the too soft parent, did not think of her as a daughter. He taught the rules by which he himself lived in this world. He saved her. Time to pay. There is no one left in China who would dare to resist the guild force. The girl can bring him here. Looking at the sky, she told the teacher that there was very little left. Let him wait a little longer. Hotel, Beijing, China. The message said that 4, 7, 9, 10 failed the mission, so 8 and 5 were assigned to the mission. The guy asked, do they want the guys to deal with the one who killed 4? The guy told him not to panic. He himself is worried, but there's probably some way out. For the detachment, the most important thing is the fulfillment of their duties. Which means, as long as they haven't killed Hyuk Sung-woo, they could be in Beijing. The guy replied that it would definitely be an option. But why were they ordered to eliminate Kim Hyun-woo? He didn't seem to have a single flaw. It was really strange. It was possible to initially send numbers 1 and 3. After all, in Aries their squad is divided by numbers depending on their strength rating. But this does not mean that the higher the number, the weaker the knight. Rather, it denotes an increase in the number of available artifacts. They thought if the guy was able to kill 4, then they needed to avoid a direct confrontation with him. The guys felt the earthquake. A masked guy appeared in front of them and asked if they killed Woo Chung-myung. They started asking who he was. Seizing one of them, he told them that they had eliminated the man who was supposed to be killed by their leader. So you'll have to drag them to her. The next day, Aaron Guild, ground floor. So Yun told the guy that if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to go. Everyone has a dark past. His parents died when he was still a teenager. So he had to work hard, and he didn't have anything like that. But in the tower, he also became like this. And everything would be fine if his dark past were left within the confines of the tower. However, one of his students spreads it throughout China. Stop thinking about it. He decided that he would find Hyuk Sun-woo and return home. That's exactly what he will do. So Yun said that, by the way, he will have to redo the border. It seems to her that last time everything went smoothly only because of the situation in Europe. She asked if they would now break the law. Kim Hyun-woo said, what can he do? He'll go as a tourist. He'll just take Hyuk Sun-woo. The girl said that's not the problem, but what if something happens again? The girl thought, so far he has succeeded in everything, but why then does he have a bad feeling now? Anya said that she could no longer work at night. So Yun thought that she had actually worked all night because Hyun-woo decided to go to Beijing, in front of the Strength Guild Palace. Beijing, China. He remembered the words he once told a student that no one could be higher than her. With the exception of only God, her teacher, everything else should be just underneath it. He couldn't believe it. The security began to ask where he came from. Let him tell his name. The guy thought that this was impossible. He will return to them later. First, he will kill Hyuk Sung-woo. Looking at them, he saw that something was certainly different, but it was his mask, and even his techniques. But are they using it as a technique? So, after all, it was real martial arts. Moreover, she taught them. Kim Hyun-woo showed him how to use this technique. Using the divine blow, everyone scattered to the sides. No one should die from such force. He caught the eye of his student. She can recognize it immediately, the strength, the technique, the posture. But more importantly, the gaze turned to him. Mi Ryung asked, he's her master, isn't he? Long time no see. She did everything to give the master his worthy place. I formed a guild, changed laws and people. It doesn't matter what nickname she got during all this. After all, everything was done only for the sake of her master. Getting down on one knee, the girl said that this unworthy student was constantly waiting for him. As many as 1,532 days, 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 30 seconds. And now she can bow to her master. The head of the greatest guild, Strength, ranked 5th in the world ranking, Dragon Monarch. Finally, he bows to his teacher. Upon entering, Mi Ryung said that this was a throne for her master. The guy wondered to himself, isn't this a cultural treasure? She invited the master to sit down. The girl asked, doesn't he like the throne? Then she will execute those who did it. Kim Hyun-woo thought, What kind of nonsense is this child talking about? She said that she would kill everyone involved in its creation. He asked her to stop talking nonsense and calm down. He wondered how much money they spent. Then a thought came into his head. If you think about it like that, why is he sitting there? Did you give in to Myung's mood? Usually he doesn't fall for something like this. But now he is absolutely unable to resist this pressure. He didn't understand why she was behaving this way. Although, of course, their relationship cannot be called bad. The guy saved her in the tower and then taught her his martial arts. This is all just martial arts novel cliché. And that training was one-sided. That's why he didn't look for his student even after he left the tower. And what should he do about it? Why is she so supportive even though he even harassed her several times? He thought it was better not to complicate things further. We just need to stop her from spreading his dark story throughout the world. He remembered about collecting information because he didn't see the student's characteristics at all. He read that she is extremely loyal. The guy thought she was definitely crazy. Turning to the student, he said that he had to tell her something. But first he needs to do one thing. The girl asked what he was talking about. Please tell him. He asked, is the man named Hyuk-sung-woo there? Seeing him, he asked why this man was in such a state. Mi-ryung said that he hinted at the murder of her master, and she decided to deal with him. Kim Hyun-woo praised the girl. Kicking him with his foot, the guy told him to wake up. Seeing him, the man got scared. Kim Hyun-woo asked how he was feeling. What is it like to experience this for yourself? Hyuk-sung-woo asked him for forgiveness. He shouted that his student was crazy. The guy said okay. He would save his life if he answered his questions honestly. This will allow him to live. First, let him tell him everything, starting with what happened in Germany. An underground bunker on the outskirts of New York. The guy asked, is there more work? How many times already? Martin Brand said that now the matter is quite difficult. He will allow them to rest. If they successfully complete this task, he will supply them with SST plus artifacts. What does it mean that number 1, who is rank 6, will be able to aim for the top? Improving performance is quite a difficult task, and for this reason, many hunters descend into labyrinths. But do they really go up 2 levels? He asked, do they think the man is lying? Martin Brand said that the SST plus level artifact has not yet been disclosed, so he thought it would be fair to show it to them. Korea, Goguryeo Guild, head office. Kim Hyun asked when will they go on the next labyrinth raid? Han So-kwon replied that he didn't know. He is still deciding whether the artifact found there last time was useful. Hyun replied that that was the point. So Yun didn't understand. Then why is there such a rush? He has not yet sold the artifacts collected earlier. The guy replied that he already feels the need to improve his characteristics. She asked, promotion? Are their ranks falling behind because stat progression has stalled? Although they were the first to leave the tower. Han So said that this is because they're focused on maintaining the guilds. Kim Si-hyun said that he just looks insignificant compared to Hyun-woo. At the same time, guild strength. The guy asked, so they were sent by the head of the guild Ares. Are they even alive? Mi-ryung answered yes. The guy asked what kind of prison they have there. She said that this was a modified rank D dungeon, a rat labyrinth. Endless swarms of rats run across it, devouring people. He asked if they would kill anyone. Owners have durability above S plus immunity to their attacks. And most likely, pain will still be felt. Therefore, if there is no way to get out, the person will continue to writhe from endless streams of pain. Kim Hyun-woo said okay. Then they will send them there for 30 days. The girl replied that as soon as the master wishes. The ST plus level usurper's ring fell out of the guy's hand. Same name as those from the auction. They said it was the guild leader, Ares. Since he disturbed him, now they won't just let it go. Kim Hyun-woo said that he would probably go now. The girl did not expect this. She asked. Now he said that he was going somewhere. Didn't she think so? Hyun-woo replied yes. Mi-ryung asked if the master would not supervise her. Does she want him a leader? He replied that they would talk about it next time. Let him not force him to repeat it twice. He knows that he does not like it. Kim Hyun-woo said that he was going to deal with the Ares Guild first, and after that they will continue their conversation. She ordered her employees to kill themselves on the nose. If they spot members of the Ares Guild in their territory, let them kill every single one of them. System Room AV looking at the ring. The girl said that, of course, she wasn't sure for sure, but it was not an artifact. That one consists of objects created on the labyrinth floors and is improved using various methods. For example, legends or stories of the past, giving the artifact skills and settings based on these objects. She said that this is how artifacts are made. Kim Hyun-woo asked, then what happens to the floors from which the objects were taken? AV replied that it was difficult to tell him more, but they are taken out of existence. Climbers need to completely destroy a floor to climb the tower. Looking at the ring, the guy asked, what is it then? The girl replied that if her eyes do not deceive her, then it is a high-quality copy, and perhaps even a climber. Kim Hyun-woo wondered if the Ares Guild did something to him. By the way, AV talked about the likelihood of 2 climbers being on that floor, so it could end with him screwing up in front of the Ares Guild. But this was a chance for him to get clues about the climber. Looking around, the guy told AV that it wouldn't hurt her to tidy up. He helped her do this using that same remote control. Then she noticed that the PlayStation had disappeared. Hyun-woo told her that he would confiscate it until his next visit. She promised to clean everything thoroughly and wash the room. He won't even leave an ice cream wrapper behind. Just let him return it. China, Guild Strength. The man made his way inside. He had a mission to rescue 2 captured knights and get rid of Hyuk Sung-woo. If he completes this mission, Mi Ryung saw him and said that it seemed like a rat had snuck into them. He's from the Ares Guild, isn't he? The guy didn't feel her presence at all. Mi Ryung replied that she doesn't care if he doesn't feel her presence. She shouted that in that case, let her try to withstand it. So her anger, maybe, will spill out at least a little. Kim Hyun-woo didn't expect that all the saved data would be deleted. It was very tiring to calm her down. Entering home, he saw 2 guys. He didn't understand what the hell they were doing there. They were happy, saying that he had finally arrived. He thought about Hyun, immediately looked at his watch, and remembered that the guy should be back at dawn. One of them said not to worry about people you know. When they arrived, there was no one there. Hyun-woo asked, well, why the question? Did they come this way? Kim Hyun-woo himself planned to visit the guys to kick their asses. As a result, he simply flew out of the window from the impact. The 2 followed after him, executing their attacks in the air. They attacked again and again. Having descended to the ground, the guy asked if he was still smiling. Amazing. Kim Hyun-woo asked why. Did they think he was scared? Running up, he shouted that he would see how long he could hold out. Hyun-woo thought about it, because they were faster than the guys who were last time, but much slower than him. Raising a cloud of dust, the guy began to attack. He dodged as best he could, but he couldn't dodge everything. He thought, even though the battle is not over yet, maybe you should try to use something? They saw that he disappeared, then appeared right above them and struck. Hyun-woo asked if they were surprised. This is called converted distortion. The guy asked if he thought he wouldn't be prepared. Kim Hyun-woo was surprised. He said it was fun, but he was on the verge of disaster. He realized that he had used the skill too quickly. All the channels are confused. The guy saw that one, in an attempt to disrupt his movements, was knocking down the spears of mana, and the second was holding him so that he could not dodge them. They have great teamwork. Converted distortion is not yet a finalized skill. It needs time, which means... The guys were surprised why he was so relaxed. They thought it was a trap, but nothing like that. Since he can't dodge, you just need to take advantage of this chance. So one of them was caught. Kim Hyun-woo asked if he wanted to tell him something interesting. By the way, its durability is S with 2 pluses. He asked the guy if he had ever ridden a roller coaster. Then he better prepare himself mentally. After all, he will put him on them right now. Seeing what was happening, Kim Hyun said that he lost his home in an instant. Hyun-woo added that it was not his fault. The guy said that no one said that he was guilty. He was just wondering when he would finish cleaning. Entering the house, so Hyun said that he had a viper there. Hyun asked the girl if she came there to make fun of her. She replied that he had settled down well. The Hunters Association is going to pay compensation. And by the way, there were no accidents there. She said it was true, but let them look at it first. There's that same fight between Kim Hyun-woo and those guys. So Hyun replied that people don't react negatively. Hyun said that it was, but when Hyun-woo pinned, all the reporters on him. Now, thanks to him, the guy's phone is ringing off the hook. The guy was upset because not even a month had passed since he changed his number. Kim Hyun-woo told him not to be angry. He asked the guy where his conscience was. Throwing the ring to the guy, he told him to take it and cheer up. He will also look into So-Yun's guild. The girl asked, is he going to use the magic circle again? He answered yes. The guy repeated the name Martin Brand. That guy laid it all out right away. He just had to process it a little. As it turns out, the man who ordered his murder is Martin Brand, head of the Aries Guild. He himself is hiding in a secret bunker. Anya told the guy that she was done. Looking at her, the guy asked if the girl was okay. She answered yes. He then proposed to begin and said, in front of the main office of the Aries Guild. Hyun-woo handed the girl the phone and asked her to give it to Ho-young so she could keep it. Hyun-woo didn't understand where he ended up. He wondered if Anya had betrayed him. Then he heard the words that he had finally arrived. The guy said Martin Brand. The man asked, so does he know him? He thought watching the news was worth it. Hyun-woo replied that of course. He even managed to meet the killers he sent. It's really a pity everything was destroyed. Martin Brand replied that those mercenaries were just bait. It was much more important to get acquainted with his biography. For example, that he is the guardian on the 9th floor. Having tried to look up information about him, the guy was unsuccessful. So he's a climber? The guy expected a lot of things, but obviously not that he was the head of the guild Aries. Kim Hyun-woo replied that it was better for him to deal with several cases at once. As he thought, well, the guy who stopped the 2 climbers should guess the reason that dragged him there. By replacing teleportation coordinates. Of course, even now he is probably full of confidence, like everyone else before. Probably, this place itself is a trap. Kim Hyun-woo said how nice of him. Tell him things like that. The guy tried to strike, but the barrier worked. Martin Brand said that it was not comparable to such low-grade magic. The man asked permission to introduce himself again. He is the one who studies the cause and yearns for the necessities. For those without power, it is like a sacred object. For others, evil and inevitable loss. To some, a guardian who bestows strength. To others, a baseless destroyer. In other words, he is a deceiver. The guy thought that it was because of all these things that he could not get closer to him. He needs to use converted distortion. Since he has such a barrier, second-rate attack will not help, but will only lead to absorption. Well, he will still reach the highest point. Now he needs to use the Azura attack in order to gain time. This is the best he can do for now. Kim Hyun-woo said he'll see if he can handle it. He began to strike. The man grinned and said it was amazing. In just a few seconds, he released so much mana. Martin Brand delivered a blow that threw the guy several meters to the side. He said it was useless. This room is in a mana-freeze state. By the way, he had been watching him for a long time. After all, I was always looking for a meeting with the keeper of the floor. During the battle with the knights, he observed him and as a result noticed something. Most of his moves require the use of mana. Before he could finish speaking, Hyun-woo told him that he was very noisy. Martin Brand asked, does he not understand what situation he is in? He can't use them now. The guy asked, aren't they in the same positions? The man replied that yes, he was right. Only he could use the artifacts. And he cannot apply the converted distortion. Martin Brand told him that he was in vain in relying on his endurance. Even if he doesn't try to go against him. All of his artifacts are above S+ rank. What should he do? It seems there is no way out, and therefore, he began to look with his eyes for what was causing the freezing of mana. The guy thought that this was it. There seemed to be a barrier around it, but that didn't matter. It's not strong enough for him. This morning he read something interesting. He decided to try again. Hyun-woo may not be able to use mana, but somehow it will work out. Martin Brand was surprised, although he had seen this before. He destroyed his barrier without using any mana. The man didn't know the guy was at that level. Well, then he would pay him his respects and demonstrate some of his skills. He said that this is the sacred sword of the hero, Askiren. Does the guy know what makes him special? He can adopt the skills of other weapons. There's a world where it is said that the hero always fights with his companions. If you're going to use it, then do it this way. The man suggested that he start already. Hyun-woo noticed the movements, but could not avoid it. He thought to himself, damn mana freeze. This was the original, the only weapon that could not be copied. Sword Gigantomachy. Martin Brand said goodbye to Kim Hyun-woo and struck. He was very surprised when he noticed that the guy was still alive. As he thought, his stamina exceeded even the man's expectations. The guy asked me to ask something. He said that he still didn't have long left. So be it, he'll listen. Hyun-woo asked why the man was trying to kill him. He said that killing the Guardian is an easy way to destroy the floor. And why do they want to climb the tower so much and even do something like that? He said that the reason for all ascendants is the desire to ascend to the throne. He asked, is this enough? And I decided not to waste any more time and end it all. Artifacts above S+ will deal him a critical hit rather than just leave scratches. The guy called him a bastard with strong items. The man replied that apparently he had lost his mind during the death horde. He decided to put an end to this. Kim Hyun-woo asked, is it over? Did he really think that the guy was just stalling for time? Since he gained an advantage by using items, he will also use his methods. He thought it was mana, but the freezing was still in effect. But then the man realized that it was not her. The guy thanked him for the information and for the demonstration of management. He told the idiot with the strong items that he would see him next time. The man could not track his coordinates. He needed to catch him while he was in such a weak state. At some point, he noticed a thread of mana. Teleportation connects one coordinate to another, allowing you to move in space. And strings of mana are used precisely for this. And the one that was supposed to disappear after teleportation remained in place. This means he hid in another dimension. Few would have noticed this, but he did. AV said that this is the first floor of the training tower. Even though his wounds were treated with mana, they were still quite serious. An ascendant who can recreate artifacts and freeze mana is a shitty state of affairs. Plus, as a keeper, he can stay there for about 20 minutes. Kim Hyun-woo said it was over. AV didn't immediately understand what he meant. And this guy meant training. She thought he was a little careless. The girl was worried whether everything would be okay. AV said that then she would probably go. She asked if he should think about his tactics some more. Kim Hyun-woo replied to the girl that everything was fine. This time his results would be completely different. Upon seeing Kim Hyun-woo, Martin Brand congratulated him on his return. The guy replied that of course it was funny that he was laughing because this place would become his grave. The man replied that the one who had recently escaped and was now so clearly bluffing if he wanted to die so badly, then he would fulfill his wish. The guy mastered countless arts inside the tower. Most of them turn out to be fictional from novels. But there was one thing he trained at the end, and it was not a martial art. Movement of vegetation. It was more about some kind of concept. In martial arts novels, these things were called fundamentals. Only, not having the opportunity to study this technique, he stopped. And the reason for all this is the presence of many masters, none of whom could be asked questions. However, during that short 6-hour period in the system room, he gained enlightenment. Time spent endlessly following what is described in books, and those fights with past climbers who used opposing techniques in battle. They allowed him to touch the principle of movement of vegetation. Martin Brand did not expect to see this. He clearly did not understand what was happening. The man noticed that he had no visible changes. His wounds are the same, and the artifact is missing. But the guy is not the same as he was 6 hours ago. He planned to play with him again before killing him. But now he clearly cannot do that. He needed to kill him as soon as possible. The man asked, does Hyun-woo think he can parry his attack with just one hand? So silly. The guy said it was too noisy. With one blow, he was able to send the man flying a long distance. He stood over the man and decided to strike again. Hyun-woo asked, well, will he feel like dessert? Seeing the glow, he thought it was mana, although no, most likely an artifact. Gigantomachy has the ability to take over stats from other weapons. The man asked, well, how does the guy think he can avoid this? Kim Hyun-woo asked, is he a child? He realized that his body could not withstand this, so he needed to kill him in one blow. He couldn't believe it. He thought it was mana. Then he realized that this was energy, his energy. The guy decided to give him back his strength with a blow. Kim Hyun-woo received a notification that he had successfully gotten rid of the hiding climber. He saw a bag next to the body. The guy was wondering why he didn't disappear. Opened it. He received an alert again. This was Ha Soo-boon's space. Having opened it, he was asked to choose an object that they wanted to place in the space. He ended up placing the Gigantomachy sword there. He thought it was a bit sparse. Couldn't he just let him keep all the objects there? Hyun-woo thought it was time to go back. Only his clothes are torn. He doesn't have a phone with him. He doesn't know where he is. Then a door opened in the wall, and the guy told the foreman that it was time to go to the morning meeting. Grabbing him, Hyun-woo said that he was a little tired, so he would get straight to the point. Let him take off his clothes and give him your phone. 3 days later, branch of the Korean Hunters Association. People were discussing whether Kim Hyun-woo really announced the criminal who attacked Kim Si-hyun. They were wondering what he would say this time. He said that he would leave as soon as he said what he wanted. The guy asked, "Does everyone already know what happened?" Hyun-woo began to say that those guys who were on the way to Sure Hyun's house came to kill him, and he figured out the people behind it all. The audio recording said that the one who wanted to kill him was Martin Brand, the head of the Aries Guild. They may think that the guy fabricated everything, but the video display shows the same thing. And besides this, there's also a lot of evidence. The guy hopes that the Aries Guild will bother to come up with an explanation as soon as possible. He will finally listen to what they have to say. 3 days later, Camden area. Reporters were discussing that the manager of the Korean branch of the Aries Guild had disappeared without a trace. They asked if it had anything to do with him. Sitting in front of their friends, they asked, so he says that they are in the tower, and the ground is on the 9th floor? Han So-kwon said that it's not that he doesn't trust, but it's quite difficult to accept. So-yeon completely agreed with him, especially that the guy turned out to be a guardian, whose role is to confront the climbers. Hyun-woo asked what the problem was. She could simply say that it was clear and close the topic. The girl replied that she understood. This is pretty much what he expected. After all, he himself was shocked by this news at one time. But sooner or later, they still had to find out. Sure Hyun said that it is not surprising that their not very righteous Hyun-woo was messing with those cracks. The guy asked what does not particularly righteous mean. The girl asked if he was going out and wanted to stop the climber this time. He replied that not really. He just wanted to stir up the Aries Guild. Han So-kwon said that they didn't seem to have any problems. Kim Hyun-woo didn't touch the guild. He said that their leader just happened to be a climber. So he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He just wanted to say something, but the conversation of the reporters interfered with him. The guy said that they were too noisy, so he better get out. Sure Hyun told the guy that he is not in the best condition right now. Maybe he should go with him? The guy told him not to worry. He had already fully recovered. When he went outside, he saw a white limousine and a red carpet. Mi Ryung bowed and said that his student had come to pay respects to the master. Looking at her, the guy asked, "Who are the people behind her?" She replied that these were personal bodyguards prepared for him by a submissive student. So Kwon asked if it could be that this is the Dragon Monarch, the head of the Strength Guild. He didn't immediately understand who it was. Sure Hyun said that this nickname belongs to the 5th place among S ranks in the whole world. He was surprised. His student is 5th in the world ranking. During her training, he became engrossed in his concepts. So I'm completely sure that I didn't teach her anything useful other than imperial techniques. He didn't understand how she even became so strong. She began to ask the master for forgiveness. He asked what was happening. The girl replied that this pathetic student failed to follow the master's commandment. He said that no one could be higher than her. Hyun-woo asked her to be quiet, but she still didn't stop talking. The guy asked what Mi Ryung has to do with the Dragon Monarch. He asked the girl not to spread murderous intentions. She asked the master for forgiveness. He again said that the reporters were too noisy. Mi Ryung said she could take care of it and just go out and kill everyone. The guy asked her not to say anything stupid. Sure Hyun asked the guy where he was going. He replied that he would be gone for a while. Mudini Aries reacted. They wrote that they would like to discuss everything directly with the person involved. He came to listen. Assistant to the head of the Aries Guild. The guy thought, why should he be the one to sort out the problems that arose after the disappearance of the head of the guild? In addition, the paper he showed at the press conference seems to indicate that number 6 disappeared along with the head. This guy probably killed the master. He's clearly not at a level he can handle. In any case, because of this incident, conflicts within the guild are growing. And so he needs to deal with this as soon as possible. The man asked what the guy wants. Hyunwoo asked if he should answer this question. He replied that they would do everything possible to satisfy the request of the hunter Kim Hyunwoo. The guy replied that then let them make their own dungeons and then get out of Korea. The man began to be indignant and asked what this absurdity was. Hyunwoo asked why this was. If he says more than he has said, they will be completely destroyed. Besides the incidents with him, there's still many sins behind them, right? And thanks to his friend, the guy knows them all. By the way, he just said that, but it seems he hit the nail on the head. Since they went through so much hardship to get the dungeons, they will show mercy. I agree with 40% of their holdings. Mi Ryung asked the master if his meeting went well. He asked if he hadn't told her not to drag those guys around with her. Next time he shouldn't do that. But now he suggested just returning home. Looking at her, he asked what she wanted. The girl replied that it was nothing. She was holding something in her hand. At some point, she simply became so upset in her hand that it broke into small pieces. She ordered all the disguised warriors to gather. The man begged for mercy. The guy said there was nothing special about him. He didn't understand why there were members of the Strength Guild division there. He said that there is no need to curse them. It's all their fault. Guild assistant Aries shouted that he had done nothing. Let him remember, no matter what he does, they don't care. But just let him dare to anger that person again, and they will return. They will find him wherever he is hiding. AV said it was very cruel. It was terribly cold there. Kim Hyunwoo said that she should call him. The girl replied that she could not. When a guardian enters the system room, he cannot be summoned for the next 5 days. Turning to AV, he asked if there were any skills he could improve this time. The girl asked if the information window would open. He saw that his agility had increased, but there was no notification. The guy asked if there was anything else. AV said about the new update. He said that the previous one was useful. The last update simplified everything, and this will make it easier to understand. Each improvement requires a level increase. How can he even reach a high level if everything goes like this? AV asked the keeper if maybe the climbers themselves could help him. She said that they're called re-climbers. These are the ones who reclimb the tower after reaching its top. That is, she wants to say that since they have already conquered her, they may have some information. He immediately thought of Martin Brand, with a desire to ascend the throne. Kim Hyunwoo has no idea what his words mean. He really should ask those re-climbers when they meet. He said he had to go. AV asked him to wait, because he promised that when he came next time, he would return her PlayStation. She was very glad to have him back. Seeing the house, he asked what it was. Mi Ryung replied that it was a mansion specially built for him. Shur Hyun asked if there was such a place in Hanam. He read that this was land intended for a new city. He asked the student how much it cost her. Mi Ryung replied that it was nothing compared to what she received from him. He still wondered how much it cost. Did he not understand what was happening? Why did she treat him so well? The girl asked if he would like to take a look at the interior. He replied that perhaps yes. It didn't seem like she had any ulterior motives. Maybe just a second personality? Kim Hyunwoo asked the student if she was a pervert by any chance. Shur Hyun asked the guy if he was crazy. Says similar words to a child. Yes, she's not that small. Turning to the student, the guy asked if she wasn't going to return to China. She asked if he was asking because her presence there made him uncomfortable. He replied that that's not the point. She's just the head of the guild. She told him that the only place she should be was near the master. Hyunwoo said that she can go, even if she doesn't stand at the door. She'd rather mind her own business. Shur Hyun asked the guy if something happened between them. He responded by asking why he got it. The guy said that she said like he was so caring for his student, she was so grateful. And it was still accompanied by a smile from ear to ear. Hyunwoo told him to pretend he didn't see it. Shur Hyun asked his friend when he was going to go to the USA. The guy asked why. Didn't he get the message? The news said that the International Hunting Association had invited him. He understood why it happened all of a sudden. He asked, maybe because of the place where they pay money for registration? The guy didn't know why he remembered it there, but yes. He really needs to go there. He's rich now. Laughing, Shur Hyun replied that it would be nice. It's quite an honor to have a place in the world rankings. This means he is 1% of the top. He decided that then he would still go. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. A few days later, USA. Does the girl want to say that this all belongs to the World Association of Hunters? Mi Ryung told the master that if he wanted, she could make a park around it. He replied that this was too much. Turning to the man, Sher Hyun told him that they had not seen Mr. Leader for a long time. The man replied that it was true. The guy told Hyun Woo that this was a member of the Supreme Council, Senator Liam. The man said he heard about the guy. Extending his hand to Mi Ryung, he said that it seems that the Dragon Monarch is there too. Sher Hyun asked why the senator personally came to greet them. He replied that he was a fan of Kim Hyun Woo. And it wasn't just that he arrived to find out his place in the ranking. The guy said that he had no other reason to come there. Entering the room, the man said that this was an evaluation room for S rank. All he needs to do is put his hands on this sphere. She will evaluate it by comparing the data she reads with the saved information of other hunters. Hyun Woo said that he was a little disappointed. He thought that there would be some kind of test or something like that. The man asked, "Isn't it better to simplify everything?" Kim Hyun Woo approached the sphere. He extended one of his hands and placed it on the sphere. An information window appeared in front of him almost immediately. So Hyun shouted to the guys that this was a good job. They told her that she was also great. The girl thought for a moment. It seemed to her that this time the monsters were especially strong. Then she realized that no, it was more like they had become smarter. She must be stressing herself out. Looking at her phone, the girl wondered if Kim Hyun Woo shouldn't have gone there. She wondered if he had done something wrong. Sher Hyun also followed, but that guy seemed to have lost his mind. A few days ago, So Hyun asked the guy if he wanted to delay the raid on the labyrinth for 2 weeks. He replied yes. Han So Kwon is happy with everything, so they can take a break. The girl asked, is he planning to follow Hyunwoo? The guy clarified, but isn't she? She replied that not really. The girl was about to leave, when suddenly Sher Hyun asked her to stay. He said that he needed to ask the girl something. Turning around, So Hyun waited for the guy to ask a question, but he couldn't ask it. Then he still asked what gifts the girl might like. The guy sat among stacks of papers and thought that the value of shares of the Ares Guild had dropped significantly after the death of Martin Brand, and his artifact were gone. But the biggest problem for him was a guy named Kim Hyun-woo. He was screaming about the 40% the guy was asking for. Then the door began to open. Coward shouted. Didn't he tell him not to let anyone in? The consul of the International Hunters Association, Mason, appeared in the office. The guy began to ask what brought the man there. He replied that Martin Brand is in some way connected with him. Coward thought that they were both quite close. The man asked that apparently the situation was not particularly reassuring. He told the guy not to worry, as he would help him. The guy asked why. He replied that he was doing this not for his sake, but for the gift of Martin Brand. How does he think the man will feel when he returns and sees the collapse of the guild? On the information window, it was written that it could not be calculated. Kim Hyun-woo didn't understand what it was and why. Senator Liam said, this has never happened before. Sher Hyun invited his friend to try it for him. Walking up to the sphere and placing his hand on it, Kim Sher Hyun saw that his rank had decreased. It was strange because the sphere was not broken, but they didn't understand what was wrong then. Liam said that this never happened. Mi Ryung called him a hillbilly and began to say that her master is the sky, but Hyun-woo quickly managed to stop her. Kim Hyun-woo asked, does that mean he came all this way in vain? Senator Liam suggested calming down first, because the banquet was about to begin. He said that today is the anniversary of the International Association of Hunters. The man guarantees them that they will not go hungry. What could he do? He just was sure that everything would work out. Looking at the guy, the man smiled and said that he clearly appreciated the dishes. Just as Senator Liam wanted to say something else, he was interrupted. The man said, just look who they have there. Tank Truck Rock, holder of S rank, 3rd place in the world ranking. Liam said that he has no time to entertain him now. Laughing, the man asked, did the old man think of entertaining him? Kim Hyun-woo told Sher Hyun that he is so noisy, his ears hurt. The guy answered his friend that it was better for him not to interfere with this hunter. He asked why. He said that he had a bad reputation. He abuses his power and openly engages in illegal business. They say that for all the things he has done, it is time to reclassify him as a hunter-killer. But there are no official records of the murders. Tank said it was not for nothing that he thought the guy looked familiar. It turns out that he really is the bastard who flashed everywhere because of preventing a disaster. Leaning slightly towards Hyun-woo, he told him that the guy had better stop acting like a fool because he's quite good at dealing with scumbags like him. Kim Hyun-woo said that these were actually his words. Senator Liam asked them to stop if they were going to fight there. The guy told Tank that he was the one who learned today's lesson and used the Overlord strike. I saw how he flew into the wall. The guy thought that he must have overdone it. Sure Hyun looked and thought, was this Tank's real talent that he heard about? Senator Liam saw the guy being pressed, and the Tank's blow sent him flying to the side. And I thought that I needed to stop the battle. Tank Truck Rock asked if the guy realized that someone like him was no match for him. Kim Hyun-woo replied that it was funny. He just tickled the guy lightly and asked if he was done with his tricks. Then it was his turn. Hyun-woo asked if he could stand it. It seems like he would be the perfect punching bag on which to test his martial arts skills. Kim Hyun didn't understand how Tank is super strong to be beaten for so long, and even Hyun-woo. The guy dealt with the Truck Rock Tank. He thought that this guy had third place in the world ranking. So, since he defeated him, he is now in third place. The man congratulated the guy for being the greatest demon in the world. His Helm Divine technique was executed perfectly. Just think, he possessed Hyalang, easily suppressing madness. The guy replied that it was nothing special. The man replied that it was true for him who had mastered all the martial arts of Kanma and Janpa. This was so. He asked if he had any idea what he would do next. Su Ming, S-class ranked first in the world rankings, replied that he would return to the top in order to meet his first teacher. Watching the news on her phone, So Yun said that of course she expected something like this. So Kwan asked if she was that worried about Hyun-woo. He said that everything would be fine with him. He's a strong guy. The girl replied that of course he was right, but she was still worried because this greatness could become destructive. Hyun-woo easily destroyed the rotten world. Hanso said that it was too easy. He is a multifaceted person. So Yun asked So Kwan, if he had heard anything about Hyun. The guy was wondering why this was happening all of a sudden. The girl replied that she thought he had a girlfriend. Upon entering Hyun-woo's room, Senator Liam asked if he liked the room. He asked for forgiveness for his behavior yesterday. The guy replied that he shouldn't do this. He said that after the events of that day, the banquet was canceled and Tonka was taken by the rescue squad. And then all attention focused on Kim Hyun-woo. Liam convinced the tired guy to stay at the hotel. Turning to the hunter, Liam asked him if they could talk. Kim Hyun-woo asked if he was coming now. Mi Ryung followed Hyun-woo, but right at the door the guy told her to stay in the room. The girl was very unhappy about this. Sure, Hyun thought it would be nice to be friends with her, but she doesn't seem to want to. He thought she was quite sociable since she always seemed happy around Hyun. Turning to her, he immediately thought of what they could talk about, and the thought came to him that it might be about her favorite topic. Sure, Hyun asked how he and Hyun-woo met. Mi Ryung said okay, she will tell him, but only on one condition. The guy asked in which one. The girl asked what her master liked. Sure, Hyun wondered what he liked. When he first left the tower, he craved food, but then, without thinking twice, he answered that it was money. After thanking the guy, Mi Ryung said that she would come soon and left. Sitting opposite each other, Senator Liam told the guy that he was not sure whether he would like tea. Hyun-woo replied that everything was fine, but he doesn't like to drag out the conversation, so they'll get straight to the point. The man replied that he was quite straightforward. Liam said he was sure the guy knew Mason, another member of the association. He received support both from them, the authorities, and from top hunters. He even received support from those in the top 10, 1, 3, and 6. A man is slowly gaining influence, and therefore they need a counterweight. So he asked Kim Hyun-woo to be on their side. Handing a cookie to his friend, the guy said that he had returned. He said that he was early for something. Looking at the gift bag, he said that he was curious from the very beginning. What was it? Sure, Hyun replied that they were souvenirs. The guy said it looked like gifts and asked who they were for. He answered that to someone. He wondered what they were talking about. The guy replied that Liam said he didn't have to do anything. Sure, Hyun wondered why the senator would come forward so humbly. Hyun's student is in 5th place in the world ranking, and he himself participated in skirmishes with Ares more than once. His mere presence is already a help. He said that because of his reputation. If word gets out that he's on his side, then even Mason won't be able to look down on Liam. It turns out that the guy will be able to provide great help without direct participation. The friend asked what was his proposal. Hyun-woo doesn't know anything else, but he said it could be used. Can teleport whenever he wants. Sure, Hyun asked if he really gave permission for this. Hyun-woo replied that if he wanted, he could attend the top 50 banquet that would be held in 2 weeks. The guy told him to think about it for a moment. The main office of the Ares Guild. The man asked if everything was resolved properly. He replied that yes. The most violent ones became quite quiet. The guy didn't understand what exactly he was going to do. Ares will definitely fall apart. This can no longer be avoided. Moreover, it is not clear why he is helping him. Martin Brand is just an excuse. His careless curiosity turned to poison. Now the main thing for him is to protect what falls into his hands. The man asked the guy, does he seem to have a swarm of thoughts? Coward asked for forgiveness and said that he just had a lot of things to work out. Mason said everything was fine, but by the way, he has something for the guy. Putting something in his hand, he said to listen. If you help him, he will tell you how to control guild members. External wall. Washington. Seeing that Tank Truck Rock had woken up, Mason said that finally. He warned him to be careful with Kim Hyun-woo. The man shouted, what's wrong with that bastard? Pain, piercing, impenetrable body. He uses a technique similar to Mu Xing's. The guy entered the room and asked, is it similar to his? Seeing that he appeared, Mason asked if he was there. Did he already finish? Mu Xing replied that yes, he had finished the preparations. So it was their turn. 2 weeks later, looking at the window, Senator Liam thought that it looked like Kim Hyun-woo really wouldn't come. The guy asked, is he still waiting for him? If he hasn't shown up yet, it means he's not interested. S-Class. Ranks 4th in the world ranking. Great Sword Master, Eden. The girl asked, don't people usually send an answer by mail or note? S-Class. Ranks 7th in the world ranking silencer, Riley. Senator Liam said he was quite unique. Probably thought that this method was a necessity. He was informed that the time had come for him to leave. Eden noticed that high-ranking officials were still as cunning as before. It must be because they're from other countries. Riley replied that everyone was busy making new connections. The guy turned to Liam and asked him to look to the side. He saw Mu Xing there. Riley asked why he was there. He hasn't appeared in the association since he broke into the 5th ranking. Senator Liam felt uneasy. Mu Xing asked if all the hunters were gathered there. The man replied that he sees everyone who came. Moreover, he did not expect to see himself there. The guy said that then there was no reason to wait any longer. Aaron Guild. So Hyun asked the guy why he doesn't do this somewhere else. Hyun-woo asked why. He seems to have forgotten that this is actually their guild. The guy asked, is there anyone there? The girl said what else? She forbade everyone to go there. He asked, really? Then they need to change location. Anya also decided to say that if she did this, wouldn't she have to start all over again? She just hates night shifts. Hyun-woo told her not to stress and work at her own pace. The girl said that in this case, the magic circle would have to be drawn after the end of the day's shift. If you do this at night, it'll take about 2 weeks. He told the girl that in this case, let him take care of it in the morning instead of work. He can't find a replacement. Bowing to the master, she said that she was very grateful to him. So Hyun wondered how he decided to handle Liam's proposal. He said that it would be convenient to travel around the world back and forth using a magic circle. She doesn't think it's meant for travel. Is it only for the climber? Since Hyun-woo is always on the go, this seems like the easiest way. Kim Hyun-woo thought it would be bad if people died because of his lateness. He asked the girls what time it was, when suddenly at that moment he heard cries for help. So-yeon remembered that this was the man the guy had recently caught, and she had forgotten that she had locked him there. As soon as she opened the door, she immediately closed it. Hyun-woo asked why she did this. The girl replied that she was just a little scared. Kim Hyun-woo opened the door. The guy began to say that he would tell everything he knew. He asked to be spared and allowed to come into the light at least a little. He had been locked up for less than a month, but it seemed like it was too much for him. Hyunwoo asked if he'll tell you everything that means. Senator Liam shouted at people to run quickly towards this passage. A lot of S-class guys died, and all in less than 5 minutes. Tank began to come up from behind and say that he had warned us. But Eden came to his aid. Looking in the other direction, he saw Riley, who was also trapped. She screamed at Liam to get out of there. Falling to his knees, he began to scream why. Why did they do this? Mu Xing replied that it was simply necessary to destroy the world. Senator Liam asked what they were talking about. At that moment, Kim Hyun-woo entered the building. He asked now what? Kim Hyun-woo didn't understand why this place was in such a state again. He asked Senator Liam if he could explain. Mu Xing asked if he was the one who defeated Tank. Hyun-woo asked him who he was. The guy introduced himself. Mi Ryung told him that he is ranked first among the S ranks. The guy said that it's clear it's the one with the awkward name. Mu Xing, looking at the guy, told him that he was just in time. He needed to get rid of him. Hyun-woo asked what he was talking about. Did they know each other? Starting to twirl his finger, he said that no, just to climb the tower, he must kill Kim Hyun-woo. The guy asked, should I climb? So does that mean he's a climber? He thought that based on the information he had received, he might. Then Mu Xing interrupted his thoughts and replied that he was not a climber. But soon it will be. All he has to do is step down from his position and end Kim Hyun-woo here and now. The guy thought this was complete madness. Trying to dodge the blow, the guy grabbed him. He said that he heard that Hyun-woo was trained in martial arts. He asked the guy how about sightseeing. This was followed by a strong blow, from which Hyun-woo flew through the wall into the street. Just as Mi Ryung wanted to run after the master, 2 people stood in front of her. Tank invited the girl to play. Hyun-woo shouted, calling him a fucking bastard. He also said that he was not a climber. He felt a very strong, intensifying feeling that was no different from what he experienced when meeting them. Then they better end it here and now. It would be a shame if he just left. Then Mu Xing realized that the mana around them was increasing. This is the benefit of his 2-week study. The Azura nullification fist itself is not particularly useful. Strong, of course, but the note takes a lot of time. However, if it stops your opponent in motion, then that's a completely different story. Moreover, 10-step destruction is impossible, since the mana around her is constantly increasing. What is in the mandala should be enough. He was hinted at increasing the mana of this god. The guy gathered all the energy into his hand and struck. Mu Xing remained standing in place. Thanks to the Azura nullification fist, he would not be able to hurt him. The guy said that no matter how interesting it was, the blow was a complete disappointment. After striking him, Kim Hyun-woo fell to the ground. The guy replied that this move is no different from mocking martial arts. Hyer-woo asked does this bother him that much? Mu Xing replied that there was not a single right thing in his skills. All this varying mana does is flow through the bloodstream. It's just an easy release. You don't need a lot of intelligence for it. The level at which he is now is his limit. He has practiced martial arts for hundreds of years, even if he doesn't think about trying to defeat him. Hyun-woo thought that he was not human. Looking at his statistics, he thought that it would be quite difficult to get first place in the world rankings. It seemed to be due to his skill called elemental memory regression. The guy replied that he was definitely a mortal man. However, his skill gives him an infinite amount of time to train, which allows you to study all types of martial arts. It seems to bestow the ability to permanently escape his mortal existence. Kim Hyun-woo thought that this made no sense. The guy said that for him, who was trying to persist, he would show the true meaning of martial arts. He attacked again and again. Looking at Hyun-woo, he said that his resilience is simply amazing. Mu Xing is strong. Such destructive energy. If anyone else had been in his place, he would have already thrown off his skates. He thought, maybe just like then he should leave. But if he does, it's not hard to guess who the next target will be. If he doesn't use that technique, he will die. However, his body can't take it anymore. Then a notification came that the mortal had withstood all the unbearable attacks. His resilience has increased. Mu Xing said that he must admit that the guy has a strong character. But it's okay. Now we'll relieve you from the torment. While making attacks again, the guy noticed that Kim Hyun-woo had disappeared. Appearing from the side, he asked him if he was surprised. After all, he used Jongma's fist in this way. His way of recognizing movements is now controllable. And this is some kind of strange principle, definitely not for strengthening. What should he do? Hyun-woo said that he should repay the guy in the same coin and began to strike. Did he really think he could beat Hyun-woo? He had no idea that he was being watched all this time. He said that he had introduced a method of recognizing movements into his eye. Thanks to this, I tracked all his blows. The guy, of course, believed that this would be easy to do because they're extremely thin and smooth. He is referring to the martial arts he was talking about. It was worth a lot, but if he pulls something like this off, he will have no chance of winning. Mu Xing said it was impossible. He studied them just by looking. This was a natural question. There's a huge difference between look and do. However, thanks to the experience he has earned, it was not even him, but his movement recognition and his wide and strong key channels that made this possible. He asked why don't they test what he was studying? The senator thought they were in trouble. Other hunters do not take part in this, and Mi Ryung is only in 5th place. She can't handle 3rd and 6th place alone. Tank started saying that Mi Ryung was acting quite childish. She told him to get lost. He asked, well, he will do this, and then what? Will he study that bastard's corpse? She really wanted her master to look cool, but it looks like it won't work out. Mi Ryung said that if she left them alive, they would become a threat to the master. So we need to get rid of garbage here and now. Seeing how she dealt with his friend, he thought that she had not been watching them very carefully earlier. The girl told him that they would not have been safe in any case, because they had not committed many sins. He must die in the most terrible and painful way possible. Calling him a bastard, Mu Xing asked, is he constantly cultivating? Is this a special talent? Not every mortal can pull this off. Even, perhaps, a genius would not have succeeded. This is only possible for those who are truly experts in martial arts. Mu Xing introduced himself once again and said that he would now fight with all his might. Kim Hyun-woo noticed that something strange began to happen to the guy. Black sand began to appear around him. He, the descendant of the demonic god, appeared before him. He said that this is not how a climber should look. Mu Xing told him that he would no longer be able to do something like this. Kim Hyun-woo thinks he could do something very similar. He is not the only one who is an expert in martial arts. He still remembers the skill demonstrated by Chongma. Even though he did it to win, the guy just couldn't repeat it. Now everything was completely different. He now understands the principles of martial arts. Mu Xing saw this form and said that he was like the god of thunder. Mi Ryung also dealt with Tank. He asked how she did it. Why do his skills seem so insignificant compared to theirs? Laughing, the girl said that it was very stupid. It's not about skills at all. It's about martial arts. Kim Hyun-woo felt as if his body was being torn into pieces. Mu Xing realized that he couldn't win at all this way. Moreover, this is a god's thunder technique. It seems like something is wrong with her again. The mana consumption is serious. The body gradually gave out. The guy noticed that Hyun-woo was getting stronger. They both realized that time was not in their favor now. Kim Hyun-woo asked, what is this? It was the spirit of a dead man. Mu Xing said that he seemed to know him very well. The guy asked, what the hell? This is not martial arts, but just a clot of mana. Is he aware that the level is the same as the one he used earlier? He shouted that it didn't matter. He still can't stand it. Mu Xing said that after such a blow, he should have already died. The guy didn't understand how Kim Hyun-woo blocked his dead man spirit, and even a thunderstorm. It was almost impossible. Hyun-woo shouted to him. Since he taught him earlier, now it's the guy's turn. He has some things to improve, so let him try to block again. Kim Hyun-woo received a notification that he had defeated Mu Xing. The level of information collection began to rise. The current level has become average. The guy saw the paper on the ground. It was written there about the reserve list and the labyrinth stone. He didn't understand what it was. Mi Ryung ran to the master. He, lying on the ground, said that it was damn difficult, but still he won. The man asked, have the lurking delight and the newborn reserve been defeated? He was very impressed. The thought flashed through his mind that there was no crisis. And as it became known, all living beings cannot develop easily. He said that a crisis was needed, which would push them to try to survive. And, having achieved success, they will slowly begin to grow. The guy doesn't think that this is what is happening now. So the man means that this guy will become a crisis for the climbers? He replied that it was quite possible. He asked if the guy had ever met a high-ranking climber. He replied that not yet. He was from the reserve. He practically predetermined the outcome of their battle, but in the end he lost before becoming a climber. However, the Guardian will never have the chance to meet a high-ranking one, because the old galaxy of gods avoids the 8th floor. The day after the incident, Guild Guardian. The guy asked if the guys had seen the news. The whole world is in shock. The girl said what she heard. It was a real massacre. The guys watched the fight videos. Now he's number 1. Isn't their leader incredibly cool? There's not even a single advertisement where his name is not mentioned. The country stated that this loss would not affect their overall strength. But there are plans to conduct a thorough investigation to identify the people involved. One of the girls said that it seems that people don't care about this. It's a manipulation of the news. Since most of the top 50 hunters have been killed, unrest among the masses is inevitable. They discussed that if the head found out, he might not like it. That's why no one should talk about it. Meanwhile, in America, So Yun asked the guy if his wounds were okay. He asked what she thought. The girl replied that she was just asking out of politeness. He is in this state even after receiving treatment from someone with the ability to heal. Here Hyun would get worried. Looking at his hand, he thought that the consequences were serious. Although, it could have been much worse. For an ordinary person, the destruction of Chi would immediately begin. Kim Hyun-woo thought, what a shame. He acted intuitively, but his lack of knowledge of the details made itself felt to him. He wondered if he should train alone while reading a book again. It would be great if he had some kind of mentor. He might need that thing. 2 days later, System Room AV Hyun-woo asked her if she knew how to use it. She asked, is this the origin of AK Chong, left by a man named Mu Xing? A window appeared with the inscription stone of the labyrinth. Hyun-woo asked to find out how to get rid of it. The girl said that she would start searching right away. AV said that the corresponding clue had been found. She doesn't know if he's a Mana Stone monster or something else, but she thinks he should go to the labyrinth dungeons. Since it says that the climber must go into the dungeon to move to the next floor, that is where he will probably find the answer. Kim Hyun-woo asked if he had any new skills. AV replied that there was only one. Let her open the status window. He examined everything and saw that most of the characteristics had risen a notch higher. But is telepathy a new skill? How to use it? AV replied that it is possible only 2 times a day. Allows you to read someone else's thoughts as long as he has permission to access them. He realized that it seemed like the skill couldn't be used on hunters, but it was still better than nothing. Its notification is capable of almost perfectly informing about the time and location of the hunter. Looking towards the console, AV said that she needed to tell her something. She found out something recently, although no, just a guess. Looking at Mi Ryung, he saw that she had only one word in her thoughts. This is master. What he saw made him choke. She had many questions in her head. Is a master okay? Are there healers in the Strength Guild? What about the artifacts? Hyun-woo thought it would be better if he didn't see this. Kim Hyun-woo asked where So-yeon is. Mi Ryung told him that she heard that he would be discharged and left using a magic circle. The girl asked, besides this, is everything really fine? She told him that there were people on the first floor who could make him feel uncomfortable. Looking out the window, he saw reporters. The girl said that if she only gave the order, she would get rid of them. The guy replied that there was no need for this. They would not get rid of it, no matter what she did. He thought it would be better to hold a conference right away. Once outside, reporters immediately attacked him with questions. He got angry because they started holding phones and recorders too close to their mouths. Pushing everyone away, he tried to get through. The man already knew that he lacked manners, but this was simply terrible. Reporter asks, John Michael. The guy probably considers them second-class people. Well, he decided it was worth showing him how deadly they could be. Just when the guy wanted to start answering questions, the same reporter John Michael asked him if it was true that he took advantage of the massacre at the banquet in order to kill the hunters he disliked. Kim Hyun-woo said that he had not finished yet. The man asked if he could consider his answer as confirmation. He liked this expression. That's the price for ignoring reporters. Before he could finish speaking, Hyun-woo told him to get lost. Kim Hyun-woo asked, where did he even hear that? And in general, if he doesn't leave after 30 seconds, there will be no interview. Mi Ryung watched from the side. She ordered her employee to take care of that reporter. A little while later, sure, Hyun couldn't believe it. It seemed like Hyun-woo's speech pattern had changed for the better. Then the door opened, and the guy said that he was back. Sure, Hyun congratulated him on his return and asked how he was doing. He replied that it was better. He said that it looked like he would soon have to go to the dungeon. Sure, Hyun said that he hasn't been chasing money lately. It turns out that he will go after the artifacts. He replied that no, he needed to check something, and for this he will need his guild. Sure, Hyun began to ask why. He replied that he did not have a card, and without it, it is very difficult to navigate. Kim Sure Hyun said, that's for sure. There is no place to rest, and if monsters suddenly pour in and he gets lost, it will be simply terrible. Well, he thinks he'll do it next week. Hyun-woo said, great. Let him let you know where they are going, at least a day before departure. Patting Mi Ryung's head, he looked in her direction and wondered if everything was okay with his child. While in the tower, he somehow decided to try to train an apprentice and escape, but ultimately failed and abandoned the life of a hermit. This same child was the first to ask to be her master. She asked if he would take her as his student, and since at that time she was very much coming out of the 8th grader syndrome, he did not teach her true martial arts, but trained the girl since she wanted to become stronger. After all, it could be useful. Well, they say that no news is good news, and that's probably why she's doing well. Looking at the guy, Sure Hyun thought, looks like Hyun-woo is somewhere else again. Looking at his phone, he saw that the problematic reporter was missing. It wasn't like Hyun-woo handled things. Korean branch of Aries. They announced to Mr. Coward that Hunter Kim Hyun-woo had arrived. They didn't have much time. He can't afford to lose 40% of his shares to Kim Hyun-woo. But he can't afford to ask Mason for help either. After all, the initiators of the massacre that made the whole world go crazy are the hunters who are on his side. And it doesn't matter whether he himself is involved or not. If it becomes difficult to avoid public attention. Perhaps it was because of this incident that Liam seized political power. Entering the office, the guy said that he had not looked there for a long time. Sitting down on a chair, Kim Hyun-woo asked for an answer. The guy decided to try to persuade him to reduce the request as much as possible. Hyun-woo said that he is not a fan of long conversations. He's sure Coward doesn't want to delay their meeting either. Therefore, he decided to simplify everything. From now on, the guy will only answer yes or no. Coward jumped out of his chair at what he heard. Hyun-woo said that it was nothing. In any case, the amount requested is quite reasonable. Only 40%, and they did not commit crimes at all. He turned on the recording of the conversation on his phone. He asked if the guy probably knew this voice. He immediately realized that this was number 6. Hyun-woo said it was inevitable. Well, just in case, he will give advice. If she decides to refuse his offer, it will only get worse than it is now. And finally, perhaps, he will ask one question. Does he really want to push things to the point of no return? The man replied no. Con. The guy said that in this way, eliminating all external forces, they would completely take over the guilds around. Mi Ryung said great, good job. He saw that the lady was smiling so radiantly. Just a few months ago, she didn't show most of her emotions. She asked if they took proper care of the reporter. He asked for forgiveness and said that there was a third party involved. The girl asked which one. When I tried to find him, he had already disappeared. Judging by the prevailing house, he was kidnapped. Mi Ryung asked, he knows who did this, right? He showed her the only clue. Said the symbol was imprinted on the table. It looks like they wanted to make themselves known. The girl said that this was very strange. Let her investigate everything. She said the guy could go. He replied that he understood everything. However, he asked permission to ask a question. How long does she plan to be away from her position? Mi Ryung replied that when the master goes to China, they will do it together. So management of the guild will remain with him. The guy was surprised. Did she recognize him? Mrs. Mi Ryung, who never trusted anyone. The guy replied that he would do everything possible in his power. Chonghadong. Sure, Hyun asked if he was going to go to the house Mi Ryung had prepared. Hyun Woo replied that it was more convenient there. Did he ask his friend how the negotiations went? Kim Hyun Woo said that it was good. After 2 weeks, the problem with the guild should be resolved. Before that, there are some things that need to be sorted out. The man sat and thought that it would exceed 40%. Since he has no choice, he will have to install it in the dungeon, just like Mason told him. Kim Hyun Woo expected him to be hesitant, but he didn't think he would get involved with that guy. It's somehow impolite to just stand and watch what's happening. Wijongbu, a ranked dungeon, Phantom Sewer. Oh Sung Hyun, Aries Guild Executive Department. Thanks to his special skill, you don't have to worry about monsters. But he doesn't want to go there alone. However, if he carries out the order given by Mr. Coward, he is promised a promotion. He just needs to bury it. Then Hyun Woo appears before his eyes, with a huge stone in his hand. Upon entering, Coward did not understand what it was. Hyun Woo said that he was a little late. 6 hours have already passed. And then he realized that he had screwed up again. The guy asked if they could already talk since he was there. He thought about calling security, but Mi Ryung's bodyguards blocked him on the way. Hyun Woo told him that it was over. There was no escape. Covering his ears, Kim Hyun Woo said that they were too loud. Let them stop reacting so harshly. They already treat them condescendingly. He asked them to tie them, otherwise people would think he was a bad guy. The man mentally asked himself, isn't this so? Coward wondered where he got all the information from. Hyun Woo asked him a question. He is probably thinking about how he found out everything. Since he understands that he screwed up, he should start begging for mercy. And why do they have such identical reactions? Tell them how he found out about everything. Yes, it's very simple. All members of their bastard guild use the same method. Let him immediately reveal what he knows. If not, he said he wondered what it would be like to smash someone's head in with a rock. We should find out. Coward asked to wait. Some time ago, Aries Guild. He means the guy should install this in the dungeon that Kim Hyun Woo wants? Coward asked Mason what he gave him. He replied that it was a detonator. Does the guy know what a wave of monsters is? When the tower first appeared, a disaster occurred due to lack of knowledge about the dungeon. Only a few hunters managed to defeat them, but some dungeons were never completed. Where monsters are not destroyed within a certain period of time, they break free and wreak havoc. This is the wave of monsters. He is well informed. So, Mason plans to summon an artificial wave of monsters, because of which it will be subject to discussion, due to neglect of duties to regulate the number of monsters. Then they will return the dungeon. Mason warned that if everything goes well, he will tell you how to stabilize the guild. That's all that happened. Mi Ryung asked why Mason agreed to this. At that time, he and a master had no common ground, and therefore, there is no need for him to go so far just to get rid of the teacher. Unless Coward is lying. Kim Hyun Woo began to think that, under the pretext of helping, Mason was planning something behind his back. There was no other choice, and he agreed. Meanwhile, in Washington, looking at his hand, the man thought that this was how it all ended. Just think, Mu Xing failed, and this was an important step towards destruction on the 9th floor. Did the man underestimate the situation? For the first time, having climbed to the 9th floor, it seemed to him that it was easy to destroy. And when he met Martin Brand, he was finally convinced of this. They were preparing to destroy the world step by step. Low-ranking hunters are not strong enough to face the world alone. Things went swimmingly. Only the final touch remained. Using his guild, he monopolized dungeons all over the world. And with the help of his own strength, he attracted Mu Xing and other hunters to his side. And this was not so easy. So if the installation of the detonator in the Aries Guild dungeon and the massacre started by Mu Xing had occurred at the same time, the 9th floor would no longer exist. But from the moment the guardian Kim Hyun Woo got out of the tower and opened the gate, it was as if climbers fell from an ambush and immediately met their death. Even Martin Brand. But the things he left behind are still there. Assistant Leader Aries may be smart, but he's not that smart. He didn't pay much attention to it. He thought it was enough to just control it. That was until Mu Xing lost to this guardian. At some point he got angry, but calmed down and said that everything was fine. He had a plan B. Connecting an organization created on the margins. After he found Mu Xing, he spent too much time on him. believed the plan failed if left unattended. But after checking him, he realized that the guy had grown up on his own, and he became ridiculously strong. He sat in front of a large number of detonators. Someone behind him told Mason that he looked happy. He was there alone. He turned around and saw Kim Hyun-woo. The guy asked, "How does he manage to hit the bull's eye every time when it comes to deduction?" AV told the guy that perhaps a man named Mason, the climber, remained on the 9th floor. She searched the internet, and until the first crack appeared, it supposedly did not exist. And then he suddenly showed up and had his hand in some suspicious things. In addition, he had a close relationship with Mu Xing, who was on the reserve list. Moreover, how did a person who is neither a climber nor a guardian learn the truth about this world? Someone must have informed him. But these were just AV's assumptions. If he considers them inappropriate, let him forget. His body is not yet fully recovered. Kim Hyun-woo told Mason that he waited so long to deal with him, but it was worth it. You don't even have to look for evidence. Mason began to ask how he got there. Hyun-woo replied that he didn't need to know about it. He used information gathering skills, but he was not verifiable. So he really is a climber. Therefore, Kim Hyun-woo will destroy him. Kim Hyun-woo suggested that Mason finish this quickly. The man said only one word, "Freeze," and the guy's body completely stopped moving. He didn't understand what the hell happened. His body hardened like stone. Mason called him a moron. A guy invaded his home without any evidence and thought he could defeat such a person who was waiting. Of course, he wanted to leave it to another guy, but it seems that now it doesn't matter who deals with him. So, he decided to introduce himself. He, the eyes of the people, on Ryong-sa. The place where they are located is a limited area that he has worked hard on for many years. And no matter how strong he is, he still won't be able to defeat him. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "So he can use its power in a limited area?" The guy realized that he was a guardian whom he could not kill. However, in this area on Ryong is very strong. But outside of it, he is weak. Moreover, even though its limited area is large, its radius is only 200 meters. How did it happen that he entered there on his own 2 feet? Putting his foot on him, the man told him that he could have the last word. Kim Hyun-woo said he wanted to ask something. How many climbers are there? The man thought it was a funny expression. Is he desperate? On Ryong said that for a person who is about to die, he is asking a meaningless question. Having asked for forgiveness, he said that he could not answer it. After all, perhaps new climbers are appearing even now. Kim Hyun-woo thought that means he just doesn't know. Then the guy said, "Last question. Does he know anything about re-climbers?" This is the name given to all those who fell from the constellation. Roughly speaking, they lost their authority and were therefore expelled. To return everything, they climbed the tower. Basically, these are former gods. The man replied that the conversation was over. He already showed the guy a favor by giving a couple of answers. Kim Hyun-woo said it was true. For someone who is about to die, this is exorbitant. He began to move in his area. On Ryong began to shout that this was impossible. The guy replied that, of course, he had unleashed his tricks. Hyun-woo said to hell with On Ryong, or whatever. This is normal mana control. The man ordered him not to move, not to breathe, to kill himself. The guy thought that the fight with Musin was not in vain. He doesn't know the name of the skill, but now it's easy for him to remove mana, which penetrates all chi channels. That time, he blocked the Azura's annulment fist like that. He still lacks experience. Kim Hyun-woo shouted that it was his turn. Kim Hyun-woo hit hard, nothing special. He realized that there was no notification, which meant he had escaped. If he had not used the teleport, he would definitely have died. There is quite a lot of damage to the body, but everything is fine now. His plan B began as an underground Mexican organization, and in the end it grew into a secret organization that covered the whole of Europe. And while he has it, he can start all over again. Then he heard the question that he was here. The man, in turn, answered the girl that we haven't seen each other for a long time. International Hunters Association. Kim Hyun-woo played the audio recording to Senator Liam. It said that Mu Xing had failed and that the 9th floor was destroyed. The man said his name was on Ryong-sa. Liam wondered. The fact that Mason was a climber was quite shocking. Now, they will definitely be able to move his faction in the International Hunters Association. But even when he was attacked, it was not easy to pull off something like this because of his activity in the political arena. But this is not a voice recording. Has enough destructive power to completely drown his followers. The senator asked, since the guy came to him, does that mean he needs something? Hyun-woo replied that he grasps it perfectly. He doesn't need much, just to play with the news a little. He would like to get rid of unnecessary attention from journalists. It's a win-win situation. He will be able to finally get rid of the Mason faction, which will bring some convenience to Hyun-woo. He said it was true. Having privately uploaded this file, it is obvious that they will use it in every possible way for cover. But that could change if he becomes the top congressman. Kim Hyun-woo said okay. They agreed then. The senator asked him to wait because he wanted to ask him something. The man had seen the news before his visit about the huge explosion of manna that happened this morning at Mason's mansion. Did he kill him? Hyun-woo replied no. She and Mi Ryung checked everything up and down, but did not find a single trace. He definitely escaped. Usually climbers disappear after death, but no notification was received. He shouldn't get involved in politics anymore, but he needs to find that lurking rat again. As soon as Kim Hyun-woo began to say that he was counting on all possible help in finding Mason, he immediately began to disappear. The girl told him that he looked tired. The man replied that he needed to take care of someone. She asked what kind of person this was. On Ryong-sa replied that Kim Hyun-woo is a bastard who always bothers him. Because of him, the time for their secret maneuvers was a little delayed. The girl said that it was unpleasant. The man asked her not to worry. Thanks to her, his right hand, the organization has grown so much that influencing the world is not a problem. She said no, that's not true. She pierced his body through the throne, while saying that he was so ignorant. He asked his people what they were doing. Let them grab this bitch. The girl asked why he looked so shocking. Ryong-so asked how they could betray him. She asked if he even knew what he was talking about. It seems that the meaning of the word betrayal is not entirely clear to him. Were they the same team? At first, she benefited from his fraud with funds, and then she simply did not want to get dirty. And what is she here? Does he even have a conscience? She created this organization from scratch, and he says, right hand? Did he think she raised Illuminati especially for him? Then he was deeply mistaken. Its owner has long been determined. Or should I say that it was a gift for him from the very beginning? Most likely, it is worth telling him what caused his death. He's not the boss of Illuminati, but he's trying to hurt her master, so he thinks she should just stand there. She ordered the guys to take care of him and get rid of the furniture. Then he suddenly disappeared. So this guy really was one of them. The girl said to herself that no matter what the master had to face, she would help, and no matter what she had to sacrifice. Then the guy received a notification that he had successfully dealt with a hiding climber. I said that without a doubt, Ryong-seo is dead. Hyun-woo asked, is this true? When he was with Liam, he thought it was some kind of mistake. AV told him that his intelligence-gathering skill had been enhanced. He didn't understand what happened. Did he really die during the last attack? But then, the timing of the notification is strange. Or maybe he was killed by someone else, because he escaped in normal condition. I don't care, though. It doesn't matter how he died himself, or how someone finished him off. The main thing is that his task is completed. It seems to him that there are no more climbers left in hiding. AV replied that it looked like it. Then he needs to do something. He asked AV if she wanted more games. The girl replied that no, she wanted virtual reality glasses. Latest trend. If he gets them, he will be able to do his job even better. Kim Hyun-woo said okay, they will. Entering the gate, Mi Ryung said, he is already here. Kim Hyun-woo asked what about the others? She replied that they were ready. Okay, then it's time for them to go to the labyrinth dungeon. Turning to the master, Mi Ryung asked, is it okay if the others don't prepare? He replied that there was no need for them. There was more than enough. Looking at his phone, Kim Hyun-woo saw a lot of recent news. Less than 20 hours later, the guy thought he was smart. It seems like he doesn't have to worry about this problem anymore. Looking at his hand, he saw a window on which it was written that it was not completed. It's time to take action. The guy was wondering why there were so many of them. Mi Ryung told him that they are approaching again. Should she deal with them? Kim Hyun-woo said that everything is fine. Using his divine strike, he dealt with a large number of monsters in a few seconds. Seeing how the guy deftly dealt with them, Hanso Kwon said that he was really cool. So Yun replied that given all her awareness, she still cannot come to terms with this fact. The guy, looking at everything that was happening, thought even if he asked So Yun and So Kwon, it would not be so easy to overcome the trolls there. Maybe this is the difference between them and Hyunwoo. The guy said thank you to Sure Hyun for taking him with them. Hyunwoo asked him if everything was okay with the broadcast, but he didn't answer because he was watching how many people were following him. Kim Hyunwoo shouted that he was getting up. The guy asked why. They were still on the 14th floor. He needs to fill out the progress row. He realized that everything is simple since it increases with killing the monster. Either way, no matter what they do, will they be okay? The guy said that he didn't have a card. So is it okay if the two of them go up? Does he even know how to read it? The guy shouted that he knew if they wanted, he could go up with them. So Yun asked, wouldn't his payment for today be incomplete then? He said everything was fine. Jean-Michel asked why they were doing this to him. What did he go wrong? The man answered him that who knows? He doesn't know. Maybe it was because he angered his boss? When the girl entered, she asked if it was his face that was bothering her teacher. Does she mean Kim Hyun-woo? She asked, so that means he got it? The man asked to spare him and said that he knew nothing. She slapped him in the face and called him a liar. He says that he doesn't know that publications about a teacher should be under strict control. A little while later, Jean-Michel asked the man, isn't it suspicious? He asked what exactly? This is about Kim Hyun-woo. He's too heroic. He said that there was nothing surprising. The guy grabbed Mu Xing, one of the defenders of the massacre. But it seems that all information about him is shrouded in darkness. Jean-Michel could not understand how it happened that there were no articles with rumors and the like. Really, not a single journalist wanted to write something like that. The man advised him not to get involved in this. Let him just do like everyone else. Let him publish various stories about Kim Hyun-woo. Now they're much more popular than the scandals associated with him. Otherwise, he will end up advocating for nothing. Let him not act rashly. Grabbing his hand, Jean-Michel wanted to say something to him, but he saw a tattoo on his neck and asked how long ago he had done it. The man replied that recently. The girl asked if she remembered why such a high level of information control was needed. It's a student's duty, isn't it? A notification window appeared in front of him. The row was completely full. It could only use the energy once since the owner never became a climber. Kim Hyun-woo told the student that he would go and let her take care of the dungeon. Mi Ryung asked where he was going. He replied that he needed to meet someone. It was much bigger than he thought. It looks like he won't be able to take anything with him. He wondered where that guy was. 8th floor. Ryukong asked, is this all the dragon can do? The guy thought he was a keeper. The dragon asked who he was. He couldn't believe that his human-animal hybrid body had so much energy. The guy replied that it was stupid to judge by appearance, especially on the part of the keeper. Ryukong said that he will show how special he is. Let that stupid lizard watch closely. He is not some mediocre creature. The man who conquered the heavens, the great divine sage, Ryukong. The man asked how Kim Hyun-woo got there. The guy was surprised. Does he recognize him? He couldn't believe it. He was sure that Chun Myung's ability was to travel into the past. Allows you to travel back in time and learn the martial arts of the item's former owner. Of confirmed. But after seeing his reaction, he asked how the guy was able to enter an alternate dimension. Is the guy dead too? Hyun-woo asked why is he dead. He explained that he would not have been able to enter there if he were alive. The guy asked him to explain what he meant. He ignored him. Kim Hyun-woo realized that he needed to remain calm. It's better for him to analyze the situation. He first used Chung Myung's source and successfully returned to the time where he met Chung Ma. They couldn't know each other, but Young Ma remembers him. By the way, the past was what he saw. The source effect is degraded. He didn't understand what exactly the current situation was. Kim Hyun-woo came there to study martial arts, and Young Ma, who can teach him, is there. He asked him to teach him martial arts. The guy asked if he must be joking. Hyun-woo asked to train him. He asked him to stop being a fool. But he didn't give up. He asked himself to hold back. He had to hold on. Can't help but acknowledge his actions in the past. Who wants to teach their killer good skills? Jean Ma asked him to shut up. Hyun-woo asked what did the bastards say? The guy replied that he said get lost. Wasn't he part of those shitty conversations about what it was like to be a teacher in 10 seconds? He said that the guy can talk about it with his mana anywhere. Kim Hyun-woo asked, then he wants to taste the taste of shitty talk? His funny mana never changed. Although he said no, it seems that she has grown up a little. Kim Hyun-woo told the guy that he was too calm for the one who lost to him the last time. Would he mind playing again? Chomar replied that no, this would not happen. Because he can't kill him now. The guy shouted that they could easily check it. He said that now it is faster than before. And with one movement, he made the guy fly to the side. Hyun-woo realized that he couldn't see it. He thought, faster than before? So he also became stronger than before. Youngma asked if he wanted to try again. Kim Hyun-woo tried to strike again, but in vain. He asked Chungma why it wasn't like before. He could have fought against him before. The guy asked if it wasn't obvious. Then he set restrictions. They were climbers when they fought. Hyun-woo didn't understand what he was talking about. Chungma revealed that he couldn't use his full power because it was blocked. He asked how much does the guardian of the 9th floor know about the climbers? How does he think climbers are classified? Based on individual strength? Choma said that based on their achievements. Be a hero who will save the world, or a villain who will destroy it. There is no good or bad. That is, discrimination. The tower counts only on the climber's achievements and lowers them by the appropriate step. Kim Hyun-woo asked him, so when a climber reaches an average level, his strength begins to be limited? Choma replied that he thought the guy was stupid, but he quickly catches on. His combat capabilities were comparable to those of the best climber. But within the tower, they were limited as he did not have enough achievements. Like during their battle, for example. Choma asked, why don't they stop talking? He said he wanted to learn martial arts. The guy agreed to show him a couple because he was bored. Hyun-woo was surprised. So suddenly? But that was not the case. He said that only if he could kill him. Kim Hyun-woo said that he thought he had changed. The guy wouldn't be able to learn martial arts if he killed him. So he said he'd just beat him to death. Let him not worry and bring everything he has. After all, if he dies there, he still won't be truly dead. Hyun-woo couldn't understand what he meant. Choma said that he needed experience to learn. This was his first death. Sure, Hyun asked the girl. Did Kim Hyun-woo disappear after touching Youngma's sword? She answered yes. The guy wondered what happened to him again. He may not have wanted to get hurt, but it would have been much better if he had told him. He saw that Mi Ryung looked like an abandoned puppy. The girl asked what he was staring at. Sure, Hyun replied no matter what. Since she's been acting like this ever since Hyun-woo disappeared, it's best for him to quietly avoid her. He again saw Mi Ryung's subordinates in his house. He wondered how much time had already passed. He cannot even rest in his own home. When the house is quickly repaired, he thought of going back there and Hyun-woo can stay here. Mi Ryung sat next to the bag. From there a voice began to be heard that only she could hear. She thought it was strange because it was made for magical purposes. Mi Ryung thought it was too suspicious. If these were not the master's things, she would have them immediately. The voice said that she could hold his energy to some extent. She asked if the girl wanted power. Mi Ryung didn't understand what she was talking about. And who was she anyway? The girl told her not to be scared. She won't do anything she doesn't want to do. After introducing herself, she said that she was a demon master, a mystical goddess of chaos. Choma said that his attack lacked strategy. Kim Hyun-woo said he was a bastard. He asked to teach him a couple of martial arts techniques. He said that the guy won't die this time in an alternate dimension, but how many times has he already died? 99? Choma replied that it was 100. The guy said that's enough. Since he took out his anger, why doesn't he come back? Hyun-woo asked not to bullshit him. Doesn't he understand yet? By now he should have understood that the guy is not capable of defeating him. 100 rounds, 100 wins. He realized that Youngma is strong. He is not the kind of person who will give up studying martial arts, even if things don't go according to plan. Someone neglects fundamental principles, or when he gets stuck in a difficult situation, he cannot be defeated. Kim Hyun-woo asked not to decide for everyone. Even if he wins now, it doesn't mean he will win forever. The guy said that he was chattering again. Hyun-woo said that he would see if it was just chatter. He needs to focus. Think about only one thing. Defeat Choma. The guy began to attack. Choma realized that the guy was not the same as before his death. It is different from the previous one. 103, 103, 200, 300. Chung Ma said that the guy should not even think that he could defeat him with such skills. He would not be able to follow his movements with such an effort of mana. This doesn't mean he doesn't have the brains to even master Tai Chi. This is not martial arts. How stupid of him to use his martial arts techniques against him. Death and bullying will not stop him. Kim Hyun-woo never gave up. Chomar realized that the guy was much crazier than he thought. This is a fictional space. This is the place where those who fail to conquer the tower remain. Do they wait for their next chance? No one dies there, no one can. This is a place where the concept of life and death has been removed by the system itself. The rule is this. No one except the owners can get there, but somehow this guy managed to get there. What he said was funny to him, because he heard from his killer. He wondered if the guy was sane, but still he accepted his offer. And he added an interesting condition. Originally, Choma did not plan to teach this bastard martial arts. He was bored and wanted to fool around. That's right, that's how it was originally. He wondered if things had changed when he killed him for the 100th time. He still felt pleasure in killing him. His eyes, always filled with sarcasm and prejudice, began to fill with fear. But it was scary, and from then on, he began to give his best. 200 times, he was quite pleased to see how he died, unable to parry even a single blow. 400 times. Youngma laughed at him. He couldn't stand even 3 seconds against him. 700 times. The guy thought that not giving him a chance for a decisive blow was a rather pleasant experience. 1,000 times. Chong Ma completely destroyed the martial arts he created. He was sure that the guy would not be able to get up again, since everything that he had created was destroyed. But he got up again, an unpleasant feeling growing in his chest. He couldn't handle even a couple of his racks. But why did this annoy her? His doubts led to questions. And now, after killing him over 2,900 times, he finally understood what that feeling was. A feeling he had felt for a long time. What he felt when he became a climber. This was it. This feeling was, of course, very weak, but it was definitely a feeling of danger. Is it possible that that guy will never give up? He thought it was too funny. Youngma will make it so that he will never be able to get back on his feet. Looks like he was in a bit of a hurry. Kim Hyun-woo, after numerous deaths, was still able to strike Jongma. Exactly 2,995 times he died. What Hyun-woo said, nothing is impossible. Approaching Wukong, Blue Lion asked if the guy had finished yet. He asked why it took so long. Where was he? The man asked him not to whine. Wukong said that he would also whine if it were him. It's been 3 months since he blew that lizard's head off. Is he there because he graduated? Blue Lion replied yes. The guy asked what happened to his sworn brothers. Where are the white elephant and the big phoenix? Then a voice said that they were a little late. The Blue Lion asked the white elephant if she had wrapped everything up well. She replied that they completely destroyed the west. They did the same with the east. Wukong said that it's funny. They already climbed to the throne, and it took them 5 months to destroy one zone. Blue Lion replied that the guy was given a high level because all his achievements were recognized, and they were recognized as only 3 demon kings of Satadon. 3 demon kings of Satadon. They say he ate 100,000 soldiers in one bite. Blue Lion. The one who ate the legendary beast of myth with its tusks and trunk that could wrap itself around anything. The white elephant. The one who captured the whole country and ate the king, his entourage, and their people, the great phoenix. These achievements allowed 3 of them to become intermediate climbers. Wukong suggested they better make a plan before climbing the tower. Blue Lion asked, won't this happen again? The guy said that he would go to the south. The Blue Lion would take the north, the white elephant would take the east, and the great phoenix would take the west. And most importantly, this time they need to finish everything in 2 months. They have something to do. Kim Si-hyun's phone rang. The man on the phone said it was urgent. He asked where the hunter Kim Hyun-woo was. The guy asked what was the matter. The man said it was a disaster warning. In 3 hours, the disaster will reach Korea. They urgently need the help of hunter Kim Hyun-woo. The fight continues. In that place, neither days nor dates were important. Only the number of battles determined time. This blow was just a distraction. Cho Ma thought this seemed to be his 5,000th death. Crazy bastard. Kim Hyun-woo asked who asked him to contact him. Zhao Ma wondered who this guy was. He didn't understand how Hyun-woo could fight so much. Killed him 5,000 times. Is it possible to fight a battle doomed to defeat 5,000 times without a single break? Yes, he should have despaired just because his progress was sent back to the beginning. After all, since his 3,200th death, he began to use the techniques of the god of thunder. Even in this position, this guy's eyes were burning. Youngma said that it seems he caught him again. What kind of mad dog is he? Kim Hyun-woo thanked him for the compliment. The sense of danger he felt had long since disappeared. All that was left was trepidation. He climbed to Chan as a simple beggar and saw many people climbing. But I have never met Kim Hyun-woo like this. How can I describe him? He is a man with an indestructible will. From wandering swordsmen to those who call themselves the strongest in the world. No matter who it was, they will broke after meeting him. After all, he was destroying the martial art that they had been pursuing for so long. But what about Kim Hyun-woo? He came to him already knowing that he had no chance to survive. Kills him 100 times, and he comes back to life 101 and challenges him again. He broke everything this guy achieved, but he gets back up. It was as if the concept of giving up existed for him. That is why he is in awe of him. Not as Youngma, but as the man Mu-woo. The guy said that this sloppy converted distortion looks like something. To execute it, he needs 3 steps. Martial arts are not flashy skills. Let him not use foot techniques like that. Let him not even think about Chong Ma's dominant move. Without even thinking about it, it is better to focus on the 3 basics. The Thunder God's techniques are completely different from other martial arts. You can try to copy them, but it is very difficult to achieve absolute truth. The importance is not in the reproduction of lightning strikes, but in the natural content in his mana. 8,002 death. Chong Ma said that if they are already there, then all they have to do is give the blows of form, which will become the main thing for him in any situation. 8,423 death. Kim Hyun-woo wondered, how many times has he died already? He had no idea. Each step he took was different from the previous one. This was the true power of martial arts. Choma told him to now break the mold he created. 10,821 deaths. He said that from now on, the techniques and chi filling his body would not disappear, no matter what he did. 11,242 death. Finally, he understands. Mana, which is located in every cell of the body and creates lightning, as well as 10 different techniques, used to maintain the intensity of the Thunder God's mana with a certain amount of it. He thought it was perfect. Chong Ma said that this is the last step. He learned the Thunder technique form and broke it. All that remains is to create your own martial art. Previously, he would have said something like, what is he even talking about? After all his teachers were imaginary. He couldn't even continue his martial arts training, because I didn't know the answers to my questions. But now, he understands the meaning of those words more than ever. Management Center of the American International Hunters Association. Senator Liam asked the man how much time they had left. He replied that, according to their calculations, about 10 minutes. 31 hours ago, they were worried that a disaster had been detected in America because they were hoping for the hunter Kim Hyun-woo. But a few hours later, the same thing was noticed in Thailand and Mexico. And then in South Korea, Liam said that in the end there were 4 disasters and Hyun-woo only one. The senator asked how the situation is in these countries. The man said that Thailand and Mexico have involved the main internal and external guilds. In addition, the best S-rank hunters have been invited. Trom, Hunter Riley, and the main guilds on their side are in full readiness. Liam thought that's right. First of all, they are preparing for disaster. Although Korea, where the disaster was detected later, is a cause for concern, there should not be a problem because Kim Hyun-woo is there. It was just not possible to contact him. Sure, Hyun told the guys that Hyun-woo was not there. They may say that he left the Earth. They keep it a secret because the news could lead to chaos. It's been a month since Kim Hyun-woo disappeared. In such a situation, waiting for him without any idea of when he will return is not an option. Kim Hyun said that in order to prevent a disaster, they will have to rely on their own strength. Looking at Mi Ryung, he asked what she was going to do. 14,242 deaths. The number of deaths is no longer increasing. After all, he did not allow Choma to take his life. Looking at him, Choma thought that the guy was clearly a monster. He wondered if he had reached that stage. There is no longer just an accumulation of mana concentrated in the outside world. His black wings represent the concept of reflection and the black sphere of edges. For him, a man revered as the god of lightning, to be pushed back. They didn't stop fighting. Yuma asked the guy why he didn't kill him. Without thinking twice, Hyun-woo said that a student does not end the life of his teacher. The man called him a tower dog and asked if he was kidding. When did he become his teacher? The man told him that if he was done with the details, he should get lost. He can't rest properly because of him. Kim Hyun-woo said that he will leave even if Young-ma doesn't want to. He thanked the man and disappeared. He called him a crazy bastard. Montana, USA. Riley saw the monsters coming out and ordered to shoot. Wukong said that somehow this was too much for a greeting. He said that he only planned to destroy everything there with the help of clones, but now he will not hesitate. Riley radioed that, as expected, this had no effect on the disaster. Let everyone take their positions. Passing by the girl, Wukong said that since it had come to this, he thought he should deal with them personally. He said that first he needed to start weeding out the weak. Thailand. Big Phoenix looked around and said that this floor was too primitive. At some point, a guy caught his eye. He comes up to him, even after seeing what a mess he has made. Is he some kind of crazy? Big Phoenix said that after he had played enough, he would kill him in a particularly perverted way. Kim Hyun-woo asked what that guy with the funny name was babbling about. He's their climber, right? The guy dealt with Wukong very quickly. He immediately received a notification that he had successfully gotten rid of one of the 3 demon kings of Satadon. Kim Hyun-woo saw that the country was listed as Thailand. He wondered what the hell he was doing there. Uiyongbu, Korel. It was clear from the guys that they were incredibly tired. He asked Shur Hyun if the guy thought such attacks would harm him. Mi Ryung rushed to the guy's defense. He said that she was quite funny because she was different from the others, but he was already bored. Is Avenue trying to say that climbers are appearing out of nowhere all over the world and causing chaos? She replied that yes, it started quite recently. He asked if 4 climbers could appear at the same time. Are revealed that Nanshin Hyaki Yako consisted of many fictitious subordinates. Impossible unless it's a great coincidence. AV said there was a good chance they had a leader. She said that climbers can take with them others who have especially distinguished themselves. Among these, for there must be a leader. Kim Hyun-woo asked what brought the remaining 3 together. She replied that everything is possible if he is a high-ranking climber. Their powers match the disaster. The guy thought about it. He was going to ask how he ended up in Thailand, but it seems that this is not so important. So if he overthrows the leader, the others will simply disappear? AV replied that most likely yes. Hyun-woo asked, then where is he now? Pointing to America, she said that it seemed there. It seems easy to find a leader and get rid of everyone. He received 3 notifications. If he goes to America, the guys are in Korea. Although Mi Ryung is also there, she is no match for the climber. What should he do? Shur Hyun wondered where Kim Hyun-woo wears. Although, what is he talking about? He himself said that we need to defend Korea with our own strength, but now Hyun-woo is waiting? But it's true. What kind of weakling is he? Mi Ryung tried to hold on. She is powerless even with martial arts techniques. Her source of confidence came from the master's words. He said that imperial art has enormous power, but it does not affect the enemy. The reason for this is her weakness. She never considered herself strong. After all, there is only one such person in the world, and that is a teacher. Anyone weaker than her is just a fool. This way of thinking softened her essence. She only admired his power and knew her place. I didn't even think about striving for more. Standing in front of me, Ryung, Blue Lion told the girl that this is the end. Then he will honor her and demonstrate his success in absorbing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The girl heard the question that she seemed to need help. She had heard this voice before. He asked permission to help. All that was required was to take his power. Mi Ryung said she refuses. The master told her that there is no power without consequences. It turns out he's wary of them. That's why he doesn't want to. The girl didn't understand what this time. She was told that there would be no consequences. Just revenge will test his strength. She gradually began to change her appearance. The pinnacle of all things monstrous. The power of Nanshin Hyakiyako. Blue Lion thought. Can't he open his mouth even more? He didn't understand what kind of mana was around. Mi Ryung asked what he is. He replied that no matter what, it was already too late. One step. She began to walk step by step. But the Blue Lion still couldn't move, which made him very angry. The man said it was funny. So, he brags everywhere about his useless successes. Meanwhile, she has already taken step 6. He said that if they were called properly, the likes of him would be easy. If this had happened, she still would not have been able to defeat him. Do you think he's the only climber whose achievements are not recognized? Meanwhile, she was already taking step 7. Yes, if this had happened to her, she would have introduced herself by a different name. Her name would not be Nanshin Hyakiyako, but the god of monsters. Mexico City. White Elephant couldn't understand why she couldn't move. She was sure she heard a voice. Someone asked if it was too bright. She asked what the girl did to her. She replied that it was a simple experiment. She recently acquired a rather useful ability. White Elephant called the girl a crazy bitch. She replied that it was not for a monk who destroyed an entire city to say that. She is also grateful to her for killing everyone she was going to kill anyway and becoming her lab rat. The girl asked who the hell she was. She replied that it doesn't matter. It's better to return to where we left off. 4th place among S ranks in the whole world, Darkwing. She said that this experiment was aimed at testing the fidelity of the spirit. Understand? So Quan saw that the girl woke up. She got scared when she saw that she was in the hospital and began to ask what happened. The guy replied that speaking of garlic, he has no idea. It seems that the climber, who is in Korea, has been taken care of. And as he was told, Sure Hyun rushed in carrying them on his back. He himself, it seems, only took care of his mortal wounds and returned back. So Hyun immediately started calling him. CO Kwon asked to just leave him alone. There must be a reason for that. Kim Sure-hyun was angry with himself and was only able to escape. There, behind him, someone appeared. Seeing him, the guy asked, "Is it him?" "Montana, USA." Wukong asked, "Is there something there?" His clones have low-rank climber abilities, so it took about 300 to clear the 9th floor. But at that moment, half was destroyed. Then Hyunwoo came up to him from behind and asked, "Is he the boss there?" Wukong began to ask who he was. They began to fight. He said that the guy was quite interesting and asked him to introduce himself. Kim Hyun-woo said that he is a zookeeper, raising animals like him. Wukong said he was crazy. The guy said that it was so exciting he would be taming a monkey for the first time. Alerts began to pour in again that he had dealt with the climber. He doesn't know where the other one came from, but that doesn't matter at all. He wanted to know the result of his training. Wukong ordered Rui to grow and shrink. He told the guy to put on a show when he's a jerk. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "How did you spend it?" And this is all he can do as a high-ranking climber? Just a lot of chatter. The Ascendant didn't understand who he was? Where did that monster come from? He conquered the tower, but did not encounter anything like this. And since his achievements as Sun Wukong are now well known, the climb should be easier. Hyun-woo asked why he was quiet, pissing. He thought that this kind of power was not something that could be found on the 9th floor. Wukong replied that nothing could be done. Even if it was wasteful, he forced it himself. Let him see the power of the one who rules the sky. The true power of the Monkey King. Looking at him with a grin on his face, Kim Hyun-woo told the guy that he was very sorry, but he could do that too. Hyun-woo asked if the guy thought he could hurt him. Wukong did not give up. He attacked again and again. Since he only pays attention to mana attacks, how is he going to block a direct attack? Wukong tried to attack, but the guy replied that it was too late. He noticed a large increase in mana. I thought it was impossible. He was losing to that idiot? Kim Hyun-woo said that's not bad for a monkey. Wukong shouted at him, "How dare he? No one has the right to look down on him. The king of the 7 stars, the king of the monkeys." He thought that since he could not continue climbing, he would do everything possible to deal with it. Looking around, Hyun-woo thought there are so many monkeys. They all unanimously repeated that they would kill him, let him bid farewell to his life. After a huge explosion, Wukong asked if he was finished, but then something incomprehensible began to happen. Kim Hyun-woo remembered the words that the truth of return does not come from outside, but from within. Expending all available forces is not the key to success. Only through stability, accurate calculations, and complete control over the heart can you achieve what you want. He defeated that same climber. The legs and arms were in working order, and there were no problems with mana. Great! This time he managed to defeat the climber without much damage. But before or after battles, he had to rest for 2-3 days. His training with Chong Ma had an effect. He took Rui Bang, copying itself. It decreases or increases at the command of its owner. Restrictions are unknown. He decided to read the rest later. First, he will find a place where he can contact at least someone. He wondered if the building of the International Hunters Association was somewhere there. Hyun-woo ordered Rui to increase his size. International Hunters Association. Liam was surprised. Until this moment, he had fought such a battle and is now completely fine. He wondered if the guy was really human, and this is his unusual appearance. The senator thought he was a climber and was terribly surprised. Hyun-woo asked, "Does that mean all the climbers are missing and Korea has suffered no damage?" Senator Liam said that only in comparison to other countries. By the way, Kim Hyun-woo had a request. Turning to Hyun-woo, Sure Hyun asked, "He didn't say that he was in Thailand. How did he end up in the USA then?" The guy replied that he was just jumping and swimming. He joked that he completed the Ironman triathlon alone. Kim Si-hyun said that this is not the case. Hyun-woo said that he trained using that sword, right? The guy replied that it was so. Sure Hyun asked if he could join too. The guy asked why so suddenly. Sure Hyun replied that it was because he was too weak. So-hyun entered them and started screaming. Why did he just leave yesterday? She was so worried. He asked for forgiveness. He said that he was simply disappointed in himself because he is an absolute weakling. So-hyun said that the problem is with the climbers. They are very strong. The guy replied that not only, but also in it. The girl was unconscious, so she didn't see it in person, but on the video it looked epic. Previously, he avoided this topic, saying that Hyun-woo is unusually strong. However, when he came face to face with the truth, he realized he needs to learn to protect what is dear to him with his own hands. Therefore, he must become at least a little stronger. So-hyun said that he looked worried and asked what happened. Sure Hyun replied that it was nothing. Kim Hyun-woo thought, well, of course he wants to develop. The guy remembered Young Ma's words only if he could kill him. But will he kill him properly? The guy asked Sure Hyun, he's not in a hurry, is he? He just wants to deal with the labyrinth stone and then give it back. Then So-hyun comes to them and says that she could be discharged tomorrow. If you go to that place, how much stronger can you become? Does the level of characteristics change? But Hyun-woo didn't even check his information window. Having opened his information window, he did not immediately notice that there were any changes there. But when I saw it, I started shouting, "What is this?" Pressing the remote control button again, he asked the girl if she was happy. AV replied that yes, due to the increase in level, the space expanded and it turned out to be a room for games. Kim Hyun-woo said that she seemed to be happier about this than about his victory. AV replied that of course not. He asked the girl, after returning his age became 118 years old, why? She replied that she needed time to think. Maybe the information window counted the time that he was in an alternative dimension. Outside, no more than a month has passed, and it seems that the passage of time in the dimension and the tower is also different. She said that, for example, it could be that a day has passed here and a year has passed there. Something like that. How to suddenly explain the fact that his age suddenly increased the only way? Did he think that he had aged 100 years there? So this is not a mistake. He is really 118 years old now. The guy thought that he was no stranger to it. There was something similar in the training tower too. Kim Hyun-woo asked if she found out more about the training tower. AV replied that she had found out information about her creator. He is the creator. The guy asked what next. The girl already told him that the creator is the creator. He asked, is that all? But Avenue tried so hard to find this information. He said okay, he's a fool himself, and he hoped in vain. The girl shouted, 5 days, no, let him give her 7 days. And then, it seems, she will be able to find his whereabouts. This, of course, was not certain, but the girl promised to try hard. Kim Hyun-woo said okay, let him find out. Hyun-woo asked, so Hunan Shin Hyaki Yaku's essence spoke to her and lent her its power? Mi Ryung answered yes. Successor, he had a hunch what it might be. It seems to him that there are still forces of climbers left on the 9th floor. In Korea and Mexico. It seemed that she felt them there. But what about Mexico then? Is there a successor there too? And if you think about it, it was written there that Mason died in Mexico City. He wondered if this had anything to do with his death. Mi Ryung thought that she used the master's item without permission, which is why he is most likely angry. Patting her on the head, he said that the student did well. Without her, everyone could even die. She did the right thing. International Hunters Association. After asking for forgiveness, Senator Liam asked the man to repeat it again. The man asked, did he hear well? That staff belongs to Montana. Montana Senator Adelaide Port. This is a senator who has neither ability nor reputation, but has a huge mountain of money. Liam heard that one of his hobbies is collecting rare artifacts. But who would have thought that he would be interested in this staff? Liam told him that the one who stopped the disaster in Montana County was Kim Hyun-woo. The man asked, so their Eclipse Alliance couldn't even intervene. It turns out that it will be enough for him to meet with Kim Hyun-woo. And then he decided that he would sort it out. The guy will ask what they are chatting about so cheerfully without him. Let him say again what he wants to do with his staff. He gave it away for a while, as the official procedure required it. But the dung flies had already landed on him. The man extended his hand and said that his name was Adelaide Port. He was a senator of Montana. Kim Hyun-woo said that if this is the main topic, then he has already heard it. So, although he stopped the disaster, he also suffered losses. And while he was away, they decided to try to make a deal. After all, he also has the right to own the staff. Was this discussed? The senator said that he was well informed. Hyun-woo asked, what if he doesn't want to give it away? He won't sit idly by. Adelaide Port asked if he even knew who the man was. Does he think he can get away with it? Now, even if he doesn't dream of the life of a hunter. Kim Hyun-woo said that he already gets enough to not need it. Looking at Liam, he told him not to worry. The man was not dead. The senator asked how to settle everything now. Kim Hyun-woo replied not to worry about it. Just let them return his way. The next day, the man asked Evan what his boss said. The guy replied that he was very insistent in ruining Kim Hyun-woo's reputation. He said that if there is nothing, then let him come up with something. Let him make it so that the guy won't be able to stick his nose out anymore. The man said that the gentleman was clearly funny and asked if Evan had already come up with something. The guy asked, should I undress with him, with this senator? It was a categorical decision, but they had been helping him for 10 years. Evan replied that he didn't get anything from him. Of course, if you compare it with what you got there. He said that this is all for the sake of their boss and the Illuminati organization. Khanum. Kim Sure-hyun asked, is this A.K. Young's origin? Hyun-woo said that if you bring it near Young Ma's sword, a system window will appear. He said he was in Mexico this time. But why? Nothing happened. They are only engaged in restoration. Just need to check something. AV briefly told him about the receivers. These guys themselves are not particularly rare. But the problem is that it is not known where they appear. The climbers climb the tower, and the guardians stop them. They have specific roles. However, this does not apply to successors. Each of them has its own goal. Some, like guardians, seek to protect their world. Others become climbers and try to climb the tower. Some don't do anything. And then there are those who seize their world by force and rule it. In any case, this does not mean that they are bad. He handed the student a stone and said that it was hers now. If he thinks so, then it's good when there are many who could stop the climbers. And she shouldn't run away, suddenly gaining strength. He was told that the magic circle was completed. He told the student that he believed in her. Let her wait until he returns. Turning to Sure-hyun, he asked if the guy would come in right away. He answered yes. Hyun-woo asked me to tell him that the guy used the martial art he taught him very, very effectively. Mexico City. Looking around, he thought that they were really being restored. But how to find traces of a successor? A man approached him. Bowing, he said that they were waiting for Mr. Kim Hyun-woo. Let him be escorted to their boss. Looking at the sword, Kim Sure-hyun thought because he just recently furnished the apartment, and now he's leaving like this. He remembered Hyun-woo's words that guy had a terrible character and that it was better not to pester him. And he was somehow scared that his character might be worse than Hyun-woo's. Seeing the guy, Cho-ma asked who else he was. Sure-hyun wondered what he should answer. Should I say that Hyun-woo told him about him? He thought that no, he was there to stop depending on him, so the true goal must be revealed. Sure-hyun said that he wants to learn martial arts. Cho-ma asked where guys like him come from. Just like last time, and then something dawned on him. He asked the guy if he was somehow related to Kim Hyun-woo. He was angry because he had just fallen asleep. Cho-ma asked, did he decide to piss him off this way? The guy mentally asked Hyun-woo for forgiveness for not being able to convey his words. The man told him to fuck off. A guy like him wouldn't really learn anything anyway. Sure-hyun only asked once. The guy shouted that he must protect what is dear to him, and for this he needs to become stronger. He began to say that if Cho-ma continues to refuse, he will cling to him like a bath leaf until he agrees. The man said that this is behavior. It's no surprise that he knows Kim Hyun-woo. Well, since that's what he wants, he'll do the same to him as he did to Hyun-woo. Let him try to defeat him, and only then will he pass on martial arts to him. Kim Sure-hyun has died. Kim Hyun-woo asked where to the boss. And if he doesn't want to, what then? The man replied that in this case, he would go for a new order and return. The guy was wondering who he was anyway. He replied that to find out, he would have to meet him in person. He thought about it. He speaks smoothly, but even a fool understands that he will not provide any information. What should he do? It didn't look like he was being attacked. Besides, he had a feeling that their boss was the one AV was talking about. The guy agreed and told the man to lead him. They walked to the elevator that was connected to their headquarters. Looking at it, Kim Hyun-woo wondered why it was decorated with precious stones. The elevator doors opened. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "What is this?" The girl said that she was waiting for him, her master. He had 2 students. One of them is Mi Ryung, and the second. The guy said it was wrong. With their current strength, they won't be able to get out of the tower. Who knows? Maybe if you kill not a monster, but a person, your characteristics will increase. They told the girl they were sorry that this happened. And the second one is that girl, Ha-na-rin. In fact, they shared a rather unusual relationship. After all, she was not exactly a student, but rather a good conversationalist. Of course, he trained her no worse than Mi Ryung. I just initially perceived it differently. And during his stay in the tower, she naturally kept him company. She spent at least a year and a half with him and then came out. When leaving, she said that she would prepare everything he wanted. Hyun-woo asked, "So, Ushi who killed Mason?" She replied that it was necessary to get rid of him before he harmed the master. But then she still didn't have enough strength. The master asked why she built such a royal castle underground. She replied that he himself said that it would be cool to build an underground castle. And everything else he wanted, she also prepared. For example, 50,000 payon of American soil and headquarters in every country considered Europe. And also a casino and money, enough to last a lifetime. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "And when did he say he wanted it?" She asked the master what he would like to do when he comes out. He replied that there were many things. "I would like to get enough sleep and not have to work. The life of a rich man, there is such a concept." Ha-na-rin asked him if he wants a lot of money. Hyun-woo replied that, of course, travel and have fun every day. It would also be cool to have a residence underground, something like a royal castle. "I would go to Las Vegas to play in the casino." He couldn't believe it because he was simply listing everything that came to mind. Did she actually pull it off? She said that she had prepared everything he wanted. The guy remembered his telepathy skill. Using it, except for the word master, he learned nothing else. He thought that she was also out of her mind. Looking at Ha-na-rin, he began to say, "She killed Mason, and thanks to the book, she became awakened. So what will we do now? With the power she has now, how will she use it?" The main problem is this. The girl can now become both a guardian and a climber. Of course, if he used telepathy, then it should not go against him. but it is impossible to trust the system 100%. If Hana-rin becomes a climber, then she will have to. The girl asked, what does it mean how to use? All her strength is for the master, so she will devote it to him. Kim Hyun-woo asked, does that mean she killed the successor? She replied that yes, he was perfect to test the skills of his successor. Was the girl just testing her new capabilities? She answered that no, she also used the general skill of repetition to win. After all, that ability has very little output power. Hyun-woo said that it seemed like she had a hard time in the fight since the city was in ruins. She replied that no, she just didn't defeat him on purpose for a long time. He himself said that if he had a lot of money, he would like to buy the whole city and use it at his discretion. She has both money and resources. So now the master, as he wished, can play his Sim City. He thought that she was even worse in the head than Mi-ryung. Kim Hyun-woo asked why she had not yet sought a meeting with him. She replied that she just wanted to do it after she prepared everything he wanted. So, it was through her efforts that conspiracies and dirty rumors about him were stopped. The girl replied that she was in control of everything. As he thought, she is also not completely normal. He didn't understand why all his students were like this. He was completely normal. Hyun-woo said that he found out everything, so he will go. Hana-rin asked if she was leaving already, but what about what she prepared for him? The guy replied that he would look later. The girl asked if she could see him off then. Hyun-woo was surprised. He doesn't even cling to him. Na-rin stood right in a circle with him. The guy asked why. She replied that her purpose was to be close to the master. But what about the organization she created? She replied that she taught them well, they wouldn't die without her. He thought that nothing would happen if he took her with him. He told her that she needed to stand right in the center of the magic circle, so she should hold on tight. Hyun-woo thought how convenient it was even without that girl. You could just breathe magic into it, and everything will be fine. Khanum. The voice asked if Mi-ryung was even listening to him, or does he pretend that he is not there? The girl replied that she thought about the conditions that he provided. Although her mentor happily gave her everything, she cannot make decisions rashly. She doesn't know if there's a catch. Mi-ryung asked what sentence she was saying. Does she really want to find out her true intentions? She shares her views and feelings with her. If a monstrous spirit is encountered, Mi-ryung gives her control of the body for a limited time. What can you even think about? The girl said that there are different situations. For example, if you share your gaze and feelings with her, can she take over her body at any time? She began to say that this was impossible because control was absolute. The girl thought about it, since the offer was not bad, and that made it even more suspicious. Mi-ryung's face was very surprised to see that the teacher returned with the girl. Looking at her, Hyun-woo asked if she was waiting for him, and she still stood there with horror on her face. Turning to Hana-rin, he asked her what she was holding on to. He himself told her to hold on tighter. Hyun-woo replied that he didn't really mean that. Kim Hyun-woo said that since this happened, it's time to get acquainted. This is his first student, Mi-ryung, and this is his second, Hana-rin. They were clearly surprised to hear this. Looking at Mi-ryung, he asked what was wrong with her. She replied that she had not heard that he had another student. He told her to stop. The girl replied that she was simply incredibly glad to meet the master after a while. Mi-ryung turned to the amazing creature with the words that she accepted her conditions. She asked why this suddenly? The girl replied that soon there would be a task for which her strength would be needed. Room Avenue Kim Hyun-woo said it's a complete mess. He asked, she found it, not immediately understanding what was going on. AV asked a counter question. What did she need? As soon as the guy took out the remote control, the girl immediately said that she had found it. He's talking about the creator, right? The guy asked, so what information? She replied that unfortunately, the location could not be determined. No matter how hard she tries, she doesn't have enough rights for everything. But she found another key. Hyun-woo doesn't understand what she's talking about. AV said that she found something that could help install it. More precisely, the place where the desired artifact is located. So Yun brought documents, so she needs to go in, but she didn't want to. After all, just a few days ago. The girl asked Hyun, what were those two doing there? Mi-ryung said that she was the mentor's first student. They said it was sparring. So Yun replied that it was more like a battle of life and death. Han-na-rin ordered her to freeze and then struck. The girl asked, shouldn't they be stopped? Kim Hyun-woo told her that they don't listen no matter how much he talks. She asked me to do at least something, otherwise it would end badly. Mi Ryung asked, where did a scoundrel like her come from? The girl replied that she was much more suitable for the master. Grabbing them, Kim Hyun-woo shouted for both of them to stop. Na-rin said that he allowed sparring. Are they saying that this looks like him? They're not a cat and a dog. Let them go and think about their behavior until he returns. Looking at them, So Yun asked who she was, almost on the same level as her student. The guy replied that the second student. The girl expected any answer, but clearly not this one. Another one, so Yun thought. Plus one problematic person. She couldn't understand how to endure this. If they fight, she won't be able to stop them. Kim Hyun-woo came to AV to find out where that artifact is that should help find out the whereabouts of the creator. The girl replied that it was somewhere from the 8th to the 35th floor. The guy asked where exactly. AV said that she herself only recently found out. From the 1st to the 9th floor, the basic entity. Which means the existence of civilization is the same, but the structure is different. For example, the 8th floor is divided into various dimensions, and 1 and 3 are too small to talk about civilization. Kim Hyun-woo said that this is not the case. Can he get to the 8th floor? AV replied that the path is open now, but artifacts are required. The guy asked as many as 5. AV said that he could still find them quickly. 2 have known exact locations. The other 3 are from one person. Showing Hyun-woo where the artifact were, the guy replied that great, then he'll go. A rare artifact this time. It doesn't seem to take him much time. Mi Ryung asked what's on Han-na-rin's shoulder. The girl replied that the master gave her this mask. She said that this couldn't happen. He was so careful with them. Did she really not receive a gift from him? She replied that he taught her martial arts. Na-rin said that's great. So I will study from him all my life. Eternal student. He told them to think about their behavior, but they are quarreling again. He probably shouldn't have brought Han-na-rin. They behaved the same way, so he thought they would become friends. Hyun-woo said okay. There is something they need to do. Let Mi Ryung go to Hong Kong and bring the blind man's compass. Let Han-na-rin visit Mexico and get the silver arrow. The girl asked if he needed anything else. Hyun-woo replied that no, just let them try to carry out everything as peacefully as possible. And he will also act like this. State of Montana. The senator asked why he said it was impossible. Didn't he promise to pay a lot of money? On the other side of the phone, they replied that no matter how much he gave, nothing would come of it. He asked how the director of the largest television agency in the United States could only babble about what was impossible. They asked for forgiveness and said that it was better not to participate in anything connected with him. Everyone agreed with him, no and no. And why not that bastard Hunter? Before he could finish speaking, the guy interrupted him and said that they had come to him. The man asked what he was talking about. After all, today he has not agreed with anyone. The guy apologized for not saying it right away, but this was an unplanned meeting. The guy said that he just came. Then someone suddenly broke through the wall. The noise nearly bursts his eardrums. It was Kim Hyun-woo. The man asked what he was doing. How dare he do this to his house? Kim Hyun-woo asked if he still dares to ask. Hyun-woo said that he conducted an investigation and found out that he not only spoiled him, but also paid money behind his back in order to hold the auction. And this is just a small part. Senator Adalek Port asked what he was talking about. The main one in American hunting circles is Killing Day. On TV channel ass. Eastern American newspaper. He's too lazy to even read. The guy asked if all he had done this week was bombard everyone with calls. Interested in falsifying news? The man didn't understand how he found out everything. Looking towards Evan, he asked if the guy really did this. He replied that someone had to behave well. Handing Hyun-woo the papers, he said that there were guilds with whom he kept in touch to discredit him. He asked if he even prepared this. Did you want to do something like the Aries Guild? He realized that this was his end. Hyun-woo honestly planned to tell the world what happened and bury it in the ground. But is it really so soulless? Therefore, he invited him to make a deal. The guy heard that he is skilled in collecting artifacts. Let him give him the Velikan series, collected over 10 years, and Hyun-woo will completely forget about everything. Kim Hyun-woo asked how he felt. Is it really a very peaceful way to solve problems? The man asked the lady why she did this. Myung told him to give her the blind man's compass. He asked, "What is this suddenly?" The man said that he understood everything and that he would be there soon. She said he had 3 hours. Let him bring it during this time. He said that this thing is now in a mansion abroad. He said he would leave immediately. Myung ordered number 1 to follow him. The girl remembered Han Na-rin's words that she would do everything in 3 hours. She must cope before that girl. In Avi's hands was the blind man's compass. So he got it in 2 days? She thought it would take him at least a week. Kim Hyun-woo replied that it happened that way. Han Na-rin brought the arrow in less than an hour. Yes, and Myung is about the same. He asked, "So everything is ready now?" Avi replied that yes, you just need to connect them. The guy asked, "Is it possible to connect artifacts?" The girl replied that if they were united before, then completely. Avi began to connect all the pieces together. The result is the blind man's compass. Kim Hyun-woo said that the appearance and information have changed a little. These were the true abilities of the blind compass. The guy asked, "Now he can get from the 8th to the 35th floor?" She replied that yes. If he enters the labyrinth and uses the ability, the compass will show him the way. The deep part of the labyrinth. Kim Hyun-woo wondered how much longer he needed to go down. Due to the lack of light, it was generally unclear how much time had passed. Besides, the food had run out. Although, he said that he doesn't care about food. He told the girls that they were staying. If something unexpected happens, let them protect this place. In that case, Han Na-rin said to take only her. After all, their girl is their pride and the master's first student. And that means she will probably be able to protect everything there herself. Myung said that it seems like some Annie doesn't understand something. Only she, the first student, has the right to be responsible for the protection of the teacher. Let it be good to become a guard dog. Myung just wanted to tear her jaws apart. He thought, they won't destroy the city in a quarrel. It's good, of course, to use a name that shows that people don't interfere with it. But these are just letters. By the way, for some reason it seems to him that the further he goes, the weaker the monsters he comes across. This means that there will soon be a way out of the maze. Anya greeted Hunter Lee So-yeon. She said that she wanted to say goodbye to him before he went into the maze. But as she understood, he had already left. The girl had already asked him to contact her before leaving. And as always, he did it his way. She asked Anya if she could at least take some coffee. The girl said that she needed to ask So-yeon something. She said that she shouldn't be shy and ask. Anya asked when exactly the Hunter Kim Hyun will return. The first swordsman of the Atlantean Empire, Sword Master Svilch. The man thought that this monster was the strongest he had ever seen. He shouted to the first regiment not to surrender. If they were defeated, before he could finish speaking, not a trace of them remained. Climber Hungry Spirit said that he was tired of playing along with them. It's time for him to show the power he has inherited. At the end of the path of the Hungry Spirit. As soon as the man swung, they heard Rui grow. Kim Hyun-woo asked who would have known that the way out was in heaven. The guys were surprised that the guy beat the climber. And where is the Atlantean Empire? He needs to move somewhere again. It looks like he has arrived, though. Chon-ma said several thousand deaths, but he is cooler than any zombie. Having died so many times, he strengthened his will. The courage that comes from a place where there is no death. The desire to become stronger. Just like Hyun said, he tried to hold on and not stop swinging his sword, just to defeat Chon-ma. But what time was this already? He wondered why he took the sword in the first place. And why does he want to become stronger? Now he himself doesn't understand. Young-ma told him to back off. After all, he died several thousand times, but didn't really take a single swing. He doesn't have a chance. Let him go from there. Sure, Hyun replied that until he learns martial arts, he will never leave. The man said that yes, as befits a friend of that guy, he is completely insane. They continued. So Yun asked Anya how the dungeon control is going. She replied that everything is much better now. Previously, there were not enough employees for them, but now, thanks to joint management, it has become easier, and I have learned a couple of techniques. The girl asked, what kind of renovation is going on in the building opposite? There is a completely new house there, but it looks like something else is being built nearby. On the left, the Korean representation of the Strength Guild. and on the right, some new guild. She heard their office there, but she's not sure. Are buildings like this usually built? So Yun replied that indeed, it is also in a place where there are already 2 large guilds. The girl asked what happened. She replied that it was nothing, it was just too cool. The man told him that the ball of truth was their treasure. However, he defended the empire, so he will definitely report this. Kim Hyun-woo thought he was lucky, so he quickly found out the location of the thing he needed. He was called the hero of the empire, Mr. Kim Hyun-woo, and was invited to enter. The king asked, "Is it he who dealt with the monster that attacked the empire?" He greatly appreciates their meeting, because all of his vassals, with the exception of Svilch, were defeated. He wondered if he needed to be polite. He's not a master at this, he'd rather score. The king thought, what a tactlessness. He said that he would like to thank him for saving the empire from destruction and organizing a week-long holiday in honor of this. Hyun-woo thanked him and said that there was something else he needed. He replied that, of course, he had already heard about the ball of truth, but unfortunately, he cannot give it to him. Hyun-woo got angry. The king will definitely pay him for his feat. As for the transfer, the vassals will not allow it, because this treasure is considered the guardian of the empire. However, if he helps the king resolve the issue in the north, maybe it will work out. But Kim Hyun-woo didn't have that much time. He needed to come back as soon as possible. The guy remembered his skill. He read the king's thoughts. He thought it would be nice to use it. If he returns alive, they will give him a title and force him to stay in the empire. If not, they will look for a way to kill him. He shouted to the old man, "Has he suffered from dementia?" Sacred animals. They have divine energy and abilities. They are chosen by heaven and live a very long life. These animals accumulate sacred energy inside, and gradually studying themselves, they develop intelligence similar to, or even superior to human intelligence. This fox, who lived for 1,800 years, approached the status of a sacred animal. She thought, now it's the 9th floor. She can achieve her goal if she gets that very place. Stretching her hand there, she felt an unimaginable magical power. And not just one, but several. But for the sake of the place, she decided to take a chance and do it. She saw Mi Ryung and Han Na-rin in front of her. As always, they fought and argued about who would catch the climber. Looking at them, she thought that it was dangerous there, so she had better run away. But as soon as they noticed her, they immediately chased after her. The king asked Hyun-woo, "Is he being rude to him?" The guy asked if he said something wrong, but he has 3 reasons for this. He defeated the climber who wanted to destroy the empire and maybe the entire continent. But in return, I receive an attempt to blatantly use it. The king didn't know that he had the ability to read minds. He asked what kind of insolence. Hyun-woo asked why he mumbled about a useless reward and wanted to fool him. Well, in the Middle Ages, they really worried most about titles. Surely, for his compatriots, this is not a bad idea. But that's why it's not from here. Just as he was about to say the last thing, Svilch entered the conversation. He said that they were grateful for his feat, so His Majesty would tolerate this rudeness. Kim Hyun-woo said that it seems they are not catching up. Do they think that since he is conducting a dialogue with them, they have the right to set conditions for him? Looking at the ball, the guy thought how brightly it sparkled. Kim Hyun-woo said that it seems he asked not to accompany him. Or is it persecution? Swilch said he behaved inappropriately. Therefore, I would like to apologize to Knight Kim Hyun-woo for ruining my mood. As soon as he said grow Rui, he immediately rushed into the sky. Jean-Ma said that Kim Hyun-woo could already at least somehow resist him. What happened to him? He came there and died so many times, but what in the end? Some insignificant progress. Let him consider that there is none at all. Sure, Hyun asked, is he cultivating anyway? The guy asked that if he dies 100,000 more times, then maybe he can follow his path? Chong-ma said that his thunder technique doesn't suit him. He is a complete mediocrity who has nothing but perseverance. However, don't let him worry. There are techniques in this world that are suitable even for someone like him. The man will not teach him martial arts, but in return, he will show him one thing. Before he climbed the tower and became Chong-ma, he met one guy. He was quite stupid, but this was his strength. Chong-ma said that he would teach him the single blow of the bright celestial sword. The guy told her that they were coming, so she should be careful. Even he, with level 23 of S rank, cannot have his head in the clouds when skeletons attack. He said that they were taking positions and preparing to risk their lives. If this is not done, then destruction. The girl interrupted him and said that there was something wrong there. She said that she doesn't know if they can be called faces, but for some reason it seems to her that they express fear. The guy asked, "Are monsters capable of this? Is there really someone behind them, much more powerful than them?" They heard the words, "Grow Rui." They didn't understand what it was at all. Kim Hyun-woo was happy that he saw people. This meant that she had finally returned to the 9th floor. Kim Hyun-woo said that he was gone for 2 weeks. He said okay, and asked Mi Ryung what she wanted to give him. She handed him the energy ball of a 9-tailed fox. She developed her energy and enclosed half of her power in this ball, created in order to learn the art of the sword. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "Does that mean they have a climber there?" He asked how they caught her. They started talking at the same time. The guy didn't understand anything, so he asked Mi Ryung to tell everything. Hyun-woo asked, "Did the International Hunting Association request help, and the two of them went and caught her?" Mi Ryung replied that yes, although something happened during the process. Well, they didn't do much harm, and that's okay. But why did they leave her alive? Maybe it was worth dealing with her? The 9-tailed fox asked for her life. She has no strength now. Without the ball, she is no good for anything. She's just a useless fox with a bunch of tails. He thought that this seemed to be true. Most foxes, when they lose their energy ball, also lose their abilities. Looking at the students, he asked them why they said they left her alive. Han-Ah-rin said that someone bothered her. Mi Ryung asked if it was her. Kim Hyun-woo asked if they both really tried to kill her, but couldn't decide who would do it. They've definitely always been pretty strong students. But what kind of kindergarten is this? Hyun-woo said if he wants to live, he should tell everything he knows about the tower. She said that this was a lot, and asked what exactly did he want to hear. Showing her fist, she said that she did not refuse to answer. She understood everything and will tell you everything from beginning to end. That's all she knew. He thought that, in addition to what he already knew, this was quite useful information. The guy asked, "So, climbers try to climb the tower to get achievements?" She replied that yes. Those who embodied this would receive recognition from the owner. So those who sit on the throne will be able to achieve a lot. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "What do those achievements mean?" She replied that in simple words, obtaining any power they desired. He said it was somehow strange. Why suffer so much for the sake of any one power while climbing a tower? She replied that the point is that achievement is somewhat similar to desire. She asked, for example, does he know goblins? He said that these are the weakest lower monsters. If the goblin obtains the divine sword achievement, he will be able to use this ability. The girl said that not only. Achievements mean that you can get everything the owner has. The abilities of the divine sword, its birth, thoughts, and habits, and also memories and connections. Gets everything. He would not only acquire the abilities of a divine sword, but he would literally become one himself. Hyun-woo thought, if he could get Youngma's achievements without superhuman effort, he would definitely want it. The man asked, is this true? He replied yes. There is a possibility that he will soon get closer to the truth. He replied that everything was getting terribly interesting. He said that no, if this continues, then the irregular will be able to climb the tower without being a climber. And if he climbs to the very top, then they will. The man replied that his words made sense. He wanted to know how far the irregular would go. He's sorry that this happened. Let him send one conqueror. AV said that's right. This is the ball of truth she was talking about. After the waiting time has passed, you can find out about the creator. However, wouldn't it be better to ask him who imprisoned him in the training tower? Of course, he also plans to repay the creator. He had a question for AV. Is it possible to leave the climber alive? The girl was wondering why he was asking. She was surprised they won but couldn't kill. The girl replied that in fact she also knew that the climber had come. Her information rights were expanded, allowing her to somewhat scan the magical powers on the 9th floor. So she was aware that the climber was still alive? AV replied that it was ambiguous. At first her powers were enormous, but after the battle they shrank so much that they could no longer be felt. AV said that now she doesn't have a ball. Yes, and she is a low-level climber. If he stays alive, there shouldn't be any problems. Still, they are not very sure. Maybe it would be better to put her on a chain? The guy asked. Chain? The girl herself recently found out. It turns out that there are a lot of useful artifacts on the 9th floor. She said that the chain was one of them, something like a collar. Kim Hyun-woo asked, how much does it take to get it to make it? AV replied that there were 5 pieces. The girl again said that it is not difficult because they're all from one person. Once again, she showed him the photograph of Senator Adalek Port. Chong Ma said that now he is at least of some use. Kim Sure-hyun replied that it was all thanks to his mentor. The man replied that he did not remember taking such a weakling as a student. Let him fail. He has nothing more to teach him. After thanking his mentor, Kim Sure-hyun began to disappear. Chong Ma said that the second one has better manners than the first one. He found himself in an unknown place. The climber, Bes Sidzik, appeared in front of him and said that his victim had come. As soon as he came out, and immediately, he shouted for the guy to die with honor. After all, Sidzik himself will kill him. While I was in space, Chong Ma told him that he was very persistent, and that was where his strength lay. Born without any talent for martial arts, he was thrown out of the temple for his safety. Only he didn't give up, and he continued to work hard, even if it can't exactly be called martial arts. After all, the guy trained only one basic component. I never studied others. For 50 years, that's all I did. The first component studied exactly before he was kicked out. Also, he received a name in Murim, Invincible Single Strike. Kim Hyun-woo was unhappy. He just got to Italy, and the climber is already dead. He was sure that these were not his students. But who then? Hyun-woo landed right next to the guy and asked when he came back. After looking around, he asked Sure-hyun, what is his job? He asked him when he died 10,000 times. He stopped killing him and decided to teach him military techniques? Sure-hyun replied that yes, it took longer to master it than to die. Kim Hyun-woo called him a bastard. When he studied with him, he always received. Sure-hyun asked the guy, they haven't seen each other for so long. Does he want to know anything else? Kim Sure-hyun suggested changing the topic. Turning to the guy, he said that he was still curious. What is it? The guy replied that it was a climber. Then Sure-hyun began to ask, shouldn't she be killed? He said it wasn't dangerous. He asked why the climber was tied up. Kim Hyun-woo said he was curious. Okay, he joked. She gave information. And it seems that she still knows something, and therefore, let her live, since she is useful. But still, Sure-hyun asked, if you leave her like this, she won't run away? The guy said that she had lost all her strength, and they won't just leave her like that. The students flew into their room. The guy asked, who is this girl? Hyun-woo realized that they had never met. He said that this was Han Na-rin, his second student. The man asked what happened. He replied that it seemed that he was asked not to use achievements in that place. He asked what it was. Didn't he climb the tower and get the Blue Dragon achievement officially? The guy said that it looked like he would need to go down to the 9th floor and come back. There's an irregular that needs to be dealt with. He asked if he really needed to sit down now. If he succeeds, he will give another achievement. He asked, even so, then let him tell him that first he is a servant, and then he is a celestial being. And then the guy who received the achievement and became even taller will soon figure it all out and rise to it. Looking at the little Gumaho fox, Kim Hyun-woo wondered, is she very ancient? It must have been unpleasant when they branded her. She's probably already used to it. The teamwork of Mi Ryung, Na-rin, and Ah, they are branded as subordinates. The stigma was created by the emperor because of his mistrust of people. Hyun-woo wondered, what kind of mistrust is there in people? He apparently just wanted to make slaves. Looks like the guy can use it. Just try it once. Thought skill. Looking at her thoughts, she is the cutest little fox. He wondered why the hell she started climbing the tower. The rest of the climbers tried by any means to reach the end. Are achievements really not needed? He decided that he should somehow ask about the purpose of the 9-tailed fox's ascent to the tower. Entering the room, so Yun asked, is he here? Isn't he going anywhere today? The guy replied that he just wanted it. But why is she here? She said that she had come again to study the art of Taoism. The girl called Ms. Kumaho. She immediately jumped up, as she was very happy to see So Yun. She asked if the fox would help her today. She replied that it was good. First, Shi Hyun trained in martial arts from Choma, and now So Yun, who studies Tao with Gumaho. He does not understand what they are talking about, and therefore does not know what is happening. But the girl studies so hard, he was sure that she would succeed. A notification window appeared in front of him. It said that the ball's reload time had expired. Kim Hyun Woo finally thought. AV appeared in front of him. She asked if he had already returned. Looking at her, Hyun Woo asked if she is not playing today. She replied that today was an important day. She was also busy searching. AV asked, "Can we start?" Looking at everything that was happening, Kim Hyun Woo realized that this was the first time they had encountered such a language. It turns out that with the search he will see only this, revealing the hidden power of artifacts. Increases efficiency in utilization by 500%. Cooldown time increased by 100%. AV said that this is how you really need to use the Ball of Truth. It can achieve maximum effect by speaking the original input language. Hyun Woo asked if this was the information she was looking for. The girl replied that yes, most of it was now unlocked, and he could see what was blocked by going back. The guy laughed and wanted to say something, but a voice from the ball interrupted him. To search the Ball of Truth, think about the question and you can get the answer. He thought about it, but still decided to do what he had long wanted. Kim Hyun Woo asked the truth ball who locked it in the training tower. Well, the answer was only silence. Grabbing him in his hands, the guy began shouting that this was a marriage. Did he really suffer so much in order to hear silence in response? Before his eyes, everything changed dramatically. He didn't understand what was the matter, and in general, where did AV go? Someone told him he was sorry. It seems that it will be difficult to have a constructive dialogue. Looking at the appearance, Kim Hyun Woo thought that it was a person, but his thoughts dissipated since it didn't feel like it. The guy asked who he was and how he transformed this place. The man replied that he was the creator. Now it's difficult to go into details, and therefore he will transfer the information to him unilaterally. He told the guy to find the tower he created and him at the source of the bad weather. Then he will tell him everything, the whole truth connected with him. Kim Hyun Woo asked, "Is it weak to do this here and now?" The creator replied that he was the one who locked the guy in the tower. Let the guardian find him. The guy asked him to stop, but he disappeared. Then he began to hear AV's head. She was calling him. Opening his eyes, he saw a girl in front of him. There was now an even bigger question in his head than before. AV raised her hand to hit him. Kim Hyun Woo asked what she was doing. The girl replied that he did not come to his senses for a long time. He fell so suddenly, she was scared. The guy asked again, did he fall? She answered yes, and collapsed with her head on the table. It looks like he was there only with his mind. He had many questions in his head. What other truth is associated with him? What was behind all this? And I asked if he would try again. She wondered why he was in a bad mood. Didn't he get an answer? The guy replied that he had something to do. Yes, and one important question has arisen. At least now it is clear what to do next. Now his target is the one who imprisoned him. He decided for himself that no matter what the truth was, he would find it. Kim Hyun Woo asked the girl if she could find the tower made by the creator. She replied that the information was locked, but she would try. He asked that as soon as he finds something worthwhile, let him immediately inform him. Just as he was about to leave, the girl stopped him. Did she really find something so quickly? AV replied that no, that's not the point. Looks like he needs to go now. The one who has already climbed the tower and received the constellation, in other words, one of the conquerors, moves to the 9th floor. Taoists are those who practice self-discipline to become a celestial being. All those who devoted themselves to Yue Dungsin usually respected life and the laws of nature and stayed away from murder. However, there were also those who did not want to adhere to these rules. The man said that if you think about it, he also doesn't know who the irregular is. He said that now there is nothing to be done. Although it is tedious, you'll have to kill them all. Someone who bypassed years of training by simply climbing a tower. A scoundrel who became a wandering immortal by barbaric method. A person who received the power of a blue dragon. Chong Uchi Tian Yuji. The news reported that he began to destroy everything in his path. People were in panic. The situation was discussed in the news. They wondered, where is the hunter? The man said that they have 1 hour. Don't waste time. Let the irregular find him. Senator Liam understood that the International Hunting Association could not do anything without Kim Hyun-woo. This was very incompetent. He said that sometimes he thinks that maybe the world will sooner or later be destroyed, and they are probably living longer than they are allowed to. The existence of the hunter Kim Hyun-woo seems to barely hold on to a world that has long been destined to perish. Then he wondered if he had said something inappropriate. The fact is that both the monster who showed up and Kim Hyun-woo who stopped him were magnificent. Looking at his photograph, the senator said he believed in him. The man said how this hour drags on. Not even 10 minutes have passed, and it's so boring. He decided to just finish what he started. He saw a large crater in the sky, after which he realized that something was approaching him at great speed. Kim Hyun-woo said that here he is, the irregularist. He shouted to the man that there was no point in putting on a light show there. Young Woo-chi dodged his blow and said that a celestial being is someone who has the right to even walk in the sky. He also has killing, or maybe heavenly killing. Kim Hyung asked, is he smiling? After which he took out that same sword, Gigantomachia. The man thought that this was clearly not a size that could be avoided. From such a powerful blow, he fell to the ground. Kim Hyun-woo thought that they weren't finished. Where did he run away? Young Woo-chi said that such power is on the 9th floor. It's not for nothing that he is called an irregular. He asked where the guy got such power. I wouldn't refuse something like this myself. Killing him is a waste of time. It is better to leave him alive and examine him piece by piece. The man came down without any expectations, but what a surprise it was for him. Kim Hyun-woo asked what kind of idiots were gathered there. He asked, the guy is unlucky with his character. Most of the regulars are a bit harsh. As I thought, he is not even a climber. Young Woo-chi said that he's probably just a dork. That's why his mouth is dirty. The guy asked what kind of nonsense is he talking about. Yes, he's just a loser. Now the man started calling Kim Hyun-woo a filthy bastard. He called the guy just a poor guy. I can barely restrain myself. I don't know the Tao. He said that it's funny when he pretends to be a sweetheart, using the truth and sweet words. Isn't the guy familiar with the classics at all? Kim Hyun-woo asked what he was talking about. Well, he's not that educated, so what? But from childhood, he was accustomed to work. True, because of this I didn't go to school. Young Woo-chi asked what about his parents? The guy replied that they died a long time ago. This was followed by an attack. The man found it funny. He became a celestial being, and now he looked so ridiculous. He thought that the guy would not be so easy to kill. He tried to get up, but Kim Hyun-woo threw a punch, having said that he should not even try to escape and live to old age. The dust flew away, and he saw his clones around him. It didn't take long before he dealt with them. Chung Woo-chi said that you can create doubles simply by concentrating on the Tao. Kim Hyun-woo began to squeeze the chains. He saw some kind of light, after which the man asked if he liked dragons. He thinks he will like thunder and water. Having set the dragons on the guy, he wondered if nothing would happen to the irregular, but then he saw something he didn't expect at all. Kim Hyun-woo asked, how long will he continue to brag about electricity? By the way, he said that it helped him a lot with the chain. And yes, now he really pissed him off. The man began to attack him. He needed him alive. Kim Hyun-woo asked, is it possible to control the size? But they are just illusions. Did he think it would work twice? The guy thought, let this young Uchi now appreciate the power of the irregular. Now is not the time to hold back. The guy asked, so what is he doing now? Raising his head to the sky, he saw that something was suspiciously approaching. He told Rui to increase. He needed to end it all quickly. He again saw a large number of clans and asked, what is this? He knows it's useless. This is a Tugi, a dragon-like sea serpent. He himself became a dragon. Kim Hyun-woo thought that it doesn't matter. He still needs to stop him. He began to say that he began with practice for 1,000 years. He studied magic for 2,000 and was able to accumulate virtue in 10,000 years. Hyun-woo realized that there were too many of them, so he told Rui to grow up. He goes on to say that after 15,000 years he achieved godhood, and now 35,000 years have passed. The guy realized that he couldn't wait any longer. He needs to kill him. He suddenly began to move away. Kim Hyun-woo was falling. Young Woo-chi said that this is what an azure dragon is like. He was really strong. Kim Hyun-woo received damage from his own attack. The man said that he could not defeat him. The guy replied that it's funny. He thought that after merging with a dragon, the man became one. The blows to Hyun-woo's body followed one after another. He couldn't reflect everything. It doesn't work out for him. At least he needs something. But once a guy reflected the technique of the god of thunder, 32 times. That's how long he would have died if the guy had tried to come up with a similar attack just recently. He said that it would be impossible to kill him calmly. When he has the power of a blue dragon that controls rain, lightning, and the sky, this happens. After it hit the sky, it began to rain. Kim Hyun-woo saw that every drop contained lightning, and she's even stronger than before. He must not let the rain get on him. Young-woo, he said he was amused by his efforts. Thinks this makeshift umbrella can stop the force of nature? The guy realized that he was powerless. The body doesn't move at all. He can't even enter the system room because he can't hear his voice. His ligaments are burned. The man said that the current state suits him. Amazing, still conscious. Isn't it amazing that such a consumable could withstand the blue dragon's lightning? Well, since it became a reason to test this power, so be it. In gratitude, in the end, he will see the best technology. Just as Kim Hyun-woo was ready to face the dragon, something strange happened. He found himself in a place unfamiliar to him. He began to wonder where he was. And anyway, where did Young Woo-chi and the dragon go? He noticed that even his wounds had disappeared. Had he really died? Then Wukong appeared before his eyes. He asked, so he was attacked by a snake? And what was he staring at? Kim Hyun-woo asked where they are. He replied that they are inside Yoinbo, the world of conceptual thought. Hyun-woo asked, is this some kind of imaginary space? He replied that no, something else. I began to think, what should I call it there? The guy asked, doesn't he know? Wukong replied that he knew. Then let him explain. He answered that it was simply a world of mental images. Let him believe that the guy's spirit has entered his world. Hyun-woo realized that he really couldn't explain. The guy asked what he should do now. Wukong replied as he pleased. He is still on the verge of receiving the final blow from that snake. Since falling there, his brain has been working much faster. It turns out that the flow of time is different here and there. Hyun-woo asked, and he pulled it out to borrow some strength? Wukong replied that no, he did it to tease. It was painfully funny to watch the guy beat him. Did the guy really think that he was going to help him? Of course he can do this, but only if the guy prays. Suddenly, he becomes imbued with sympathy. Kim Hyun-woo replied that it was no longer necessary. What use is it to him with the strength of a dead man, that he cannot even say anything separate? He understands that he won't be able to use force again, right? Well, it unlocks the achievement, but what's the point? They usually borrow power from those who are stronger, not the weaker, right? Wukong replied that he would kick that snake's ass himself. Hyun-woo asked him to prove it. Let him show that he can win. Wukong knew that he couldn't do it alone. The guy asked, well, will he borrow it? Young Woo-chi was happy, because the blue dragon's strength was simply incredible. And what power will he gain by killing that guy? The man saw that something began to happen to his dragon. He didn't understand what was wrong. How is this even possible? Hyun-woo appeared in front of him and asked how this bastard was doing. Wukong thought, since he is a very capable guy, their contract will be profitable. He deliberately pulled, but to no avail. He either doesn't have enough convolutions, or he has no fear at all. He's crazy. Although, that's why Wukong chose him. A place that looks alive, but is already dead. It's perfect. Just space that was restored by climbing the tower one day. No colleagues, no subordinates, nothing. Maybe it really will work out. Young Woo-chi asked what kind of clothes he was wearing. Kim Hyun-woo rushed into the sky. The man thought it was in his direction, but no. He started shouting for the guy to wait, which was not necessary. He followed Wukong's words to rise above the clouds. The influence of the Snake Tower, that is the Blue Dragon, is certainly great, but not to the same extent. This must be some kind of scam. Kim Hyun-woo broke the stone. Young Woo-chi asked if he thought he could defeat him now. The guy replied that this is exactly what he was going to do. He felt that everything was completely different. Even lightning doesn't appear anymore. The guy asked if he said that the scammer needs to be returned to the right path. Kim Hyun-woo thought that the guy was good with a sword. Pretty quickly. However, funny enough, he repelled his 30-second attack, and naively thought that he could finish him off with something like this. No match for him, who fought with a real sword master for more than 100 years. He struck again and again, died, but never gave up. And the tip of the sword was his heart, and the blade was a road in the darkness. So no one compares to Chungma. Kim Hyun-woo asked him to look at himself, and told him that he could have died 100 times already. The man called him a bastard. The guy asked, did he finally pull himself together and start swearing again? Does he think this will discourage him? Young Woo-chi shouted that he would kill him, smear him like before. Hyun-woo noticed that it started to rain again. The man began to shout that this is the power of the heavenly dragon, and he cannot avoid it. The guy asked, does it mean strength? The appearance of the blue dragon speaks? Thanking him, the guy said that through his prayers, he now has another technique. He couldn't believe it. Mana was pouring out around him. Kim Hyun-woo pointed to the dragon's target. He got the job done quickly. The time allotted for using force has expired. He was glad that the world was not destroyed, and he decided that he had not passed out yet to check the received artifacts. Having opened the collection of information, he saw that absolutely nothing was available there. All information was hidden. He decided that he would ask AV later. Kim Hyun-woo's body didn't move at all. Looking at the ball, he thought that someone would come and find it. 3 days later, Han Ah-rin asked the master, will he go straight home? She was followed by a counter-question, where is Mi Ri-young? The girl replied that she was probably busy. Hyun-woo said that after all, he is the head of the guild, so they will look there. He himself started it. You need to be at least a little interested. Sitting next to him in the car, Han Ah-rin smiled imperceptibly. The girl was glad that finally they were alone. Han Ah-rin thought that while Mi Ri-young was not there, she needed to seize the moment. She specifically told the driver to take his time, and now she can comfortably talk to her master. Then Kim Hyun-woo said that he needed to go away for a while. The girl asked where he was going. He replied that it doesn't matter. Let him continue driving. He'll be back soon. He just left. She asked the driver to just circle around the area. Han Ah-rin will definitely grab hers and have a nice time with the master. The guy asked AV, did she find out something? The girl replied that no. Usually, if you bypass the permission, you can see any information at the end, but now it is difficult. He replied that apparently nothing could be done for now, and asked what about the tower and the creator? She replied that it looked like the tower the creator was talking about was on the top tier. She said that this has not been confirmed, but it seems that the creator has erected another tower. True, it is unknown for what purpose. Hyun-woo asked if it turns out he needs to go to the very top. So now they've explored almost everything. AV replied that the problem was the location. They know it's on the upper tier, but where exactly? If you dig a little, you might find out, but it will take about 2 to 3 weeks. The guy remembered the words of the creator that he should find the tower he created and him at the source of evil. Then a thought suddenly struck him. He asked AV, she knows the blue dragon? Can his source of evil be exploited? The girl replied that she did. Then she could search about the dragon without unnecessary interpretation. When he came out, he saw Ah-rin and asked her why she didn't leave. The girl replied that the roads were clogged, so they would rise. 30 minutes later, he was wondering, does a girl really like to ride in a car that much? We covered the road in 15 minutes, in just an hour and a half. As soon as the door to the Guardian Guild opened, they saw something. Anya and Hyun stood in front of them and hugged. Sitting them down in front of him, Kim Hyun-woo asked when the two started dating. They replied that right before he was sent to the International Hunters Association. The guy said that it was already pretty decent. That time, after meeting the climber, she supported him and consoled him. Kim Hyun-woo asked what kind of depression. They haven't done anything wrong, whether they hid their relationship or not. Anya was originally an assassin's mercenary. Hyun is his precious little brother. However, she is not their enemy. He began to say that it is not enough to do such things in the office. Although no, he doesn't say that they shouldn't do this, but what if someone catches them? A few days later, Hyun said that in this way their soul guild no longer intends to express its position on this issue. So Hyun told the guy that he performed very well. Sure Hyun replied that she also tried a lot. After being forced out by the guild guardian Ares and its monopolization of the dungeons, the Korean hunter industry began to revive. That they could not manage a monopoly were satisfied with a reasonable price of entry. As a result, small guilds began to form in Korea. After the disappearance of the previous system, Sure Hyun, So Yun, and So Kwon, they quickly responded to the movement of the hunters and quickly changed the direction of their guild's work to the same as that of the Guardian Guild. Sure Hyun said that there is no excessive competition and no problems with profits so far. However, when he saw the fox in So Yun's arms, he asked if that creature was a gumeho. What is it eating there? The girl replied that she really likes cat treats. The guy asked, but how did she get it? She replied that the fox was working with her. So she wants to move with her to the training room of the Aaron Guild. Sure Hyun was interested. Is this possible? You have to be very careful. She told him not to worry and pointed to the carrier. If you carry it in a carrier, no one will really notice. And even if they see her, she will think that she just has special fur. Uedo Island. He didn't understand what this meant. The guys who filmed it were too friendly. No matter how dirty money is also hard work. There is nothing unusual about this. Although he thought that no, something was still there. He was asked to pose, as if he was waiting for someone. Then they asked him to make a loving look, cross his arms, and smile. Kim Hyun-woo wondered if he was definitely a tracksuit model. Were these flower poses? But why exactly? The man said that the guy really did a good job today. Hyun-woo decided to ask, can he keep the suit because he's too lazy to change? He replied that, of course. He was allocated specifically for filming. Going out into the street, the guy saw that the girls were quarreling again. Mi Ryung said that there was room for 3 people. Enough, so let him shut up. He shouted at them to just shut up and they would quickly go home. Tomorrow he needs to go into the labyrinth and try to fill the source of evil with the power of the blue dragon. Looking at the girls, he thought that it was better not to take them with him. Dungeon Labyrinths. 14th level. Wukong asked, is using Yoibin so careless? Hyun-woo said that he was silent all the time. Now why did he suddenly speak up? He replied that he had a contract. To properly use his abilities, you need to be able to handle the Yoibon. Kim Hyun-woo asked what he needs to study Bongsal, and when will he have time to do this? Wukong replied that gradually, only the basics are required. Hyun-woo asked if they were enough for the fight. Just trying it out. Wukong said that he doesn't seem to know anything. For example, is he aware of the principle of borrowing power? Climbers do not share the strength of dogs and cows. So if their ability is below a certain level, then it does not manifest itself. The guy asked what this nonsense is. He called it only a house and said that in order to take advantage of its power, you need to master the art of Bonsal. He has no knowledge about it. The score is equal to 0, which does not change, even multiplied by 100. If his abilities are below a certain level, then Wukong's Bonsal is useless. He wasn't rude, but he wasn't wrong. Can't even imagine Sun Wukong's Bonsal level. Moreover, this is not just art, but a combination of it with Yoibin. Level 15 underground. So Wukong is still able to talk to him? He replied that they could communicate from the moment the contract was signed. Kim Hyun-woo asked, maybe there wasn't such a point there? Wukong replied that this was a base. Didn't he watch it at all? Contracts usually contain special provisions. Then why was he still silent? The guy replied that he just didn't want to chat with him in vain. So he prefers that Hyun-woo not use the full power of Yoibong and just catch the monster and hit him with a stick? Wukong agreed to tell him all the details. Kim Hyun-woo said that's good, then it's time to start. Kanam. Mi Ryung sat and thought about the words the teacher said about not spending money on strange things. As he asked, she made Hanam's throne small, and not so great. But now it hurts her that he is like this. One of the employees approached her and handed her an envelope. As soon as she tried to open it, she heard a voice. Mi Ryung asked her not to say anything. She herself said that the girl can communicate with her in everyday life. She asked just not today. She replied that okay, since she was so shy, she wouldn't say anything more. From the envelope, she took out photos of Kim Hyun-woo taken at the photo shoot. Immediately, her head was befuddled by imagination. The doors to the room suddenly opened. Mi Ryung asked who was there. She saw that the masked warriors were not moving. The girl asked what was the matter. Let him speak faster, otherwise she will turn on the power. Hana Rin asked to wait, because she was not there for the sake of a fight. If that were the case, she would have brought all the members from the organization. Mi Ryung replied that even in a crowd, they could not do anything. Laughing, Narin said, well, she has jokes. Actually, she came to say something. Mi Ryung asked, what does she want? She said, what about the photos the girl is holding? Showing her one of them, she asked not to misunderstand, because she is not like Mi Ryung. I also just asked the photographer for a favor. And if she had received the photograph she wanted, she would not have come to her, but she did not want to give it away. Narin already said that she would kill if someone else got the photo. Does she now understand the purpose of the visit? Mi Ryung asked, really? The girl replied that it was true, that's right. Showing her the photographs, she asked if the girl wanted them. Yukong looked at the guy and wondered if he could handle it. At first, of course, it turned out SOSO. But having learned the range of action of the pole and the exact technique of use, it was possible to adjust and maintain the required distance from the monster. The path when using the art of bonsal is taken into account much more due to the universal weapon capable of covering both long and short distances. If you make a wide grip, you can achieve the distance of a spear. It is quite possible to fight with a loved one like a dagger. It all depends on how you hold the wool, which is why this martial art takes a lot of time to show itself in all its glory. However, he only slightly directed his movement, and Hyunwoo already wields the pole almost perfectly. This kid is a genius. And Hyunwoo himself thought that he was far from a genius. If it were not for the efforts of Chongma, I would have been marking time for another 100 years. Maybe because he learned in sparring, he learned very well how important every step is in battle. But he learned more than just that, from a style of movement to the technique of defending against attacks from all sides. This could realistically take almost 100 years, but instructions decide everything. Now, he's getting into his teeth. Ryukong called him a damn genius, and the guy replied that he was just trying. He asked if there were any more instructions. Ryukong replied that that would be enough for now. Looking at the pop-up window, he thought that if this continues, then soon the progress of the maze of stones will be 100%. He asked Ryukong. Now he doesn't need to use Yoibin? He replied that yes, that's enough. Rui asked if he had thought about using it with the Blue Dragon's power. He replied that he thought, but what? It turns out that it was impossible to use the Blue Dragon's power on the source of evil. He sees that no matter what he does, he won't be able to use the power of the Blue Dragon. Kim Hyunwoo thought that he was in favor, but for some reason he felt deceived. Then Anya came to him, seeing that the head was not in a good mood. She said that she would come back later. Hyunwoo asked the girl what's wrong. Let her tell. She said he received another offer. After looking at the paper, the guy asked seriously. The girl replied that this time the conditions were good. This was an offer for men's suits. The image proposed by the company suits him well, and great hopes are pinned on the new collab. He replied that this was certainly a good offer, but he would refuse. He will have a lot of money without it. Approaching him, Na Rin asked the master, wouldn't it be great to act in a photo shoot? This is not necessary. It's just that the offer is really very profitable. He personally will receive 25% of sales, but this manufacturer's prices are much higher than the previous ones. Such an investment will benefit their master. Turning to Mi Ryung, the guy asked what she thought about this. She replied that she also thought it was a good offer. Looking at them, the guy thought it was suspicious. Had they really conspired? They were like cats and dogs, but now they don't quarrel and are generally closer than before. Kim Hyun-woo received an invitation to the system. Finding himself in front of AV, he began to be indignant. He told her to clean up. So why is it a mess again? The girl replied that she was just looking for all the information, but she didn't have time. Looking at her, he asked where she gets food from. AV replied that it was from the refrigerator. She can recreate a dish created once as much as she wants. Sitting on the sofa, he asked if she found anything. She replied that yes, although not completely. The girl said that the tower erected by the creator is located on the 12th floor. According to the results of her search, she is the original. Hyunwoo asked, and what do you mean? She replied that this is what he has to find out. You just need to go up to the 12th floor and immediately see the tower. He asked how, with a question mark. Is it possible to use the blind man's compass again? Seeing AV's reaction, he asked what was wrong. Is it problematic? The girl replied no. Everything will probably be fine. But time. For Guardians, the transition from the 8th to 35th floors will take about 2 or 3 weeks. But she asked how long it would take to get to the next level. Hyun-woo asked, does she mean the distance between floors is different? AV replied that it was true. The transition may take a few weeks, as it did then, or a couple of years. The guy said that the last one was a bit too much. But if it really takes that much, it's a problem. He primarily acts as a guardian protecting the 9th floor. And if he leaves for a long time, he will become defenseless. Of course, Mi Ryung and Hana Rin will remain there. They will be able to resist the climbers. But if, like last time, an invader appears, then the pressure is still fresh in his memory. Even he could not fight him alone. There is no way he could leave the 9th floor just for the two of them. AV asked the exact time of ascent or another method. Should she look for more? As soon as he said regarding the ladder, the girl replied that, honestly, she couldn't find him. Angry, the guy asked, is it really so difficult to find a convenient way there? Then he said that for sure, he has someone to ask. The guy who knows the tower very well. Woo Kong asked, so he wants to know how long it will take to climb from the 9th floor to the 12th? But why? Did he even listen to him? Does he look that idle? The guy replied actually, yes, he doesn't do anything. Either way, what he can say about the tower is very limited. Kim Hyun-woo asked, what does this mean? He probably just doesn't know anything. Woo Kong replied that he knows, but there are restrictions. As soon as he started saying that he was at the very top of the tower, the guy immediately stopped hearing. Calling Kim Hyun-woo aside, he tried to explain everything with a drawing. He wrote something, but it was impossible to see. The guy thought it was strange, as if his eyes had failed. He asked, it turns out he won't find out anything. He replied that it was simple and not particularly important information. For example, what he just asked. The master said, okay, Young Woo-chi is destroyed. Just an irregular invader who received his power. He thought it was great. The creature created for the test has become irregular and kills those who passed it. It was an incredible achievement. The employee turned to the gentleman and asked if they should leave the irregular in peace. The man replied that he had already exceeded all his expectations, this guy. He's just curious how much more he can accumulate within himself. Therefore, he decided to give the guy some time. Kim Hyun-woo asked how much and asked Woo Kong to repeat it. He replied that he had already said 100 times, 500 days. He was surprised by this amount of time. For more than a year, he asked again, how could this be? Climbing to the 8th floor took only 1 month. Woo Kong said that he would need to complete quests. Also, the climber must clear the floor. And in fact, as soon as he wanted to tell, it turned out that there was a limitation on this too. All he said was that each floor has its own passing criteria. The guy replied that okay, but is it possible to somehow reduce the time? The 9th floor should not be empty for more than a year. He replied that if you think about it, there's a loophole. Kim Hyun-woo asked if it was true. Let him tell it. Woo Kong asked, does he know about the somersault cloud? Chonghadong. Anya told the head that it was time for him to go filming. Hyun-woo replied that he would not go. He thought about that same cloud. Only with it he could climb to the 12th floor in 5 days. If it is indeed true, he must receive it. By any means. He needs to get to the creator and kick his ass. Looking at the girls, he didn't understand what was wrong with the atmosphere. Having called Anya, he asked to send him that document regarding the shooting by mail. He turned to the girls. Having said that he needs one artifact, will they be able to find it? They replied that yes. For the sake of the master, they will do whatever is necessary. He received a notification that a new climber had arrived on the 9th floor. He shouted what again? They already got him. Ascendant Oroba. 72 demons of Solomon and the nobles of hell. He said it was stupid to block his path. Seeing the 9th floor, he said that at last. We'll quickly deal with it and move on. Whatever pillars dwell there. With his foresight, nothing will confuse or surprise him. Seeing him, Kim Hyun-woo said hello. Oroba said that such a strange boss is also not bad. At least have some fun watching his efforts. Flying up to him, Kim Hyun-woo began to strike. He thought, what kind of quest is this? And who is he anyway? Oroba decided that he needed to quickly use his foresight. In it, he saw that all that a meeting with this brat promised him was death. Looking at him, the guy said that they switched places. He asked, which one of them will have fun now? The guy sat and read the thanks. Then the students came to the master and completed their task. In his hands was Ishan Daesong's necklace. Kim Hyun-woo told the girls that he would be back soon. It wouldn't take long. He decided to use the necklace as a source of evil. She looked at her master Kim Hyun-woo, and he also did not take his eyes off her. Yes, in complete silence. From what she saw, So Hyun dropped the phone from her hands. She had a little time before meeting Hyun, so she surfed the internet. And then her attention was drawn to the title, The Secret Relationship Between Teacher and Student. She thought it was a novel, but as it turned out, it was fan fiction, and even people she knows. But the most shocking thing was its content. She felt like she was doing something illegal. This is a fiction, a novel, a fantasy. Then Hyun came to the door and said that he was back. Out of fright, the girl threw the phone at the wall. The guy saw that there was nothing there. It seems like there shouldn't be an error, so it's somewhere nearby. Jumping high up, he saw that there were only mountains around. But then a cave caught his eye. He thought maybe there. Entering inside, he saw a huge tree. Then from somewhere came the question, who is he? The great sage of Ishan. Hyun-woo said, Ishan Damon. The guy asked if they still call him that. And who will he be anyway? He said that he came for the Summersalt Cloud that Sun Wukong entrusted to him. The guy replied that everything was clear. Kim Hyun-woo started to get nervous, so let him answer if he knows. Hyun-woo again repeated that he came for the Summersalt Cloud. Seeing that the guy was angry, Ishan replied okay, they'll move on to his sheep. But first, he asked Sun Wukong, although no, his little brother, how is he doing? He asked, so after his brother died at the hands of the guy, they made a contract and he received the Yoibin? Hyun-woo replied, which is true. Ishanya called his brother a fool, and he's also trying to climb the tower by transferring his soul into matter. All his brothers surrendered. He asked where Yoibong is now. The guy replied that he was not with himself right now. To use the source of evil, you cannot take other artifacts. By the way, his brother said he climbed the tower alone. What does that mean? Ishanya asked if he knew about the family of sages. Each of them is capable of turning the sky into a swamp. Powerful yokai. He said that at the moment, none of the 7 wise men are climbing the tower, except for stupid Sun Wukong. The guy asked, then what are they doing? He replied that, of course, they live calmly in this small imaginary space, which almost makes you cry. Kim Hyun-woo was wondering why Ishan refused to climb. He replied that because he understood one obvious truth. No matter how highly they strive to fully regain the lost achievements, they will not succeed. Well, did he satisfy his curiosity? Let the cloud give away already. Ishanya asked if he could hold him. Let him not judge. It's not like he wants to squeeze the cloud. It's there, but he can't give the guy his brother's strength. This tower is a place where he can use his accumulated skills. However, there is no easy way to gain someone else's power, unless some people from the top level of the tower are involved in this. After all, strength is created in the footsteps of the steps taken. Did Young Woo Chi use the Azure Dragon's abilities as freely as if he were his own? Ishanya said that there is a method for this too. Let him repeat his brother's karma. In the guild, the girls sat opposite each other. Narin asked what they would do. Frankly, she would like to take on the restoration of Mexico City herself. But due to the intervention of bandits, this becomes a waste of time. She thought that would be possible, of course, to kill them all, but this would only make things more confusing. But if she takes over all of China, she will quickly deal with these guys and restore Mexico City. And they will be able to create a city that fully corresponds to the preferences of the master. Miryung said half. She will build the second half as she wishes. The girl agreed with her. They began to draw boundaries. How should I tell the guy? To get a cloud somersault, he needs to do the same as his brother. He must learn his art of cloud somersault. Hyun-woo asked if he shouldn't teach him this. The guy answered, did he really think that he would come and get everything easily? He asked the guy how to use the somersault cloud art. He replied that he was almost unfamiliar with the Tao. For him, The main thing is physical strength. Ishanya said that if he had known, he would not have helped him. Because without an identical rotation, the pattern of karma has no meaning. And by the way, his brother figured it out on his own, without anyone's help. Should Hyun-woo repeat his experience? He replied that's true. Let him do the same thing as his brother. Then his actions will be recognized as personal strength. Sitting on the ground, the guy said that he would just try. He replied that let him try, and for now he will rest. And one more thing, a cloud somersaulting among those clouds in the sky. So good luck to him. Last time it was 118 years, and now it's already 121. He spent 3 whole years there. Of course, he didn't think that he would succeed right away. It took him 100 years to obtain the Thunder God technique. The cloud somersaulted was the first art of Tao he encountered. At first, he tried to imitate the power of the 5 elements that So Yun studies, but nothing worked for him. Then, he jumped over the clouds. However, even after turning into the god of thunder and rising to the clouds, he was unable to ride them. He even tried to connect the clouds of magic, or use it to compact them, but that too was a failure. Eventually, he learned the step of emptiness. At some point, he decided that it would be better to ask Sun Wukong. But then I thought that no, this must be his feat. But he's already tried everything. What else can you do? Looking at the sky, he seemed to understand. But it only seemed to him. Ishanya sat and watched him. Complete failures. Was this the 3rd attempt or the 4th? Previously, he fell to the clouds. Is this considered a success? From that day on, he lost all hope. So it doesn't matter whether the guy succeeds or not. He didn't understand why his brother relied on him. I even wanted to tell him how to achieve the achievement. Hyun-woo took off his clothes. He believed in what should happen. In the end, the answer lay in a martial arts novel. Usually, many of them are poorly remembered, but the spectacular scenes sink into the soul. One of these impressed him. He remembered the words, "You will see me again when you lighten your body," because they're the student and the teacher separated after preparing for the 5th Gron. This gave him a clue. When I remembered this scene and jumped, I discovered that in the clouds in this imaginary space, physics almost does not operate. If in this way he does not ride the cloud again, then his authority will clearly be weakened. If you lighten your body as much as possible with the basics taught by Chongma, you can feel the touch of a cloud on your feet. This is the true art of Giant Shin. The void step he tried was incomplete. 10 seconds in 5 seconds. 20 seconds in 10 seconds. 40 seconds in 20 seconds. And outside of martial arts, 80 seconds in 40 seconds. The guy said that before he was bursting with magic, but now he really comes through the air. He saw that the clouds were finally gathering. It was clearly a success. Having gone down, the guy handed him his clothes. Taking it in his hands, he wondered if it weighed too much, and, it seems, he was without her for quite a long time. An information window opened in front of him. Seeing his age, he thought that he'd spent 10 whole years on this. Ishan will give him a cloud of somersaults. The guy asked why it suddenly took the shape of a ring. He replied that he didn't know, but it just thickened and became like that after he descended. When he says the word materialize, the ring becomes a cloud, and when he says condense, it's the other way around. Ishanya asked him to tell his brother something. Wukong asked, has he mastered the cloud somersault? The guy answered yes. He himself said to get it. Didn't Hyung-nim tell him how to bring the somersault cloud? Hyun-woo replied that no. He said to just repeat his actions. And he asked, was there any other way? Kim Hyun-woo said, what difference does it make? Most importantly, he has mastered the art of the cloud somersault, right? Plus, he learned a lot during practice. Wukong replied that not at all. He said the contract was to share his power. So he could just share his karma? He replied that yes, he is still able to move on his cloud. Hyun-woo said okay. Now that I've dealt with it, what's next? He replied we need to get up. The guy asked, maybe through the labyrinth? So how is he going to use the cloud in such a narrow space? Need through the passage. The gentleman asked why he came. The employee answered him that there was news. He told us to use the feminine technique of the northern sky as it should. He replied that although he was the last of them, quite a long time had passed since he had risen. Had it not? Okay, Why was he looking for him? He replied that he needed help with something. The man replied that it was surprising for the first time he saw him go beyond the limits. He asked what about that matter? The guy asked him to kill the irregular on the 9th floor. The gentleman asked, was Young Wuchi killed? He asked, does he already know? He was destroyed by an irregular. The man smiled, chattered about how he had become a celestial, but in the end he remained only a candidate. He replied that he would refuse. Hyunwoo asked again, passage? Ryukong replied that yes, only conquerors can use it. With its help he can reach the 12th floor in 1 day. He said that in 5 days. The guy replied that these were calculations taking into account the borrowed karma. However, now everything is different. If it doesn't stop, it will turn out like this. If it didn't work out, he was going to train his students, but now there's no need for that. It had dawned on the guy that only conquerors could use it. How then can he do this? Ryukong told him not to worry. He already has a pass. He met the last time with Young Wuchi. The guy asked, is this a blue dragon? He replied that yes, even if this power can be obtained only by becoming a conqueror, is also proof. So, is he ready to go right now? Kim Hyun-woo replied that no, he will get the labyrinth scale first. It's fast, because he wants to see the creator's face as soon as possible. The guy asked, why does the gentleman refuse? He replied that this is not even his name. He does not want to use his power unnecessarily. He promised him that if he completed the task, he would receive an achievement. I'll disappear, he only managed to say, so that the guy would not forget about his promise. Although the gentleman said to let the irregular go, he must be prevented from being killed. The man who received the title of the best in the world, using his own martial arts as his name, Northern Sky Divine Technique. In reality, his strength is not that great, because the tower is a place where there are not only many people who use such a nickname, but also creatures that have gone beyond human limits from the very beginning. He, honing his martial arts, had much less accumulated karma than Young Wu-cha. However, shrouded in darkness, he sought a way to get her, and he asked him for a favor, so there's nothing to worry about anymore. 3 days later, Hyun-woo asked, is that really there? Ryukong told him to shake the blind man's compass. The bright light from the compass rushed straight into the sky. Hyun-woo asked a question. Does he need to stupidly rise into the sky? He replied yes. Let him squeeze the blue Dragon Ball in his hand. Then the way will appear. He thought that the girls were probably worried, but he seemed to calm them down normally, so it would be okay. He thinks the case won't take more than 5 days. Kim Hyun-woo didn't understand what was happening. The guy said that he still managed to get there. This is the passage he was talking about. Through it, he will reach the 12th floor in no time. Guild Guardian. Anya replied that unfortunately, they could not accept his offer. The man said that no one else would provide such conditions. She replied that he was right, but the head said that he did not want to get involved with the modeling business. What if you somehow convince him, he asked. Having asked for forgiveness, the girl said that she did not have such powers. Looking at the phone, Anya saw that the popularity of their chapter was very great. Ada's collab products, the advertising model of which was the head of the guild, have been occupying the first positions in search engines for 3 days. And, despite the fact that the factory is fully operational, the products. Moreover, there are even those who recreate the head's clothes for battle. So it is becoming more popular every hour. She thought that if Kim Hyun hadn't stopped all this, the representatives would have continued to bother her. By the way, how could she sort through all this pile of documents? Kim Hyun-woo asked how much longer he had. It seems like a day has already passed. Ryukong replied that no, they didn't pass. He didn't understand why the path was so tedious. The guy said that he was almost there. Should he come here? He replied that yes. Let him bring the blue Dragon Ball to the door. As soon as he did this, the door opened in front of him. Right at the address, this is the 12th floor. He said that there were only some incomprehensible inscriptions there. There aren't even windows. He somehow doesn't care how to get out of the tower. Ryukong asked what he was doing. The guy said that in order to use the source of evil, you cannot take other artifacts. You'll have to tie it. A window appeared asking if he wanted to use the source of evil in the Tower of Hate. He replied that he would be back soon. The underground training ground of the Aaron Guild. So Yun said that in such cases, you just need to rearrange the 5 basic elements in reverse order, right? Kumaho answered yes. If you do this, you can use the technology in different ways. So Yun asked how, for example, and it was somehow unusual to see the climber in such clothes. The girl replied that there are many methods, but most often the restraint or secret of heaven is used. In the first case, as the name suggests, they hold back magic. The five-element technique basically expands the magic, but if the circle is drawn in the opposite direction, the opposite effect will occur. In the second case, they can look into the future. However, in reality, the magical limit does not allow this to be done, and this technique is used only to find out one's luck. She asked me to show her once as a test, so Yun replied that of course, if it is possible. The secret of heaven technique is activated. Just wait a little, and the magic sphere will show the luck that promises in the future. Big failure. The tower turned to dust and disappeared. The guy didn't understand what the hell was going on there. Why do the tower debris form a ship? Looks like they want him to go in there. Entering the ship, he saw landscapes. Someone behind him said, "Welcome to Noah's Ark." Kim Hyun-woo asked, "Creator?" He replied that the guy came earlier than he expected. He asked, "Does the Ark mean a ship from human civilization before the destruction of the world by flood?" The man replied that yes, now they are in Noah's Ark, which contains everything connected with the tower. So, introduce yourself formally again. Noah, the creator and owner of this place. Of course, the one who called him here is also him. The guy asked, "Does that mean he is the creator?" The man replied that it was true. The one who made the training tower? The one who locked him up for 12 years? All questions were answered positively. Hyun-woo said finally. The creator didn't immediately understand what he was talking about. The guy replied that it was more about about the asshole who imprisoned him in the tower. Noah told the guy that they are not enemies. Then why the hell is he attacking? Hyun-woo told him not to worry. He won't kill. He'll just take revenge, and then they'll talk. The creator said that the guy is cruel. However, he hits for no reason. Kim Hyun-woo told him that it was his fault. He replied that okay, let's go. Let him tell everything about the so-called truth. Noah said that he also turns out to be arrogant. The one who deprived him of worldly joys locked him for 12 years in a tower where monsters endlessly respawned. After all this, he says that the guy is arrogant? Want to get it again? Noah replied that there was a reason for this, and asked what the guy wanted to hear first of all. Hyun-woo said that he would like to hear the reason why he was locked in the tower. The man knew that he would ask about this first. To answer, he would need to explain the situation as a whole, but if we just say the conclusion, then he was simply the most persistent. Seeing that the guy did not quite understand what he meant, he said that apparently he would have to tell him in more detail. Each floor of the tower has its own characteristic features. For the 9th, it was regression. But due to the fact that her point was destroyed by the Ascender, the 9th floor is now in the process of 21 regressions. Looking at the guy's thoughtful face, the creator said that's right. So did he. However, he probably doesn't remember this. In general, the actions he demonstrated earlier forced him to make this choice. Hyun-woo asked what he was talking about. He began to say that then the 6th regression was underway and the guy was just an ordinary hunter, only a little stronger than others. Although no, unlike the others, he was at a disadvantage due to the lack of a unique ability. However, he killed the climber. The creator was extremely surprised by this. And the main reason was that he distorted the fate of the 9th floor. The tower was originally intended to test climbers, so each floor had its own level of difficulty. The 9th floor was designed in such a way that only climbers of middle rank and above could cope with it. Therefore, it was initially doomed to destruction. However, the guy prevented this, which gave him even more confidence. The guy asked what exactly? Noach replied that he could change the tower. That is, for this reason, they hounded him in the tower? The man replied that to be precise, it was all because of his actions. There are several regressions, but 12 especially stuck with me. At that time, because of the climber, he lost his arm and lost his comrades. Immediately after this, the guy prepared until the moment the world was on the verge of destruction. Why did he bring that guy to the nuclear power plant and release the debuff artifact, blowing himself up? By the way, the man said that he immediately remembered the 14th regression. Kim Hyun-woo replied that in general terms everything is clear, let him quit. Without thinking twice, he said that this imprisonment was to build up strength. Resilience alone will not change the tower. The guy asked, but there's an upper limit for monster levels. Is this how you will become stronger? Noach replied that of course. In the tower, improvement occurs through recognition of strength through achievement. However, the only space where floor residents can receive recognition for their achievements is the training tower. Hyun-woo asked, does development stop outside of it? The creator replied that no. Rather, karma accumulates in it most quickly. How to say? He thinks it could be considered an inventory place, where in-game experience points are doubled. The guy replied that then the next question. What's that other tower change he mentioned? The man replied that he would explain everything now. At the moment, the tower is not being used correctly. It was originally created by combining the powers of 5 people. The one who first came up with the idea of the tower and designed it is the designer. The one who created the system that became the basis of the tower is an engineer. The one who presented the plan for building the tower is the customizer. The one who created the tower, using the formed system, is the creator. And the one who regulates the perfectly created tower, the adder. Based on their powers, the place where the guy lives was created. After thinking, he asked, does it mean that one of these 5 cheated the others? Noah replied that the guy is very quick-witted. The problem started when the developer, engineer, and designer changed their minds. Once the tower was completed, they stole the adder's abilities and then tried to kill him, the one who made the tower. The creators were barely able to hide using their power. He thinks the adder somehow disappeared too. In general, after they dealt with them, these 3 began to use the tower to satisfy their own greed. Just as he wanted to continue speaking, he suddenly fell silent. The guy asked what was the matter. The creator replied that the matter was rubbish. The conqueror was going down to the 9th floor. The man thought it was strange. He couldn't believe that he couldn't catch the energy. He wondered if they hid it on purpose, or did he just not notice her? He only wanted to kill the irregular, but it seems he has no choice. He will have to cause it with his chaos. Aaron Guild, Gumaho, and So Yun listened to the news. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. The man said that he was broadcasting from Italy, where a disaster had occurred. Came to a large number of victims. At the moment, she is moving towards Florence. The girl said that the best option would be not to run into him. So Yun asked, is it that bad? She replied that yes, they would die instantly just from one look into his eyes. Gumaho is lower in level than Heavenly Demon or Chaos God. But since the same admirer says that the situation is so serious, the girl realized that this was not ordinary ice. Usually magic is used to create such scales, so it should be visible at least a little. However, she didn't see anything. So he created everything using natural force? Kumaho realized that then his karma was possible. Florence. The man asked if they were successors. He saw them a couple of times when he went up to the tower. He said that, however, he was still surprised. On the 9th floor, there are already 2 heiresses with such power, all because of the irregular. The man would like to test them, but, unfortunately, there was no time for this. Therefore, let him wrap it up quickly. Kim Hyun-woo asked Wukong how long until he reached the 9th floor. The guy answered him that almost everything. He didn't understand why this happened exactly when he was not there. Maybe the student should have been told not to attack the conqueror. Wukong shouted that he was there. Let him quickly get the blue Dragon Ball. From there, towards the north. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Having flown up to the right place, he did not expect to see this. Hanarin lay unconscious on the ground, while the climber lifted Mi Ryong by the throat above the ground. Seeing the guy, the man asked, is he an irregular? He said it was amazing, just recently he had not felt any energy. The guy appeared literally in an instant. As he had thought, the successors were connected to the irregular. Hyun-woo asked Wukong if he could transport the students on a cloud. The guy replied whatever he wanted. Looking at this, the climber asked the flying cloud. It's an unusual thing, and the guy uses it. Kim Hyun was very angry. Seeing his magic, the climber said that it was not bad. He was surprised by his appearance in the tower. However, for a guy to kill Young-woo with such force? Hardly. Hyun-woo told him not to worry. As he thinks, this was not all. The man did not expect to see this. Kim Hyun-woo said that it was too early to be surprised. This is not all. They started a fight. Having struck, the climber said that he knew it. Nothing special. Fighting with the enemy, the guy thought that he could defeat him, until the moment he saw that the mandala was covered with ice. The ascendant said that it was not surprising that Young Woo-chi was destroyed. Since he managed to resist him so much, he will tell who he is. The first head of the clan, Beihai Ice Palace, and a legend that she lasted alone for a time, close to eternity. Then it dawned on Kim Hyun-woo that it seems like lightning doesn't break ice. His nickname is the Ice Soul of 10,000 years. The creator was very worried, even though the guy killed Young Woo-chi. They don't know what ability the enemy has, but why, as luck would have it, did they end up with a legendary creature? Moreover, he is a conqueror and probably has karma. The creator lost all his strength to put the guy in the tower, and now he can't help. But at least he has the artifacts handed over to him. Even if they do not solve the situation, they will definitely help at a critical moment. He thought, wow, he can break ice with the lightning that comes from his body. That was incredible. The guy thought that fortunately, because of the karma of the great sage, equal to the heavens, they do not freeze. Thanks to this, he was at least able to regain his movements. True, even though the golden armor compensates for the damage due to lightning, there is still minimal damage. The climber said that he had seen enough of the guy's strength. It was time to end this. His blow chilled the guy to the bones. He couldn't even move. He ordered Rui to grow. While he was rising, he asked Ryukong what kind of karma he had. As it turned out, he himself had no idea. Kim Hyun-woo didn't even notice when the man appeared behind him. He asked how long he thought he could buy himself time with such cheap tricks. Then came the blow. Hyun-woo stood up again. The climber said that the guy was holding up well. He sent it. The climber began to say that these were loud words. Only now he looks rather alarmed. The guy replied that according to him, everything is not so bad. The man said well, and asked, then how should he do it? Piercing ice flew towards him. He almost fought them off. But at some point I noticed that the armor began to freeze. Kim Hyun-woo decided that he would finish him off in one go. With a distracting blow, he snatched the spear from his hands and asked if he could not attack without it. If he doesn't want to die, let him try to defend himself, after which he delivered one of the strongest light strikes. Having looked closely, Kim Hyun-woo did not immediately understand who it was. The climber said that he didn't want to show you this image, but the guy still forced him. He asked, is this his second karma? The man replied that it was true. Karma is the lord of the plague. He really surprised him, because he didn't think at all that the first one wouldn't be enough. But with the second, someone like him has no chance. The climber can bow out, since the guy remains food for crows. But he didn't understand why Hyun-woo was smiling, and the guy, in turn, thanked him for the information. The chains grabbed his arms and legs. He did not immediately understand what was happening. The guy asked, what do you mean? And the printing device answered, of course. Kim Hyun-woo placed him in the creator's containment device, after which I saw that the crows began to melt and turn into rain. Looking at the information window, he said that the deferred karma would then rebound in the form of muscle pain. There are 119 hours left, so the ice crystals will collapse in almost 5 days. Thanks to the artifact given by the creators, he learned the necessary information in advance and fought with a calm soul. And yet it was close. He somehow dealt with the ice crystals for 10,000 years. But it is impossible to defeat the karma of the Plague Lord. At least the guy found out what kind of guy he was. It can be considered that the main goal has been achieved. As they say, know yourself and your enemy, and you will become invincible. State Hospital of Florence. As soon as Mi Ryung came to her senses, she immediately asked the employee to explain what happened. After hearing this, she told him that he could go. She asked the girl what happened to the climber. She replied that she felt her teacher come and begin a battle with the enemy. Apart from this, he knows nothing more. She felt their magic in the middle of the battle, but at some point the conqueror's magic disappeared. She wasn't destroyed, no. It was as if she had been moved somewhere. To find out for sure, it's best to ask your teacher. In that battle, Mi Ryung's attacks were of no use. The girl told her not to lose heart. Still, he was too tough for her. However, Does she want even more power? Waking up, Han-Na-Rin thought it was a dream. She remembers exactly how she fought. The magic turned into ice, and all attacks were reduced to 0. And then there was a direct hit, and she lost consciousness. She wondered, is this really death? But I didn't even really meet the teacher. I couldn't believe that she was seriously dead. Then a voice told her that she was fine, don't worry. The girl asked, is the ancient book Mason? Probably the book is not him. This book is the language of spirits. And it seems that the girl is mistaken here and there. He passed on the power of the spirit language to Mason. She asked if it turns out he wasn't the owner. The book replied that he was just a mortal who bowed his head before him and received power from him. His true abilities are not as weak as that idiot's. On Rin, I asked if she was dead. He replied that no, this is just her inner world. Simply put, she is now in a dream, while the body lies calmly in a hospital bed. The girl asked, then why are the two of them there? He replied that it seemed to him that she would be of much more use than that fool. However, the understanding of power she demonstrates is very narrow. The book came there personally to correct this. After all, she has, albeit scanty, the opportunity to become the mistress of an ancient book. Noah's Arkansas. The creator told the guy, it looks like he hasn't fully recovered yet. By the way, according to his story, it seems that that conqueror is a mythical body. Creatures that naturally develop intelligence in myths and folk beliefs. The guy asked, does that mean he is strong? The creator replied that he was definitely stronger than the past hermit. But since the man called him there immediately after the end of the fight, does that mean there is some kind of solution? Noah said that's true. He just needs to get karma of the same rank as his. Kim Hyun-woo asked, erase karma with karma? The man replied that exactly. Now he is in a very disadvantageous position. The guy asked, is this all because he misses her? Noyak replied that there was rather a difference in rank. If you compare with the game, this is probably similar to the rare and unique ranks. Something like a difference in background rather than experience. In general, in order for a guy to defeat such a conqueror, he needs to take possession of similar karma. Hyun-woo asked if he thought it was that simple. The man replied that the blue dragon's food is not just decoration. Seeing the ball in his hand, the guy asked how this thing got there. The creator replied that it was he who allowed the passage. Hyun-woo asked, is this really something that can be used? Noyak replied that of course. It was he who made the ball. Seeing surprise on the guy's face, he asked why he was surprised. Man is the creator of the tower, and, therefore, the device that compresses karma. He asked the guy to wait a little. Now he will unlock everything. Kim Hyun-woo understood. You can cover the karma of another with the same rank. But what about the essence? Doesn't she matter? Noyak said that the essence is like the fact that fire cannot defeat water. Otherwise, all abilities have their own essence. He said that the climber had a freezing area, and he had a lightning strike. He only has blue dragon karma. The creator said, that's it. Preparation for the accumulation of karma is completed. The rest is up to Kim Hyun-woo. The guy asked, so what should he do? The man replied that he would either get a confession from the blue dragon or crush him. In the end, he did leave. The current blue dragon only has a spiritual body left. Therefore, there are 3 ways to receive karma. However, the timing for each element and the amount of power that can be gained varies. The creator is able to win him only 3 days, but will he manage it during this time? Looking at the guy, the dragon said, here is the mortal from last time. Didn't he fight the one who was using him with karma? He saw him then with monkey karma. Then Wukong began to shout that he should not talk nonsense. He is not a monkey, but Sun Wukong. The blue dragon asked, has he been here all along? Isn't that his origin? He replied that he didn't know, but he was definitely not a monkey. Kim Hyun-woo asked him if they know each other. The dragon replied that they were at enmity. Wukong said that he himself was to blame for this. He asked, who asked him not to listen to the Jade Lord. Hyun-woo told them that enough was enough. They were giving them a headache. And in general, is it possible to do something about this downpour? Otherwise, you can't see anything around. The dragon asked, is this a question mark? He will still fight now. The guy was wondering how. He didn't even say anything. He didn't know why only consciousness remained, but most likely the guy came for his karma. The dragon asked what he was going to do. There are varieties of combat. He wondered if the guy would follow his path. Hyun-woo replied that he was afraid he didn't have time for that. Then, he has only two options left. The first is to capture his karma, and the second is to gain recognition. The guy asked, is there a difference between them? He replied that by capturing the guy only takes away the achievement for crushing the blue dragon, and then the strength will not be even half. Second, the blue dragon's karma must recognize him. However, how freely he will use it depends only on him. Kim Hyun-woo said that there is nothing to decide. He chooses recognition, and asked how you can get it. The dragon answered him that it was nothing complicated, you just need to fight him. But he must fight on his own, without any outside help. He asked, for example, are you not allowed to use objects? The blue dragon replied that it could be said that way. Having let go of Rui, the guy replied that it was nothing complicated, you just had to win. If this is his decision, then good. Only in the current situation it will be difficult to do this. Don't he and Sun Wukong have similar ranks? The dragon replied that he was still stronger in strength. The guy said that nevertheless, he defeated Sun Wukong. He asked, was it in the tower? Hyun-woo replied yes. He's sorry, but it looks like he couldn't crush the real monkey. After all, the energy that he now feels from him is not even half of the original one. In general, although this is a spiritual body, the karma in it is intact. Therefore, he does not think that the guy will be able to defeat him. He suggested that he do so. 5 minutes. Let him withstand his attacks for the given time. The countdown will begin as soon as it starts. Hyun-woo said that sounds very easy. Let him not speak back later. The blue dragon replied that he was not lacking in self-confidence. This won't happen, so it can attack. The man tried to get out of the chains. No matter what he did, the chain did not break. He also won't be able to use his abilities properly. He had more than 2 days left. Looking at the time, the climber said the word wait. He'll get out of there. It looks like it will be more difficult than the creator thought. It was assumed that the blue dragon's karma was defective, but it was about 90%, although no, not even close to ideal. The karma compression device he originally created could not contain even half the power. Did they really manage to improve it? He thought it was great luck. If almost all the karma is there, the boy will be able to gain much greater power. He said that it was there, that it was at the beginning, completely evaporated. The guy asked, isn't this a scam? The dragon doesn't understand what we're talking about. He replied that it was about lightning. The dragon asked, did he think it would be easy to get a confession from him? Hyun-woo realized that this was nothing like the fight against Young-woo Ha, when he borrowed Sun Wukong's power and felt fine even when he got hurt several times. The lightning of the blue dragon is so strong that one blow can cause you to lose consciousness. More importantly, they are invisible. The dragon said that the fact that he was still holding on surprised him. Others died, sometimes without realizing they had been struck by lightning. He asked the guy, well, are you going to give up? Kim Hyun Guri Plaidno. The blue dragon said that then he would strike again. After another blow, Hyun-woo decided that he needed to run away first and then see. At this time, Wukong turned to the blue dragon. He asked what he needed. The guy asked him to say what he was up to. Why is he going to transfer his karma to him? The dragon asked if he was really interested. He replied yes. Why does he need this? Yes, involuntarily. The dragon replied that it was all because he was with him. Of those he knows, the guy is the only one who tried to return the stolen karma. Since someone like him lent him his karma, that means he saw something in him. So the blue dragon decided to take the chance that Wukong had thought about. Looking up, the guy wondered what he should do with this asshole. If you step into airspace, lightning immediately strikes it. He thought he could last 5 minutes, increasing from there. But no matter what, in fact, it doesn't even display 30 seconds. The guy thought, was it his imagination, or did the lightning really slow down a little? Exactly, although just a little, the lightning became slower. Or maybe he's used to them. The dragon thought that Hyun-woo began to dodge, but then he realized that the guy began to see lightning. Smiling, he said that he had finally figured out the chip, but that was not the case. Kim Hyun-woo asked the dragon what happened just now. He replied that it was a full course. Did he really hope to gain recognition simply because he learned to dodge lightning? that it was necessary to say this from the very beginning. The dragon replied that then he would not have been able to hold out for 30 seconds. The guy thought there were obviously reasons why Sun Wukong did not like the blue dragon. He shouted to him that if something didn't suit him, he could leave. In 2 minutes and 28 seconds, the dragon asked to continue. This is already 132 in a row. The guy realized that he was unable to dodge those 2 or 3 lightning bolts that struck after 2 minutes. Maybe you should try running back and forth in all 4 directions, like he did recently. He realized that no, he wouldn't be able to maintain control of his body, and therefore everything would only become more complicated. Then all he can do is meet the blue dragon face to face. Lightning struck again and again. With each attempt, he realizes that he feels more and more like he is changing. And so, lightning flew towards him once again, but he was able to throw it away. Hyun-woo thought that he finally succeeded. The dragon wondered if he reflected the lightning, although, to be more precise, he threw it aside. There were 580 dodges and 305 repelled strikes. Even though he can be reborn endlessly here, his achievement skill is simply amazing. Of course, he knew that the guy was an unusual person. Ever since that time when he met him destroyed, it was then that the boy went beyond the ordinary. However, it seems to him that he has hardly accumulated wisdom over time, more like self-discipline. No, this cannot explain such a Manu. Looking at him, the guy wondered what the source of his strength was. The dragon thought, this is it. His eyes, no objections or complaints. It's like he's focused on just one thing. Just incredible concentration. Perhaps right now his second was inside a stream of short moments. The dragon said that this was unthinkable. He still lasted 300 seconds. The blue dragon told him that the test was passed. Kim Hyun-woo asked, so this is the end? The dragon asked if he really wanted more. The guy replied that no, and asked if he wouldn't give him anything. For example, an artifact or a system window update. The dragon asked, wondering where and how karma manifests itself. But he had already received it when the sky cleared. Kim Hyun-woo said that he didn't feel anything at all. The dragon replied that, however, he had acquired only the power of karma and not the method of using it. The guy remembered Wukong's words that if his abilities are below a certain level, his bonus is useless. In this connection, he trained with a stick until he lost his pulse. In the end, everything is exactly the same as it was then. The dragon said that he did not know any supernatural power, although no, even if it was known, it would take a long time to control it. As soon as the guy said that then from that moment on, without having time to finish, the blue dragon replied that he would help him use the power correctly. Time was slowly coming to an end. Even though he ended up in this situation because of one person, he will be out of there very soon. He thought, should he first take away his power and then torture him to death, or finish him off at once? As soon as he left there, Kim Hyun was already standing before his eyes. The guy asked if he had a good rest. The man asked if he was coming out. Didn't he run away? And it was worth it, although he would still pursue the guy to hell and ultimately kill him. Hyun-woo told him that he would rather worry about himself. The man said that he didn't know what the guy was doing these 5 days, but did he really think that he could defeat him? He was sure that the guy himself did not understand very well that strength was not enough. Kim Hyun-woo asked if he thought the guy showed everything. Hyun-woo already said that he does not participate in unwon battles. A fence of ice appeared around him, rapidly rising into the sky. The guy shouted at Rui to lengthen. Honestly, he was a little worried. I didn't think that I was so mediocre in the art of Tao, which the blue dragon taught him. He had to adopt not this, but the skill of Tao. The blue dragon said that even those who have studied, there will not be any big restrictions. But, since the nature of power is the complete opposite of ice, he was still very worried. However, now, his ice energy cannot pass through him. The Ascendant asked how he received the blue dragon karma. Just 5 days ago, he could have been called just a guy from a strong lair. By the way, that person allowed the use of blue dragon karma only by Youngwoo Chi. He didn't understand. Then how did she end up with him? Kim Hyun-woo asked, is he meditating there or what? Having quickly dealt with him, the guy said that that's why there's no need to show off like an idiot. After another blow from Kim Hyun-woo, The climber said that it was decided that even if he had to spend all his strength, he would kill him at all costs. The guy asked, is the bony guy having another reincarnation? Doesn't he think that it is necessary not only to change the image, but also to progress? The guy asked him to tell him why he covered the spear with ice. Did you think this would help somehow? Yes, he will fall apart from his Rui staff. The climber told him not to worry. His true essence is not so weak, unlike the monkey. Ryukon called him all kinds of words. He tried to attack again and again, but the guy managed to dodge the blows. I used Thunderclap, but I couldn't get rid of these birds. Kim Hyun-woo realized that the time for using the blue dragon karma was running out. It's time for him to end it all. The Ascendant tried to pierce him with a spear. Kim Hyun-woo caught him again, but he said that this time, before he could finish speaking, he ended up lying on the ground. The dragon said it was good that he had made full use of his dexterous fingers, but this was only a temporary solution. You need to move regardless of the moment. The guy asked, and how? Let them use it. He will apply the achievements he has accumulated, use karma and lightning that he received from the Heavenly Lord. When he learns to use all this, he will be able to make movements even in the shortest moment. Now, Kim Hyun was finally dealt with him. Immediately, he received a notification that he had dealt with the conqueror who had descended from the tower. The guy saw that he had the highest level of access. He decided whether he should go to AV in honor of this. He said the word entrance, but something was wrong. Why can't he come in? The same picture stood before him. 5 days later, Seoul. It's been 5 days, but he still can't get into the system room. And, despite the highest level of information collection, he was unable to find out anything about Dr. Plague. I thought that something really happened to AV. Maybe that creator knows something. By the way, due to the side effects of using the instant thunder technique, cannot fill in the origin of AK-chan at all. Of course, he would like to entrust this task to a student, but they are too annoying. They try to stuff him with some medications or move him to another better room. Looking at them, he smiled and said that they also worked hard. Let them rest a little. The girls replied that they understood everything. He thinks everything will become clear as soon as he fills the row and visits Noah. Turning to Shur Hyun, the guy said that after they had lunch, he would go into the labyrinth. Seeing him, the creator asked, "Have you come?" The guy replied that something had changed there. The man said that it was he who decided to restore order. It was somehow unusual for him. The creator asked him what was the matter. Handing him the beak, he said that this thing does not change like the karma of a blue dragon. Does it mean you can't use it? The man told him that appearance is not particularly important. However, this karma will not suit him either. He said that she needs to be good at magic. The level must exceed 1,000. The guy replied that, okay, we're done with this, but there's something else. The man asked what exactly? He talked about how he couldn't enter the system room, to where AV is. Seeing his reaction, the guy wondered if even Noah didn't know the answer. He saw that the man suddenly became serious. Looking him straight in the eyes, the creator said that perhaps it was worth telling him a little more about that system room. The creator asked, it turns out that all this time he was receiving information through AV from the system room? The guy answered yes. The man said he was a little confused. Kim Hyun-woo asked why. He replied that because this place was not created by him. In other words, the system room is a non-existent space. Noah asked him if he knew that he was not the only guardian. The guy answered that in general terms, yes. The man asked, then how about it? Search skill is obtained upon becoming a guardian. Hyun-woo replied that he doesn't have such a thing. That's why he asked that question. A space unknown to him that only he had. Apparently someone made the system room after the tower was completed. In any case, those three have already taken power into their own hands. He cannot create such a space. This is, of course, just his guess, but perhaps that girl, AV, is his missing comrade in Adder, with whom they made a search window. The guy wondered if AV really was an Adder. He thought he could ask her herself. Looking at the creator, he asked if he could somehow get into the system room. Noach told the guy that he might be able to find her whereabouts. Hyun-woo asked how long will it take. The man replied that he didn't know for sure, but not for very long. He replied that it was okay, we sorted it out. Now, let him tell him about what he did not hear last time, because of the conqueror. The creator replied that it was okay. The man asked him why he did this, but the answer was only silence. He said he asked a question. The guy replied that he had decided that he should not be left alive. He said that, of course, you can think like that. Isn't he right? From the very beginning, they wanted different things. The guy asked what he was talking about. Does he think the man didn't know? Each of them has different desires, including those who are now on the lower floors of this tower. Therefore, let him do as he wants. He will not limit the guy in anything. So let him kill him. Yes, but on one condition. Let him get rid of it in a month. The guy asked, but why exactly? The man replied that if he dies at his hands, even after the given time, he will turn out to be another mediocrity. However, if the guy survives all the tricks and gets to his location, he may become the best dinner. Kim Hyun-woo asked if it turns out that the original purpose of the tower has changed, and it has become an examination place for climbers. Therefore, they're trying to climb up it. The creator said that some people do this for some personal purposes, but not all. The guy said, what does it mean? Most people rise to gain karma. The man said that, to be more precise, it was forcibly stolen karma. Hyun-woo added, destroying the previous place of residence for the sake of moving up the tower. Yes, they are crazy. These guys had problems with their heads from the very beginning. They are ready to do anything to obtain their own benefit. That's why he wants to offer the guy something. Would he help him remove them from the top of the tower? Chongho area. Sitting on the sofa, the guy said that there was no one. It was so quiet around. Although no, there was one in particular there. Previously, she was always in the form of a fox, but recently she became addicted to the human form. He wondered why. Even in this form, she slept like this? Waking up Kumaho, he decided to ask her why she was climbing the tower. The fox replied that she did this because her former habitat had disappeared. Did the guy ask again? She replied that yes. A stranger appeared there who first stole her karma, and then the whole world. He said that he would return them back if she climbed the tower. However, she had no other choice. Because the guy realized that this conversation was also being filtered, Hyun-woo asked, but now she can no longer climb the tower? She replied that yes. It was sudden, but her karma and the place where she could live were enough for her. She asked, can I ask him something? She wants to eat something off the shelf. The guy replied, let him have it. What's the problem? There was a note written on the box stating that they would give out 1 piece per day. So-yeon told her not to take from the jar secretly, otherwise she would tell him. The guy replied that she should just eat everything. If he wants more, let him say so, he will buy it. Kim Hyun-woo watched them fight. He sent the blue dragon there to learn more from him, but his relationship with Sun Wukong is really not very good. He tried to separate them, telling them to fight. Wukong asked what he forgot there anyway. Hyun-woo replied that he wanted to hear something. He asked them why they decided to climb the tower. So, the two of them decided to climb the tower to punch those dudes at the top in the face. The blue dragon replied yes. Therefore, all that was left of them was their spiritual body. True, he said that the macaque on the left does not know about this. A fight broke out between them again. Wukong asked the guy why Hyun-woo suddenly asked about this. He replied that it was just interesting. Remembering the creator's request, he realized that these two would at least respond to such an idea. As Noah said, until the tower changes, the climbers will continue to climb. So we need to turn everything over there. The creator said that the first step is to eliminate the tuner. The one that regulates the balance of the tower is currently located on the underground floor. Having dealt with the tuner, he will be able to get something. Boris asked how to get there. Wukong asked why he was there. He replied that it was necessary to deal with the tuner. Does he want to start a feud with them? Hyun-woo asked if he knew anything. He replied that, of course, because he had already climbed the tower once. The guy thinks he can deal with the tuner in no time. But Wukong warned that, however, before the meeting he would have to face a lot more. Firstly, the underground floor is considered additional. It is not included in the tower. You can't get there using the same method you used last time. The guy asked then how. He replied that he had no idea. Kim Hyun-woo began to shout that he spoke as if he knew absolutely everything. Wukong replied that he climbed the tower and did not go to the underground floor. He also added that he should beware of corpses. He heard that the dead climbers who climbed the tower were gathering there. True, this is only their shell. After death, they go to an imaginary space. There are only spiritual bodies there. Unremarkable types are simply destroyed. But for useful shots, the spiritual bodies go to an imaginary space, the physical ones to the underground floor. The guy realized that in order to get to the underground floor, he needed to go down from the first. He asked how long it would take. Wukong replied that he would get there on his magic cloud in 10 days. He thought that he would ask the creator how to get down from the first floor. Having said goodbye to the guys, he said that he was leaving Chongho area. Looking at the magic ball, he didn't know that filling the origin would become a problem with frequent use. For some reason, everything came down to timing. He wondered if there was any way out of this situation. The door opened, and Mi Ryung appeared in front of him. Although it wasn't entirely her. The guy said that he gave him a vacation. Why did she come? Nanshin Hyakiyako. Seeing his reaction, she said that he was very afraid of her. However, this is not necessary. Grabbing her by the horns, he asked if they were real. The girl asked him to let him go, because she was not an enemy. Hyun-woo asked how to trust her after this. The guy still decided to listen to her. The girl wondered why this child would even follow such a monster. He asked her why she controls Mi Ryung's body. She replied that she was training in the inner world. During this time, the girl is responsible for her body. Kim Hyun-woo began to ask what she was up to. The girl replied that it was nothing. She was just interested in her because her waves matched well with the girl's waves. She said that the soul of this child has waves that can become similar to hers. She wanted to tell, but changed her mind. This is just her guess, so she has no desire to share yet. The guy decided he could punch her to get an answer. Goo, it doesn't look like she's planning anything against Mi Ryung. He asked why all of a sudden there was training. Nanshin told him that she was angry that she lost in the previous fight, and the girl invited her to compete with her servants in order to receive the karma of Hyakiyako. He wondered if Mi Ryung would get karma too. If she stood up stronger, it would only be for the better. Climbers will endlessly climb the tower, so this will come in handy. Not only for her fighting abilities, but also for Mi Ryung herself. She said she had one more request. The guy asked which one. The girl said that this happened because she herself, although no, because of the influence of this body. Mi Ryung's personality is in the inner world, but the body is still hers. Therefore, Mi Ryung's essence has not changed. He asked her to get closer to the point. She replied that it was nothing special, just let him spend the night with her. Looking at the guy's face, the creator asked what happened. He replied that it was nothing and asked if there was another way to come right away. The man did not immediately understand what was going on. The guy said that in order to get there, you have to fill out AK Chan's origin. And to do this, you need to kill monsters every time. The creator said that, yes, it is quite inconvenient. Then, he will make a separate artifact, but it will take some time. The guy asked how much approximately. He replied that about 2 to 3 weeks. Now, let's get to the main point. He asked what is the fastest way to get to the underground floor. The creator was surprised. The fastest? It will be a chore if, like last time, the climber shows up, so that we can figure out very quickly. The man replied not that there is no way, but he will need to do something for this. Let him find the customizer's item. Kim Hyun-woo asked, is the subject of tuners? The man replied that yes, similar to how he got to this place through his tower. He needs an item that is associated with the customizer. The guy asked how he could get it. The man replied that he would look now. But no matter how he looked, he saw nothing. Hyun-woo asked, should we just use the passage then? He replied that it was not necessary. Of course, I'm not 100% sure, but maybe he can take advantage of it. As he understood, there is a secret passage that was used to create the tower. Is this where he should go? The creator answered yes. The guy said that then they will immediately use him. Looking at the creator, he asked, are there any problems? The man replied that no, at least not yet. Now, he even has an artifact that will help him along the way. Looking at the information window, the guy said that he didn't see any particular problems. The creator replied that there are no problems in operating the artifact. But there's one thing that worries him, and that's the movement itself. He has a limited area. He can only get to the place that he specifically indicated. And then, if it has undergone even the slightest destruction, he will not be able to return from there, and will simply remain in the space of an imaginary number. Kim Hyun-woo asked, where are the spiritual bodies of the climbers? Noah replied that no, this place is different. It is a separate space in the tower external to the wall. Imaginary, in the literal sense of the word. Once there, he is doomed to eternal wandering. Well, if he is unlucky. The guy asked why they even invented it. The creator said that this place was created by one of those who drove him away. He has two options. Go through the secret passage with the help of an artifact, or use the path of the climbers. Hyunwoo asked how long it will take if he uses the device. Noah replied that if he gets to the first floor and finds the hidden space, then, in an instant, the guy thought it's safe but longer, or faster, but with risk. Well, there's nothing to be done. Amjin Guild Office. The book asked, has she decided? Anahing replied, why is she scratching her head for so long? Others are even ready to sell their soul. Although she is better than those idiots, the word from her soul is still only half. Narin said she would learn. After she learned the truth about this world from her mentor, she really thought that she should properly study the soul of the word. As I told her, that little Mi Ryung also started training. In other words, now there's only one mentor. No matter what she tried to do with her mentor, that upstart constantly interfered, and nothing worked out for her. She wanted to remove her by force, but their abilities are almost equal, so the result is 0. But now the teacher is alone. The book asked, is she crazy? The girl replied that it was still not time to study the soul of the word. She has some other things to do. Chongho area. He handed the girl, A.K. Chong's origin, and asked why she needed it. She replied that it was for training, so that Mi Ryung gets her karma. She asked if Hyun Woo doesn't trust her that much. He replied that, to be honest, there is a little. She certainly should apologize to him for last time. She said that Mi Ryung was very angry then. True, she still didn't understand what she did wrong. The guy asked if the girl remembers all their dialogues. She is in the inner world. Nanshin replied that, after all, Mi Ryung is the owner of this body. She's done with her business, so she leaves. She said there was something else. About the blue dragon. Let him say hello to him from her. The guy thought, does she mean that same blue dragon? Hearing this, the dragon began to ask what she was doing there. According to him, the guy realized that the information was constantly filtered. Wukong said that it was better for him to ask her himself. He suggests trying to send the cloud through the mover. Wukong replied that yes. Then, through his karma, it would be possible to indirectly see his location. Hyunwoo asked, what if it falls into the space of an imaginary number? He replied that in this case, he would have to console himself with the fact that at least he was saved. Let him listen carefully. Since he used his karma, controlling the cloud will be much more convenient. And here it is, that same passage. The girl was constantly looking for something. Everything was wrong. Finally, she found him. She said that we were done with the preparations. There was just a little bit left. Mi Ryung was going through training. At some point, she couldn't cope with the monsters, and Nan Shin arrived to help. The girl started screaming, why did she do this? Nan Shin replied that the power of anger is truly incredible. She asked, the girl apologized. I just helped her, since they are in the same body. Every time she thinks about him in her head. Mi Ryung said that this is a teacher. The girl asked, but does she like him? She kept repeating that he was a teacher. Why doesn't she talk about him every time in her sleep? With these sufferings, she only makes things worse for herself. Nanshin said that she would no longer interfere. Only in this case the benefit of her secret weapon would be lost. She said it has an effect on the mind. It is unlikely that a girl will use it, even if she talks about it. Mi Ryung asked her not to talk nonsense. The girl asked how old she thinks she lives. How much experience does she think she has had with men? The girl didn't believe her until the very end, but she said that he would give in at once. She asked what the girl doubted so much. She can say with confidence that there is no other woman under the sky as insidious. Everyone bowed their knees before her. Judging by how long she thinks, she doesn't need it. Then, first of all, let him receive her karma. He'll tell you about the secret weapon later. The owner of the first floor is Valen. All he had time to ask was who the guy is, after which he remained lying on the floor. Hyunwoo called him a weakling. Wukong replied that it was just a guard. It was better to quickly look for the key. Taking out the key, the guy asked Wukong if it was him. He replied that there should be a small hole under it. The same door opened in front of him. The book said it was excellent. Na Rin asked what exactly. Didn't she manage to reach the third stage? Her frowning expression is because of him. She means her mentor. She found out that he was not there. But this was the best opportunity just without that student. Then after the third stage, she becomes more irritable. This is not good. If you do not become the owner of the ancient book as quickly as possible, the strength of the library will ultimately be lost. Is she trying to seduce that so-called mentor? The solution is on the surface, isn't it? The book talks about the language of the spirits that she is currently studying. If she reaches the last stage and becomes the mistress of the ancient book, she will be able to control the feelings of her mentor. She now suggested that the girl play with her mentor's feelings. The book answered that this is not so. She didn't understand why the girl was so hostile. She wanted to tell the girl to use the language of the soul on Miriam. After thinking, the girl said that it sounded good. It needs to be learned in its entirety, but the book is sure that she will be able to control that girl after moving to the fifth stage. The fifth stage of the language of souls. The girl ordered to be divided in half and die. Among them are on the third stage. She will be able to use force even on inanimate objects. Throwing the monsters in different directions, the guy shouted that this was an abomination. He asked where he was taking that construction worker. Wukong confirmed that it was really difficult to find anything there. If the guy knew what place it really was, he would have collected more information. If he stays there, these creatures will continue to bother him. As he flew into the air, he thought maybe there would be something that caught his eye. He saw an abandoned castle. Flying up to him, he said that he thought there was something there. Wukong told him to be careful. He said earlier, these are unusual corpses. Kim Hyun-woo of course knew that they would be slightly different from ordinary zombies, but in fact their physical abilities are not weak. Even if only a shell remains of karma, these are still the bodies of climbers. Wukong said that it's true that they are unlikely to pass for opponents to him. After training with the Blue Dragon, his cognitive abilities were maximized. Therefore, now everything was really going like clockwork. It is still difficult for him to move in accordance with his perception, but now the current level is quite enough. The Blue Dragon said that even though they were climbers, now they are just corpses. The guy asked what else to expect from them. They simply got their body memory back. Hyun-woo felt an unbearable stench. The smell is much worse than the previous one. She wondered why it was so noisy outside, and it turns out she has a guest. Seeing his reaction, the girl said that it seemed like he couldn't understand her beauty. Well, she asked what was the purpose of his being there then. The guy asked if she was the tuner. The girl replied that it was true. Then why is she like this? She said it was the most beautiful body. He thinks it is difficult for a mere mortal to understand. Well, in general, the girl thanked him for coming. She just needed a test subject. She's almost finished with her experiment, but, as she herself knows, there are no living beings there. Since he was going to be one anyway, she suggested that he introduce himself properly. The girl is created, controls, and regulates what is in her hands. She's a hive. Hyun-woo asked if she thought this look was suitable for a tuner. The girl replied that in her opinion, now there is no need to talk. Did she tear off part of her own body? She began to attack. The guy asked her to stop with it and struck her. She immediately fell and apparently had no intention of getting up. The guys who watched all this said that it was very strange. Wukong was talking specifically about her body. Kim Hyun-woo asked what was wrong with him. Then something strange began to happen, and it appeared in front of him. She said that it turns out that he is far from an ordinary person. The guy asked is she a fool or not. If he were ordinary, would he have come there? And how did such a stupid person even manage to become a tuner? First, he decided to provoke her and test her abilities. She began to attack, and her blow froze his leg. The attacks continued again and again. He asked Rui to lengthen. Wukong didn't understand what she was doing. He feels the familiar vibrations in her body. The power of Hyun-moo that was one of his employees and the mana of Woo Hyun. Even Blue Dragon energy. She used the bodies of the exterminated climbers and added their karma to herself. The Blue Dragon said that it seems, partially, but she can use the abilities of the climbers attached to her. Wukong was sure that the lightning that struck Hyun-woo was the lightning of a Blue Dragon. The guy said that then the ice energy that froze the leg, he added that it was most likely ice crystals. She said that they are smart immortals. Then she will introduce herself again. She is the one who united everything inherent in the fallen and accepted their strength. She is the queen. Kim Hyun-woo laughed and also calls himself a queen. She asked, is this body similar to what it was recently? Now she even has the karma of an unshakable heart. His provocations are useless. The guy said that she was lying. She just hit him like he was crazy. She replied that it was a hive, that it was the developer, not her. Now in front of him is the queen, who has taken possession of the karma of the climbers who fell there. Yes, that she is capable of controlling each one, and his body will also become part of her. Kim Hyun-woo asked, and why are all his opponents so the same? The blue dragon said that he had better be careful. The amount of karma she possesses is serious. The guy asked how much approximately? The guys answered that at least several hundred. Wukong shouted that stop wagging his tongue. Let him be more careful. They began to attack him from all sides. Meteorites, ice energy, and even a cursed skill. He began to parry the blows back. She said that surprise attacks would not work with her. Her back is able to repel all attacks. She said that she does not yet have a beloved heart. After several strong blows, almost nothing was left of her body. He decided to finish what he started when he suddenly realized that her body had recovered. Kim Hyun-woo wanted to strike again, but he saw something strange. As it turned out, there was a wall between them, behind which she hid. Nanshin thought she had already made good progress. But still, it was still difficult to accept the minds of all yokai. As a result, Miryung lost her mind. Unfortunately, this child will have to go back to sleep for a while. Nothing can be done. He asked the guys what else is this. Wukong replied that it looked like an earthen wall to Hyun-moo. The guy asked again, the earthen wall, he didn't see anything. The guy was sure it was the same energy. She thinks she was simply made invisible by other karma. But the main problem is not her. It's better to let him look at that creature. The power of her regeneration was simply monstrous. Maybe she channeled most of her karma into her life force. The guy asked why everything is so complicated, but be that as it may, he just needs to beat her to the point where she can no longer recover, right? The customizer initially planned to preserve his body in a more complete form. It seems that it was not fate. The guy told her that she didn't have to make excuses, especially for him. She said that she would show her true appearance. The adjuster began to eat her own body. After the transformation, she said that she would tear the guy to shreds. The attacks continued again and again, but the guy tried to repel them. At some point, it seemed to him that it worked, but it didn't work out that way. She started screaming, "How dare he?" Hyun-woo asked her where her unshakable heart disappeared to again. Why is she hysterical again? Kim Hyun-woo realized that he couldn't get away with anything. He had to act accurately and for sure, otherwise nothing would come of it. He decided to crumble it into small pieces. Check if she can withstand this too. But nothing came of it. He thought it was good. For a creature with a lot of karma, it was not particularly powerful. The attack pattern was very simple. He wondered, is this really a tuner? Is her regeneration power too crazy? The blue dragon shouted at him not to hesitate. He would only lose stamina. Let wrap up already. The guy shouted that he himself knew, but it would be better if they didn't stand like pillars, but found a weak point in this creature. Wukong replied. It seems to him that he is not there. The blue dragon added that most likely her level is close to immortality. The guy asked if they were offering him to die there on the spot. Although, Wukong still noticed something strange. Of course, he doesn't know. Maybe it's because she is surrounded by a huge amount of karma. But judging by their size, they are collected in the body. Hyun-woo shouted that it could be shorter. He said that it is believed that there is a separate source that supplies the power of these karmas. The blue dragon agreed with him and said that at such moments as tricks are very useful. Wukong replied that these are not tricks, but observation. But why is he? He has strength instead of brains. Why think about strategy? They started quarreling again. Kim Hyun-woo shouted to them that enough was enough. It was better to find that same source. Hearing strange sounds, the guy turned around. He saw that he was being attacked again. The blue dragon realized that something was wrong. The guy asked what exactly? He said that without careful study, he would not understand. But between the pillar and the cliff, there is a faint energy felt. He noticed that all the other pillars had collapsed. Why is he intact? The tuner saw the guy rushing in that direction and wondered, did he understand everything? He won't leave that easily. Kim Hyun-woo said that judging by her reaction, there really is something there. Did she think he wouldn't find out? They were right, there was a source there. Looking at me, Ryung, Nan Shin thought that an ordinary person would have lost his mind, but not her. She retains it, albeit weakly. The adjuster shouted that how dare an ordinary mortal touch her karmas? They knew that that stone turned out to be the main body. Wukong shouted at him to hurry up because the deadline was already running out. The guy replied that he was aware. The time for using karma is coming to an end. If it doesn't have time, it will be a lot of fun. She began to ask what kind of cloud this was. The guy decided that he needed to end things with her here and now. He thought the blue dragon technique was shooting lightning. He wouldn't stop there. That was a pitiful imitation. Let him not even dare to compare it with the real one created by the art of Tao. First of all, you need to release lightning energy into the sky. After doing this, let him take over the space, as if adding a drop of black ink to clear water. Doesn't try to make it too perfect. It is enough that his hand touches the spreading clouds. At the very end, let him launch lightning into all the places to which his mind reaches. This is the technique he created, the Tree of Lightning. Mirayung craved madness. She really wanted to give in to this impulse. She wondered if she hadn't lasted long enough already. Compared to last time, there has already been progress. She decided that such strength would be enough. I wondered if it was possible to finally follow the desire. Then she saw the master, who asked her why she was breaking her will and signing up for the life of a doll. Why doesn't he believe in himself? Is it because of her parents who controlled her like a puppet? Because her life was like this from the beginning? If yes, then let him forget. Let him destroy everything. Starting from birth, including your own name, let him cross out absolutely everything. It didn't matter who she was on the surface, rich or poor. Let her erase the way she lived before and start again from there. Not like a puppet dependent on money and parents, but like a real one, going her own way. She would feel uncomfortable without a name, so he would give it to her. From now on, she, Myung, teacher, he always saves her. Nan Shin wondered if she had completely absorbed the yokai's mind. Looking at everything that was happening, Kim Hyun-woo said that he didn't think that the lightning tree would work so well. In previous one-on-one battles, he did not use large-scale techniques, but it turns out to be very useful. He decided to destroy the tuner, put Rui's staff in her mouth, and ordered her to grow, thereby tearing it into small pieces. A notification window opened in front of him. He dealt with the conqueror who descended from the tower. The key to the vault appeared in front of him. This is the same key created by the tuner that controls the balance in the tower and controls the world. Due to the lack of authority, it was not entirely clear to him, but in general terms, was a secret place created to conduct some kind of experiments. He thought, since this is the creator's key, it means there is definitely something inside. However, even the waiting time is kind of strange. He decided to take it with him and ask Noah later. Summoning the clouds to somersault, he stood on top of it. But looking around, he saw no way out. The blue dragon said that it seemed to be in the south, or in the west, or maybe in the east. The guy started shouting, why should he waste time on trifles? Let him just say north, south, west, east. Wukong said that he could just stand on the cloud and inspect the walls. He thinks it will be faster than when he was looking for a tuner there. The guy is probably better this way. Nan Shin told the girl that this is the ideal point, so quickly she learned to control Hyaki Yako for real. They have nothing else to do there, they can go out. She just needs to go through this portal. Seeing that there was something wrong with the girl's expression, she asked what happened. Mi Ryung asked if she would tell her about her secret weapon. Seeing the girl's reaction, she realized that she wasn't even going to talk about it. Nan Shin replied that this was not so, and asked what kind of secret weapon she wanted to know. The girl asked what should she choose. Does she really think that a girl who has lived for so long has only one secret weapon? It's not as easy as she thinks. Depending on the character of the man, his status and relationship with him, the strategy may vary. In other words, you need to use a secret weapon according to a certain direction. If a seductress, then a seductress. If an immaculate soul, then an immaculate soul. These are her basics. Now the choice is hers. The girl asked if she could give any recommendations. She said that she was not sure, but her teacher advised two things. The first is to attack a little, but persistently. The key word there is persistent. This way, an unusual atmosphere will appear between the girl and the guy. And the second way is a single shot. Risky, but if it all works out, her teacher for sure. Seeing that the girl was not listening to her, she said that she would now learn a blunder and would not be able to do anything. So she would explain it more simply. Long but for sure. Fast but slightly risky. Which option will she choose? Mi Ryung thought about it. So Yun, without knowing it, read the last chapter that was published. This isn't even true. Although Mi Ryung is often around Hyun Woo, she usually has a completely stony face. She, of course, understood that what was written there was clearly fiction, but she thought that this man wrote awesome stuff. The driver said that they had arrived. Kumaho asked, "Is there a teleportation magic circle?" So Yun couldn't believe that such a building had been built in Hanam, which was expected from the Sil Guild. Kumaho said that then she could show the girl the circle of 6 elements that she spoke about yesterday. The doors opened and masked warriors appeared in front of them. She thought, what happens? Are these Mi Ryung's direct servants? Since they're not blocking their way, does that mean they can enter? The girl wondered, where is the magic circle? Kumaho said that the building was too big, so she suggested splitting up. Separated. So Yun walked along the corridor when suddenly she heard strange sounds. Opening the doors, she was very surprised. First floor, entrance. Climber Shitendaji. He asked, is this the first floor? Looking to the side, he saw the examiner and wondered why he was lying on the ground. Hyun Woo asked who he had there. The ascendant asked, another checker? I realized that no, because I don't look like a werewolf. The guy said that he was already lying under his feet. The climber said that the guy was brave. He heard there were a lot of interesting types in the tower. Apparently, they were telling the truth. It will be fun, very much so. Kim Hyun Woo said that he was already tired. The man replied that he liked the guy's audacity. He asked if he could entertain him. With one blow, Hyun Woo quickly dealt with him. The blue dragon told him to stop bullying. Woo-kong confirmed, saying that he felt ashamed. Mi Ryung asked, is it wrong again? Does she need to bend even more and raise the hem? Now he turns back. The girl thought, what the hell? Did she reread fanfiction? Or is Mi Ryung crazy? So Yun didn't understand what kind of depravity she was practicing. Then Mi Ryung noticed the girl and asked if she saw something. She answered that no. She said that since she was a fellow teacher, she would not kill her. However, she said that what she saw should not be leaked. We'll have to erase her memories. So Yun asked what she was going to do there. The girl told her not to worry. Baku will only bite her once. So Yun screamed that she didn't see anything. Let him calm down, as the girl said, he won't kill. However, she will take away the memories. After arguing a little with Nan Shin, she said okay, she won't erase her memory. But in return, let him help her. Entering the library, Hanar Rin shouted to get started. Then she said stop, let them return to their places. All the books fell on the girl's head. A voice shouted at them to disappear. The book said that the 4th degree is too difficult for her. However, no one has yet been able to master space suppression so quickly. Grabbing the book, Narin asked why she didn't put it away. The voice didn't immediately understand what she was talking about. She asked what was the problem. The book answered that in order to check whether the force is maintained even at the moment of falling, Narin used this ability even before meeting her. She asked, but will this help? The book replied that, of course, its previous seizure of space was defective. Therefore, she will be able to move to the next level only if she reaches the ideal now. She asked again, next step? Capturing the mind located inside space and the ability to control everything that is stored in it. She thought about only one thing. She studied all this just for one thing. It's only a matter of time before she deals with Mi Ryung. Noah asked. He was most likely tired, and he came there so quickly. Hyun Woo said the sooner the better. Putting the key on the table, the guy said that they would start with this. The creator happily said that he succeeded. Hyun Woo asked him if she was definitely a tuner. The man did not immediately understand what he was talking about. He said that that creature looked like some kind of mash from the karmas of climbers and clearly had troubles in its head. The creator asked, did she join them? And how did she get to this point? He said that the original goal was to create almighty karma, but apparently she ended up stealing someone else's. He thinks this led to problems with the body, even if some special method was used. The guy didn't understand why everyone associated with the tower is such a big psycho. He said, okay, let's go, and asked what happened to the key. The creator replied that it would be better to tell this after visiting the storage facility. It seems that the waiting time has already passed. Let him go there. A notification window opened in front of him. The vault key skill was a pass. Having uttered this word, he moved somewhere. Aaron Guild, training area. Kumaho told the girl that this is a great job. The girl complained that she was tired. Although they receive help from the system, lately the progress has been so great that it is striking. Having seen her indicators, the girl realized that in just 2 weeks her mother with S+ became S with 2 pluses. Typically, the boundaries of the characteristics are determined in the tower. Therefore, when you leave it, progress naturally slows down. Just incredible growth. Kumaho asked if it was time for them to go. So Yun replied that there was plenty of time. The girl recalled that she herself said that the hostess asked her for something. There were statues before his eyes. He wondered how they could help him. He saw a heavenly demon. There were bodies of all the climbers. Even though it looked like a simple stone statue, karma was still emanating from the body. Wukong said that he should look ahead. Sun Wukong, Chong Wuchi, even ice crystals. Everyone who died in the tower gathered there. The blue dragon said that he thinks there and his body is there too. The guy asked where. He replied that he should raise his head. They didn't even divide them into groups. They just crammed them into a bunch. After time, he returned back to the creator. The man asked if he went to the storage room. Hyun Woo said that it was entirely the shells of climbers and asked what use was it to him. The man replied that none yet. He asked what if they became his allies. He had a ball in his hand. Hyun Woo asked what it was. The creator replied that it was a thing that would bring what was said into reality. The guy said that it was very cool, and then asked what should be done. Noach replied to convince the climbers. Let him ask them to take his side. Kim Hyun Woo asked if he needed to convince with his fists. Noach replied that he kind of had a dialogue in mind. The guy immediately asked, is there any other way? He replied no. The creator said that the method itself is simple. You should go to the climbers in imaginary space and talk to them, and then place their spiritual bodies in this stone. The most important thing in this matter is to convince. Let him remember this. He thought to convince. Will he be able to do this? Then it dawned on him. He just needs to revive Sun Wukong and the Blue Dragon. They have been with him for a long time, so it won't be difficult to convince him. And there are their corpses in the vault. The creator asked, then what will he do? The guy didn't immediately understand what he was talking about. He said that he had a contract with Sun Wukong. If revived, the karma will return to its original owner. In other words, he will no longer be able to use it. Hyun Woo asked, what about the Blue Dragon? The creator said that he gave him all his karma. It turns out that he will be reborn without it, and therefore there will be no special help from him. Although, if he throws away the received karma, he doesn't know anymore. The guy replied that this is not an option. He still needs her himself. He thought that if he got rid of the important figure of the tower, things would go better. And here, you have a lot of problems. Noah told him that in order to change the tower, a meeting with an adjuster was necessary. Let him think that he's done with the inevitable a little faster. Hyun Woo asked, by the way, did he find out anything about AV? Found the system room? He replied that not yet, but something is catching on. After asking for forgiveness, the creator said that he would have to wait a little longer. But more importantly, he did what the guy asked. It was the same device for moving. The guy asked if it turns out he doesn't have to catch monsters anymore. The creator replied that yes. Now the entrance is available after the time has expired. Smiling, he said that at least one problem had been sorted out. It's true, with the help of Noach he will soon find AV. But for now, he just has to wait. Wukong confirmed that everything was exactly as he said. If he resurrects him, he will not be able to use his karma. The Blue Dragon added that it was the same with him. Hyun Woo asked if they really didn't hear their conversation in Noah's Ark. Wukong replied that no, there seemed to be some kind of jammers there. He thought, It turns out that this is like his limited access. The guy asked them if it was possible to somehow resurrect them so that he could use the Force. Wukong replied that there is one way. Do you remember how he achieved the cloud somersault technique? Just let it do the same. The blue dragon added that there is another way. Seo Yun and Gumaho came to Kim Hyun-woo. The girls asked if he had already sorted out his affairs. He replied that it was more or less. Looking at the girl, he asked what she wanted to discuss with him. She said that 2 weeks ago her performance points began to skyrocket. Doesn't he know anything about this? Hyun-woo said that maybe the time has just come, so they are rising. The girl replied that such a strong jump in such a short time is impossible. She even asked Hyun, but he also has no idea. True, he told her that his abilities had increased sharply. Hyun-woo wondered if these were the consequences of him killing the tuner. But even a week hasn't passed. The time doesn't match. Turning to Hyun-woo, she asked what type of girls he likes. Just let him describe it. The guy immediately decided to ask what she liked about him. She told him not to talk nonsense. He thought, interesting guy, did he have one? Wukong began to shout that these were undoubtedly 7 celestials. The blue dragon asked him, wasn't he told that he shouldn't denigrate them like that? Wukong asked, is he holiness itself? The dragon replied that it was obvious. He is the guardian of one of the cardinal directions. He has completely different roots. He said that the 4th one was actually the first to come to him. The dragon replied that he should not dare to desecrate the daughter of the Jade Emperor. Wukong and the blue dragon continued to quarrel as always. At this time, after thinking, the guy showed her something on his phone. The creator was wondering if Kim Hyun had decided who he would resurrect. And by the way, why doesn't she want to see him? AV from the system room replied that when the time comes, she will find him herself, so she should not say anything to the keeper. Nan Shin asked why she was racking her brains. Her secret weapon never fails. The girl replied that she was just thinking it over again. She looked like she was scared. She's probably worried that if something goes wrong, her relationship with the teacher could come apart at the seams. The girl then asked her to borrow her body for a while. She asked why. She replied that she would charm him in about 10 hours. He will probably come from her secret. Then Mi Ryung was informed that Mrs. So Yun had arrived. The girl said let her come in. No sooner had she entered than she was immediately asked whether she had found out the teacher's preference. So Yun replied that yes, showing the girl the phone. She said that here it is. Mi Ryung surprisingly asked, what does he like about this? The guy told the man that the floors were closed. To be precise, there was a sudden lockdown of 12 of the 13 floors. The man asked why. The guy said that the reason has not yet been found out. But, as he knows, she has the rights to close the floors. He said that such a possibility cannot be ruled out. I thought it was all over with her. Apparently she was still alive. As far as he knows, she is in league with the irregular. And this is much more interesting than it seemed. The guy asked what he was talking about. As he said earlier, until the irregularizer arrives there, he will simply wait. And he won't even use any tricks. The only thing that worried him was that this time there were a lot of all sorts of bugs stuck to the irregular, so it would help just once. The guy asked, is he serious? He thought it looked like she had closed the floors for a while. I wanted to stall for time, because I knew that he would descend. In this case, they will use another location. Kim Hyun-woo said it was a crazy day, so he decided to start with something important. Turning to the blue dragon, he asked what kind of method he had. He said that he wanted to suggest that Hyun-woo study their karmas at the same time. There's a trick that will make this possible. Moreover, it's fast. The guy replied that he was listening. The blue dragon said that you need to use the space-time circle. To be clearer, a special technique that twists time and space. She will, as it were, divide it into several parts for simultaneous training. Not the body, but the mind. For example, if you divide it into 5 parts, then you can hone 5 karmas at once. The guy replied that this was nothing. However, he is dangerous. The guy asked why. Wukong told him to rack his brains. Although the amount of training will increase with the sharing, the expenditure of spiritual power will also become greater. The fatigue from one of his clouds was equal to 10 years. And now, let him imagine what will happen to 5 karmas. 10 years will turn into 50. The dragon said that the monkey was right. During training in imaginary number space, physical fatigue does not accumulate, but mental pain does. Well, he understands it himself. He's already experienced it. The guy said, so in other words, everything depends on his spiritual strength. The guys replied that this was exactly the case. They said that now the best option is to divide the mind into two. Wukong said there was no other way. This workout will be different from previous ones, because his task is to get their karma. He realized that the topic was not very good. Wukong asked if it was true. Hyunwoo didn't understand what he was talking about. The monkey said that he was talking about his ideal type of girls. They began to discuss that she was too small for Hyunwoo. But the problem was not only that, she looked quite unusual. Kim Hyun-woo admitted that he made it up. Otherwise, if he had said that there is no ideal type, they would not have left him at all. So he just showed the game screen. Wukong asked the dragon what he would say. Does he think it's true? The blue dragon asked if it seemed to him that the girl in the picture was very similar to his students. Nan Shin, of course, knew that her teacher was certainly an extraordinary person, but it turned out that he also had an unusual ideal type. Miryung asked, then the reason is that all the previous methods did not work? The girl told her that she didn't know what defeat was. Let him prepare what was agreed upon earlier. 3 days later, looking at the student, Kim Hyun-woo asked her, what is this? She replied that it was alcohol. He said that he could see it himself, but why was she dressed like that? He wondered if she was in a cosplay. Why show him this? Did something happen? Handing the teacher a glass, she asked him to drink. He didn't understand right away. She again told him to drink. Nan Shin said that she had fears that this would happen. She asked Mi Ryung why she was pushing alcohol on him. She thought that she simply did as the girl told her. The girl replied that if everything could be solved with alcohol alone, she would not have been crucifying herself in front of her all this time. Did she even understand what the point of this gathering was? Get her teacher drunk and cement the relationship between them. In other words, one glass will not be enough there. Hyunwoo doesn't understand what's wrong with her again. First cosplay, now offers him a drink. Of course, he has nothing against it. She's an adult, after all. He thought that maybe she wanted to relax after everything she had been through, but looking at the glass, he thought the alcohol was too strong. Nan Shin told her that she needed to put pressure on him. Let him quickly offer him a glass or talk to him. Although no, it's better not to talk. The girl was confused and asked what should she do. Of course, she would at least now move inside her, but then her teacher might suspect that something is wrong. It seemed there was no choice left. It's time for her to make a decision. One of two things, either she stops there or she will have to drink. If she is not sure that she can suppress her opponent, just let her fall herself. This is plan B. And if she gives him a little hint, that will be enough. Miryung asked, what if something goes wrong? She replied that now this is her best chance, while the second student is not around. He'll just take it and do it. Hyunwoo said that if she decided to play a prank on him. But before he could finish speaking, she interrupted him. The girl asked him to wait a little, literally a couple of minutes, and left. At that moment, he received a notification that he had been invited to the system room. AV appeared in front of his face. He punched her in the head again. The girl asked why he suddenly did this. He replied that he just doubted it a little and checked whether it was a trap. He needed to tell her something. AV replied that she did too. She had to tell him about things that she couldn't explain until now. She thinks he has already heard about her from the creator, but she would like to introduce herself. She is the one who monitors all parallel worlds and ensures balance, and also one of the 5 people responsible for the floors of the tower and their order. She is an adder. But this was not news to Hyunwoo. He asked, so until his access to information reached the highest level, she didn't even know who she was? The girl replied that yes, it is so. Kim Hyunwoo asked what's more, did she kill herself? But why? AV replied that she would definitely explain everything, but later. And now he will outline the current situation. Miryung was desperate. Nan Shin told her to stop drinking. Her teacher ran away. One of the bodyguards told her that it seemed that the climber would appear soon. The exact location is of course unknown, but it is expected that in about 2 hours he will be in the Seoul Metropolitan Council area. She replied that it was very good. After all, he is in a shitty mood. Kim Hyunwoo asked if she closed the floor. AV replied that yes. After he received the highest level of access, she regained her memories and learned about the current situation in the tower, that the climbers are trying to kill him, and the ninth floor may soon be destroyed. So she closed it. True, it became difficult to get in touch. The guy asked how long will it last? The girl answered that about 1-2 months. She did her best, but due to escaping from 3 creators who were trying to get rid of her, she had to put a limit on her memory to maintain her strength. Therefore, she is still incomplete. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "Is it now an energy-saving mode?" Although, okay, it turns out that this is not the essence of the matter. After thinking, he realized that when the floor opens, a whole bunch of conquerors will pour in, and therefore we need to prepare in advance, because he's right. AV replied that that was exactly the case. But people will be needed to protect us. The guy asked why. She said that the conquerors could no longer go down, but they could easily go up. Plus, she thinks their number will grow exponentially. Significant changes took place in the tower. The designer took away its powers and connected the first floor with the ninth. The climber shouted that he would kill him. He will finish this bastard so that it doesn't happen to him. After passing through the portal, he saw some kind of energy. She was many times superior to him. Seeing Miri-young, he asked who she was. She didn't say anything other than to hold out longer. Only this will reduce her anger even a little. Kim Hyun-woo asked if this is a dangerous situation. Did he understand correctly? Of ansvaret, yes. If the floors are connected to each other, then absolutely any climber can climb to the top. One climber made quite a noise there, and now do you think the herd will come there? He thought about those who could help. Hana-rin, who is currently training. Miri-young, who received Hyaki Yako's karma. Shur-hyun, who learned from the heavenly demon. Or Kumaho. He asked approximately how many climbers are expected per day. AV replied that about 8 to 10 people a day. But when it opens, much more will come. She said that those who had already climbed would come with them. The girl said that it was good that he killed the tuner. Otherwise, her subordinate dead would also rise. Initially, those whose ascent was unsuccessful are restored by the tower system within a certain period of time. He remembered some words. The guy asked why he is in the space of an imaginary number. The heavenly demon replied that he was just waiting. So that's what he meant then. She asked the climber to be reborn more quickly because they were not finished yet. Let him at least dodge. It will become more interesting. Nan Shin asked, did she finally leave? Miri-young asked her not to talk to her. The girl asked why she was so angry. They forced the teacher to pay attention to her. The girl asked, shouldn't we be happy? She doesn't know that he hasn't been interested in him all this time. The girl asked, so what? The teacher ran away. Nanshin replied that that's the point. He used to openly ignore her. And now, for the first time, I escaped. Such an action is not controlled by reason. In other words, she is not indifferent to him. The blue dragon asked, so he wants to get karma by using it in the space-time circle. The guy replied that he had no other options. But he won't be there for about a month. He replied that he knows, which is why he is starting preparations right now. International Hunters Association. Senator Liam said he was glad to hear from the guy. He immediately asked what business Hyun was calling for. The guy told him that many disasters would soon occur, so he would like to discuss taking appropriate action. The senator asked if those results turn out to be true. Hyun-woo asked if he knew about it. Liam replied that yes, he was just about to call him about it. He said that the association had developed one item, allowing you to find out detailed information about disasters. After the first activation, as many as 7 dots appeared on the radar. Moreover, one of the disasters is expected 8 hours from the current time. The senator said that, nevertheless, thanks to the increase in global hunter indicators, the situation has improved. Hyun-woo remembered the girl's words that 2 weeks ago her performance points began to skyrocket. He thought, does this mean this phenomenon is everywhere? Now more than ever they need strength. So what is happening is only to their advantage. The guy answered him that he should count on help from them too. Guild Guardian. The guy somehow couldn't believe that Hyun-woo had gathered them there so early. They didn't understand what he was planning again. Anya said that it would be better if the head helped clear up the work. Kim Hyun-woo entered the room. He asked, is everything there? He began to say that he would be in training for some time, so they would have to protect everything there for a month. Narin had training again, telling the books to return. They all went to their places. In such a short time, she managed to obtain something that even a dragon, a spirit beast, took 1,000 years to achieve. She was already halfway through the 4th stage. The girl replied that that was not the problem. She has some kind of bad feeling, as if she is now in the most advantageous position for me. Wants to compete with me, Ryung. Maybe it's jealousy that has this effect? She asked what's next. The book replied that it was time for a break. She needs to prepare for the next stage, and the girl needs to rest a little. She thought, great, then she'll visit that little thing first. Noach told him it was good that he had finished his preparations. Hyun-woo replied that yes, these guys will not disappear without him in a month. The creator said that, by the way, regarding training with the space-time circle, there's a risk of destruction of the mind. The guy replied that for this you can become stronger in a short time. It was like him. He asked, by the way, what about the item that will help convince climbers? The man replied that he was already ready and handed him the certificate of the oath. The creator asked, it turns out that he had already decided on who he wanted to awaken, since he was going to use this thing. Hyun-woo is that yes, he can be trusted. Having drawn a circle, Kim Hyun-woo said that he was ready. He asked the dragon, what if it took him more than a month? He replied that if he tries hard, he can adjust the time even inside the circle. Then he will be able to increase the training period. The guy stood in the middle of the circle. And so, let him listen carefully. The circle is activated with good control of the power of Tao. First, let him concentrate it in his hand. So, he will begin to maneuver the basic techniques. And then, after a while, they finished. Opening his eyes, he saw himself in front of him. The guy shouted what happened. The blue dragon said that this completes the preparation for receiving karma. Now let them choose. Everyone should walk in their own door and start studying. Once this is done, all that remains is to unite two souls that have mastered karma into one body. Having chosen the door they entered. Hana-rin said that the mentor should wait. She will definitely be by his side. Looking out the window, she saw a large number of bats trying to break the window. They managed to do it. The girl said only 2 words, explode and die. They were immediately gone. But from their blood a monster was reborn. Opening his eyes, Kim Hyun-woo said that he had found it. A large number of monsters appeared in front of him. He shouted that they hid like rats. He was already tired of identifying them by sound and touch. Wukong said that at first he didn't understand anything, but now something seems to have gone wrong. He asked the dragon what he had done there. The blue dragon replied that he slightly adjusted the time. Wukong asked, can he really do that? He said yes, although he tried not to use it if possible. The source of the spatial time circle is connected to a part of Kim Hyun-woo's consciousness. If the circle receives even the slightest pressure, it will affect the guy's consciousness. Everything will turn out to be the collapse of his mind. Wukong asked, and how much did the dragon increase? He replied that somewhere up to 10 days and a day, although maybe more. The monkey asked if 10 days was not enough. The dragon replied that everything was fine. Hyun-woo, unlike them, has a different starting point. They started from scratch, and the guy has experience and a lot of it. It will help him, although receiving it quickly will make a difference in quality. He killed more and more of them. Having looked, I realized that there were about 100 of them left. The power of Tao was already running out. Of course, it will be enough for him to finish off these creatures. But if the power of Tao was a little greater, he saw that everything around him had disappeared. The blue dragon congratulated him. He quickly acquired the karma of a dead man's destruction. The guy asked, isn't it him? He replied that no, his is collective. It contains dozens or even hundreds of other karmas. Among them is the karma of the dead man of destruction. He can consider it a basic step. The guy said that, in other words, he still needs to plow around the house. He asked the dragon where son Wukong was. He replied that most likely together with the other one. Kim Hyun-woo asked what's next on our list. The blue dragon replied that the karma of asceticism, which takes up most of his own. He must gain enlightenment through discipline. The guy said that it was somehow abstract and asked if there were any clues. The dragon replied that it is important to find enlightenment yourself. The dragon thinks that when the time comes, he will be able to say a few words. The guy replied that he understood everything, so he'll probably go. Approaching the door, he realized that there was no turning back. New York, Manhattan. The monster said that it was a victory. He succeeded. The girl thought that recently the characteristics had skyrocketed. Many S-rank hunters had been introduced, and they still lost so easily. The monster shouted, "Let them become his food." Chong-ma will appear before the girl's eyes. The monster asked the heavenly demon if he was tired of living. The guy replied that you couldn't even call him a non-entity. The dragon asked Chong-ma, and he said that he has good skills. Wukong couldn't even believe that an ordinary person could rise to such a level. At this rate, it's not far from becoming a celestial being. The dragon asked, by the way, why his brother refused to be revived. Wukong asked, is he talking about Ishan? He gives a tooth, he was just lazy. He said that they found a suitable candidate, so now everything is fine. Yes, and at the moment this is not the problem. Wukong said that it was the 99th day. Kim Hyun-woo reached Wanhua Mountain. What does he have? The blue dragon replied that everything was also smooth. However, now the karma of asceticism will begin. It's the hardest one to get. The previous methods will not work there. He was finally able to place the properties of lightning into the power of Tao. Now, he has the basis for mastering asceticism. The dragon told him to remember, knowledge is an objective thing. In other words, there is no correct approach to the karma of asceticism. That's all he could say. He'd have to find the rest himself. Kim Hyun-woo asked if he was sure that this training would help him. The dragon replied that if he feels that something is helping him, then it is so. The blue dragon said that in general, the most important thing is what kind of knowledge he will receive and what meaning it will give him. The guy thought that now his head was even more of a mess. He decided that first, as before, he would face the obstacle face to face. However, he wondered if there was any point in following the blue dragon's karma like this. He no longer understands what this training is for. To get closer to his karma? Or is there another meaning hidden in everything? He realized that this method does not help in cognition at all. After 509 days, opening the door, he realized that he had returned to the beginning. So Yun was in a taxi. She didn't know what she needed help with, but it seemed to have something to do with the sudden influx of disasters. Opening the door, the girl asked what the noise was, but it seemed that no one noticed her at all. Gumaho was quarreling with Chong-ma. After he called her a human, the girl angrily said that she was a spiritual being. He replied that this does not change the fact that she is the same middle-class climber. Mi Ryung ordered Narin to go to India. The girl said that she didn't hear. Why on earth should she obey the little one? She replied that it was because the girl was under her leadership. Narin asked why this suddenly. She said that it was all because she was the first student. So Yun frantically asked where Anya is. Looking to the side, she saw the girl complaining to Shur Hyun that it was very difficult. She wondered what Hyun-woo was thinking about assembling this madhouse. Guardian Guild, Countermeasures Committee. In general, the girl understood what was what. He says it's hard to control the magic circle of the Hanema Mansion, so Yun will help. The girl told Anya that she could have said this before. She replied that in such a situation, after looking around, so Yun said that both were true. Once again, he found himself at the very beginning. Kim Hyun-woo immediately thought about the blue dragon and decided to go to him. Opening the door, the dragon asked, did he come in to take a break? Hyun-woo asked him if he really got karma in such a terrible way. The blue dragon replied that he himself would not receive asceticism. What does that have to do with him? The guy asked him for a hint. The dragon replied that there were none. He said that self-knowledge and knowledge with the help of an outsider are different things. That's why he can't teach him. The dragon said that if you look through the eyes of a Buddha, then everyone is like Buddha. In the eyes of a pig, all pigs. He asked Kim Hyun-woo, what does the guy see? Wukong said that the dragon said he couldn't teach, and then let's talk. He replied that he did not prompt. He simply asked a question. But be that as it may, he thinks the guy will be able to find the answer. The monkey said that he was lucky. His charge was slightly in danger. Kim Hyun-woo wondered what he was looking at. Why did you even think that you had to become the same as the blue dragon? First, there was the karma of the deceased, now asceticism. There are still many components ahead of him. If he moves only to gain blue dragon karma, he will definitely lose himself. He finally realized what was happening. All he needed was to come face to face with himself. The dragon congratulated him on receiving the karma of asceticism. He said that the training was ending. The goal was to look at himself. This is more spiritual self-discipline than training. However, the first thing he learned was the technique, asking for it to be repeated after him. Now he has two karmas. The guy said that, in other words, everything depended on his thoughts. Wukong intervened in the conversation and said that his ward had a little problem. At first he thought it was nothing serious, but things got a little more complicated. Kim Hyun Woo asked what happened to him. Is he dying? Wukong replied that no, that's not the point. It's just that his Kim Hyun Woo became a yokai. The guy asked if he became a yokai. What kind of nonsense is Wukong talking about? He said that towards the end something went wrong, and as a result this happened. Wukong said that it was not for nothing that he thought that the guy somehow quickly mastered karma. Hyun Woo asked what you mean. The blue dragon replied that apparently the compatibility is very good, almost perfect. The guy asked, could the race change because of this? The dragon replied that yes, in a sense it is even obvious. He's a yokai after all. So he asked the monkey why he didn't stop the transformation process. He replied that how was he supposed to interrupt this? The guy asked him not to quarrel. This is not a splitting of consciousness, so no problems for now. From their look, he realized that there were clearly some problems. The blue dragon said that personality problems may appear. If his mind gets mixed up with that of the yokai, he will have a severe identity disorder. Now, however, not everything is rosy either. Kim Hyun Woo asked what should be done. The dragon replied that of course there is an idea, but he asked the monkey where the converted Kim Hyun Woo was. He replied that the last time he saw him fight with the king was a bull. Coming out soon. The blue dragon replied that it was clear. Then Kim Hyun Woo should go there and kill him. Judging by the expression on the guy's face, he clearly didn't expect this. The guy said that it was apparently enough to increase the blocking period so much. However, there is still no need to rush. Although the adder is alive, much of its power has been lost. It won't last long, and that guy won't do anything in such a short period of time. Of course, he was sorry that he couldn't summon 4 heavenly kings, but for that guy, these 3 were enough. All that's left to do is wait. So Yun said that 2 people should control such a huge number of magic circles. Of course, they have help, but it wouldn't hurt to rest at least once like a human being. Kim Hyun Woo asked, will karma then not disappear? The dragon replied that no. If he kills the second himself, he will simply eliminate his personality. Even if the spiritual body formed with the help of the space-time circle disappears, the karma itself will rightfully remain with it. However, there will be another problem with this. At the moment of death of the double, its information will pass into its brain. Surely the second one also accumulated a lot of knowledge after training. So the amount of information will be colossal. If he fails, his mind will eventually be destroyed. Kim Hyun Woo asked, where is he now? Mount Manak. Seeing the guy, his double asked why he came. Kim Hyun Woo replied that he came to clean up the shit for him. Chonggu ma faut monsters. At some point, he swung his sword towards Kumaho. She asked, is he attacking his own people? He told her that he would kill her. The girl replied that thanks to the owner it wouldn't work. He immediately thought, what if it weren't for that contract? Looking into the sky, they saw a huge monster descending. Hawaii. The man said that it was beautiful. When everything was destroyed, it was immediately pleasant to look at. But this was too boring for him. He thought that if it weren't for a great cause, he wouldn't even agree to such garbage. At some point, he saw that he was being attacked. It was Mi Ryung and Narin. The guy immediately asked if he had come to kill him. Hyun Woo replied that he knew everything. He said that since the guy came, it means that Wukong didn't say those words in vain. Hyun Woo said that then they will skip the boring explanation. He didn't understand why they should kill him. Don't they need power now? The guy asked him not to talk nonsense. He is not going to live without common sense. He said that at first he agreed to the division, and now he says this. He said that for that matter, he doesn't plan to die. Get rid of it yourself. Kim Hyun Woo, he actually didn't waste his time either. The guy said that yes, they had mastered karmas that were similar in strength. But while he was calmly meditating there, the guy was fighting on Mount Makin. Hyun-woo, so they're on different levels? He answered that exactly. After all, practice is important in life. Well, now it really wouldn't hurt for him to get punched in the face. Ryukong asked, is there really nothing they can do? The guy has already received karma, thereby achieving his goal. The dragon replied that no, they are just assistants there. The blue dragon asked the monkey that he is afraid that the guy will lose. He replied that it goes without saying. Let him put aside his worries and just trust him. They really fought with exactly the same strength. Wasn't he ever beaten with his own equipment? He said that he would get a new experience. But Hyun-woo managed to deflect his blow. Getting angry, he said that he could do that too. Looking at him, the guy thought that he was absolutely similar, but much more aggressive and reckless. He said, despite the lonely basis, the difference between them is clearly visible. Hyun-woo asked why he was talking like he had already won. Let him not be mistaken. He replied that, of course, the blue dragon's karma could be stronger, but then you just need to finish him off before using it. Looking at the guy, he asked what kind of character they have. Does he agree? He didn't need to relax under any circumstances. With one blow, Kim Hyun-woo finished him off. Looking at his clone, the guy said that it was apparently hard for him, judging by the exclamations. I should have tried harder. If he had, for example, gold chain mail with him, now he would not be lying on the ground like a tattered sack. The clone said that they had the same time to master karma. Kim Hyun-woo replied that yes, if we exclude the difference in the level of acquired karma. The clone did not immediately understand what he meant. The guy replied that he would explain it for the stupid. After mastering it, the blue dragon's karma is full, but the karma son Ryukong received is partial. Let him imagine that he is in front of an enemy with a sword. He only has a hilt, and that's something like that. He suggested not to complicate things. Then the guy won't mock him either. The clone began to shout at him not to talk nonsense. Even if something happens, he will not help him. Hyun-woo replied that even though it was him, of course there was no comment on the character. Kim Hyun-woo said whatever he knows. Since they both flew with a folding life, one more piece of shit won't make a difference. As soon as the guy wanted to strike, his clone turned into a monster. He noticed that the clone in this body became a little faster. Although, he said that he was still the same trash. Having dealt him a strong blow, he managed to calm him down a little. Calling him a monkey, Hyun-woo told him that he is a busy man, so everything needs to be resolved quickly. After which the clone in the monster's body began to attack. Calling him a monkey, the guy thought that his face immediately spoiled the mood. He hoped they wouldn't cross paths again. With one lightning strike, not a trace remained of the clone. The monster told Chong-ma that this was a good talent. Looking at him, the guy thought that his attacks had no effect on him at all. He couldn't even hurt him. He asked the guy, is that all? If I had known that this would happen, I would not have cut down that fox. It seemed to him that she had a little more skill. He decided to end it, and said that the girl would be first in line. As soon as he swung his weapon, Chong-ma tried to resist him. After being hit by the heavenly demon, the monster said that the hit was good. The guy should thank him for cheering him up. But so be it. Now he will die first. Then Ryukong appeared, hitting the monster. He asked if he was having fun. He asked him who boasts of some kind of status received from his grandfather. Does he like torturing the weak? So Yun and Anya were still doing business. Seeing Anya's condition, so Yun said that they had dealt with urgent matters, so they could rest, but then they heard a noise. Opening the doors, they saw him. The man asked them, are the girls accomplices of Kim Hyun-woo? Let them answer. Where is he now? Mi Ryung and Han Ah-rin tried to deal with the climber. Watching the girl begin to attack, he thought about dodging. Han Ah-rin at one time began to conquer the book. As soon as she said the word stop, he immediately froze. This was a great opportunity for the girl to make an attack. Laughing, she said that the climber was very slow. Standing next to Han Ah-rin, the girl said that she expected much more from the conquerors, but in reality, nothing worthwhile. Seeing the girls laughing, he asked if they had fun yet. Now let them know real power. He began to shout, how dare they anger him, the god of disasters. Let them not even count on a quick death. Mi Ryung said that that fish has really big dreams. Han Ah-rin replied that it's strange, but she agrees with the girl. Calling him stupid, he asked if they thought their cheap tricks would work now. Let them attack and see which of them is right. As soon as he began to attack again, Narin stopped him again with her skills. Miryung asked if she didn't say he was too slow. There was only one thing in his thoughts. Is he really losing to people? The girl said that it was time for them to finish, because the teacher would return soon. Wukong asked the climber if he was cold, somewhat too slow. He shouted at him to shut up. Wukong replied that he was very kind. Is he still offended by those jokes in hell? The climber began to scream. The guy replied that it was and was. Let him not stir up the old. The guy is quite busy right now, so he suggested finishing the nostalgia. He will die quickly anyway. The climber began to scream. The guy who thinks that he is the same as before. Wukong replied, that's why he turned his nose up like that. It turns out that you receive the karma of 8 hot stars. But does he understand that something is neither hot nor cold, just average in one word? The climber shouted that he shouldn't pretend to be calm. He couldn't defeat him with such inferior karma. Wukong directly knew that he would do something like this. That's why I took something with me. Plague Lord Karma. Isn't it cool? The monster asked where he got it from. But what was the point of Wukong answering this question if he was going to die anyway? The guy asked, well, is it time to try out the gift from their beloved student? The monster didn't even have time to answer. The man asked if they were done resisting. So Yun didn't understand how people like them could even exist. Odin destroyed the protective magic circles and dealt with Mi Ryung's direct subordinates. And that zombie absorbed all the attacks. They had nothing else to fight back with. He said that he was asking for the last time. Where is Kim Hyun-woo? The girl asked. Is he waiting for her to answer? He didn't have to bother with them. In this case, there is no need for a painless death. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he heard a voice. Kim Hyun-woo appeared. The guy shouted to the monster, what kind of show is this? Is he completely tired of living or what? Seeing the guy, she said that they had finally met. I was looking forward to this moment. Kim Hyun-woo shouted at him to shut up, and he asked if he thought the guy was in the mood to chat with him. The man said that he is as arrogant as they say about him. Only he decided to explain the situation the guy was in. In addition to him, Ghoul and 2 other conquerors went down there, who are now protecting other insects. That's why he said that he wouldn't do anything to the guy alone. Kim Hyun-woo replied that there were so many words instead of phrases, he was afraid to shit himself, so he brought the gang. But did he really expect that the guy wouldn't find out? The man immediately felt this energy. He said that it couldn't be. It's a blue dragon. The dragon said that they met again after he imprisoned him, and he added that we haven't seen each other for a long time. The engineer did not understand how this was possible. Hyun-woo asked what he thought. The guy doesn't have a single friend? He immediately began to wonder how the guy found out who he was. Did the adder really try? First, he needed to call all the conquerors. Looking into his hands, he realized that the artifact that connected him with them had broken. Kim Hyun-woo noticed that he was somewhat nervous. He asked the engineer what was the matter, was something wrong? The man replied that the guy seemed to be well prepared. The engineer said that he didn't care, he could easily handle it alone. Turning to Ghoul, he said that he was wearing a blue dragon. Calling up a cloud of somersaults, he ordered the girls to run away from there as far as possible. They flew away. The engineer said that now that no one is bothering them, he can show his true appearance. Seeing him, the guy asked what kind of crap is this instead of a face. The man said, let me introduce myself. He is the one who created this world and the local logic, a being who has learned the truth. Kim Hyun-woo began to attack. After the blow, the engineer called him an uncouth savage. Looking at him, the guy replied that then this savage would beat him now. Then, with the next blow, he hit the tree straight. Looking at the engineer, he asked, is he growing a botanical garden? The man asked if he was talking about some kind of absurdity in front of him. Yes, he will tear him to pieces. Hyun-woo asked if he had enough strength. Of course, it doesn't hurt him to dream. Kim Hyun-woo offered to change the location, only he would fly first. Calling the guy a brat, the engineer said that he had taken the annoying power into his hands. The guy surprised the trees again and asked if he wanted to lock him up. Unfortunately, nothing will work out for him. He decided to end things with him before he pulled any more tricks. The engineer replied that it was too late. The guy interrupted his performance. He is a being who has known the truth of all things and ascended to greatness. Brahma. Looking at all this, Hyun-woo said that he could have called this gang earlier, then maybe he would have received less. The engineer replied that he shouldn't boast too much. Because of this, which is responsible for creation, his combat power is small, but he is confident in fighting the guy. After all, his creations have the power of conquerors. Namely, in other words, from now on, Kim Hyun will have to fight 3 conquerors at once. The guy said to already tell it like it is, they will pile up in a heap. The engineer said he wondered if the guy would be as defiant in the face of his own death. True, he said that with his great karma the answer would not be long in coming. He said the power of the Tathagata. Looking in that direction, the blue dragon said that it looked like there was a fierce battle going on. He's thinking about going to help. As the dragon realized, he's not going to clean up on his own, right? Ghoul replied that of course not. First he will eat it, and in no time will he be full. He's too huge for Ghoul, and his appearance is kind of strange. He has black whale karma, right? He asked, has the dragon already encountered? Few people have heard about her. The dragon said that he saw it several times in purgatory. He still clearly remembers how the black whale ate all the dead in a row. Smiling, he said that he remembered everything. He replied that he was right. This is incomparable karma. It allows him to swallow even such a healthy worm in one go. By the way, he is now dying of hunger, so he suggested starting the meal already. The blue dragon replied that it would be better for him to close his mouth, because it stinks terribly. Then he struck. Ghoul began to say what a pity his blow did not work. The blue dragon saw that once was not enough, so he decided to repeat it. 2 blows were also not enough. He asked maybe 100 would be enough. The power of Ghoul's fusion with the black whale really impressed him. He hit with all his might, but the cannonball still did not appear. The black whale was surprised that he knew about this. So he doesn't know? Why doesn't everyone know about such an impressive karma of the black whale? The dragon said that the fact is that once upon a time he killed him, and now I decided to see how long he could last. The engineer couldn't even believe that he managed to withstand the Tathagata's power. He really is a real monster, recognizes his vitality. However, he is still a mere mortal, and this endurance will one day come to an end. Unlike the guy's strength, there is no limit to his. Kim Hyun-woo realized that stalling for time was working out for him. Then the plan of action was clear to him. He needed to grab the engineer. He replied that let's say he guessed right, but could he do it? Having dealt with the logs, he shouted that it was time to end their puppet show. But just as he wanted to strike him, he found himself in some kind of space. He thought that this was a side effect. The engineer asked him what was the matter. Was something wrong? Did you say grab and finish? Well, then he listens to his words. Then, out of nowhere, he heard a voice that I asked how long will he continue to beat him. With one blow from Rui, he managed to free the guy. Hyun-woo looked at him in surprise. He asked why the guy opened his mouth. Did his jaw drop because of his toughness? Hyun-woo noticed that the guy took a very long time to help. Ryukong asked his friend for forgiveness. He said that he still couldn't master the toy that he adjusted. Besides, then the engineer shouted loudly, "What is son Ryukong doing there?" Looking at him, he said that this guy had sent a very annoying fly from hell. It turned out to be too tenacious. I had to sweat a little to get rid of it. The engineer asked in what sense, who to get rid of. Ryukong asked, why did he put it so complicated? He said, okay, as they say, it's better to see once than to hear 100 times. Has he realized it now? The blue dragon shouted that he was there too, after which the ghoul flew straight into the water. He said that it seemed time to punish the sinner who dared to imagine himself as a celestial being. Calling the dragon a pathetic snake, he asked who he called a sinner. The blue dragon asked what he should call a fake who pretends to be God by stealing someone else's karma. The guy asked, is it fake? He doesn't understand anything. Ryukong said that he also has no idea. Hyun-woo replied that okay, since his help is on the spot, then he won't live anymore. The engineer shouted that he should not become arrogant because he had brought 2 non-entities. This is funny, and now will show all its strength. He called Varutika and Vaishravana. She said, since all 4 heavenly kings and the Tathagata are in place, they no longer have chance. Turning to his teachers, he said that he had recently been hit so hard that almost all of his stamina was destroyed. Therefore, I have a small request for them. He asked them to clear the way for his hardworking student. He wants to finish off that bastard in one blow. The Blue Dragon said that sometimes the words of their beloved apprentice leave him speechless. Yukong asked if he decided to make them work. Okay, if that's what they're asking for, why not help? They began to attack. One of the gods began to play the guitar, thereby causing strong waves that threw Yukong aside. Seeing this, the Blue Dragon said that he would not call this game beautiful. He thought he should teach them a lesson. Seeing this, Kim Hyun-woo said that it was time for him to get involved. The engineer called the Tathagata. The Blue Dragon replied that it was useless and got rid of it with one blow. The engineer shouted that it was impossible, so easily neutralized the Tathagata. He ordered the heavenly army to appear. Yukong asked what he decided to take by number, but they weren't made with a finger either. The path has been cleared. Now Hyun-woo is out. Flying up to him, Kim Hyun-woo said that it was time to finish. Sura's perfect strike would leave him no chance. The engineer could not believe that some little man had surpassed the immortal. Kim Hyun-woo asked Immortal, "Give them a good beating and they'll die just like that." Looking at him, he said that in the end he couldn't overcome it. He was wondering if Kim Hyun-woo could do it. The guy asked who? He replied that what is above is the tower. The guy received a notification that he had defeated the engineer. His intelligence-gathering skill has been upgraded to the highest. Kim Hyun-woo thought about it, said some bullshit, and died. Taking the Culpal Lotus in his hands, he asked what it was. In front of him was an information window that gave almost no information. He asked him exactly the highest access level, saying that he didn't know anything. He decided that he would sleep first. Looking at what was happening around, the guy thought that it had been a long time since he had been in such an environment. He said that we could start and warned that there was a general department of the hospital nearby, so it was better to speak quietly. Then everyone immediately began shouting his name and asking questions. Has he seen the video of his fight uploaded to YouTube? His views have crossed the 100 million mark. How does he feel about this? The guy replied that it was nothing. The reporter said that it provokes various polemics among citizens. The main theme is a strange creature, the Blue Dragon and Sun Wukong, who once even destroyed an entire city. People suspect that he was able to unite with the conquerors and that what happened was just a performance of his composition. Hitting the table with his fist, he told them to be quiet. The guy understands that the journalists need a sensation, but little do they know, he's a little tired after saving the world. So I will be brief regarding the controversy that has broken out. If they don't want to die, they shouldn't cross the line. End of the conference. Looking at all this, the girl thought that the teacher was so domineering. She thought that since he finished there, he would soon be left alone. The setting is perfect. Mi Ryung fell for the bait thrown at her and flew to the island of the Strength Guild. Lee So-yun and Han So-kwan are at a meeting regarding the dungeons proposed by the Jun Guild. And Anya and Shur-hyun went on a date to a restaurant using the coupon she gave them. Everything went perfectly according to plan. Damn little girl. She dared to make such a face in front of the teacher. He doesn't know what tricks she tried to play with him. But today the girl will go much further. When a guy came to AV, he asked if she never learned how to clean. The girl replied that this is what she is doing now. He hopes that before having fun, she did what he asked. AV replied that of course. Who does he take her for? She said that so far there has been no activity from above. The reasons are being clarified, but a little more time is needed to study. She really tried to find out the situation right away. Hyun-woo said that his level of access to information has risen to the highest. He asked, it turns out that now the dialogue will not be filtered. The girl replied that everything was correct. This made him very happy. He just wanted to ask the girl to tell him everything she knows about the designer. Guild Palace Strength. Mi Ryung asked, so his report that the teacher was going to be attacked was made up? The man on his knees begged for forgiveness and said that he had committed a mortal sin. He said that yesterday some girl with long purple hair burst into his room. She ordered him to use Mr. Kim Hyun-woo as bait and will drag the head there by 12 o'clock tomorrow. I came up with the reason myself. Entering the mentor's room, the girl asked him if the tests were bad. Hyun-woo replied that no, that's not the point. Something just pissed him off. He remembered the conversation with AV. The girl told him that she knew nothing about the designer. Hyun-woo asked, nothing at all? She answered absolutely. Looking at how he was scattering her things, she asked what he wanted from her if she really didn't know. She said that the designer helped in creating the tower, but never showed his face. She will definitely try to find out something. He wondered what was the point of the highest level. Just useless bullshit. Looking at Na-rin, he asked what she was doing there, by the way. She replied that she would like to ask him something. Hyun-woo realized that she was trying to hypnotize him. He was already tired of everything, and now he had this. He asked what she wanted to know. She asked how far things had progressed with Mi Ryung. Hyun-woo asked what exactly progressed. The girl replied that it was something like intimacy. He said that nothing like that happened. Looking at her mentor, Na-rin asked, what does he think about her? Doesn't want them to make any progress? Taking her hand, he answered who knows, whether he wants it or not. Seeing this, she asked if he was not under hypnosis. Hyun-woo said that he disappeared when the guy destroyed him. He said that it's interesting to make fun of her. Usually she makes the same face, but now she has a real bouquet of emotions. His spirits were lifted. Looks like he's found a new way to relieve stress. He thought he'd had fun, and that's enough. Time to get down to business. The creator noticed that he was in a great mood. The guy replied that yes, someone helped him prove it. Noah said it was good, because further conversation may give him a headache. Hyun-woo asked what he was talking about. The man said that firstly, his next enemy, the designer, is much more complex than Brahma. He is strong in himself, but the four heavenly kings who are subordinate to him are also not done with a finger. Most likely, he will not be able to cope with the current level of strength. Be that as it may, there is good news. The guy was already starting to have a headache. The creator figured out how to use the lotus he handed over. Kim Hyun-woo said, let him not say that another practice awaits him. The man answered what exactly. The guy said that he still hasn't recovered from his past adventures, but he's slipping in a new one. Noah said that there is no other way. He would like to skip it himself, but there is great karma inside the lotus. Kim Hyun-woo remembered that the engineer said something about this. He asked, is she that cool? The creator replied that in simple terms, and to preserve his psychological health. This is karma that surpasses karma. The Brahma he crushed is like a fake. Only Great Lotus karma is real. The guy thought that he didn't understand anything, but they pretended that he did. And in order for him to gain enormous strength, he needs tough training, according to standard methods. Hyun-woo said that then if you do not act according to the standard. Noach replied that everything was simple. All he has to do is swallow karma whole. The designer was wondering how he would manifest himself this time. Someone asked how long will he continue to mumble under his nose. Having asked for forgiveness, he replied that he was thinking. I decided to get straight to the point. He called the four heavenly kings to make one proposal. They were surprised, but the designer decided to say something before that. The engineer died at the hands of a mortal from the 9th floor. One of the four heavenly kings, Peck asked, does he want to say that some little man killed the owner of great karma? Pai asked, is this possible? The dream replied that he did not believe it. Kui said from the very beginning that he would not last long with stolen karma. Sun said that this was funny. Kui himself stole karma from his sister and climbed the tower. The guy replied that one more word and he would tear his jaws apart. The designer said that it was nice to see how friendly they were. His soul felt calmer. However, he asked permission to negotiate the proposal. Kui asked, and what is it, since he is dragging his feet like that? Is it really more important than the death of an engineer? He replied that it was more of a gift than an offer. To each of them, he gives karma of the highest quality, which was created in order to send them upward. They immediately began to ask what the conditions were. They need to get rid of that mortal from the 9th floor? The designer replied that no. He said that it was a gift, and it was not customary to pay for it. But if they really need a reason, he said he didn't care. It doesn't matter what they do with karma. Eventually, it will all become part of the dinner. After all, the tower will soon turn into his feast. So let them take advantage of this gift for their health. In the name of the future feast. They clearly didn't expect to hear this. Kim Hyun-woo asked, is it even possible to separate great karma from the lotus and swallow it? Noach replied that just recently he would also have said no. But his trophies turn out to be very useful. Even one of them is enough as fuel. Kim Hyun-woo asked again, one? So he can give the rest to others? Noah answered whatever he wanted. The guy asked the creator to leave the karmas of the halberd and the dark whale. There are those who could use them. The creator said that he would need 2 weeks. Let the guy rest for now. He also asked to come with Sun Wukong next time. The guy asked with Sun Wukong. The creator replied that he was not sure, but he thought he could give him a good present. Looking at the karmas, the guys discussed what had happened. Dream asked what they thought about this. Peck replied that he had a guess. Kvi asked how much longer they would discuss this. He clearly said it was a gift. The dream said that first you need to understand what is inside, medicine or poison. Kvi asked, that is, according to them, is it poison? Then he can sacrifice himself and take all 4 karmas for himself. Everyone rushed towards him. Laughing, he said that you can't hide your guts. If they want, then let them look at them further. Taking one in his hands, he said that he went to use it. The dream said that a barbarian is worse than any beast. Looking at Beck, he asked if he was going to say something. He said that this was just his guess. Let them judge for themselves. He gave them karma after the death of the engineer. He said that everything was for the sake of the future feast. And at the very beginning, he mentioned the mortal from the 9th floor. Peck said that yes, the designer said that he didn't care, but the guy is sure that he chose the right person for the quality of his food. A gift is a kind of tool that can set the table. If they use it, probably the designer in them. Looking at them, Kim Hyun-woo thought, gifts for these morons who fight over different preferences and idols? The guy didn't even want to get involved in their squabble. Then a notification appeared in front of him that the system was inviting him. Just as he was about to ask AV something, he saw someone else. Seeing Noah, Kim Hyun-woo asked him if he was able to enter the system room. After greeting, he said that they had not seen each other for a week. He said that he had one important matter to do with the adder. So I took this opportunity and made my way. Kim Hyun-woo asked, what's going on? The creator replied that yes, a gift for Sun Wukong, which he told him about earlier. He said, okay, we'll discuss it later. Turning to Hyun-woo, Noah said that he had one request for him. The guy asked which one? The creator asked if he remembered the tower on the 20th floor, where he came for his soul. He needs something from there. The guy asked what exactly? He said it was a fancy stone located on the top floor. Only he can contain Brahma's karma. True, rather unfriendly demons live there. But for him, in principle, they do not pose a threat. Besides, you don't even have to climb the tower. Just let him break the wall of the top floor from the outside and go inside. Hyun-woo asked, why has it been too calm lately? The guy replied that nothing could be done. He'll sort out some things right away. Noah asked what happened to the karmas he took. Hyun-woo asked, is he talking about the halberd and the dark whale? Well, he gave them away, but the guys don't worry too much about them. Looking at her, the blue dragon sighed again. Wukong asked what again, if he wants to use it. Let him use it. If he doesn't want it, don't use it. The dragon answered what he thought. He made a decision. Will not use this karma. Wukong replied that this was expected. Obviously, he doesn't agree with him. The monkey replied that yes, after all, he has experience with other people's karma. After absorbing it, he actually became stronger, but it was uncomfortable due to inappropriate clothing and limited movements. In addition, the 3 of them also fought against Brahma. But if you enter into a single battle with an equal enemy, such karma can become a weakness. Therefore, if he is not sure, it is better not to touch her. True, in his case, due to the inferiority of his own karma, there are no other options. Seeing Kim Hyun-woo, they greeted each other and asked if he was going somewhere again. He replied that he had one thing to do, but first he needed to solve another. It will be late, so let them watch the house. Wukong said it was very strange. The dragon asked what exactly? It's about Kim Hyun-woo. Even if you sign an agreement to use someone else's karma, you still won't be able to freely manage it. The blue dragon replied that this always surprised him too. It goes beyond simply imitating someone else's karma. Wukong said that he has the talent to make every karma his own. It sounds absurd, of course, but if this is really so, then Kim Hyun-woo may turn out to be much more incredible than the tower. Hyun-woo said that he came to check how he was using his gift, but apparently the guy didn't have time for him. Choma replied that it is still a little uncomfortable due to the scale of karma, but he is slowly getting used to it. The guy said that it was good. Something was not going well with the blue dragon. The heavenly demon replied that, of course, wielding stolen karma is quite unpleasant. If it weren't for his goal, I would have refused to. But he is too weak to be so stubborn. Since he has put aside his pride, let him not forget their deal. Hyun-woo replied that, of course. He asked to find the sword god's karma after destroying the designer, right? The guy replied that this was not a request, but a deal. Hyun-woo said that he just doesn't understand why he needs her. If he, being so correct, is not even going to absorb it. He said that okay, when he deals with the designer, he will be able to get absolutely any karma. So let him continue to train hard. And it's time for him to go about his business. He sounded boastful, of course, but climbing up is truly mortal boredom. He has to point at this one cloud. Although it arrived quite quickly, he said that he would look if you rely on Noah's words, then you just need to destroy the wall at the top of the tower, right? Well, then he drove off. Hyun-woo didn't even have time to blink an eye when he was already there. Having struck once, he saw that another wall appeared. That's why the recoil seemed strong to him. As he said, knock and the door will definitely open. He knew it. Old expressions would never deceive. Now he needs to pick up the stone before the demons get there. Kim Hyun-woo stepped on the ground and felt something under his feet. Looking closely, he saw a demon. Cast who else he is? Why the hell breaks in there, and with such noise? He's actually having fun there. The guy answered to identify himself. He didn't look like the local demons. And then Kim Hyun-woo notices a fancy stone in his hand. He asked, is this a thing and does he need it? Apologizing, he said that this thing was now his. Hyun-woo began to attack him, telling him to close his mouth and give the stone to him. The guy said that his tongue is long. They don't seem to be friends. He asked, is this really a fancy stone? Great, the job is done, so he can stomp back. Kui shouted to him that it was a good blow. Hyun-woo asked what kind of aggressive energy is this? The Heavenly King said that those demons were not enough for him even to warm up. Fortunately, his blow stretched his muscles at least a little. True, for him, Mr. Tuxini himself, it is no more than a massage. Taking a closer look, Hyun-woo realized that his appearance had changed. Apparently, this guy is not just a rowdy. He shouted that it was worth repaying the guy for his help with the same coin. Kim Hyun-woo barely managed to dodge. He wondered if the floor wasn't similar in structure to the walls. How did he then break at once something that required him several blows? It can develop enormous speeds despite its size. It looks like he is now facing a top-class conqueror. Tuxini asked, did he dodge? And he really is no slouch. He thinks it's not for nothing that he traveled such a long way there. Just trying out great karma. Kim Hyun-woo wondered, great karma? The conqueror who suddenly appeared has such a rare thing with him. Is he really one of the 4 heavenly kings, the designer's henchman? He asked where he got this information from. Looks like Hyun-woo hit the mark. Tuxini said that now he is not just an interesting guy, but also wildly suspicious. He thinks it's not worth tearing him to pieces. What is he, crab meat? Why should he tear to pieces? If his hands itch so much, then let him rip out his disgusting eyes, or better yet, his face will be completely restored. Only Tuxini won a strike when Hyun-woo said that he had already done all the work there. He was definitely not interested in having fun with him. Having said the word pass, he disappeared. AV asked, so he ran there to hide from that man? Hyun-woo replied that it was not an escape, but a strategic retreat. He took the stone, tested the strength of the Heavenly King in principle. Why waste energy? Thanks to the fact that her strength has returned, it is now possible to immediately move to the 9th floor. So he just uses what he has. AV replied that yes, but preparation for the move takes about 5 hours. He replied that it was the other way around. Good. I just wanted to ask you something. Let Avenue tell him about the great power. Note spoke briefly about her, but lately everyone has been trying to brag about her. That's why he wants to know more. The girl said that if you explain in detail, it will take a very long time. She decided to simplify by comparing great karma with ordinary karma. There is a clear difference between them. Ordinary karma is the power that can be obtained through sacred recognition by one who has undergone countless trials. For example, the blue dragon was recognized by the deity Ud, and other conquerors, starting with Sun Wukong, gained karma by creating a legend about themselves. Hyun-woo said that in other words, for ordinary karma, you have to invest wildly. The girl answered that, to put simply, yes. For great karma, efforts are not so important. Also, no one's recognition is required. The guy asked then how to get it. AV said that it is impossible to take possession of great karma yourself only by going through a special process. Great karma is a power that a creature possesses from birth. She is absolutely divine. The designer asked if she doubted the veracity of the reason why he created those sacred karmas for them. Pai answered, it's not that she doubts it, it's just somehow strange. Previously, he appropriated all karma, with the exception of bribes to the top, to himself. And now he just gives not ordinary karma, but great karma. He replied that he always thought she was smart. Even while drooling because of the thirst burning inside, he does not stop thinking about every suspicious moment that comes to mind. Reasonableness is one of the reasons why he selected her as one of the 4 heavenly kings. However, her acting is still no good. It is clear that she recognized his intentions. Pai asked if he really considered them food for that mortal. The designer said that he would not deny it. The girl asked if he was completely sure that the guy would survive the battle against them. He said that of course not. With his current strength, it is impossible. Let her imagine that he will still be able to accomplish the impossible and stand in front of him. The designer said that this is truly an unsurpassed delicacy. He admits it, but what difference does it make if there is food that can satisfy his endless hunger? Kim Hyun-woo, of course, didn't really get in ordinary karma great. He realized that one is stronger and the second is even stronger. AV asked, then why is he asking? The guy gave the adder a fancy stone. He asked to give it to Noach instead. If he came there, then she can probably throw it there too. He said something else. Will she be able to close the floor like last time to prevent other conquerors from invading? AV replied that unfortunately, no point, even if she tried, she would probably only succeed for an hour. She asked if he was worried about that conqueror. Hyun-woo replied that yes. Besides him, there are 3 more. Nobody knows when they will attack. The guy said that we need to figure out how to protect the 9th floor without his participation. The girl replied that she had an idea. He thinks Sun Wukong's gift will be useful there. Noach asked to tell him that he had found a way to make karma full again. Wukong asked, is it true that his karma can be restored? Hyun-woo told him that yes, so in a week he will have to look at Noah. The blue dragon asked, is it possible to return stolen karma back? Hyun-woo asked why there was so much skepticism in them. Looking at them, the guy asked if they knew a guy named Tuxini. Wukong asked why he suddenly asked about him. Hyun-woo said that they crossed paths with each other when he was carrying out an order for Noah. The guy said that judging by their surprised faces, they knew this guy well. The blue dragon replied that not really. They know the girl who knows best about him. And now, she is next to his student. The girls were arguing again about the teacher. This time they showed each other the cities in which they were going to settle him. Miriam said okay, there's still a movie theater, but a casino and a racetrack. Does she want him to live in such chaos? Na-rin replied that no matter how much she looked, her taste seemed to be stuck in the Stone Age. She can't believe that the girl was going to send a mentor there. The girl hit the table and said that it was difficult to continue their dialogue. She would immediately crush her into powder. She replied that what a coincidence. At least somewhere their thoughts coincided. I was just about to tear off her limbs. The bodyguard ran to them, asking for forgiveness. He told the head that Mr. Kim Hyun-woo wanted to see her. Mi Ryung clarified. Should she ask Nanshin about the creature called Toxini? Hyun-woo replied that yes, he wants to know something. Sometime later, the girl told the teacher that Nanshin wanted to invite him into her space. Hearing that name, she replied that she would talk to him personally. The guy replied that it was even more convenient and asked how he could do it. Mi Ryung replied that he should put his hand on her shoulder. Kim Hyun-woo asked if he was in her space. The girl told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. He replied that yes, there is such a thing. Of course, she would like to throw out all her emotions first, but let her answer first. Where does he come from? Does Tuxini know? The girl replied that that's how it is. It turns out he received new high karma. Hyun-woo said, now his question. What connects her with Tuxini? She said that in a sense, they have the one and only relationship on the whole earth. The guy didn't immediately understand what she was talking about. The girl said that she was the older sister of the dumbass who stole her karma and fled to the tower. Hyunwoo was surprised because they don't look alike at all. The girl said that, however, he's her younger brother. Did he see two horns on his head? So initially they belonged to her. And the color is different because they were painted with the energy of Tuxini. She said that she climbed the tower and teamed up with me, Ryung, just to bury the asshole. The girl had a request for him. Kim Hyunwoo asked which one. She asked if he could help, just like he helped the blue dragon with Sun Wukong. She said that if he is afraid of betrayal, then she agrees to enter into a contract in which her soul will be at stake. Only one of his consent, and she, taking responsibility for her idiot brother, will rip his throat out. As soon as they arrived to Noah, Wukong immediately attacked him with questions. Can he really return his karma? The creator said that everything is in order. He can be understood. However, before the explanation, he will hand over something. This is a copal lotus made of fancy stone. Hyunwoo asked if he would get great karma by eating it. Noach replied that there are some precautions, but more on them later. It's worth starting with the person, or rather the yokai, whose situation is the most difficult. The guy asked, is this really a way to return Sun Wukong's karma? He wondered why the description was not complete. The creator replied that there was no other way. This is because the passes indicate the coordinates of the imaginary space collector's room, where the designer stores the stolen karmas. Kim Hyun-woo was surprised. The place where the designer stores all the stolen karmas? This is real luck. The guy asked how Noah found such a treasure. He replied that it was all thanks to him. Does he remember that request about the system room at the time the adder went missing? He replied yes. The creator said that in order to find information, he began to carefully examine the tower. And purely by chance I came across the very place that released simply incredible power of influence. He examined it from all sides, when suddenly a very tiny opening caught his eye. Looking into it, he saw many karmas rushing back and forth, colliding with each other and creating complete chaos. Sun Wukong asked, does that mean there is his karma inside too? Noach replied that yes. Obviously the designer used this place to store karmas. Hyunwoo was wondering where he got it from. I was wondering. Only time was found for collecting. He asked the creator why, then he returned with nothing. I would pick up Sun Wukong's karma along the way. The man replied that this was impossible. To find the necessary karma among such a jumble is beyond the limits of his abilities. Hyunwoo asked if the same thing would happen if Sun Wukong rushed there. Noach told him not to worry. Karmas have a certain feature that helps them find their owners. Perhaps when he steps inside the collection room, the same one will return to him. The guy asked, what if we just steal all the karmas from there? Sun Wukong replied that he didn't think it was a good idea. If such a large amount is absorbed, the body will not be able to withstand it and will collapse. Unless you do training for each karma. Taking the ball in his hands, he said that he had a better idea. Hyunwoo asked which one. Sun Wukong replied that since he asked, he would remain his younger brother for now. Dream said that to sum it all up, the mortal he met on the 12th floor completely calmly dodged his attacks. And, moreover, did he know who they were? Kui said, he just wanted to finish with the games and start fighting for real, when he slipped away through some strange teleporter. Pai asked, was that strange mortal by chance not him? Kui shouted that yes, 1-to-1. But how does she know what he looks like? The girl said that the others had already heard this new one, but it would happen again. She recently spoke with the designer about his true intentions. It turns out that the human he encountered was the same type noted by the designer. Kui said that he left. The dream asked where? The guy answered as if he didn't know. It's time to devour the mortal asshole, whole and bones. Does he think that after all the truth that has come to light, the guy will sit straight on his ass? Do the three of them have no pride at all? Sleep asked him to wait. They needed to think. Pak said that the designer, of course, is a non-standard frame, but not so stupid as to participate in an unprofitable game. In other words, he saw something in the mortal that they did not notice. Kui asked what he wants to say, that the guy can lose to that worm. Peck replied that in some respects there is already danger. As for him, if there is only one effective way. Nan Shin asked, collection room? She said that the story was certainly interesting, but she didn't care. There is no karma there for her to take advantage of. And all because the current one is enough for her. Looking at his face, the girl asked, "Doesn't he believe it?" He replied that there is such a thing, just no matter how you look at it. She doesn't look particularly strong now. He said that Tuxini, of course, is crazy, but in terms of strength, he is not weak. She replied that she understood. That is, in his eyes, she was too weak to compete with her brother. However, in the fact of her victory, strength has absolutely no meaning, because everything is already predetermined, from their very birth. Hyunwoo asked, "Is he talking with some resources again?" The girl replied that this cannot be explained to a person. He said that then let the guy come out. The guy was already sweating while he was dragging her statue. Why is she still stuck in this creepy place? She said that there was no other way. If the brother senses her energy, he can run even further. Therefore, she simply waits patiently for the moment when he, completely unsuspectingly, appears in front of her. He will play the role of spectator in this entire performance. Kim Hyun-woo replied that okay, it will be as she knows. Looking at the girls, the guy said that nothing had passed, but they were fighting again. He seemed to tell them to get along with each other. Turning to Na-rin, Hyun-woo said that he would like to ask her something. Could she stop the 4 heavenly kings? Peck asked, "Is everything ready?" Let him remember one last thing. The only purpose for which they, the 4 heavenly kings, act together is to kill a mortal named Kim Hyun-woo. Thus, the engineers saw hope in it. The guy said that since they understood everything, then they would go straight to the 9th floor. The creator thought he would come later. The man asked if the guy was ready. Hyun-woo replied something like that. He asked his student to figure out a signaling device that would stop petty thieves while he was away. It had been a while since she and AV started doing this, so they were probably almost done. Sun Wukong, who went to the collection room, will also return soon. Everyone did their best. The creator replied that it looked like that. Hyun-woo said that now all he has to do is absorb the great karma. He asked how to do this because she was a little big. The creator replied that he did not need to literally swallow it. It is enough for him to squeeze the karma in his hand, concentrating his will there. As for precautions, the guy said that karma can provide resistance. He has already said this 100 times. He does not deny that this can be dangerous, but there is only one way out. If you don't try, you won't know. He said that it will be soon. Let the creator guard the house. Looking around, he said that he was coming out, that he was inside Bakma's karma. He didn't understand why Noah was intimidating him so much. He said it was fine there. The owner was too tired of the interior, but apparently neglected politeness. The guy started shouting that he had a guest there, so let him at least give him a tour. Someone said they were surprised. He sensed the energy that he was trying so hard to hide, and that he was truly an extraordinary person. He is glad to meet you. His name is Brahma, and he was waiting for him. Kim Hyun-woo asked, "Were you waiting for him?" He replied yes. He couldn't wait to see whoever had so mercilessly killed one of his personalities. The creator, sitting next to Kim Hyun-woo, insisted that he hoped he could handle it. Then they appeared, as he understood it was the Adder and student Kim Hyun-woo. He asked them if something happened. After all, I heard that they were in the process of creating a signaling device. AV replied that it was ready. The entrance to the 9th floor is now sealed. The creator asked, then why were they in such a hurry to get there? The girl said that the fact is that she recorded a powerful flow of energy heading in the direction of the 9th floor. It looks like the 4 heavenly kings are approaching, and they move at incredibly high speeds. Noyak said it was earlier than he expected. They were in a hurry to inform Kim Hyun-woo, but apparently they were too late. The man replied that he had only recently penetrated into karma. He would have to wait for some time. He asked how long a steel door could hold. AV didn't even have time to answer. She started screaming that she was collapsing. The 4 heavenly kings have already reached the 9th floor and are trying to break down the door. The girl can take her time a little, but she won't last long. Noyak said that we urgently need to come up with something. Someone asked the gentleman, "What kind of drama? Making so much noise about nothing." Noah asked, "Is he back?" AV asked, "An artifact for communication?" Then the one who is talking to them now. The creator answered what exactly. He gave it to Sun Wukong. He replied that it was nice, such intense joy from his return. He did say that he needed to meet someone before going to the collection room, and the man handed him this device. He didn't think it would actually be useful. Obviously, he had already heard about the situation. Sun Wukong replied that in general terms, he has one proposal there. The guy asked why not open the steel door. The girls started screaming. Does he even know how much they spend to seal her? And even this is not important. Then the heavenly kings will penetrate there. He replied that he knew. Just let them change the coordinates to his location. And the blue dragon will also be warned. Although without it, there should be no problems. If he asked why all this, Sun Wukong replied that Hyungnim had gathered next to him, who were just itching to use their powers. Kim Hyun-woo asked what the personalities? Then he remembered what Noah had told him. The Bakma he failed was half, although no, not even 1/3. He single-handedly grabbed the great karma that was originally divided between 3 individuals and ran away. Hyun-woo asked, it turns out that despite the fact that the guy was a thief, they decided that since they lived in the same body, they needed to take revenge? He laughed. Having asked for forgiveness, he said that he was amused by the way the guy took the joke. Are they capable of revenge? Like the guy said, he's just a thief. They wanted to thank him for dealing with the traitor instead of them. This was originally their job. But because of the seal spell sent to them, they had to do nothing. And so, having freed themselves, they decided that they should pay tribute to their benefactor. Hyun-woo turns out to be nervous in vain. They had a gift for him. Obviously, he is there for great karma, but they said that I couldn't give it away. He was about to attack when Bakma told him to calm down. It's not that they don't want it, they can't give it away. All because it has already been given away. After he penetrated there and received his recognition, the karma ended up with him. Kim Hyun-woo asked, is it possible to just give away something like that? He said that he didn't care. They began to accumulate their own karma. However, absorption alone is not enough to use the power. Unfortunately, there was no time for an explanation. The temple will soon collapse because the karma that supports this place has passed on to it. He asked, are they also being destroyed? They told him not to worry. Their real body is outside the tower. You could say they are simply returning home. Besides, they have yet to meet him. Unless, of course, he becomes a vessel that can overcome great karma. Kui didn't understand why it was so strong. Peck replied that obviously a mortal has some tenacity. He was surprised. However, he said that he couldn't wait any longer. He would have to help too. The guy asked why he was climbing when he was almost finished. Peck said that this is not the time to quarrel. They have no time to sit there. At the same moment, the door opens in front of them. They didn't understand what happened. Did they really open the door for them? Sun Wukong said that they had finally arrived. Looking at Peck, he said that he had not seen the cat for a long time. I also said hello to everyone else. He told Peck that he had better not greet him first, but him, that comrade, who really couldn't stand it, really wanted to meet his old friend. The blue dragon told him that he did not think that they would meet with the traitor of the 4 directions like this. He no longer remembers how much time has passed since he abandoned his position as a guardian and ran away in order to cling to the designer. He asked how the guy sits on the throne. Is it comfortable? Peck shouted, how to understand all this? Did you decide to make a trap? Were they really going to stop the 4 heavenly kings together? Sun Wukong replied what to say. Kui shouted that there was no point in talking to them. He could just kill them. Seeing this, Sun Wukong said what a circus. They lift up the dummies too much. They rely only on the toys they have handed them. They are trying in vain. The fakes cannot cope with the original. Sun Wukong asked him to repeat. Whose face was he going to punch? Victorious martial Buddha, Sun Wukong. Peck recognized this appearance. He ordered Kui to quickly get out of there. He was dangerous. The guy asked if he thought he would shit some kind of monkey. He shouted at Kui to shove his stubbornness up his ass. His karma was commensurate with the divinity of the Buddha himself. Grabbing him, Sun Wukong asked where he was going. If it were up to him, he would immediately correct such a boar snout. But unfortunately, there is someone who really wanted to see him. As a gentleman, he will have to give in. I wished him luck in getting to his grave and sent him on his way. The girl said that Sun Wukong was right. She told her brother that they had not seen each other for a long time. They spent so much time apart. Does he have that look? Her soul hurt so much that she wanted to gouge out his eyes. Pak began to ask what kind of tricks these were, and where did they send Kui? Sun Wukong asked what. Should he go after him? Come on, let him go and interfere with the touching family reunion. Where's his tact? Peck shouted. The monkey regained his karma, and pride immediately went to his head. They, the owners of great karma, are not even afraid of the heavens themselves. The blue dragon said that his appearance is not the same as he remembers. Sun Wukong said that before he just looked like a fluffy cat, but now the look has become more impressive. Is this his great karma? Peck replied that yes, it belongs to the one who controlled the worldly order, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Virupaksh. He said that the rest received no less grandiose karmas, reaching the state of holiness. They are insignificant yokai, possessing not so significant karma. Still think they can stop the 2 of them? If they understand everything, let them quickly post where is Kim Hyun-woo. Sun Wukong told him that the answer was not correct. Everything is wrong except one thing. To be honest, yes, it would be difficult for him and the snake to compete with them, despite the return of karma. Therefore, Sun Wukong called his friends in the area, the Hyoniums. They realized that this was the energy of the 7 great sages. One of them told the cat that they had not seen each other for a long time. He heard that he became the designer's slave. I didn't think they would meet like this. Although for warming up, he is an ideal opponent. Sun Wukong said that it was 8 against 3. He honestly said that he was not a fan of group attacks, but since they had received their wonderful great karmas, they must overcome such a number of enemies. Well, I didn't understand how this could be. He should be stronger than her. Then why can't he even touch? He felt as if his karma was refusing to compete with her. Nanshin said that he is stupid. Everything just follows according to its nature. He didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl first decided to ask if he wanted to ask her for forgiveness. He asked again, forgiveness? She replied that it was himself. Not only did he steal her karma while she was briefly asleep, but he also destroyed her homeland with the heavenly mountain. That would be for this. He replied that yes, he stole her fucking karma and destroyed her beloved heavenly mountain. So what? She laughed. Nanshin said that she was very grateful to him. If before that she still had some positive feelings, she still thought brother. But thanks to his filthy mouth, she got rid of them too. He may know the nature of Yukai, but he seems to have absolutely no karma. Since he's asking, she decided to shine a light on him. Karma has a will that helps to find its real owner. Therefore, one might say, he himself came to return what was stolen. Come on, let him finally answer. What does it feel like to personally complete the second coming of Yaksha? Kim Hyun-woo didn't understand what kind of place this was. As he understood, after receiving karma, the temple collapsed and he was knocked out, but why was he taken to an unknown place? Then he heard a voice saying that he had finally woken up. The guy thought, did he sneak up on him from behind with such ease? The guy didn't understand what kind of vile thing it was. The voice said that it was glad to meet him. By the way, does he really not know him? Kim Hyun-woo asked what she was talking about. He doesn't even know her name. How does he know this bug-eyed one? She replied that she did not expect him to be so narrow-minded. She asked, so all this time in his head, there were only thoughts about what his talent was? She said, okay, I'll have to explain. As he probably already understood, this is imaginary space. She said that his body is now busy stabilizing great karma. At other times, they are unlikely to be able to talk, so I had to steal his soul for a while. Hyun-woo asked how she could say such terrible things so calmly. She apologized for scaring me and said that she had no other options. It's time for her to reveal the secret. She said that she had been watching him for a long time. He asked why she did this. There must be some reason. It was a good question, of course, but she said she couldn't answer it. He's still ready for her, and it's time for them to part. If he wants to hear the answer, let him remember something. The top of the tower is not the end of his journey, and she told him to see him upstairs. He didn't understand at all what was going on. Nanshin asked her brother why he was silent. Would he share his feelings? Once he stole the karma, he had to immerse himself in training and become its new owner as quickly as possible. Alien power intoxicated the mind, and it began to stir recklessly here and there. That's why Karma left his body. She said he was pathetic. Those eyes again. He once admired her strength, which, despite the same origin, surpassed all other yokai on Earth. However, then his admiration gave way to hatred. Every time she looked at him from the top, her eyes seemed to see in him the most northern nonentity. Let him not look at him and remove his terrible gaze. Getting up, he said that he no longer needed her handouts. Now he is great heavenly god Karma. Now let him look at him both ways. He has become much stronger than her, Bishamon. Nanshin said that he could not control such power. He replied that she could talk as much as she wanted. Now he is no longer restrained by Yaksha's karma, so she may not even count on her victory. He began to say that her fate was to die at his hands, that they would tear her to shreds. As soon as she said the words on her knees, he immediately fell to the ground in front of her. The girl replied that whatever you say, the bottom suits his face best. He didn't understand what was wrong. Yaksha's karma was no longer a thing. She apologized for saying this only now, but in fact he is not her brother. Kvi didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl said that in his memory, they were together since birth, right? So, those memories are false. And all because he is a fake, created from her karma. Therefore, the reason why he is unable to resist orders is not due to Yaksha's karma. It's just that he was her creation from the very beginning. If you think about it a little, perhaps you went a little overboard with calves in the family. But is that a problem? Yukai can do this. Looking at him, she said that it was time to end their tangled relationship. She was very interested in how many steps the faithful karma would withstand the task. Waking up, the guy realized that he was still in the Ark of Noach. Seeing this, the creator asked, "Have you come to your senses?" It looks like his karma absorption was successful. Seeing his expression, Noah asked what was wrong with him. Did something happen? Hyunwoo replied that he would leave this topic for later. He asked the creator how long he slept, and if there were any problems. The man replied that everything was in order. He slept for about a day. I was even surprised that I managed it so quickly. As for the problems, they seemed to exist and not. Noah told him that after his dive, the heavenly kings burst into them almost immediately. The guy didn't expect to hear this. He began to say that now is not the time to sit still and ask where they are now. The creator told him to calm down. He said that it was true. They had difficulties, but now the situation was almost resolved. He'd better look at it for himself. Looking at everything, Kim Hyunwoo asked, "What is going on?" Looking at everything, he asked Noach, "Is this one of the 4 heavenly kings?" Peck shouted that enough was enough. They didn't know any measures at all. He didn't understand how it was possible to go a whole day without a break. They said that they had no such concept. Endless fights bring them enormous pleasure. The great sage who moves mountains told the brothers to at least take a break. Peck asked, will he continue to just look at all this? Does he, as a keeper of order, even care? The blue dragon told him not to moo. Let him shut up and die. Sun Wukong asked, are they done with the lyrics yet? Then it's time to wind down. He ordered Hyungnim to step aside so as not to get hurt. With one blow, he leveled the beast to the ground. Looking at all this, Kim Hyun-woo asked Noah, is it over? He replied that it looked like it. The guy asked, is it only the cat left? The creator replied that yes. The rest were dealt with even earlier. Now, there are only artifacts. He was surprised because before this they had said that the 4 heavenly kings were very tough. The man replied that yes, but the role of who was greater played a role. Moreover, their opponents were 7 great sages. True, he said that Tuxini, who was entrusted to Hyaki Yako, is still alive. The guy asked if it was true, then he rushed to help. Then a voice was heard. Who was there to help? It was her. The girl asked what he didn't recognize. Hyun-woo replied that that's not the point, it's just that the atmosphere around her is somehow different. She replied that it was because she was now in her full form. So from now on, let her not be called Hyaki Yako, but Lady Yaksha. Handing him the artifact, the girl said that it was a gift for helping her catch her brother. The thing is not bad, so there will be a use for it. The girl said that she went. She needs time to get used to the returning karma. After saying goodbye, she disappeared. A few days later, Sure, Hyun said that Hyun Woo called him to give him something, but what happened there? He thought about finding Hyun Woo. Having asked those sitting, he heard silence in response. When I suddenly saw his students. It turns out he called them too. The guy wondered why they had such faces. Did they quarrel again? Mi Ryung said she could follow them. Sure, Hyun was surprised when he gave him one of the artifacts containing the karma of high-class conquerors. Hyun Woo asked, "Is this better than what it was before?" But he doesn't need it, does he? He replied that according to the expert, the great karma of the 4 heavenly kings disappeared at the moment of their destruction. All that was left was the ordinary one, and it was of very little use to him. That's why he decided to distribute karmas. After all, only they can cover him during his absence. The guy called Mi Ryung over to him. Since she was good at hand-to-hand, he thought this thing would suit her. This was a gift chosen for her by the teacher. Of course, she is incredibly happy. So much so that I couldn't even describe it in words. She thought that this time, she should use the strategy that Hyaki Yaku showed her. She said thank you to the teacher. A few hours ago, the girl told me Ryung to remember one thing. She said that men are most often drawn to those who evoke their protective instinct. She knows that the girl is already strong enough now. So let him just pretend. The most famous pet, along with the dog, which is loved always and everywhere, is the cat. Mi Ryung didn't understand why she, a human, would portray a cat. Nan Shin told her to let her think for herself. A pet can become a life partner at any time. Then the girl realized that she was a complete fool for relying on such cat nonsense. She's the reason she screwed up. The mentor called Narin. The girl thought that she apparently wanted to provoke the protective instinct. Not a bad move, but such overt actions, on the contrary, can burden a person. Naturalness is most important there. That is why she studied all the books in the library about love relationships and compiled statistics of nicknames that couples use when addressing each other. As a result, she managed to find that very killer word that would please the fierce guy. When Hyun Woo asked the girl if she liked the gift, she replied that of course, and said, "Thank you, Appa." The guy said that it looks like everyone is a little crazy today. He better go. He still has business with AV. Let them rest a little and take care of their gifts. Looking at him, the girl said that the guardian was somehow pale. Did he eat something wrong? The guy replied that everything was fine and asked how his request was going. She asked him about those words up and the conversation with the eye. She dug into the tower's search engine, but couldn't find anything useful. This has almost never happened before. The only thing she could guess was that the very top was not part of the tower. The guy replied that he knew so. Hyun Woo asked, "Is it still quiet upstairs?" She replied that yes, everything is unchanged. Even the head of the local gang would get angry and go against the enemy who swept away his subordinates. The girl said that in truth, she found out something when she extracted information from the karma of the 4 heavenly kings. She thinks the planner's intentions were also met in her. The guy asked why she didn't say this before. She just thought it would make him uncomfortable. Hyun Woo didn't understand what I was talking about. The girl shouted out that it seemed to her that the planner wanted to catch him and eat him. After hearing what he heard, he could not utter a word. So Yun heard that Gumiho moved to Hanum. So she wanted to ask something, but first, she asked what happened to them. Mi Ryung and Na Rin started fighting again. Then Gumiho came up from behind. So Yun said that since she was there, let him help her accept these two. But what she saw shocked her. She stood next to the guy holding his hand. Gumiho said that this was their first day. She asked Mu Wool to go to the room. She would talk to So Yun and come. Of course, she knew that Gumiho had been hanging around with the heavenly demon lately, but he was known for his prickly temper. Noch said that the time has come for that magic circle. He will need to see Hyun Woo. Just at this moment, the guy appears. Grabbing Noah, he began telling him to figure out how to get to that fucking designer. If there is no way, then let him figure it out. He should rip his tongue out right now. Noah did not expect to see him so angry. Did he find out anything about the designer? He asked him to calm down first, because he knows that anger will not help. Having asked for forgiveness, he said that yes, he had gone too far. The creator replied that it was okay. Let him tell what happened. The man couldn't believe his ears. He said that it turns out that the designer had been so persistently attacking the 9th floor all this time because he wanted to eat it. The guy answered yes. To be more precise, of course, He intends to absorb all the karma he has collected. Now he understands why the guy, for whom he would destroy the earth like 2 fingers on asphalt, waged such a senseless war of attrition over and over again. For this scum, Kim Hyun-woo was like a pig that was specially fattened up so that it could be used for barbecue. It turns out he had to plow for the sake of some leftist bastard who took him for a piece of meat. And after this, remain calm? Noah replied that it was clear. He couldn't get rid of one thought. The creator asked what he was talking about. The guy said that wasn't their land in danger because of him. If he had not been there, the delightful one would not have appeared and innocent people would not have suffered losses. He knows that he's probably talking complete nonsense, but he can't do anything about it. The guy wanted to quickly get to the designer and put an end to everything that was happening. But for this, the help of Noah is needed. The creator replied that breaking through the top floor is not an easy task. All roads are tightly blocked, and to overcome this, you need to use a more powerful spell. Luckily, it's right in front of him. Of course, it will take some time to install, but this magic circle is what they need. The guy was indignant since he had this thing. Why didn't he say it earlier? The man replied that knowing his impatient character, he would have immediately rushed to the designer, and in a couple of seconds he moved the horses. In truth, he believes that it is too early now, since the guy cannot yet fully use the great karma of Brahma. Kim Hyun-woo was surprised. How did he know? Noach replied that he could feel the difference in energy. Therefore, he has a condition. Let him achieve perfection in managing the great karma of Brahma until the creator finishes with the magic circle. He asked the guy if he could. He replied that of course. Did he forget that the guy is a pro-masochist? Hyun-woo asked for something. Let him open an imaginary space for training, and he will call those who are now on Earth. Noah asked why. The guy replied that of course, it's time to charge for the freedom given to these parasites. The designer thought that just a little more, and he would finally enjoy his dinner. He was only sorry that the long tail was following him. He will not allow anyone to interfere with his long-awaited meal. He also remembered that the guy is now at one with the creator. He was sure that that guy would definitely find a spell and make his way. Laughing, the designer said that in this case, it's true. He wondered if he should play a little joke on him. Kumaho asked, that is, they want to learn from her how to seduce a man. The girls answered yes. Looking at them, she thought that this was not at all like what she had seen before. She couldn't even believe that it was all because of an obsession with one person. But she thought that if she helped them, her life would become much calmer. She told them that it's good. A thing for her is like spitting it out. She stood and thought about what to advise them. What can they say about the way she picked up men? The most seductive creature in history, who for 1,800 years played with men's hearts, absorbing their life force, the nine-tailed fox. For her, possessing carnal energy from birth, temptation was as natural as breathing, so she did not need additional tricks for seduction. However, now this has played a cruel joke on Kumaho, and all because she has nothing to say. She realized that she could not give advice, since she was already born this way, and it doesn't work on those who are stronger than her. If we talk to her about Moo Wool, then they're somewhat similar in nature. He surprisingly prefers reckless girls. But tell her the truth. And what should she do now? There is no one to even cover her. Mrs. So-yeon has already left. The girls began to ask why she was silent. Kumaho didn't know what to answer. Kim Hyun-woo thanked everyone for coming together. Not seeing Sun Wukong and the Blue Dragon, the guy asked where they were. They told the guys that they were busy because today there was a live broadcast of their favorite band. Hyun-woo wondered if they were too drawn into the human world. The guy asked him why he called them. Is this related to the capture of the designer? Hyun-woo replied that you could say that, but to be more precise, they need to help him with something. Smiling, he said that there was absolutely nothing wrong. They just needed to fight him, one at a time. The guy asked if he wanted to fight them all. Is this his new training method? Hyun-woo replied yes. He received a gift in the form of great karma, but it just so happened that it was packaged too tightly. So he decided to get help from them. He replied that in general terms it was clear. But is Hyun-woo really sure that while he's unpacking the gift, his limbs won't be torn to shreds? He doesn't know about himself, but his brothers certainly don't know how to restrain their strength. Hyun-woo replied that it was better for him. Based on Brahma's words, There's only one reason why he cannot use it. His body is not yet strong enough to cope with it. In this case, the way out of the situation was simple. You just need a hammer until it becomes like steel, impenetrable. He asked, well, can we start? Kim Hyun-woo asked who will be first in line. What about his first teacher? At the same time, he will check the progress of his student. He just recently got his karma back, right? Since nothing limits him, will he be able to fight with all his might? Moo-woo replied that okay. He just wanted to test the sword. He thinks the guy would be a great opponent. Hyun-woo asked if it was his imagination or did his weapon change a little. Previously, there seemed to be a little more. Moo-woo said that it suddenly became deformed during use. Obviously, the sword changes to suit the owner. Hyun-woo asked, that is, he controls it so perfectly? Kim Hyun-woo said that then, he will try to surpass his teacher. Moo-woo told him that it would be very difficult, after which the battle began. The designer said that this was bad luck. He hasn't worked on this case for a long time. This is why he asked for understanding. He doesn't have time for these guests right now. He asked Hermes what brought him there. The man asked what he was trying to achieve. Let him not pretend to be a fool. He assured that he could not forget that today is the day of delivery of the promised karma. The designer asked, so he came to collect the debt? If yes, then he can give you a few pieces now without any problems. Hermes asked if he thought they would move the date because of a few things. The man asked, where's the great karma? The designer replied that he completed the work on time, but how can I tell him? It was there, but it is no longer there. The man asked what kind of chaos? He will soon have a guest to greet. Hermes is creating a mess there. He replied that he had 2 months. For the sake of great karma, they will wait exactly 2 more months. However, if he does the same thing next time, the anger that descends from the top will not end there. The designer said that he was too noisy today, as it was not his style. In any case, since the uninvited figure has left, it's time for him to slowly finish preparing for the meeting with the guest. Sun Wukong asked what's wrong with the blue dragon. Does he have any problems? He replied that there were no problems, he was just thinking. He asked how long until Kim Hyun-woo beats everyone. Didn't the thought occur to him why he abruptly called them together? They know that neither his brothers nor the heavenly demon, who have not yet achieved godhood, will be able to overcome the current Kim Hyun-woo. The blue dragon said that we need someone like him, or at least like Sun Wukong. He asked if the dragon could pull out all his power. Kim Hyun-woo needs much more now. Even their help has a limit. He himself said how precious great karma is considered, that it cannot be obtained through acquisition. Perhaps he, who is trying to acquire such power, does not need an equal opponent. He needs an opponent with clearly superior strength, who will put pressure on him until he dies. If a suitable candidate had not been found, they would have gone. But the blue dragon himself knows that very soon a monster will arrive at the place where Kim Hyun-woo is located, which is stronger than the two of them combined. Sun Wukong said that once that girl comes, they will have to merge into the spectator ranks. Instead, he said that it was better to watch the concert. The dragon replied that he was right. And the guys heard the screams of Kumaho. They thought something had happened. She asked the girls where their seriousness was. After all, they themselves asked her to help. The girls replied that they were just somehow ashamed to talk to the teacher like that. Maybe it would be better to change the address? Kumaho told them whatever they wanted. In this case, they will remain simple students for the rest of their lives. It looks like her help is no longer needed, so she leaves. The girls asked her to stay, saying that it was a misunderstanding. They will do whatever she says, as long as they continue their studies. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. I thought I would ask them something as shameful as possible, and they would give up on their own. Who would have known that they would be so persistent? She replied that if they asked so, then go back to training. When contacting, they need to put their whole soul and heart into it. The guys discussed that the heavenly demon was not bad. He has definitely surpassed mortals in terms of level. A little longer, and even they will have a hard time competing with him. The guy replied that it is possible if we talk about the future. Now, this is his limit. Kim Hyun-woo, their wild monster, is no match for him yet. Moo-woo thought, to be honest, even before the fight he intuitively felt that Hyun-woo had become stronger. However, it could never have occurred to him that there was such a huge gap between them. He deflects his attacks, designed to confuse the enemy, with incredible ease. And the blows into which he puts literally all his power are taken head-on, after which he deliberately crushes. His movements seem to tell him not to waste his strength in vain and focus on the essence. It does not consist in some random waving of weapons, but in a sword ready to cut even the heavenly heights itself. He couldn't even believe that he was receiving instructions from his student. His reputation as a teacher is completely worthless. However, reality had to be acknowledged. Mu Wul expressed his gratitude to him. With the true one he demonstrated today, he managed to bring his technique even closer to the breaking point. He said he would go. He needs to start training with new knowledge. But he promised that next time it wouldn't be so easy. Kim Hyun-woo did not immediately understand what had just happened. After thinking, he realized that he shouldn't let his words fall on deaf ears. He was a little surprised that he was now stronger than expected. Especially that blow. It was impossible to evade it. I could barely fight it off. But this was still not enough. He needed to be scared. Looking at the guys, he asked, maybe things will go differently with them? Then someone shouted that no, they were actually no better while she was there. It was Yiksha. Kim Hyun-woo said that she was too noisy for someone who was late. Having asked for forgiveness, the girl replied that it took her time to get used to karma. He said that we had passed, and asked what her words meant. The girl answered what he heard. If you want to be truly scared, you don't need that company. This is because she is much stronger than them all combined. Kim Hyun-woo, of course, heard that she was once a tough one among the Yukai, but he is sure that those friends will not tolerate such humiliation. He looked and saw that they had simply run away. The guy replied that they know their place. Turning to the elder Yiksha, he asked not to pay attention to them. Let him kick his ass calmly. After thinking, he said that perhaps there would not be enough of them either. He just needs an opponent to work at full strength. Yaksha asked, is he speaking in full force? She's afraid that even she won't be enough, because now in her eyes he is still just a baby. So let him be ready to put his life on the line. Otherwise today, she might kill him. Kim Hyun-woo thought okay. He let his guard down by mistake, but then he completely missed her movements. If this fight was real and not a training fight, it would no longer exist. He said that he thought the girl was making up fairy tales, calling herself the goddess of all Yukai, but apparently someone was really at the helm at one time. She told him that this was just the beginning. Since they're fighting each other for the second time, why don't they stop wasting time on pointless warm-ups and get straight to the point? He didn't understand at all how this was possible. In the past, this technique was certainly powerful, but not as powerful as it is now. Now one of her steps was like all 10. Yiksha asked what happened to him. She only took a step and he already shit himself? Kim Hyun-woo said okay. He admits that she's really stronger. But it does not change anything. For her information, he didn't bother with bullshit either. Does he think that he is underestimating him too much, using with such confidence a technique that he once dealt with? He asked how she was. Did she miss you? The girl replied that this is a difficult question. She doesn't have any good memories. The essence of the 10-step killing technique is that its mother doubles with each forward movement. It is simple, powerful, but has one distinct disadvantage. During the use of this technique, the user himself becomes physically weaker. If you stop her before she takes the second step, then nothing will work out for her. Yiksha of the department, that it cannot be said that he is wrong. However, this also does not mean that he hit the mark. This is because she is no longer some Hakiyako, but a Yiksha. It was as if he hoped that her strength remained the same. Let him remember that it was nothing less than overwhelming force that led her to dominate all Yukai. The guy said that he got goosebumps because he had not seen such a sight for a long time. They asked him if it brought back old memories. It's about how a guy, still completely brainless, started a fight with an elder. Then let me express correctly, in what place was this battle? All 7 of them attacked the elder, and then they flew away like flies. He really thinks that Kim Hyun-woo can handle it. Still, she's still too tough for him? He replied that the guy could well be called a monster. He is afraid that if he uses great karma, even the elder will have trouble. And if he doesn't use it, then he clearly has no chance. He didn't understand why her hand was so heavy, his whole body goes numb. He asked himself to get ready. No matter how strong Yaksha became, the method of destruction of her technique remained the same. He needs to end her life before she takes 10 steps. The girl said that she really felt how hard he was straining his brains. Wants to end the fight before she makes her move? Then let her master the next step. Do you think she can? He didn't care about Yiksha's words. Now he will be able to withstand 4 steps. He decided to squeeze all the mana out of himself, concentrate it at one point, and undress with it in one blow. He didn't understand where his mana went and what was going on in general. The Yiksha pressure that had been acting on this land disappeared. The girl said that initially this technique did not consist of 10 steps. Her essence is a certain limit point to which she has been striving for a huge amount of time. The technology is incredibly powerful, but puts enormous pressure on the user, even on her Yiksha. In order to reduce pressure and increase efficiency, she divided the limit into 10 steps, which is why her completed technique became known as the 10-step kill. Of course, if she had gone through them in the body of Hyaki Yako, they would have turned out to be a mere trifle compared to the ultimate power. In other words, she who brought back the power of Yaksha only needs 2 steps. The first step is the beginning, the second step is the end. And as for the latter, it takes some time for it to reach its target. And all because the second step comes from a sky. Looking at all this, the guy said that no words would be suitable to describe how amazing it was. What they see is the level of God. Kim Hyun-woo didn't understand what was happening. With his brains, he understands that he will not die, since he is in an imaginary space. But these sensations completely erase all his confidence, forcing him to think about only one thing, about death. He felt himself pass out. Of course, he knew that the guy would succeed, but he never thought that he would be content with such a barbaric method. Still, he is not simple. Opening his eyes and getting scared, the guy asked why he was here. Brahma asked how it was. He said at that time that very soon they would meet again. Kim Hyun-woo asked Brahma. The guy said that he could have taken his time even more. He would have come in when they were already nailing the lid of his coffin in place. The man replied that it was pointless to blame him for anything. Now he is just a thought that he personally formed during the transmission of great karma. Well, or a small favor caused by the desire to help him learn. The guy said that if so, let him come up with something because there is no time. Regarding this, Brahma replied that, frankly, there is nothing left to do there. He said that the guy managed it himself. Does he know what great karma is? The divine power of a sacred being, which cannot be acquired in the process of life. Despite this, he still wants to have full control of the power, right? Then there are 2 options. Wait an indefinite amount of time until karma takes its place naturally, or to be reborn, or to be more precise, fortitude, mana, and vital energy must reach 0 so that only one great karma remains in the body, after which she will release her power, trying to protect the energy vessel. And as soon as everything inside it is restored, the vessel will begin to form anew, one that is capable of containing great karma. This is exactly what happened to him. When Yaksha physically and mentally brought him to a state of complete exhaustion. Kim Hyun-woo asked, so he already? Brahma replied yes. He has already awakened great karma within himself. Yaksha said that it looks like she clearly overdid it. Although she managed to regain her strength, this technique is very exhausting. In truth, even she, Yaksha, finds it difficult to withstand such power, so she usually reserves her divine destruction step as a last resort. Apparently, she was very angry that Kim Hyun-woo had withstood a series of her secret attacks and was still standing, ready to attack immediately. She didn't plan to strain herself so much. He, of course, did not die, since he was transported to an imaginary space, but it was time to come to his senses. The guys didn't expect that Kim Hyun-woo had passed Ms. Yakshi's breaking point. This couldn't happen. Had he really reached God level? The guy came to his senses and said that it was really as if he had been reborn. He thinks he should say thank you to Yaksha. He finally achieved his goal. The girl replied that she did not think that anyone would surpass the strength that she had to accumulate for ages, even a little offensively. Speaking of the body, obviously it was not restored using the power of imaginary space. His rebirth is close to creation itself. She asked, is this the power of great karma? It seems that in a short time, he has reached the divine level, perhaps even becoming a deity. The guy said that it seems true. He asked what happened to her. Has she already shit herself? Laughing, she asked if she would become a yukai goddess if she raised her tail over such nonsense. Kim Hyun-woo replied that it was great. He liked this attitude. He said that he was a little tired after his journey almost to the next world. He endowed the technique of the magnificent Buddha with the energy of Brahma. So he suggested finishing in one blow. Judging by her unstable mana, she's not in the best shape either. Brahma said that who would have thought that he would use great karma so crudely. Now his debt is closed. All that remains is to wish him good luck in subsequent battles. The guy shouted at them to use a mana barrier to protect themselves from the shockwave. The consequences of such a fierce battle will be serious. Kim Hyun-woo did it. When he woke up, the guy thought, did he pass out again? Lately, all his fights end in fainting. He saw Noah in front of him and immediately asked how long he slept. The man replied that it would not take long. The creator said that the guy would have known how scared he was when he saw him in Yiksha's arms and unconscious. I wanted to reprimand him for his recklessness when he came to his senses. But great karma has taken root in his body so well that now he has nothing to say. There is news in this regard. He said that the magic teleporter is ready. Now he can get to the top floor at any time. True, an unforeseen circumstance arose. Kim Hyun-woo asked which one. Noah said that after he completed the teleporter, he decided to explore the last floor and discovered that the protection there had increased. Apparently, the designer found out about his manipulations, and therefore, the number of possible passengers was greatly reduced. Most likely, the maximum is 5 people, and if the defense becomes even more powerful, even his teleporter may not work. Noach suggested coming up with another one. Hyun replied that no, who knows how long it will take. He actually planned to go alone, but now he can take 4. This gang is enough for him. Noah said the expected answer. Then let him think carefully about who will keep him company. For everything about the whole day, Kim Hyun-woo replied that he had already thought of it and would bring them now. The creator asked, is he sure? Of course, you can't delay, but you could still talk to someone else. The guy replied that it's normal. There's no point in pestering those who can't go. Moreover, he already has a titanium support group. Yiksha said that she doesn't know about others, but if she is there, there is nothing to be afraid of. The Blue Dragon added that it was time to kick the designer's ass. Sun Wukong asked Mu Wool if he could handle it. Otherwise, he might take one of his Hyungnims. The guy replied that it was not necessary. After the last fight, he became stronger. Hyun-woo asked if Noah saw their confidence. Let them not worry. If suddenly a new invader appears in their absence, then there are 7 great sages left on Earth. First, they will sort it out with the designer, and when they return, they will all celebrate the happy ending together. That's what this battle is for. Noah replied that it was good. In that case, let them return safe and sound. Then Avenue ran in and said, has he already left? Noah replied that the adder was late. The girl didn't think they would be in such a hurry. The creator said that they had already done everything they could, so don't worry. The girl replied that she would like to see what was happening there. You never know if their help would be needed. The designer said that the creator was certainly impressed. Sent 5, despite enhanced protection, although for him it was expected. Looking around, Kim Hyun-woo said that this is where the designer was hiding. He shouted for everyone to be on alert. It is not clear when and what trick he can pull off. Suddenly he noticed some black thing. She grew at a very fast pace. At some point, the guys were drawn there and the guy was left alone. Then Kim Hyun-woo hears a voice. The designer said that they had finally met and thanked him for coming such a long way. Looking at him, the guy said that he could immediately guess from his impudent face that he was a designer. He said that apparently the presentation was unnecessary. He said that he was sincerely glad to meet Kim Hyun-woo. He doesn't know what about him, but he was really looking forward to seeing them. The guy replied that he himself was incredibly happy, to such an extent that one's hands are itching to punch his face. He replied that this is his character, although it was obvious. Hyunwoo realized that it was just an illusion. The designer said he was sorry. He understands that this is not how guests are greeted, but if his ardor is not cooled, they will not be able to build a dialogue. He hopes that the guy will forgive him for his rudeness. Now, let him allow me to treat him as an apology. The designer asked, does anyone know what happened to his comrades? Let him sit down first, then he will explain. He is sure that Hyunwoo already has a lot of questions. Why not hear the answer to them if there is such an opportunity? Let him sit down. He assures him the guy will have a good time. He immediately asked the question, what did the designer do with his friends? He replied that, to tell the truth, it was nothing special, so don't worry. Just lock them somewhere. And so that none of them would be bored, he assigned a conqueror to each of them. However, they can be considered safe. The winners are the 4 heavenly kings themselves. He just wanted his company not to interfere with their long-awaited meeting. He also said that there was one person among them. He asked what his name was. The guy asked, is he talking about the heavenly demon? The designer answered exactly. He said that most likely he would die soon. His courage seemed commendable to him, so he dispatched his strongest opponent. Moo-wool didn't understand what the hell this was. He was pulled into a black hole and lost consciousness for some time. There were a lot of Sakura around. He immediately realized that these were the antics of the designer. The rest were most likely also scattered in different places. He thought, most likely Kim Hyun was left alone. Of course, he won't let himself be offended, but still. He needed to find a way out and get out as soon as possible. Then behind him, he heard a question. Is he the same heavenly demon? As soon as the guy turned around, he disappeared. He said that it was almost an ideal reaction. Apparently, it was not for nothing that he was given such a grandiose nickname. Moo asked who he is. He replied that he was just a wanderer with a sword, wandering like clouds in the sky. In the former mortal world, it was also called the Hermit's Sword, Kim Kwanon. The designer told Hyunwoo that he mastered his weapon and never lost. Being the strongest swordsman in all floors, he can match the strength of even the 4 heavenly kings. He said that no matter how hard his heavenly demon tried, it would not be easy for him to survive in a battle with such an opponent. Pointing his finger at him, the guy told him not to take him for a rag. He believes in him. I asked the guy, maybe he'll ask something else? Hyunwoo replied that he was not sure that he would lay all his cards on the table if he wanted to know his true identity. However, he also had another question. Why is there a pile of food on his side of the table, but only an empty plate next to him? The designer replied that he thought the guy already knew, but so be it, he will tell. The reason is simple. He doesn't need any other food because his main dish is him, Kim Hyunwoo. The guy called him a sick pervert. He replied that it was great that they both understood everything, since he was already impatient. It's a shame to take the time to explain. The energy of the god's thunder technique, which is stored in his vessel. The great power of the blue dragon, Tao, cycling in the heart. Sun Wukong's mana, flowing through his veins, and even the sacred power of Brahma. They are all incapable of existing with each other, but he owns each of them, and the aroma that he feels from it excites his appetite many times more than any snack. Kim Hyunwoo asked if he was that hungry. Then let him eat. The guy was just perfectly prepared for his meal. The designer replied that it was nice to hear. A long time ago, rumors about a war began to circulate along shopping streets. According to people, his sword was extremely unusual. No one could follow him, much less touch him. Over time, gossip reached the royal ears. The ruler was very interested in the subject of rumors, and he invited the warrior to the palace. He said that he had heard good things about him. It is said that his swordsmanship is close to divine. Can he verify this? He replied that there was nothing outstanding in these skills, but since the king himself asked him, he would show one dance. That day, the warrior demonstrated his abilities, putting his whole soul into them, and those who watched the spectacle cried out in delight. His sword cuts through space and time, and divinity flickers within him. It's as if the celestial being himself is dancing in front of them. The dance was called the magnificent sword of the universe. Moo had never faced such an opponent before. Its movement is almost impossible to predict. Had he reached the limit of martial arts through dance? Be that as it may, he has a chance. Kwanon was very surprised. The heavenly demon said that he was finally caught. He thought, took the energy blow and immediately counterattacked. Of the conquerors, none could compete with him in speed. He didn't understand where this monster came from. Muwul said that he is not finished yet. He was surprised that he turned the sword flame into an explosion and then intensified it. He said he couldn't believe it. He was using the sword like some kind of club. Quan Un said that these are excellent skills for a climber, but it seems that he is not capable of more since he began to act so recklessly. The heavenly demon replied that it made a lot of noise, as well as from his dance, which is more like the flight of a fly. The man asked if he really didn't notice what state he was in now. He's one step away from death. The guy replied that okay. He admits that he is still a thorn. While chasing his blows, like the remaining haze, I endlessly received wounds. But he asked, so what? His dance, movements that divide one short moment into countless pieces can indeed be called annoying, but a fly still remains a fly. Siorth Hadmit Kim Kangun. He entered the ranks of the Celestials only thanks to the skill of the sword. Apart from his love for his work, he was not interested in anything else. Therefore, after ascending, there was no hesitation left inside him. Due to the fact that sword art was everything to him, he could not restrain himself if someone insulted him in this regard. He said that he decided to give him a head start so that he could enjoy the dance for once. But he dared to humiliate his magnificent sword with which he had reached the level of change and transformation. He said he couldn't stand it anymore. Since he is not clinging to life at all, he will gladly finish him off. It was the energy of 1,000 punctures, simultaneously flying in different directions. She chooses within herself all the changes and transformations that can be made with the sword. He said let the guy try with his brute skills to block his next blow. He's tired of giving concessions. The heavenly demon replied that he sounded self-confident and asked if he thought he was the only one giving a head start. The man didn't understand where such powerful lightning energy came from. Was he hiding his power? The guy said that his skill had not yet reached the limit of perfection. He tried to perfect all the learned techniques, but when he saw his free dance, surpassing any transformation, he realized that he was acting a little arrogantly. That is why he showed modesty, and instead of doing it like a man, he decided to act differently. He waited for his eyes to get used to his dance, so as not to miss a single movement. He can release at least 2,000 of his energy flows. He doesn't care, because his sword is overlord level. The man realized that he couldn't dodge this. He didn't understand how this was possible. Kim Kwang Un was defeated. On the way, Kim Hyun-woo thought about exactly how to beat him, but apparently he worried in vain. If I had known that I would turn out to be such a weakling, I would have come a long time ago. Don't you agree with him? The designer replied that during this time, he had indeed achieved colossal progress. He made the right choice with his choice. However, why does Kim Hyun-woo, even now, continue to be afraid of him? The guy did not expect to hear such words. He asked why should he be afraid of someone who had 2 limbs torn off. Turning to Kim Hyun-woo, he said that even the faintest fear exudes a rich aroma, and he loves it. The guy didn't understand what the hell was going on. High-speed movement, teleportation? No, neither one nor the other. He felt as if space had been distorted for a split second. It was Young Wuchi Shikichi. He didn't understand how a designer could master his technology, although he thought that now was not the time to think about it. He needed to finish him off before he gave away anything else. Turning to the guy, he said that since he answered the question during the meal, now it was his turn. Kim Hyun-woo saw that he had recovered. He asked the guy if the illogicality of this tower seemed strange to him. The guy asked again, is it illogical? What was he even talking about? The designer replied that he should think for himself. He took away the karma of supernatural beings and forced them to climb the tower. Perhaps the beginning was unequal, but the result turned out to be fairly equal for both sides. He gave a reward along with karma to those who reached the top of the tower. So, one might say, no one took anything away from successful climbers. This begs the question, what did he get by forcing climbers to climb the tower? He replied that this is what Kim Hyun-woo asked, can he use not only Young Wuchi Shikichi, but also Sun Wukong's cloning? Have you imposed other people's karmas on yourself as an adjuster? He realized that no, then whether part of the true power was used. The designer is head and shoulders above the owners of the equipment. Looking at the guy, he said that judging by his face, the guy still doesn't understand what's happening. Does he think that's all he gained thanks to the tower? He said that for the sake of just a couple of techniques, he would not make so many enemies from supernatural creatures and conceive a tower. He told Kim Hyun-woo to think about it. Just as the guy wanted to say something, the designer struck. Hyun-woo asked which way his head could work when he was talking from everywhere. The designer looks at the guy, skillfully using the Brahma regeneration technique. He said that the engineer couldn't really master it, which is surprising. Kim Hyun-woo replied that he simply doesn't know what the guy is good at. The guy hit it. The designer said it was very rough handling of the technique. There was definitely something to it, but unfortunately he preferred a cleaner taste. He struck again and again. Hyun-woo said that this is no longer funny. He also knows the technique of the heavenly demon. The designer told the guy that the end was very close. The girl, observing everything, said that nothing had happened since her offer to meet upstairs. And Kim Hyun-woo is already on his last legs. She thought that it was no big deal. She would help him just a little more. Kim Kwon-un himself understands that the fight is over. Therefore, the guy hopes that he will tell him where the exit is. He replied that there was no need to rush so much. In any case, the required door was already open. He asked, was the exit hidden behind an illusion? He warned the guy that it was a trap, saying that behind the door were hungry conquerors, waiting for prey battered by past battles. It will be difficult for him to survive, even if he turns to Soreth. The guy replied that it didn't matter, he didn't care. Didn't he say, his sword will pierce anything with one blow? Standing in front of the door, the heavenly demon thought that if Kim Kwon-un told the truth, then there was a living hell behind the door. This time he really will have to risk his life. If he had known that this would happen, perhaps he would have seen her again. He mentally pushed these thoughts away, not enough for the sword to tremble because of it. It is better to think about how to defeat the enemy. Opening the door, he immediately heard the question of what is finally here, and he kept wondering whether it was worth helping. Such powerful energy was coming from behind the door. He asked, it looks like they already took care of everything? Sun Wukong replied that he was still far from reaching them. Yiksha said not to tease. Kim Hyun-woo is already beyond human boundaries. Mu Wool asked, so they went up there a while ago, but haven't found Kim Hyun-woo yet? Sun Wukong replied that yes, this is the top floor, so he must be there somewhere. They couldn't detect anything, even with their powers. Yiksha said that she no longer thinks so. Sun Wukong asked, did she notice something? The girl replied that she was not sure, but there seemed to be something on top, but that was not certain. Yiksha said that it was like a fly flapping its wings. Sun Wukong asked, did she feel it too? He didn't understand how this was possible. If Kim Hyun was next to them, they would definitely find him. Someone said that Yiksha is right. The Guardian will probably be there now. They all looked in surprise and asked, is she? The designer asked Kim Hyun-woo, what is it? Even if he doesn't say that he has already given up, he thought that he needed to recover quickly. I told the guy that he should stop resisting. He looks pathetic. He was even able to copy Yiksha's skills. The guy shouted, what the hell is he? Got karma from everyone he knows. Is this connected to the tower? The designer said he was close to the answer. Only half of what was said is nonsense. The karmas he has are not associated only with those he knows. He thought, how could he describe his attitude towards the tower? Then he said that for sure, they have a kind of symbiotic relationship where they can and do take benefits from each other. If he gives something needed to the ecosystem and strengthens the structure of the tower, it will make an equal exchange, and he will provide what only conquerors can get. He asked the guy what he thought. What was it about? Kim Hyun-woo replied, what can only conquerors get? The designer answered what exactly? The energy that always appears when a strong person overcomes challenges and grows. Therefore, all successes and experiences are tightly connected with this, with the essence of their soul. This is what is called karma. Now does Kim Hyun-woo understand? Before him is not just any specific one, but all the transcendence existing in the tower. He asked, are you serious? Who would have thought that his mind would be filled with just one word, defeat? The designer said that he is already on the verge of death. So, is it worth resisting him? It's time for Kim Hyun-woo to become his food. The guy realized that he would not be able to recover due to lack of mana, much less defeat him. Maybe he should really give up already? Then he heard a voice and asked him to look at himself. This is that eye from the past. The eye asked, is he glad to see him? Actually, the plan was to say hello, but he doesn't look in the best shape. Looks like they beat you up badly? He answered that he was sure. He said that he would keep an eye on him. So does that mean he saw everything? Kim Hyun-woo said that the fucking designer is so strong that it's funny. The eye asked, does it seem like you got a pretty good deal? But this is just a lie. The guy asked what he was talking about. The eye asked, did you see anything strange when you were fighting? For example, as if he is more worried than usual. He was pushing himself too hard. Unnecessary thoughts were creeping into his head. The eye said that there was something else. He was able to get into his head, but the guy didn't even understand. From that moment onwards, he began to become stronger and stronger. Didn't he feel like something was wrong? This is the true essence of his power. He wields dark power, which increases when the enemy fears him. He always used the fear hidden in those who were close to enlightenment to plunge them into a hopeless abyss. He is an incarnation that devours countless souls to fill his belly. Kim Hyun-woo asked, does he become stronger when people are afraid of him? If so, is his perceived pressure due to his fear? He wasn't afraid, although he was a little nervous. Glass said that nerves, excitement, anxiety, doubt, these emotions are common to everyone, even if a little. And in a second, the demon of the mind turns them into fear. So, the reason why he sat him down to talk, accepted his attack, and showed his weakness was to take out the fear in his heart and turn it into his strength. He fell for this trick, although probably it was not possible to avoid this on his own territory. The eye told him not to get upset ahead of time. There is a way out of the situation. The ability to absorb fear sounds scary at first, but in fact it is of no use. If he can overcome all his fears, there are karmas collected for her. The negative emotions they had to go through as a test. A collection of all their fears. He specifically brought out the worst of the wadi. Kim Hyun-woo asked where from karma? Who is he and how could he pull this off? The eye replied that he already did not have time to think about such things. After all, right now he is joyfully devouring his achievements and vitality. Supposedly there are 10 minutes left. Just let him know that the only way to defeat the demon of the mind is to inject it into himself. Hyun-woo asked, what will happen then? The eye replied that there are two outcomes of events. He will overcome his fears and achieve such harmony that the powers of the demon of the mind will not affect him. Or all this will get the better of him, and he will gradually die, leaving only fragments of his mind. It's up to him to make the decision. The eye asked so quickly, are you sure he doesn't want to think about it some more? The guy replied that this seemed to be the only way, and at this rate, he will still die. And if anything is too early for him, it's better to make every effort to survive. The eye said that his fighting spirit was worth praise. Hyun-woo asked, but he won't be stuck there for 10 years and will be able to get out? He replied that he wouldn't have time to utter a word. However, the perception of time and the sensation of pain, they are unknown even to him. Kim Hyun-woo replied that this was enough. So she's saying that they used space distortion magic from above and they won't be able to rise until it dissipates? AV replied that it was true, exactly that. Sun Wukong asked, but how did she get there? Aren't teleportation gates for one-time use? The girl replied that she didn't expect it at all. When they all crossed paths, a crack appeared in the security of the upper floor. She tried to get there, thinking that she could get through alone and with administrator rights. She said that until they arrived, she used an artifact of visibility and hid, inspecting the area. Found a magic circle at the top. It's quite powerful, so she can't see what's inside. Since something like that is installed there, she is sure that the keeper is there. Maybe he is now in a designer's trap. The blue dragon said that they could break the magical defense with force, but that bastard orchestrated something so complicated? He asked if there were ways to dispel that circle. AV replied that yes, but due to the fact that it is distorted, the distance may be greater than the distance between Earth and sky. She doesn't know if the keeper will survive while they do this. Yiksha asked, Is it possible to shorten the distance? She told AV to focus exclusively on dispersing the magic circle. She will try to shorten the distance between heaven and earth with her own essence. Its strength exceeded the designer's expectations. Does it compare to what the tower provides? I can't believe it. I can enjoy the taste from the very beginning of absorption. This usually takes time. It was difficult for him to restrain himself. Initially, he planned to suck everything separately, slowly stretching out the pleasure. But now absorption at once seems to him a very tempting idea. Kim Hyun-woo said that he thought he was really going to die. This is what pleasure means after hard work. I'm even glad to see his face. So, did he grimace? Was something wrong? Or did he wet himself?